Matt, I can't wait to kill you. And you do, and it's great. So I didn't even know that he could be summoned, much less that anyone didn't just murder him the first chance that they got.
I did his quest, and it's important for, like, if you're a real slow burn, like, Hornsent hater, because when you get his armor set, it reveals that he shat himself and he has shit in his pants the entire time.
All right, okay. I could see the value in that. I think going back to Mesmer has incredibly cool powers. He has, like, you get the most bang for your buck out of his remembrance. It's an incredible incantation and weapon.
Yeah.
And his voice lines are awesome. And he was left in a hot car. What else can you say about the man?
Well, yeah. I think the question that's on everyone's minds right now, what's really just coursing through the nation right now, is it legitimate for Biden to continue running for president by using the mimic tier and or summons that are available to him?
Yeah, the game is designed around it. Look, if they didn't want Joe to summon Frank Biden, his brother who looks exactly like him but slightly wider and who has a tankier HP bar, they should have written a law against it. They didn't. They clearly. Why does Frank Biden have extra lines of dialogue that he can say in front of Trump if you're not supposed to bring him out?
Exactly.
Yeah. You wouldn't have to go through all those quests if it wasn't a utility you could use in the battle.
Yeah, it's not easy to get him. You have to go through the Delaware catacombs. You have to find the crown of DuPont. That isn't easy. You have to learn the gesture that you get from visiting Beau Biden's grave, and you have to do it in front of the DuPont HQ. It's really fucking hard.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Will America make it through the DLC? I don't know in light of this recent spate of Supreme Court decisions. But let's just start with, like I said, this was a week in American politics. It was truly extraordinary. And I'm going to just preface whatever I say on this show is likely to be irrelevant by tomorrow, if not the time you listen to it. But I want to start with Dave. Dave, what are you hearing? What is the word now on where Biden's at? Because everything I'm reading from the New York Times is that he's hunkered down with his family, and they're encouraging him to stick it out. And this was just a blip, a bad debate, and they're trying to tamp down panic. Is it working?
It is not working. It is true that they're very bunkered. They're very bunkered. In ways though that have made things worse. Because Democrats have phones, and we know them, and we can talk to them. And anyone who's had conversations with people, I happened to be with Bernie on Saturday after the debate, and he did not sugarcoat it. One of his lines was, "Look, the president's not a very good debater. He's not a very good speaker." But everyone is going between this was awful, and maybe we can salvage it, to this is so bad that we need to switch him out for probably Kamala Harris. And only today, as we're talking, there's one Democrat, Lloyd Doggett, who represents Austin, Texas, in the House. He said that. He said he has nothing to lose. He's in a safe seat. He's in the 70s. He just said, "Yeah, I'm being realistic here. This guy can't win." The best case scenario for them right now is that a bunch of people say the right president is too old. We've been lying to you about how he isn't, and then he keeps running, which seems not suboptimal. Yeah. I don't know. That's not great.
Josh, go ahead.
Yeah, this may sound stupid, but I was kind of fascinated by how unspinnably bad it was. Nobody even tried to say, "Oh, he told the truth" or his policies were good, which is rare. You usually see them spin practically anything now. The fact that they admitted it was bad was kind of shocking to me a little bit.
Yeah. The only guy who attempted to spin it with a newish turn of phrase was Theo Bungler. I was shocked. I was shocked when Theo Bungler said, "Hey, we all have bad debates. This is a conversation about a bad debate performance, not the most shambolic and old flashing HP bar candidate we have ever seen in the history of presidential politics since they've been televised."
Flashing HP.
Yeah, a 90-minute medical episode.
Yeah, bad debate is not a phrase that really covers or summarizes any of this. That's really, I don't know if that was a bungler trying to shank Biden or what, but it was just it was a very pathetic attempt that I don't think anyone really bought.
I was in Atlanta for the debate, and they separate out where the candidates are from where the media is. That's pretty normal. They have the surrogates come in the room afterwards. And so before the debate, I ran into Gavin Newsom, and one of the questions I said was, hey, is this going to end the year of speculation that they're going to have to swap him out for somebody else? He said, 100%. It's ridiculous to keep asking that. And then I think really 10 minutes into the debate, it was very clear in the room. You can hear other reporters working and talking and et cetera. And it was just when he couldn't land the plane on the Medicare answer and say, we finally beat Medicare, that's when I heard 6 people around me who were all silent that go, whew, like just like sharp punch in the gut, exhaling. One of these people, the golf moment was when he just said, Jesus Christ! That wasn't me. That was somebody near me. But yeah, no one had experienced debate this bad at this level before. And Democrats are saying, yep, you're right. It was that bad. But and that was the Obama answer, I guess.
I mean, the problem with the but here, and I just want to turn to the New York Times. This is an article by Katie Rogers and Peter Baker. It says, Biden's family tells him to keep fighting as they huddle at Camp David. And it says here, Mr. Biden huddled with his wife, children, and grandchildren at Camp David while trying to figure out how to tamp down Democratic anxiety. While his relatives were acutely aware of how poorly he did against former President Donald Trump, they argued that he could still show the country that he remains capable of serving another 4 years. And I think the problem with that is, like, you can acknowledge how bad he did in the debate, but, like, I think you guys got it exactly right. Like, this is not a bad debate issue. What has happened with this debate is that the paradigm has shifted, and now the question of Biden's cognitive capacity, like his mental and physical faculties, are now fair game for journalists. I mean, like, now people are going to talk about it. They can't push it behind the curtain anymore. I mean, like, we've been talking about this since 2020 at the very least. But, like, now the question is out there, and every next time he screws up or, like, can't finish a sentence speaking off the cuff, it's going to compound the problem. It's going to get exponentially worse.
Okay, if anyone could do this, if anyone would do this and not acknowledge it and think it was totally fine, it would be the Democrats. But how do you come back, not just from that, not just from everyone thinking that, like, you know, you're probably weeks away from death, from, it is literally without precedent. Not just that, but, like, pretty much 70% of the people who actually matter in the party going, yeah, we can't do this. He's too fucking old. He's too fucking old and infirm, and this is humiliating. How do you come back from that, from your entire party saying that they enter a QuickTime event whenever they're within 20 feet of you? If they didn't already have enough stuff, if they didn't already have enough moments of video and just baffling Biden shit, like when he said that Donald Trump cheated on him, Joe Biden, with the porn star that he was pregnant with, I believe. They now have, like, Jamie Raskin and all these people saying this is untenable.
Yeah, it's the politics of resentment, I think. It's this is something that I spent some time in 2023 just trying to figure out how his administration worked, and especially after Gaza, how their foreign policy worked. And resentment is just a key word that goes back into all of this. They see everything as everything that happens to them as this story of them overcoming adversity and the haters and the doubters. And it's really kind of funny because the arc is nobody thought we could win in the 2019, in the primary when they led for all of 2019. Nobody thought we could beat Trump at race they led from start to finish. Nobody thought we could do well in the midterms, which were races he didn't run in. And yeah, it got to the point where they were trying to take credit of Andy Beshear winning in Kentucky. That was all you, man.
That's incredible.
Yeah. There's this, the opening, the thing, I think the moment that made me, kind of go from, oh, he's just kind of a regular Democrat, kind of looking at him the way I'd look at Whitmer versus seeing him as, this weird Nixonian figure was, I got the book The Last Politician by Franklin Foer, and this is how it opens. I have, the first 2 paragraphs. It says, Joe Biden's inauguration was an image in his mind. It took hold there decades earlier, and it looked something like a brisk winter's day that a nation's establishment huddled around him, wrapping its arms around the kid from Scranton. It was a triumphalist scene, but also a revenge fantasy, since Washington's liberal elite had long rolled his eyes at him, and he knew it. The constant underestimation of Joe Biden was his diesel. It propelled him to keep chasing the image over the course of 3 presidential runs. He pursued it into his late 70s, even though diminishingly few of his peers considered it plausible, and even though his inability to surrender his ambitions occasionally verged on the undignified. That is a description of Richard Nixon.
Yeah.
If Richard Nixon had to shoo off the visage of death every 20 minutes, if Richard Nixon had to tell the boat at the River Styx, hold on, I'm doing something.
Don't pay the ferryman.
This is issue in 2020. You guys talked about it too. The whole Democratic primary, Biden was still pretty old. He was sharper, and he did not lose his place like he did in this debate all the time. He had mediocre debates, but he wasn't just saying. He had the old. You were starting to see the beginnings of fading to a non-conclusion, going anyway. Like he was already doing that, but he wasn't this bad. And the argument clearly, this is obvious to everyone probably. The argument was, yes, he's old, but he can save democracy. We all need to pull in to save democracy, and that's obviously been lost. Where Democrats are now panicking that Biden will by their own dictates will destroy democracy, and they're frustrated because Biden seems to be cloistering with Hunter, among other people. The fact that Hunter's there at all, that's enough for a lot of people.
Yeah.
And saying it is worth risking democracy because I know how to do the job and I don't trust anyone, including my handpicked vice president, to do this for me. So he's gone from a elder statesman who they brought in from retirement to save them to somebody there starting really quickly to have contempt for.
The Hunter stuff is amazing.
Yeah, Dave, you mentioned Hunter. This is from the Peter Baker, Katie Rogers piece. It says, one of the strongest voices imploring Mr. Biden to resist pressure to drop out was his son, Hunter Biden, whom the president has long leaned on for advice. Said one of the people informed about the discussions, who, like others, spoke on the condition of anonymity to share internal deliberations. Hunter Biden wants Americans to see the version of the father that he knows, scrappy and in command of the facts, rather than the stumbling, aging president Americans saw on Thursday night. I mean, to that, I would add, Hunter, if you want to help your dad out here, you got to call the guy. Because if you want him to be, up after 4 p.m., he's going to need some of those moon rocks and fleet foxes that you've been keeping you up and going strong. Yeah, but then just write one more paragraph where it says, other family members are trying to figure out how they could be helpful. At least one of the president's grandchildren has expressed interest in getting more involved with the campaign, perhaps by talking with influencers on social media, according to an informed person. So they're bringing the grandkids off the bench for this, but it really is like a Biden family versus everyone else dynamic going on right now.
I love the Hunter stuff so much.
If there was a JFK deep state, I'm not saying there isn't. If there was one that was just ready to go, oiled up and attacking him, it would go after the family right now, because Biden's actually got a pretty good, I'd say, a pass from the press compared to some people who have family problems and they can't keep it out of tabloids. Hillary Clinton's ne'er-do-well brother, things like that. Biden has 2 kids. He had Beau that just devastated him, and because of that, people in the media fairly easy on the fact that he has 2 kids who have screwed up big time and left documents in places that detailed their various screw-ups, affairs, drug addictions, etc. And this clearly hurts him. And again, if somebody, you have to kind of read between the lines of what is in these papers, who is saying what. I don't think you're ever going to say, if a Democrat say, look, a guy who raised two drug addicts can't possibly be president. But this is what is bristling now. They have really been pretty chill about the way Biden's family have. I would say this: they're embracing some Republican arguments about the Biden family, because on the right, you could say for 4 years, Jill Biden is puppeting him like a Oscar the Grouch, and Hunter's a screw up, and Obama's really running the country. There are lots of things Republicans said about Biden that Democrats said that is obviously crazy, and we're not going to embrace that. If you start seeing more attacks on the family, I think you can assume this is coming from people who are just ripping the tape off and saying, that's it. We put up with too much of this. This guy has weaknesses. We need to exploit them.
Yeah, left-wing anti-Hunterism is going to be nuts. Like, they're going to start saying that, like, he's enabling Israel like he enabled Hunter.
One thing that always, like, shocked me about, like, whether you want to call it being in the tank or what, this sort of like wide berth that they give Joe with Hunter stuff is the fucking paternity test. Hunter had a paternity test suit that was running from pretty much the time Biden got inaugurated until like the midterms. And it took Hunter forever to acknowledge it. It, of course, turned out to be his kid. It was probably years before anyone even asked Biden about this. And like, usually this type of stuff is usually bullshit, but I'm sorry. If Don Jr. was in that situation, we would probably be hearing a lot of questions asked of Trump by the White House press pool.
Well, we're going to take it to the
I'm
convention, and Biden's natural-born heirs can fight it out.
Well, here's an example. This actually came up in 2019 because it was Peter Doocy, who is the Fox News reporter who Biden cannot stand and has cursed under his breath on mic before. And I remember an event in November 2019. The Arkansas paternity report had come out, and the way Doocy put it was at a normal press conference where everyone else is being polite, says, I wonder if you have a comment on this court filing that your son Hunter made you a grandfather again. And Biden said, only you would ask that. You're a good man. You're a good man. Classy. But then no other reporter followed up on it. There was just this sense that this is sleazy. He has a difficult family life. We're not going to bring this up. I mean, he has gotten the treatment that, because I think Trump exists, frankly, and because the standards all fell because of Trump. But people on the right asked this, and they've had a really great week because they're saying everything we said about Biden is going to be validated. Ha ha ha. They really just had to sit back and watch this because they were asking this, and then ABC News, etc., just didn't follow up.
Yeah, I can't believe the Michelle Obama truthers may be right.
Well, depending what sort of truth you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, God. Yeah.
I thought that's what you meant.
No. Like she would be replaced at the convention. The people unpredict it. No.
Think how funny that would be if like that turns out to be true and like we have to make a formal apology and retract our statements that Larry Sinclair was lying. Like he really did, like he really was in that limo smoking crack.
Yeah. The ultimate update to the electoral history coming soon.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello there.
Hello there.
What's up?
You missed it last night.
What happened?
It was almost the end of our Minecraft time.
What happened? What'd you do?
Well, I did a bunch of stuff. We did a bunch of things. I set up like an automated farm and like a bunch of, and then like
Oh, nice.
I made a bunch of like the best food in the game.
Uh-huh.
Like a trifle, I guess. Trifle is the best food because it's got no sugars.
Uh-huh.
And but it requires a lot of milk and cheese. And then, like that was the glitch stuff that's like a pain to make.
Uh-huh.
So we were setting up a system where we could put milk into the mainframe like we do water, right? We could just pump.
Okay.
And we're doing that, and so John was messing with a mod, and it crashed the entire server.
Oh.
And he went to go redo it, and the last backup it had made was from July 1st.
Oh, so everything... So wait, what did you guys end up doing?
So it spent like 3 hours, and like John was literally just like, he literally pulled up like the error logs from the server crashing and was trying to like
It's like reprogramming the Minecraft server.
yeah, he was like
Oh
really,
my God.
like trying to like recode the whole server.
Holy
And then
shit.
and like he did like do a few other mods to try, and the problem was he eventually figured out because like he was just like, yeah, it's either like we basically either like go back a couple days or we just stop playing Minecraft. And then he's like, well, maybe I can go in and like just like in the code and like delete what like the area that was the problem. So he found a way to find out, like, because he had to find out like what coordinates the problem was located on, but he couldn't go
what was
into
the problem then?
Game. It was the one block he had placed to get the milk to go in. Oh, crashed the whole thing.
Yeah.
And so he went in and he went in and he finally managed. He got like used a few mods to find the coordinates that the block was placed, because that's what he had like delete. So then he had to like delete the data that there was anything that existed in that spot, and eventually it like worked, and he was able to get in, and he got in, and the entire base, the whole chunk the entire base is in, was gone. It was wiped back to reset. So like,
okay, yeah, when I logged in it was like super glitchy.
Yeah, it was all gone. The whole base was like back to the original mountain that we spawned in on.
Okay.
Like only everything outside of the base, like even his like whole factory was all gone. And so then he had to go like back in, and like he managed to like disable the specific block that crashed the game.
Oh my god, that's crazy.
It was like a whole thing. It was like 4 a.m. We were just trying to like fix it.
He is the MVP.
And like Seth and John were just sitting there like reading through the code. And then John had to like buy more RAM to be able to do it or something. Like it was
holy shit. Yeah, that is fucking insane. That is MVP Giga Chad behavior.
we literally thought the server was gone, because we were like, yeah, like how I did so much stuff in the last 3 days. I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna bother coming back. I went back like 3 whole days. Seth was like, yeah, I'm probably not gonna play it anymore either. And Don was like, yeah, I'm not gonna either.
Meanwhile, I was like, I haven't played in 3 days, guys. Let's go.
Yeah, exactly. I literally, like, that was like before I even had all the leveling for the farm. Like,
so
I had, like,
so I'm
everything.
guessing we're not gonna automate milk.
No, I'm gonna have to put it in the system manually now. John like took the block and threw it away, and he's like, "You get to do this manually now."
That's so weird. Why don't you use like what Seth has, like the Ender hopper or whatever?
What does that do?
He uses it in like his mob grinder to literally, it sucks in. It's like more powerful than a magnet, and it just sucks in any blocks that's like around it.
It just like sucks smoke into his inventory?
No, it's so anything that's on the ground, it sucks. And like around it in a big area. So like I don't know if you can like somehow automate milking the cows, and then that thing can suck it up and put it in the inventory.
Yeah, if I can automate milking the cows and like store it in a container, that'd be that's like basically what we were trying to do though.
Yeah, we want to be careful with that.
John was trying to milk the cow, yeah.
Or what we'll do now is we can maybe try to do it, but we'll just manually back it up before we do any crazy shit like that. So, I mean, we can manually save it, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we could just manually save it, and then that way, if it fucks, we don't have to recode the whole server. Oh my god, John saved us with that one.
He also crashed it, but yes, he saved it.
Yeah, I think many of the things they said about Biden, etc., are going to be were false and were just malicious. But this is if you deny people a nut and then they find it and they were right about something. Yeah, people start asking questions about it. It really is just Trump who has this invincibility where people will find out something was true and say, you know what, I like the way he hugs the flag, and I'm gonna be fine with this. And just Biden got a lot of that benefit of the doubt no longer really.
Just another headline from the Times here from July 1st. This is the headline is, in a staring contest with Democratic voters, Joe Biden hasn't blinked. And I love the staring contest metaphor about Biden, but I also, because he was like a lot of staring off into. He's winning a staring contest against dead space in a room right now.
Yeah, he has a staring contest every morning. He gets up and looks in the mirror.
But I mean, I think it's like that they're just outright saying that this election is a contest between Joe Biden and Democratic Party voters. That he's going to win. It's crazy.
Doubters.
Yeah,
the haters and doubters.
I mean, Josh. It speaks to the Nixonian quality to this guy. But I want to talk about like what where do they go now? And I want to turn to Axios. This is by Mike Allen and Jim Vandehei. It says, "Behind the curtain, Biden's salvation plan." And I just want to go through sort of like it says. The biggest argument will be that Biden won the Democratic primaries overwhelmingly, and that result is final. I love that line. I've been hearing that a lot. It's like the primaries are over, and the people chose Joe Biden. It's like, what primary? I mean, I suppose he was running against uncommitted in Michigan and a few other states, but there was no primary. I mean, this is Joe Biden. And it says here, okay, the first big bullet point here is dismiss, quote, bedwetting. The official White House and campaign line is, this is much ado about nothing, that Biden works so hard that it drains his young staff. And I heard the bedwetting line immediately after the debate, and it's just like, it is egregious malpractice to use the phrase bedwetting in conjunction with an issue where the issue is the fact that people think he's too old. You don't want to remind people about incontinence when you're bringing up how he's not, he's up for the job.
Well, also, like, it's very self-contradictory because, like, obviously they're in different contexts, but you can't accuse people of bedwetting and freaking out and then go, it's this guy or the country ends.
Yeah.
Like, that immediately throws the use of bedwetting out the fucking window.
Yeah. I mean, it's a hard balancing act because they're saying, like, nobody freak out about the debate, nobody wet their pants, but at the same time, certainly in light of the recent Supreme Court rulings, they're saying that, like, this is an election that will either preserve or end American democracy or what the threadbare remnants of it. I mean, like, how are they trying to manage that cognitive dissonance?
They're just sticking to it. They're pointing to the money he's raised. He has raised pretty good money since the debate. Republicans haven't said how much money they've raised. And if you ask Democratic voters, they're, I'm about to say pot committed. I could say pot committed. Just you're at that point where the uncertainties of getting rid of the nominee are so vast that they're kind of scary. So they're really just defending, in light of what you just quoted there. Hey, we had a primary. There was a chance to replace him. Nobody took it. This is our guy. There's also some second order political science worry that an incumbent president is just more electable than anyone else. I've never liked that stuff just because. I hate it. Well, like, you're on the same page that there just aren't that many presidential elections. It's not like putting a bunch of like baseball games into the Bill James machine and coming out with averages. Right. It's like there's never been an 81-year-old president ever. There is not a precedent you can point to for this. But that's kind of what they've been saying. Even that whole we're going to defend democracy argument, there's already a little bit of backfire, but something that's not going according to script on that, which is Jared Golden, who's this, not even that conservative, but like a moderate Democrat in Maine, rural Maine, had an op-ed today after the weekend saying, Donald Trump is going to win the election, and everything my party's saying about how democracy is at risk is not actually true. And that's not the sort of thing that you say if you have a nominee riding herd on the party. They clearly, I really have never seen anything like this, where like Kerry was losing at points, Obama was losing at some points, Hillary was losing at some points, but never this. The closest I came was when Hillary fainted after 9/11. Not after the 9/11, after 9/11 memorial.
Well, we just don't know.
Yeah.
We just don't know, Dave.
But Donna Brazile admitted after the fact, hey, I thought about whether I could replace this ticket with Cory Booker and Joe Biden, with Joe Biden at the top and Cory Booker on the bottom. I looked into it. I was really panicked. So Democrats have panicked very quietly and then admitted after the election. Maybe that would have been a good idea if we just swapped out the ticket. Like they don't have a consistent message because they're panicking. It's very hard to be consistent when you're panicking. They really are. They're not. I mean, there are times people say panic, and indeed, if you talk to the Democrats who really know stuff, it's all BS. But not this time. They really don't know what's going on.
Yeah, the Jared Golden op-ed was annoying because he was on some Reddit shit. He was like, I'm going to stand up against the old guard Republicans who are going to try to make Trump be corporate. It's like, shut up, man. That's annoying. Thinking too hard. Okay,
Yeah.
Matt Walsh. Like, come on, dude.
Yeah, but he doesn't do that if the parties. The other thing is a lot of reporting was pointed out Biden's just not calling people. And if you have a president who says, everyone's worried, I'm going to go down the phone tree and say, hey, buddy, I'm still the guy that could come out there and campaign for you. Even if they don't believe him, they have the conversation. It's really hard to just say to a president, stop doing this. And he's not doing that. He's been really cloistered, so
That was
everyone's
supposed to
kind
be
of
his thing.
leaving the reservation. Yeah.
I don't think even the White House is offering Biden services as a campaigner unless it's like a direct threat. Come out for us, and we're going to go to your district and campaign for you.
Yeah. I mean, like, this is already very, very dicey for Democrats in like in competitive state races, because I mean, like, they're feeling this is like an anchor around them. But I want to go to some of these other salvation points here. Number 2 was squeeze polls for juice. Biden's allies are circulating polls and focus group results showing the debate did little to change the dynamics of the race. I mean, Josh, you're a poll watcher. What are the polls? I mean, are there any juice to be squeezed out of these polls for Biden? I mean, everything I've seen looks pretty bad.
Yeah, there was the one like immediate poll that came out, I think, by one of those daily trackers, like Morning Consult or something, that showed like no change. But we've had stuff come out since then, and it's ranged from like bad to downright horrific for him. There was the CNN poll today that had him done by 6. There was that one, and Camel only done by 2. There was the one like big kind of like list of alternatives. So they polled in swing states that had like hit Biden being the worst performing Dem by far, Whitmer and actually Pete Buttigieg of all people being the ones leading in 270 electoral votes worth of states. Both if you adjust for name recognition and very close to like leading outright if you don't. So like the idea that he's lost support and that there are alternatives who significantly outpoll him isn't really a hypothetical at this point. Like, it's not like you're like, oh, look at these Senate races. None of these like candidates are particularly spectacular. You can assume it's because of Biden's age. We're literally seeing like practically every alternative outrunning him. And it's very clear right now that the issue is age. It's not ideology. It's not wokeness. It's not like any extraneous factor like Trump becoming more popular compared to the average Republican. This is a uniquely Biden issue. So it makes kind of the question of replacing him weirdly. I mean, there's obviously tons of uncertainty, but like it removes a very big problem, very specific to him that practically nobody else would have. And they'll be on their real clear politics shit. They'll like try to like look at like cherry pick some stuff to say that it didn't impact stuff. But either way, like first, like this debate was supposed to be something that outright moved you ahead. You were going to show the contrast with yourself and Trump. You did in a certain way, and it didn't work out as you wanted. But like they're trying to spin just stagnating as a win, which is just blatant spin.
And Josh, It wasn't so much. They wanted to make the comparison between Biden and Trump, hot off the heels of Trump's felony convictions, but also they wanted to like lock in June that this is the contest. It's Trump and Biden, and like no matter how the voters feel, they may want something different. These are your two options, and like that comparison could have not have gone worse for them on both counts.
And it's rough because I saw the vision for this strategy. I wrote like a couple months ago, like the path for Biden to win. And what I noticed looking at like kind of the more really like detailed polls like New York Times was that there was a big difference between like very engaged voters and not engaged voters, where very engaged voters were a lot more pro-Biden and not engaged voters were more pro-Trump. And this was brought up to explain why Democrats had done so well in the special elections and why that didn't necessarily mean the polls were wrong. And a lot of pro-Biden people were really pissed off about this because it took their best argument and sort of took it away. But the way I looked at it was, well, this kind of shows that like maybe there are some reasons why the people who aren't paying attention don't like him, but it might just be because they're not paying attention, and just getting them to pay more attention to the race could move them to be more like the people who are paying attention. And so I saw like the conviction as a good sign for him. He did move up a bit after that. The debate was supposed to be like hypothetically, theoretically, could have been a real moment with the really high coverage where you get people to realize what the choice is and remember what they don't like about Trump. But instead of remembering what they didn't like about Trump, they remembered what they don't like about Biden. Not only that, but like it was worse than they even imagined. So it takes the dynamic that you could have seen that could have potentially led to him winning like kind of solidly. He wasn't down by that much in the pivotal states, and has reversed it where he's the one with the downward momentum instead of Trump. So like it's just the ideal outcome here is out of the cards, and that puts him in a very perilous position no matter which way you spin it.
The poll that they posted, like to stem the bleeding and stop everyone from freaking out and bedwetting, was a poll where it's basically like, see, he's losing by pretty much the same amount as before.
Yeah.
Like, you really don't want to fucking be in that position.
After 2022, when they won like races in every single swing state, it's just like, it's insane that they think they can argue that that's acceptable. Like the Republicans are not a strong political movement.
No, their signature issue is like a unique liability that pretty much like just disqualifies like nearly half the population from voting for them, more or less. Like, it's not this unstoppable juggernaut. And I feel like all the arguments for Biden hinge on that idea that Trump is this electoral fucking monster that no one knows how to deal with.
Yeah, it's like, oh, he's the only guy who's ever beaten him. Like, I guess technically, but like you also had people who won in Michigan by 11 points against his handpicked candidates.
It's exactly like what you guys said, where it's like, okay, if there were like 50 elections a year and the only one Trump ever lost was against Biden, okay, maybe. But yeah, no, there aren't that many fucking elections. I'm sorry.
There are 160 plus games in a regular season of baseball. There have only been 46 presidents of the United States. So there's not that much data to go on. I just want to go back to the list here. One of the bullet points is limit dissent. Biden allies helped orchestrate the supportive tweets by former Presidents Clinton and Obama. Those happened after furious back-channeling by allies.
That's a Biden win, getting those tweets out there. Put that on Biden wins.
But I guess I'm staying here in Wisconsin with Captain's family right now, and I gotta pass along. Calvin's dad asked me last night, like, what would you do if you were advising Biden? And he was like, well, let me stop you there. What would you do if you were advising Biden and you couldn't tell him to resign immediately? So, like, what are the realistic options for the Democratic Party now? Because, like, one is doing what they're doing now. They seem to be, if Biden is in control or his family's in control, they're just going to batten down the hatches and just tough this one out, limit his exposure. But, like, Dave, like, realistically, like, what would replacing him on the ticket look like with Kamala or the convention, or what? Like, how would that process play out? What would that look like?
So he would have to resign the nomination. You know, every time they accept the nomination, they say, I accept the nomination. He just wouldn't do that. He'd say, I thank the delegates, yada, yada, but I've determined I can't run. And in that case, they're mostly picked already because the primaries ended last month. There's delegates that would meet to pick the new nominee, and they're 99% Biden delegates. There are 37 uncommitted delegates, and 3,900 something Biden delegates. So it would be basically Joe Biden's party, and Joe Biden's party would well, I'd say for two things. But everything logical would pick Kamala Harris. People bellyache about this, but one problem is that there is this thing called the Biden-Harris campaign that's been raising hundreds of millions of dollars and making all these ad reservations for the rest of the year. And if you replace that with the Wes Moore, I don't know, Mark Cuban ticket, well, that would help because he has money. But if you replace that with a ticket, you just wouldn't have that committee. They'd be tied up in court arguing that they can use the Biden money. The Biden money could be donated to a super PAC that then makes new ad reservations. There's all these complications. The easiest thing would be as if he just something happened to him. I don't know why I'm being like a Twitch streamer trying not to use death words because I feel like I don't be demonetized.
Yeah, if they got unalived Biden.
Yes. And to be clear, Secret Service, I am not calling for this. I'm saying on paper, those are the rules in the states. Like if that happens, then you say, all right, well, there's a running mate and they're the nominee. And so the convention there would be a media frenzy about who the VP nominee is. Or whatever. There are already discussions about. A lot of this is fantasy football happening right now, but the actual rules are okay. The party does this, and you've seen David Sachs, the first person I saw in this, which I don't know what that says because his takes are always bad. His takes always make no sense. But he was kind of taking out this like self-insurrection argument. He was saying that if Democrats did that since they had a primary, they would be destroying democracy inside the party. And I read that and my eyes started to roll back in my head. So I don't think that'll be super convincing to a lot of people. I think it would be seen as, oops, a crisis, and they all defended the wrong guy for too long, and now they have a new nominee. It would be ugly, but it'd be impossibly ugly if they say, you know what? We told you for 4 years both that Joe Biden was young enough to be president and that Kamala Harris could take over if something happened. And we lied to you about all of that. So here's a new ticket of different people.
Well, we said we said we would only serve one fucking term. What happened to that? What happened to any of it?
Well, technically, he just said he would be a bridge president, and you can be a bridge president while serving 2 terms. Just because he said he wasn't the future doesn't mean that he doesn't have to be a decade-defining fucking Reagan-esque figure like he wants to be at 86.
They were super careful. They would let it be known through aides that he thought about this, and then he decided not to. And it's same the reason that McCain thought about this and never did it. Because when you poll it, and every voter says, "Gosh, an old president, I don't want that," and they pull it back. But he never went on the record and said, "I'm only a one-term president." But yes, lots of people. I met them. Voters are normal. They're not reading every single article about this. I met people who don't like Kamala Harris because they just don't know who she is. But I met normal voters who voted and they thought, yeah, I thought the deal was that he was going to do it one term. And I was surprised that he's still the nominee. There's a lot of those people.
Narratively, that's perfect. Narratively, that's so perfect. The idea of him coming out of retirement, fixing the country or whatever, beating Trump and then handing it off. That gives him such a coherent role in history. It matches very perfectly. That's the type of thing that historians would just love. And it would, if he just decided, I think he would be relatively popular now if he just decided, he said he wasn't going to seek a second term. He would be an uncontroversial figure, to a certain degree. But, and one thing that really weirded me out was that, it's this one article said Biden won't step down unless he's sure that, people won't see him as, this, quitter or, he has to be sure that he'll be remembered as the guy who beat Trump. It's you already beat him. You're the president, man. People are going to respect you, second term or not. The way you get them to see you as a failure and a loser, like all your 70s Delaware columnists who still live in your head rent-free described you as, is if you lose to Trump. That's how you get remembered as a loser.
Also, okay, I don't think Trump winning is necessarily, the end of the country, but just on abortion stuff alone, the policies and everything are horrifying. And there is some credence to the idea that I guess it's either this or Kamala or this horrific set of outcomes, right? But you can't say that and then the reason that you're risking the election is that Biden will feel bad about his legacy if he quits.
Yeah.
Is this important or not?
Right.
Is this so important that everyone has to fucking hold their nose and just do whatever and ignore Gaza and all of this? Or is it trifling enough that we're going to risk this entire thing based on what a guy who's probably not going to be alive in 3 years thinks about himself. What the fuck?
If a time traveler went to Hillary Clinton in summer 2015 and said, "Look, I'm from the future. James Comey screws you at the last minute," very friendly ghost who speaks her language. You're going to lose the election to Donald Trump. There's nothing you can do about it. And she kept plowing. You might say, well, that's pretty selfish if she knew she was going to lose. And this is the thing where Democrats have. I think this is why this is so traumatic. A few voters I talked to in Wisconsin compared this to just the feeling they had election night 2016. Was just, oh God, it's happening again, where we have everything lined up to beat Donald Trump and we're going to screw it up somehow. That's the issue, is that they know that there is probably a different way to do this, and the person saying, just trust me, and not sacrificing anything, because that would be a huge sacrifice. The democracy is so important that I'm not going to run for president again. I'm going to give up everything that I worked for my entire career. That would be impressive, and he's just not doing it. They're doing it. They're giving their money every month. They're people who want the presidency and decided not to run in the primary. Everyone else sacrificed, except for Joe Biden.
Yeah, people are sacrificing. I mean, migrants are sacrificing. They have to now live in detention centers because his fucking popularist team decided that they needed to adopt right-wing immigration policies to get a slight messaging advantage over Trump. There is the report that trans people, he might have backtracked on trans rights. Those people are going to have to suffer for Biden, but he can't be asked because it'll make him feel bad. The only actual point, argument you could make that would be somewhat coherent is arguing that he's uniquely indispensable, which was kind of the way people pushed Hillary, that she was just this uniquely competent iron lady who needed to be president. She was the most qualified person. And I guess that kind of she was a very singular figure. So I guess theoretically that made sense. And maybe for Biden, because he's so experienced, it's you need him to handle these crises. You can't do that after last Thursday. It's over. You can't push it.
I love the idea of Joe Biden visiting Hillary Clinton like Marley's ghost. And these poles I wear, I forged in life, Jack. But on the question of Felix, your point about the stakes of this election, which have been brought into stark relief by the Supreme Court decisions, one basically overturning the regulatory state, and the other immunizing Donald Trump from any other president from, quote, official acts committed while in office. And then Biden's statement the other night, where he read from a teleprompter and spoke for about 5 minutes. I think the thing that really sums it up is when he closed by saying, "I dissent." He's fucking Sotomayor. He's a justice and not a politician, not the executive of the country who has power to do something about this.
Who are you dissenting against? Your own bodily functions? But your brain saying, Joe, we're about to die soon.
But Josh, let me put to you the Catherine Dad question. If you were advising Biden and resigning the office immediately was not on the table, what would you be telling him now? Is there any way for him to continue to run this campaign, or what would a competently run just generic Democratic presidential campaign right now look like?
But you gotta kind of think big. The thing I thought about last night was, why aren't they running a constitutional amendment that says the presidents don't have the divine right of kings? That could be somewhat splashy. It would get people's attention. It might put some Republicans in a tough spot. It's just I always try to give him the benefit of the doubt whenever I wrote about this over the past year or so. I was well, I'll assume that he's capable of doing these things. It's basically what everybody's saying. You have to give town halls. You have to give big press conferences. You have to show that you can give speeches and interact with people without a teleprompter. You got to really go balls to the wall. I think his schedule this week has basically nothing on it. You need to immediately start talking to people. The fact that he talked to Hunter before he talked to Hakeem Jeffries. Imagine how he feels, because he's facing the least productive congressional majority in history with majority of 2 votes. Republicans are resigning en masse. He had redistricting go in his favor. Somewhat, and it looks like the most layup speakership of all time, and then Biden does that, and then he doesn't even give him a call. Come on, he's got to feel pretty shitty. And this is supposed to be what Biden was great at. He was supposed to be the great backslapper that Obama never would be, and he doesn't seem to really be living up to that.
No, yeah, that was. Talk about abandoned Biden sales pitches. Look, you guys may like Bernie's plans, but no one's as good at handshakes as old Joe. Just wait till he gets in there and starts working the phone. It seems like he, the moment he picks up a phone, he dies instantly.
Yeah.
He cannot complete the call.
He's like me when anyone actually calls my phone. I have a dementia induced episode anytime anyone tries to call me on the phone these days, which you should never do if you're listening to this show. But yeah, so Dave, people may not like Kamala because they don't know her, but given that she's the most realistic, sub to come off the bench for Biden, what is that like? Who would be her running mate? Who's on the short list for that? Should they move Kamala in there? And why aren't more Democrats talking up Kamala right now? And what are her have you noticed anything from the people around her about how they're trying to position themselves now as the obvious replacement as the vice president?
Oh, they're being very careful because I was talking to Matt Gaetz on debate night, and that was his first reaction. Is Kamala's going to be checking his pulse every time she shakes his hand. That they wanted to. One, they know Republicans don't like Kamala and have been trying to say for 4 years that Biden is the friendly old man face on the socialism of Kamala Harris. But that kind of frayed over the years. If you go back and look at how they were attacking Harris in early 2021, it was that she was the avatar of the left inside the White House. And then she just had some specific screw-ups that I wouldn't say destroyed, but hurt her public image, and they stopped caring. They just said, this is not somebody we need to take seriously. She's never going to win. Trump will flatten her. And so the Kamala people are staying very quiet. And the polling from CNN today was you couldn't get anyone to talk about it because that's the sin you cannot commit. Even LBJ was not going around back-channeling reporters. You know who actually could win Texas against Goldwater. But he did other things. But
yeah.
I mean, he had the courtesy to do that other thing before that. There used to be some sense of propriety.
But they're not talking about it. But you can't even get them to comment on this poll. But the theory basically is that she has been defined by two groups of people on the left who always disliked her because they thought she was a phony running in 2020 and grabbing onto Bernie's message without understanding it, which I think even Bernie would agree with parts of. And then conservatives who just think she's a joke, and you see the same loop of the coconut tree not even a gaffe, just an odd story, right? And some of the more word salady things about we being unburdened by that which came before, but not that which is.
That's facts.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Yeah, it's true.
Care.
I want to be like that.
The theory is that image is so lousy that she, as somebody who is young enough to be trained and do well in public speeches, that actually, if you look at her, if you look at her on the stump in the last few months, she's defensive, but usually defensive when being asked about Biden. She's not the kind of person, kind of no Democrat is, who would take a question about abortion and then somehow bring up the rape committed by an illegal immigrant and how that's a problem. There are just basic performance issues that she would fly over is the idea. They won't talk about in public she supports Joe Biden, but you don't sign up to be vice president unless you think you could also do the job and do the job better. And that's their headset. The thing though is she's shed a ton of staff over the years. She doesn't have this brain trust that's locked up with her doing this because she's laid off staff have left because she has just made mistakes usually related to not prepping for something important. She's giving a speech and she kind of wings it instead of going to the prepared remarks because she didn't read them. That's damaging. But they're thinking now, in a short general election, could she tack that in? Probably. And then for her running mate, I'm going to be clear on that this is just Democrats kind of riffing, like Democratic members of Congress and people behind the scenes. A white male governor somewhere, of which they have a few. They got Roy Cooper in North Carolina. They have Tim Walz in Minnesota. Roy Cooper's term limited, so he's retiring anyway. Walz could run without giving his seat up. And they just say there would be somebody safe in a swing state that you can put on the ticket, which they didn't have 4 years ago. They had those governors, they weren't ready to run for president yet. Somebody like that. So it'd be, hey, everybody, here's the vice president you thought you hated. She's not that bad. Here is a white Democratic governor. You love those guys. You've been wishing we'd want one of those guys for years. That'd be the ticket. It's just one, probably Cooper or Walz. I've not heard anyone else named specifically because Josh Shapiro is interested in running for president and has modeled his entire public speech pattern after Barack Obama. But I've not heard him in this mix in the same way that he would want the vice presidency in this method. But this is the thing: everyone is being this is real Veep hours where people are real in the loop hours.
Yeah.
Where people cannot say this stuff. Like it makes you realize how much of normal political discourse is frivolous, because they'll riff on this stuff until it's serious, and then they do not want to be tied to the speculation. It's just like members of Congress who have no skin in the game that I'm texting with, who are like saying, "I don't know, this guy looked good on TV."
That's real. The problem with Cooper, I heard, is that if he leaves the state of North Carolina, Mark Robinson becomes acting governor, so he cannot like leave the state without like that guy being in charge effectively. He has not left North Carolina, I think, in years for that reason.
Oh man, I'm really channeling the full Renfield Democratic strategist mindset. But like they're trying to beat Mark Robinson for governor this year, and they have the attorney general who's fairly popularly running. And anything that made Mark Robinson more famous, they like that idea. Like any news cycle
strategy.
Oh yeah, which worked great for him. I haven't checked yet what happened there. But like in North Carolina, they're like, hey, a headline that says crazy North Carolina governor just made straight marriage mandatory or whatever. Like they're not worried about that. But they're willing to throw that. That's one sacrifice they're willing to make for democracy. Is like maybe a few weeks of Mark Robinson being governor.
I mean, I think at the very least, Kamala would be able to speak cogently about the Democrats' number one issue, which is abortion. So, Josh, what do you think? Are we de facto? Are we just all K-Hive now? Do we have to break out the Kamala apology forums?
I've been on that shit since like February. I like don't care. I've been an age truther for so fucking long. I can't like say it's not a little bit cathartic that this like people have finally like what I think woken up, because he was down on the polls since like September. This isn't like the risk isn't exactly new. But yeah, I mean, like I went through that article and it's like all this stuff about like him being, a lot of it was kind of like the circumstances of how Kamala even got here in the first place, which I do think are interesting. But the thing that made me interested in her, even as far back as February, is that she seemed to have kind of an understanding of the election that like a very spite-driven Biden just doesn't have. Like there was this one, like her team started leaking a bunch of stuff in February about Gaza and other stuff. That like, I mean, obviously you only leak stuff that makes you look good, but the fact that she thought it would make her look good, I thought showed a certain level of understanding. And it was like she was like saying, "Oh, I'm actually pressing for a ceasefire." Or there's a CNN article about how she met with all these governors and they all slammed Biden's campaign. And instead of calling them bedwetters and like complaining, she was like, "Okay, what do you want to do to make it better? Like, how can we work together on this?" And I read that and it was legitimately kind of refreshing. It's like, it's not like she's some kind of masterful politician or amazing candidate in a vacuum, but it's like in the land of the blind, the one-eyed woman is queen, I guess. Like,
It's in the same way that Ansbach in Shadow of the Erd Tree seems like the nicest guy ever because he just has a smidgen of self-awareness and humility in a world filled with mass murderers and sex maniacs.
100%. I think that's a great comparison.
Yeah, she's Ansbach.
Yeah,
she's Ansbach just by having a normal person's. Well, I wouldn't say normal person, but like
Ansbach isn't normal.
A cogent appraisal. You know, she comes off way better. I am ready to go to just dive into an illusion here. Her campaign colors were the same colors of the original print run of The Wretched of the Earth. Are you ready to nuke Israel?
Yeah, her parents were Marxist scholars. She was a DA. Ansbach worked for Moog, and he's cool.
Yeah.
Like, people can change.
Yeah. No, yeah. People
Maybe those truant kids were actually just being tricked by Bicola. You don't know that.
Yeah. Mesmer was a DA, and we all love him.
I know.
Yeah. He's tough, but fair. You know, as long as we're talking about Elden Ring again, you know, what is it like? You can pick up items that are like turtle meat or like a turtleneck to eat, right? Like to get some health back or whatever.
You're not even talking
Well, as long as we're talking about various meats to eat, we got to talk about the RFK Jr. story from this week because we have another election.
You're the only chatter again.
Wow.
You're schizo chatting.
That's rude to your chatter.
Sup, Minecraft. Oh no, It's not you. I have a new. Thank you, friend. Welcome to the gameplay. We're doing high level gameplay here, friend.
Told you, and yeah,
Eating
high-level
dogs is becoming an issue.
in the crazy
Once again,
podcast
he's
background.
this week,
Yeah.
Richard Nixon has been vindicated when he said it's not illegal if the president does it. He's been vindicated by the Supreme Court, and Barack Obama has been vindicated by RFK Jr. for it's okay to eat dogs. I just want to read here. This is from last year. Robert Kennedy Jr. texted a photograph to a friend. In the photo, RFK Jr. was posing alongside an unidentified woman with the barbecued remains of what appears to be a dog. Kennedy told the person who was traveling to Asia that he might enjoy a restaurant in Korea that served dog on the menu, suggesting Kennedy had sampled dog. The photo was taken in 2010, according to the digital file's metadata, the same year he was diagnosed with a dead tapeworm in his brain. A veterinarian who examined the photograph says the carcass is a canine, pointing to the 13 pairs of ribs, which include the telltale floating rib found in dogs. But so you look.
What's so insane about this is like, okay, like I get like I think there's a coherent and cogent argument that I kind of agree with as far as like eating dogs and cats, where it's like it's no more weird at the end of the day, at least
And eating a
morally,
pig. I mean,
than
pigs are
eating a
smarter
pig.
than dogs. Yeah.
than eating a pig, right, or eating a lamb or whatever, right? Like I think that's definitely true. But like, regardless of what you eat, regardless of the meat you eat, have you ever taken like an entire pig that was on a barbecue and held it up and be like, I'm eating this
With your mouth
not
open.
like a part of it, which would be like weird enough, but the entire carcass.
Like a carcass,
Hey,
yeah.
look at what I'm eating. It's so weird. He is such a fucking weird and annoying person.
He's letting this come out just like it's not even like with Trump where he like tanked all these scandals to become president. It's just for like 9% of the vote max.
Well, he's also the anti-Biden because it's the Kennedys who are ratting him out on this. Like, if you look at the sourcing in Joe Higgins' article,
Yeah.
his entire family is like, what do I got? Let me search my email. My
It's so
email
good.
file of dumb shit RFK sent me. Here you go. Here's the
They hate
folder.
him so much. They hate
Yeah, they-
him so much.
They're talking about his drug use and not current. Like he's talked about his heroin use and all that, but they're really just speculating about him as to destroy him. Like it took them a while because they were doing all these events with Biden where they didn't really say much about RFK. They just said they were sad, and they're going full October Oppo on their brother, which I haven't seen before. Not with a Kennedy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's July. Imagine what they have. God.
He
AFK
like
keeps
unsurprisingly, there's
What?
like I don't know if you
Guys,
guys
this is
saw
JFK.
this the Vanity Fair, I think it was, article about him and the babysitter.
Yeah.
Like a pretty
Is that what your podcast?
horrific
Yeah.
accusation.
Yeah, this is my podcast as
And
well.
his response was, "I'm not a church boy."
choir boy, I think he
fuck are
said.
you
He said
talking
church
about?
boy. He
Church
said
boy?
church boy.
What?
We haven't
the
even
fuck?
gotten to his ex-wife's suicide note.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty rough as well.
It's just such a weird fucking candidate because it's like, okay, what do I bring to the table? I bring the exact positions and incoherence in Joe Biden's campaign that everyone hates. The biggest policy liabilities of his campaign, I have those. I sound like shit. And I also have Trump's sexual history.
And worst issue.
Vote for me.
Worse,
And worst
significantly
issues, he's
worse
opposed
than
to
Trump's
abortion.
sexual history.
Yeah, no, it's Jesus Christ.
I mean, like,
Yeah.
Who is this for?
He was trying to take advantage of the fact that most of the country didn't want a Biden-Trump rematch, which, sure, that's fair. That shows in the polling. And then it's kind of an indictment of him that when 70% of the country said we don't want this, 8%
Yeah.
said, yeah, we'll settle for
Yeah.
you.
No,
Yeah.
this is it. This should be such a layup for like a viable third-party candidate with name recognition. Like these,
I don't think your farm's
not
working
only are
right,
these
Jared.
two horrific candidates. They're two horrific candidates.
It's only
that are
mining
known
one little- it's only,
qualities
like,
that everyone's kind of
harvesting one little
fucking
block.
sick of.
Yeah, Ross
one-
Perot wins the
which one?
majority in this
The
year.
automatic one.
It's amazing. It's
The one
amazing.
underneath?
Yeah.
I hope that like
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if
I
it's
don't know.
important enough for this to happen
Was it
for there to
full?
be like a game change.
No, I
type
keep
book
emptying it, but it's only
about,
like cycling
the
one
RFK
corner of
campaign,
it.
but
It's
I
not
hope-
cycling
I
the
hope
whole
there is
thing.
one.
and a TV movie.
The last time I saw him was at the Libertarian Convention, where it was very strange. So he showed up. First of all, he has a joke he makes now about the brain worm, where if there's a crazy
Yeah, most of that
idea,
one is
in this case
technology.
it's spying on people.
The
He
what?
says, I don't
Most of that
support
one is
that.
from
Maybe
Science
the
Technology.
worm ate that part of
Maybe he'll have to take a look at it.
my brain, and it doesn't get a big laugh
Oh my god!
because people just feel it's a little too strange. So in a room of libertarians, he made that joke,
Yeah, that's
and it
too
was
weird
like,
for them. Yeah.
yeah, not a big response. And then so he showed up. He didn't really work for the nomination, and then the last day when they were voting on the nominee, he hadn't put his name in. So the party chair called him live and asked if he was willing to do it, and then he recorded a video saying, "Sure, I'm in." But it was one of those phone videos where you could see the thumb blurring out part of the image. So he just, from his backyard, recorded this video that they played on a short delay of him saying, "Yeah, please, I'd love to be your nominee," and then he lost. So this is another thing. I think the Kennedys do not like being embarrassed as much as anybody else, and I wonder how much of their willingness to share the worst stories they've ever heard of their brother came about because he just has face planted harder than it. There's so many. I'm not going to make Kenny joke on this. There are people who can. He face planted to a degree that none of them have when they run for office. Joe Kennedy losing to Ed Markey was kind of embarrassing. It was embarrassing that his dad had to spend a bunch of money on a super PAC and didn't do anything, but not I lost to the Libertarians embarrassing.
Yeah. Total aside, completely irrelevant, but I cannot believe the Mises Caucus lost that shit. I cannot believe they lost the nomination.
Because their nominee took an edible before his speech and then tried to spend So, sorry.
This is the von Mises Caucus, the Austrian Economics Caucus. Yeah.
Yeah, they lost. They nominated a Reddit guy from 2012 as their nominee.
So they had this guy, Michael Rechtenwald, who they built up for years. There was going to be another podcast guy called Dave Smith who decided not to run because he didn't think he'd be a good candidate. He's
from Legion of Skanks, by the way, Dave Smith. He really is.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Rechtenwald was just more of the guy who writes the books you can buy online about libertarianism and gold, et cetera, et cetera. And he was running, and so the day that Trump showed up at the convention, he got a speaking slot right in front of Trump, and then he was able to do a press conference on stage after Trump, and he was just off it. You could tell there was something wrong. He was the guy who's normally good at talking. The rumor spread that he'd taken an edible, and then he consumed the edible. He confirmed that he took this edible before going on stage. He had no idea he was people back on. In the press conference, he just got tired of the questions and said, "I'm going to leave," and walked away. And then the next day, to spin why he did this, he said, "I am high on liberty." And it did not work. He lost the nomination.
I'm going to leave now. I literally did that when I ran into one of my best friend's fathers when I was on mushrooms in college.
You just had to walk away?
Yeah, no, he just started talking to me, and I was like, I need to leave now, and walked away. But I guess to wrap things up here, like, I don't know. Like, there's some all hands meeting tomorrow at the White House. Who knows what'll come out of that? But like, now we are in like the King Lear part of this presidency and really American democracy. And the question is, will Biden be able to determine who is the good daughter or not? And I guess I'll just ask Josh first, then you, Dave. If you had to bet, how is this going to shake out over the next week? Are they gonna stick with Biden, or are we going to see a change?
Oh boy, this is the podcast recorded and it's online forever. So, I think the way things are going, for the first time, I think Biden might say that he has to make a decision for the good of the country and step aside. If he doesn't, then like I was saying, it snaps back to it's like one of those things where the lights turn on at an orgy and everyone's naked and everyone's embarrassed. Everyone in the party has said a version of this guy is too old to do it, and either he needs to get much better quickly as he ages in a month, or we have to drop him. For them to go back and say, you know what, didn't mean it. Sorry that I trashed my president and said he's incompetent. I think that's just going to be so tough that it's going to be untenable. So I'm seeing the path to Biden saying I can't do this. Yeah, I'm going to stick with that. If I keep talking, I'm gonna make it boring.
Yeah. No,
I agree with that. Basically, I'd add on that another structural thing, like for like the vision here, which I also have come around to seeing, is the donors who are giving their own money to this. Like, if you reach a certain point where he's losing in like New Mexico and Colorado and Virginia, and he's refusing to step out, he's calling everybody bedwetters. Like, he is so condescending to like the donors which is so like fucking strange to me. Like, I mean, I get like being mean to the voters or like the other politicians who you don't respect, but these guys are giving you like 7 figures, and you're like going up to them and patting them on the head and saying you're a fucking bedwetter, fuck you. It's just like they are really lost in the sauce of the kind of Nixonian psychodrama that I think they've been going through like for the past number of years. And if he can't really just demonstrate a display of like kind of vitality in a way that I don't know is still possible for him. Like, there's obviously the issue with the elected officials saying it, but like, fundamentally, if you can't fundraise the campaign and there's like a donor strike, rubber kind of meets the road. Push comes to shove. Like, I don't know how he can justify it, even to himself, continuing this, unless he legitimately thinks that preserving his dignity is so important here, which he might because he's psychotic. But I mean, we'll see.
I mean, if preserving his dignity is a factor, it's hard to imagine the people around him haven't, had a serious conversation with him at this point. But yeah.
Yeah,
Felix,
I
go
just
ahead.
don't see how you can go to convention. I don't see how you can go to convention, run ads, put your candidate out there.
That's what's going on.
After, again, over half the people that actually matter in the party and elected positions go, this is fucked up. He can't be president. You just can't. I'm sorry, you cannot. If anyone would like go ahead with that after all of that has been done, it would be the Democrats, as I said at the beginning.
Yeah.
But like, I don't know how you can allow yourself to do that.
Well, we shall see. Like I said, this podcast will probably be rendered irrelevant by the time it released. But Chris, yeah, sorry.
I would just like to add, for anybody who's listened to Hell of Presidents, it just goes to show you, no matter how humiliating it seems at the time, you always take the VP spot.
Mm-hmm.
Even Mike Pence. We hear more about Mike Pence than we would have if he just stayed in Indiana, like showing up at county fairs.
He probably
got the
loses
right-
that year. And then
Yeah,
we have like John Gregg speculation.
All right, we'll leave it there for today. I want to thank Josh Ettinger-Mentum and Dave Weigel. Josh is on Substack, and Dave is at Semaphore if you want to read their coverage and commentary of this now quite historic presidential election. Derek, welcome to the show.
Thank you. That was, I want everybody to join me on my level. This is what I deal with every day. So, welcome to hell.
Well, we've been, obviously, yesterday was a holiday, but much of the world and the U.S. government's attention is now fixed.
And if we can't all agree at the bare minimum that a giant comet the size of Mount Everest hurtling its way towards planet Earth is not a fucking good thing, then what the hell happened to us? I mean, my God, how do we even talk to each other? What have we done to ourselves? How do we fix it?
Don't Look Up has quickly soared to the #1 spot on Netflix. Like Squid Game and its pertinently critical tone, it has become one of the more celebrated pieces of media in some time. Immediately, in my mind, there are two large things that Don't Look Up showcases: human connection, relation with art, and material semblances of now. Things that are relational to us as humans. And to contrast this human commentary, the film showcases culture and its reproduction within systems. An analysis of systems can be rather cold, and because of this, I will try not to leave the human and relationship outside of this video. This film is ultimately a critique, and with critique, namely around systems and its consequences, it remains relevant among and ironically because of those very systems, namely, and more specifically, that being capitalism. We will get more to that later. On Don't Look Up, the satirical film centers on two astronomers, one played by Leonardo DiCaprio, a tenured professor at Michigan State, and a PhD candidate played by Jennifer Lawrence, who discovered an apocalyptic-level comet that is heading towards Earth, in their journey trying to warn governments and industry across the globe. Undoubtedly similar to the likes of Squid Game, Don't Look Up's narrative is intrinsically tied to the innate flow of capital and the systems it fundamentally controls, its reaches within human decision-making and ideology. And yes, these two films/TV shows are about capitalism, not communism. You massive goofballs.
I think Squid Game is... I don't think it's overtly political. Apparently, you were telling me, Gary, that it was like there's like a political message in Squid Game.
Yeah, the writer, at least that's what he said.
My takeaway from it was communism bad. That was my takeaway from it.
The creator called it a fable for modern day capitalism, but also for life and the competitiveness of life. And that message, it's not subtle at the end.
Crazy anyone even has to add this, considering both creators literally confirm this. Again, disturbing they even have to clarify that in the first place, as in Squid Game, I couldn't imagine the point being more clear. Anyways, it's important to clarify here, this video, understanding late capitalism, systems theory, and how Don't Look Up showcases these things exceptionally. None of this will be centered on immediate moralization though, on a value judgment. Whether capitalism can be categorically centered as good or bad, desirable, non-desirable, I have no interest in doing this. Rather, I want to explore the relationship that systems play on ideology, individuality, consciousness, and human activity. And, as we will show throughout the video, human inactivity, passivity, in the end. I will also add that throughout this video I will avoid spoilers. I will not compromise tangible plot points of the movie and its subsequent conclusions, even though some clips will be shown. So you are safe with this one if you wish to view the movie after, which if you haven't seen it, you really should. So to most, we all know what capitalism is, or at least I severely hope so, but a lingering question may be, what is late capitalism? What is this late that weird fringe academics talk about? And further, to answer this, we will have to transition past the intro and get into the core of things. So, let's do just that.
Is you guys told us the science was 100% and it's not, and now we look like idiots.
No. Who said the science is not 100%? I want to talk to this person. You tell me who said the science is not solid.
Dr. Jocelyn Calder, the head of NASA, just came out calling it more near-miss hysteria.
She's the one who told us not to say anything.
More near-miss hysteria.
Is she even an astronomer?
She's the head of NASA, but maybe she doesn't know what she's talking about.
Yeah, she's the head of NASA, but look, she's a former anesthesiologist and a President Orlean super donor.
Okay, so we have a massive world-ending comet hurling towards Earth, with credentialed astronomers trying to warn the world of impending doom, while this threat is falling on deaf ears. How did we get to here? If this question still seems insurmountable, let me rephrase. We have an apocalyptic shift in climate patterns across the globe, where 99% of scientists agree with said apocalyptic conclusions. A current viral pandemic in which mutated strains are constantly popping up, with an almost guaranteed chance that something more deadly will emerge, all with a quite large human population that
Yeah, that might have been one, Jared. This might be a repost. I might have to report you for that one.
It's not a repost if you used on your stream. You didn't put it in Discord.
We all know you watching the stream, though.
rejects the merits of these things: climate change and an actual pandemic. Here we can ask the question again: how did we get here? To truly answer this, or to attempt to, is going to take a long explanation. So bear with me here. I think this explanation will be worth it, and after viewing Don't Look Up, I hope this sheds some light around the deeper cultural and economic subtleties of the film and around us. There's certainly a number of concepts that can help explain Don't Look Up, but one thing that absolutely sticks out to me is the concept of late capitalism, or late stage capitalism, depending on what you want to call it. But more importantly, its cultural effect. Now, we know what capitalism is. We know that it is the literal economic system pretty much every country adheres to. But what separates capitalism from late capitalism is quite simple, perhaps a bit too simple. As the name implies, late capitalism is just a name for capitalism within a current time period and productive stage. Namely, when late capitalism is used, it encapsulates around the mid-20th century to today. To understand this, there is a little bit of history here that requires explanation and how capitalism has changed throughout time. Late capitalism was first coined by the German economist and sociologist Werner Sombart around the different stages of capitalism through history, say proto-capitalism, early capitalism, heyday capitalism, and late capitalism. But Sombart's use of late stage isn't really what we mean by late stage capitalism today. In today's context, we use late stage capitalism as an epoch that describes a type of capitalism that is explored through its own newer, often pathological contradictions. The method here is what is important, and that method is dialectics, primarily under a Marxist or even young Hegelian context. Dialectics is far too broad of a concept to sum up here, and it means vastly different things to different thinkers, from people like Plato, Aristotle, to something more similar between people like Hegel and Marx. So I won't be doing a huge explanation on dialectics exactly, but in a sociological or even economic context seen within Marxism, it can be seen as a mechanism that examines contradictions to show something, in this case capitalism's, total nature and effect. For example, under the traditional Marxist idea, when capitalism grows its economic height, it often creates some of the strongest conditions for its own collapse due to monopoly, wealth inequality, worker dissatisfaction, etc. And it is through this dialectical method of examining these contradictions within capitalism, we can see capitalism as the total system that it is. With a Marxist approach, this is how late capitalism got its contemporary meaning from Ernest Mandel, who wrote his 1972 PhD dissertation, Late Capitalism. It is here that this concept is birthed into its contemporary meaning. From here, Mandel, among other scholars throughout the 20th century, were noticing an increasingly active, more grand, global form of capitalism that contrasted the former model of capitalism pre-1940s. From history onward, capitalism seemed to thrive under a model of steep imperialist competition over resources and material markets internationally. No wonder that direct colonialism was quite literally at its peak before World War II. Not that colonialism is gone today, just that in late capitalism it's much more indirect. We will get more to this, and I promise this is relevant to Don't Look Up, so bear with me. It seems that, for most, the picture capitalism paints for us is still one of predated industrialized colonial capitalism. A system of economic rigidity, a system of unwavering contracts and rules, where each team, brand, in lieu of state functions, is in competition within a zero-sum game of resources and financial accumulation. Late-stage capitalism in many ways mirrors this in the opposite light. It is rather flexible. Today, capitalism has arguably flipped from its initial point. Capitalism is global, not really in a competitive sense per se, but cooperative sense. Competition isn't gone, but in many regards, the driving mechanism is corporate merging, rather than mere elimination. This is where prior in-looks at imperialism and colonialism are slightly limited in today's context. Imperialism now functions down the pipeline of multiple organizations and states.
You watch it?
Said if you click on what I just posted, you might end up on a watch list.
Bruh, I am the watch list. What are you talking about?
Fair warning.
Which brave American's gonna be the one to do
Bro,
it?
I'm repost.
You know what I
I've
mean.
already liked it. I'm on stream. I've already liked this video, Jared.
You already watched it?
Yeah, I already liked it. Can I repost? Yeah. Now I'm reposting it. Repost it. Honestly, though, hey, that's what I said yesterday.
I love how everyone know exactly what you meant. Like comments are all like, I knew exactly what you meant. That's all she had to say.
I don't know, bro. That's how you know, like, all that crazy shit is just like the government, because, like, I don't know. They have the FBI giving people money to go shoot up nursing or elementary schools, but okay, sure.
It's just crazy how everyone agrees this is bad and no one can stop it. Like no one is stopping it. Just the government's not like, you know what? Everyone agreed this is shit. They need to send out polls. There needs to be like a government social media platform that you log into with like your social security number or something, and you just vote on shit, and everyone can vote constantly. And every law that passes, everyone needs to it needs to get a majority vote by
that's
people.
What they should do. I mean, they'll never do that, but.
Wow, you gotta start banning people in your chat, Dustin.
Why?
Which platform is he streaming on? I only have access to one of them.
I'm like permanent YouTube.
You're permanent?
I'll mod you on YouTube.
You got permabanned on Twitch, I forgot.
Not permabanned, I just...
My live streams, Rebo 11, which Lego is banger?
I got haters on there. Coming for me. Haters be mad.
Yeah, you got haters in this chat.
I don't.
What do you mean? You read the last comment?
Bro, I'm your only
Queso.
Twitch mod. You haven't streamed on Twitch. You don't have any.
You don't know who Casio is?
Isn't he like the most popular streamer or something?
Google Casio. Google Casio, Dustin. Google Casio on stream.
Casio's like rich. Where's my mom?
Isn't he? He's literally just the guy that he stole my content. He just does what I do. Dude, the auto eater is like the best thing.
Is modding on YouTube the same as on Twitch?
What?
I don't know how to mod on YouTube. I don't know what the
Oh,
buttons are.
type something in the chat, and then I'll make you a mod.
Do a push up. You got to donate for a push up, man.
Yeah, you donate $1,000.
Homie works in healthcare. He makes no money. But I don't think Nate's getting on, bro.
Oh Lord, what did I do? Oh shit, I did have that one.
States. In the past, it was a much more linear process.
You what?
Because of this, we have multinational.
Oh, good.
But you gotta do the push-up.
I'll do the push-up. Keep watching.
Moderator now. Alright. How do I do stuff? Let's figure this out. Oh, what video are you playing in the background? That's so freaking loud.
Wait, the game's too loud?
Yo, that's crazy. This dude made his YouTube account in December 3rd, 2003. Looks like he's got a Technoblade skin. So he's classy, so you know he's good for it. No, whatever video you were playing is mad loud. Hey Jared, I need you to type in Justin's chat so I could try something.
No, I'm not getting banned.
Nah, it's not banned.
I modded the other random dude in the chat too.
Draco?
I don't know which. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, something like that.
He's waiting for that push-up, bro. He's still in here. He wants you to do that push-up. Yeah, he made Draco 101
National corporations that facilitate goods and services literally everywhere, despite borders and state endeavors. Marketplaces, currencies don't really have a material referent anymore. Capital now primarily exists as something merely speculative, the promise of return often before any production has begun. On its core level, something that now bases its existence not on production, but consumption. Buying for investors, creating platforms, say like Netflix, then purchasing exclusive content to rent out to potential customers. Thus, the marking of a flipped system, not of initial production, but consumption, where money is becoming more and more atmospheric. Much of this development has spawned new forms of economic study, things such as modern monetary theory. Alright, we now know some of the evolution of capitalism, and how marketplaces, the model of production and consumption, have evolved. But what are the human effects of this, and how does this change culture, institutions, and systems around us? Here's where we answer the question of, how the hell did we get to the point of no one giving a about a world-ending comet, and even more important, how the do we get to a point where people don't care about this? When I think of a question such as this, Theodor Adorno, a German philosopher and theorist, comes to mind. He quotes, "The triumph of advertising in the culture industry is that consumers feel compelled to buy and use its products even though they see through them." I think about this quote quite often, but in the case of Don't Look Up, this logic of not only recognizing absurdity, legitimizing said absurdity all the less. This all brings us to Spinoza, the modern Dutch philosopher, his famous question, why do people fight for their servitude as if it were their salvation? Adorno and Spinoza, if anything, can be used to recognize the very dilemma within Don't Look Up. Don't Look Up doesn't necessarily center itself on the technicalities that is social and economic systems, the things we've just been talking about. It's far more human than that, and arguably much, much deeper and sophisticated. Even when discussing late capitalism, this is where we should bring in Fredric Jameson, a philosopher and critical theorist who helped propel late capitalism to the wider eye of academia, and its relationship with the concept of postmodernism as a whole. Postmodernism is initially a confusing concept that, if you have been on the internet, has been seemingly hijacked by this guy and other reactionary commentators, all into something totally different than its own academic foundations or meaning. Ironically, that's the most postmodern thing they could have done, even according to their own skewed definitions of it.
And now look, the postmodernists were Marxists, so let's make no mistake about that.
Besides the point, we have talked about postmodernism frequently on this channel, namely under Jameson's context, which I believe to be the arguably best explanation for its cultural emergence, so I won't go into massive detail around it. The term is so broad, ranging from architecture, art theory, but in many contexts, postmodernism can be defined as mass skepticism seen by certain narratives under modernism, ideals of grand truths or of human nature. But in my opinion, the concept is most realized under Fredric Jameson, postmodernism as the result of hyper-globalized commodification of daily life, late capitalism. This is exactly where Jameson's book Postmodernism, or the Cultural Logic of Late Capitalism, stems from. What is significant here is that postmodernism is treated as something resistant to modernism, of liberal beliefs around rationality, science, human unity, organization, and even tones of togetherness. But what is significant is that the realization of postmodernism only can come from modernism. So if your critique of postmodernism comes from modernity, well, then you're missing the point entirely. This stark change in cultural outlook is incredibly present. A country such as the United States, its embedded stark modernism, starting from the Founding Fathers, growth around the economy, pursuit of radical individuality. It only makes sense that we are now where we are at and don't look up, where we worship tech billionaires, broadcast every small subtlety on social media. This scene shows this level of pathological commodified individuality when Kate Diabosky's boyfriend, a wannabe journalist, just out of nowhere capitalizes on the stark criticism she was getting when trying to warn the world of impending doom.
That prick!
What happened?
That's my boyfriend just broke up with me.
Oh, God. What a day.
He would rather create a career, financial opportunity for himself than, do little things like be a decent person. Plus, there's even more here. Kate Diabosky is completely overshadowed by Professor Mendy for her discovery, even when Dr. Mendy named the comet after her and reminded everyone it was in fact her who made the discovery. If not blatant commentary on the extreme sexism and misogyny women still face, we see that there is a systemic tone to this, in industry. Precisely this scene when Kate gets shut down.
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Are we not being clear? We're trying to tell you that the entire planet is about to be destroyed.
Okay.
Well, it's just something we do around here. We just keep the bad news light.
Then tomorrow we've got a
Well, maybe the destruction of the entire planet isn't supposed to be fun. Maybe it's supposed to be terrifying.
Here, she's far too human. The result, too far away from maintaining a uniform behavioral facade postmodern society creates. Just like in this world, CNN, Fox News, MSNBC will quite literally admit they don't do stories on climate change because it simply doesn't sell. The story of a world-ending comet also doesn't sell. Thus, it is systemically relegated to the more important thing, money and entertainment, the hedonism. With how modernism, its internal mechanical logic that pushes efficiency, the most efficient thing to do to increase productivity, to increase wealth, is to do the absolute most diabolical, often stupid and horrible things. Yet what's important isn't just what media companies will showcase. It's that even within viable critique, within activism, capital always finds its way. That, in many ways, the critique of capitalism finds itself the most commodifiable. The film shows this irony at a concert by Riley Bina, someone who mimics the pop stars of our own current world. She plays a concert at an event that's trying to not only spread awareness of the disastrous comet, but trying to put tangible political pressure on the state. It's like we stated before in the intro. There will always be an irony within capitalism. Critique of capitalism must be commodified to exist at all. Thus, in continuity with this, Don't Look Up is breaking records on Netflix. When we engage with economic systems like capitalism, the most potent analysis, in my mind, is only possible when we siphon out our existing social and economic order, which here is liberal democracy. I found Don't Look Up to be one of the most rare examples of satire that actually shows political economy and its giant human, not to mention ecological, effect. This movie pries away at the facade that is liberal democracy. The president and her chief of staff's son are idiotic and apathetic to say the least, but this is where satire would normally leave it. The mere stupidity of elected officials, their out-of-touch inadequacies. Say Trump's boisterous thirst of power, and Biden's personal apathy to garner change. Personalization is irrelevant though, it's not about them. They fundamentally control little. Personalization doesn't matter. You know what does matter? This guy. We will get into him more later. Billionaires and capital at large is what truly matters, and as much as I absolutely love the movie Office Space and its commentary around corporate bureaucracy, it leaves little to no systemic explanation as to why this corporate culture exists within the movie and in real life in the first place. Don't Look Up is a rarity, and it shows the fundamental problems via the lens of political economy and its human effect. So let's get into those human effects. Here we begin with us, a normalized subject amidst systems, objects, and other exterior things. The long project that is philosophy has always tried to explain what the self is. What is us? What is, in the language of philosophy, the subject? There are many different theories on this, but the one in my mind truly articulated in Don't Look Up is the Hegelian notion of self, from the German philosopher Hegel, a self that is only recognized from others, objects, the collective, institutions, and systems. Here, this difference dialectically mediates. It allows us to recognize ourselves precisely because the exterior world around us is different. And Don't Look Up, Kate Diabosky, the PhD student who discovered the comment, and her professor, Dr. Mendy, are stuck in a limbo, an utter force field of difference amongst the system around them.
Am I to understand correctly that after all of the information you've received today, the decision you're making is to sit tight and assess?
I'm sorry, who is she?
Who the fuck are you? Aren't you her son?
I'm the fucking chief of staff boy with the dragon tattoo, so I'm doing fine.
Gotta get out of here. This place is a freak show.
I think what Ms. Dibiaski is trying to say is that the idea of sitting tight is an extremely dangerous.
Thank you. One good thing happened today. Okay, funny story.
Here, alienation in the Hegelian context is nothing but present. The stark difference between them, the subject and the system, objects around them. This difference is stark and representative of how we can feel alienated amongst systems around us. We feel alien to it, pacified, and utterly foreign amidst its power. Yet, to Hegel, this difference is something that allows us to recognize ourselves as an individual. But again, we need the exterior to do so. But this is the problem. Here in the White House, there isn't any mediation. There's very little feedback. And what historically happens when mediation isn't present? Here the film actively wonders. After meeting with the White House, with the characters, the clear question of what the absolute fuck is going on is totally present. Kate Diabosky is clearly an already progressively minded, cynical character, cynical of power, institutions, but even here she can't believe the extent of what is going on. It's earth-shattering to both. The further excursus into this film leads us directly into the culture of integrated sameness. This is why Jameson is also important here. His philosophy of late capitalism directly stems from the Frankfurt School of Critical Theory, just under newer context around the end of the 20th century. Theodor Adorno and Max Horkheimer pointed out the constant sameness capitalism produced. Its reliance of coercion in the workplace, its required uniformity in art, all in order to just financially survive. Capitalism, even to this day, nonetheless when the Dialectic of Enlightenment was written in the 30s, has been seen as a system of raw individuality and transcendence of self, being able to operate as a total free agent in your personal pursuit of happiness. We've covered the Dialectic of Enlightenment, so if interested, I'll leave a link here. Regarding individuality within capitalism, to so many, living paycheck to paycheck is clearly idealized nonsense, even if systemically accepted. A sales pitch for you to buy your way into a system that pyramid schemes you into absolute, unfettered uniformity. It's through this 20th century philosophy that started with the Frankfurt School that we can actualize, reiterate, give language to the deep feeling of immense, forced uniformity. A uniformity, or else you will be fired, or else you will be ostracized, or if you dare to attempt your creative dreams that lead you to potential starvation. That capitalism, in the end, is the actual collectivist system. You do exactly what it wants, not the typical precept of that dreaded socialism all kinds of people talk about. The flows of capital are just that, systemic flows. President Orlin and Don't Look Up, which, what a wild name. President Orlin, New Orleans, one of the most endangered cities in the world. President Orlin is the very representation of conscious capital, as capitalism creates a subversive uniformity out of its subjects. It's clear that capitalism does our thinking for us. We think of the able-bodied subject who number crunches, comes up with great creative marketing strategy, is revolutionizing entrepreneurial strategy and business, the social archetype of what we consider to be a genius. The thing is, this archetype, this practice of ingenuity, isn't conscious. The guideline of creativity is already laid out by capital for us. It's predetermined on market relations and financial opportunity. You didn't actually get to think of what you thought of. Capital did that for you. Don't Look Up showcases this with Peter Isherwell perfectly, a tech billionaire that mimics the personality of billionaires in our world. Peter is practically unanimously worshipped, the grand individual whose genius, whose work ethic allows him to prosper as a god on earth. And in late capitalism, that's what we are all after, right? Like President Orlin, Peter isn't conscious at all. There's nothing within him that truly lives. In many ways, this is how capital is parasitic, an infection, a global pandemic within us, people being its very host. And the facade, the symptoms of this infection being unfettered uniformity and activity finally laid out by capital. But with uniformity, it's important to reiterate that we are uniform in the pursuit of unfettered individuality. We are uniform in the sense that we actively all try to stand out. Yet, because we are so embedded in the pursuit of the aesthetic of individuality, the smokescreen of it, we struggle to think, to act, to exist when dealt with actual novelty. Novelty in art, novelty in society and culture, novelty in science, and more pertinently, novelty in potential world-ending disaster, whether that be a comet or climate change. If anything, this is what 20th century philosophy hints at everywhere, the absolute pacification of the subject in lieu of systems and power structures, whether that be Freud, Adorno, Foucault, Lacan, and even Jameson. There's a quiet continuity here between all of them, our inability to act, or act only within very slim guidelines by that of class relations, that of capital, existing, routine, pacifying ideology. Everything within Don't Look Up centers itself upon this. There's a subconscious collective dissonance, a very dissonance shown by Fredric Jameson. Someone once said that it is easier to imagine the end of the world than to imagine the end of capitalism. We can now revise that and witness the attempt to imagine capitalism by way of imagining the end of the world. What an absolute quote regarding Don't Look Up, huh? It's because of this cultural unification with capital that our immense potential of human imagination is shattered. It's been flattened, outsourced into fantasy that we can consume on screen, a commodified ideology, or people we can moralize on the internet. We cannot think of a better world, because that very imagination can only exist within the confines of it, the very basis for Mark Fisher's capitalist realism, which we have covered on this channel. Link above if you are interested. As satire goes, as a medium, its direct critique is what usually gets the attention. But within satire, there are always hidden subtexts in between the lines. Don't Look Up is no different. There are, at times, seemingly random droning shots of Earth, people, and animals all throughout the globe. The subtext here is clear. It's what is constantly at stake. The things that we take for granted, the very thing given to us that we are so eager to relinquish in the name of modern, phantasmic niceties, namely capital, money. At every point in the movie and in our lived society, we cling to ghost, atmospheric ideals that have no material contact with us. The droning shots of nature, our world, if anything, showcases that absurdity, the materiality that we take for granted, the grand prize that is planet Earth, something that could only be sculpted amidst billions of years of precise evolution, something that, despite the vastness of our near universe, we have yet to find a planet that comes close to our own. All of this gone for an economic system that hasn't even lasted a fourth of human history. Amidst humanity, the quiet subtext this movie also leans on is art. All the small things that could be forgotten without quiet contemplation, without a reminder of what we actually have. This reminder is present here.
Mills Brothers. It's a great band. Duke Ellington found some harmony. Until then, this is the song. It's about soldiers going off to World War II and thinking about home. Although there are oceans we must cross and mountains we must climb, I know that every gain must have a loss. So pray that our loss is nothing but time.
This is arguably the most powerful scene in a movie I have ever seen. It needs no music, no large gestures, and pointing out the beautiful subtleties of life, this scene simply remains subtle. This scene shows the special mundaneness of life. The things we most remember, the things we feel the most aren't large events, completing those checklists that life demands. It's the things in between, like driving to the grocery store, listening to a song. It's the small things. It's art that makes existence not worth living, but possible in the first place. It's here that the film hints at a slight answer to this, or at least a potential in sifting past the systemically instilled pacification around us, of just waiting idly by at the prospect of the world ending because of us. The message here, in my mind, is that art can be the large reminder, the subtle vehicle that reminds us that life isn't just those huge, degrading checklist work requirements, quotas to meet to make sure you aren't a failure. But it's art that reminds us of the little things of a holistic life that can be. And with these glimpses, these small reminders hopefully drive us to fight for that kind of world. If anything, art gives a meaning that we can recognize in someone like Spinoza, who conceptualized something similar to human emotion, which he calls affect. Affect being the ability to affect others, the world, while opening yourself to be affected as well. In a Spinozian sense, we can only channel this emotion-like thing in relation to others, within movement, working together. If anything, art seems to be one vehicle of affect, of an easier language, an emotion that transcends self and affects us all. It's undeniable that to curtail any disaster in our world, whether that be climate change, whether that be our own current pandemic, it will require a vast amount of human organization. Human organization that will have to supersede any state initiative or even any private initiative. As we can see, capital really cannot allow those systems to operate in any adequate capacity. It's going to be up to us. And hopefully, if anything, Don't Look Up showcases that art might be the very affect or vehicle that might kick organization to gear, to a recognition that we really had it all, and that all is about to be taken away right from us.
We really did have everything, didn't we? I mean, when you think about it.
Thank you guys for watching and making it to the end. I really enjoyed Don't Look Up and thought it was one of the more smart pieces of satire we've ever gotten. And hopefully more than anything, my spontaneous inspiration to make a video over Don't Look Up landed with you all. Truly, I couldn't do it without all you guys on Patreon, and of course, I have the same request once again. If anyone here isn't a Patreon and they enjoy this channel and want to help and ensure it survives, just a couple dollars a month makes all of that possible and more. I want to give an extra thank you and an extra shout out to these personal patrons: J.R. Ogg, Kate, Seveth9, Stacy Solano, and Valerian. Thank you so much. You guys truly go above and beyond, and I really couldn't do this without your support. Truly, again, from the bottom of my heart, thank you, and for the rest, I really hope you enjoyed. Hopefully, I'll see you in the next video.
And capitalist realism isn't just there being pushed by neoliberal ideologues. It's in us as well. And I think nothing illustrates this more clearly than the real widespread failure of the so-called left, if there is any such thing anymore in parliamentary terms, you know, in Europe, to have taken advantage of the most spectacular failure of a political project ever, probably, you know, which was the financial crisis and the bank bailouts of 2008.
Living in a contemporary global capitalistic world, one that has siphoned out any radical economic dissent, the question looms: are we able to escape capitalism? Is there anything past it? Is any such endeavor even possible? To an arguable majority, they understand the looming issues with capitalism, even if it's something painful to admit. But this supposedly post-ideological world, a world with the end of the Soviet Union, of an actual communist Chinese government, is there any coherent vision past global capitalism? This is a central ethos of this book. Can we escape capitalism? What is capitalism? And what is this capitalist realism that Mark Fisher talks about? It should be noted before the body of the video, I have been told numerous times to read this book in its whole, and I regret I have not done it sooner. After reading this is hands down one of my favorite works of theory and the greatest visualization of American capitalism I have ever seen. It is bleak, it is depressing, but more than anything, it is beautifully relevant. A relevancy from an author who fundamentally lived what he wrote, and who understood these very conditions to his core. I want these core points to be accessible to all, if possible, for these ideas to work into the collective unconsciousness and to help break and understand this weird matrix that we are in. There has been numerous videos on capitalist realism, but I want this one to be the absolutely most ambitious one. I want it to completely encompass this book in its whole and with an accessible form for all. More than anything, I want to do capitalist realism justice. This video is capitalist realism just in video form.
When, after 1989, when capitalism loses its visible antagonists in the sort of Soviet Empire, then capitalism doesn't have to defend itself as such. It just becomes the horizon of the imaginable. It doesn't have to be it doesn't have to be named anymore. It's all the more powerful because it's not named.
Right from the start, Mark Fisher comes out swinging with the phrase, "It's easier to imagine the end of the world than the end of capitalism," a phrase widely attributed to Frederick Jameson and Slavoj Žižek. As shocking as this phrase is, it's undeniably true in almost every way. That capitalism isn't a mere economic system. It's an imposed psychological reality and condition that has permanently altered our being. If post-mortem consciousness existed and we collectively destroyed our existence at the whims of capital, the very idea of restricting capitalism would possibly scare more than a very real apocalyptic scenario. In this context, capitalism isn't a mere system. It is us. This is why, when the impending threat of climate change is brought up, the reasonable response is, I just simply try not to think about it. To end capitalism is to end our contemporary human subjectivity today. But given the nature of this book, we must closely define what capitalism is and how it molds to us. Mark Fisher does just that with a whole host of prior theory. From the start, he elaborates on the traditional ethos of capitalism with a quote from Marx and Engels in the Communist Manifesto. Capital has drowned the most heavenly ecstasies of religious fervor, of chivalrous enthusiasm, of Philistine sentimentalism, in the icy water of egotistical calculation. It has resolved personal worth into an exchange value, and in place of the numberless indefeasible chartered freedoms, has set up that single unconscionable freedom, free trade, in one word, for exploitation. Veiled by religious and political illusions, it has substituted naked, shameless, direct, brutal exploitation. Capitalism is the human condition that is left after culture, ritual, and symbolic elaboration is dead. The new culture is now consumption and spectacle. It moves into the aesthetic realm, and as aesthetics and rational ideation go, we see capitalism as the ultimate purveyor. Humans do not merely go on military conquest like Genghis Khan. We do not merely kill and burn down villages for fundamental power and control. Instead, we set up camp in foreign countries and systematically set up shop and exploit human labor with the shiny facade of progress. But only when the exploited recognize the game they are being subjected to, they revolt and fight back. Then extreme brutality emerges, a brutality that is arguably worse than prior forms. Brutality like we saw in King Leopold II's Free State of Congo, plantation slavery in Cuba and in the Caribbean. Brutality doesn't cease to exist, it's simply masked. It's a more efficient and systemic endeavor. Capitalism sucks up culture, it sucks up history, turns the very things that often made us human into museum pieces. Everything is objectified, it's commodified. With Fukuyama's idea that we have reached the apex with liberal capitalism after the fall of the Berlin Wall, Mark Fisher believes that critical insight into late capitalism is often Nietzschean rather than Marxist. Nietzsche wrote about the overflow of history into the human condition. We have replaced human engagement in life, culture, and politics into spectatorship. We retroactively learn what it is to be human. We retroactively examine truth rather than engage into activities that make it so. Fisher quotes, Nietzsche's most prescient pages are those in which he describes the oversaturation of an age with history. It leads an age into a dangerous mood of irony in regard to itself. He wrote in Untimely Meditations, and subsequently into the even more dangerous mood of cynicism, in which cosmopolitan fingering, a detached spectatorialism, replaces engagement and involvement. This is the condition of Nietzsche's last man, who has seen everything, but is decadently enfeebled precisely by this excess of self-awareness. This quote absolutely hit me to my core. Think about what we are doing right now. We are learning about something very abstract, theory-orientated, while simultaneously ignoring the very woes that we are learning about in reality. This learning, this education, this self-awareness simultaneously pacifies us. If this isn't one of the most scary insights, I have no clue what is. Moving on, Mark Fisher visualizes this living from history with Kurt Cobain. Kurt Cobain understood this new society of historical life. Kurt Cobain knew, as a star of MTV, he was just a prop that will eventually collapse. He was a spectacle, a newer mimic of stars like Jim Morrison and Hendrix.
There's nothing more embarrassing than a group of people walking up to you and shaking and clamoring and praising you like you're some kind of fucking god or something. It's embarrassing.
Further, even understanding this phenomenon to Cobain was a cliche. These anxieties he expressed further resulted in the nihilistic facade he portrayed. Why does it matter if I will be replaced by something greater? Why does it matter if I am just another spectacle, another object of desire? It's not fundamentally me anyway. This abundance of history creates a weird, new form of nihilism. If we know the results of our action, how time will repeat itself, why do anything at all? This is a nihilism that works perfectly within postmodern capitalism. This is often not a conscious nihilism either. The nihilism of the past, the very Nietzschean anxieties around the loss of culture, the loss of things that make us human, is child's play to this new form of nihilism today. And in many ways, it isn't just nihilism. It's a new pernicious form of it, one that convinces you of the opposite. Fisher showcases this in the film WALL-E, a movie that shows an uninhabitable world from radical human consumption, a movie that actively decries the forms of capitalism we are subjected to and face right now. This movie isn't just spectacle, it invites us in to interact and participate in it, gauge the world around us, how we are contributing to global disaster. Because of this, there was a mass outcry from right-wing observers for quote-unquote attacking its own audience. In many ways, WALL-E is a Marxian-like film, but there is one thing, there's one huge caveat at hand. This film ironically feeds this capitalist realism. The very film performs our anti-capitalist activism and education for us. We can consume this film with impunity. This corporate activism does all the work for us and perfectly pacifies us. Pacifies the very innate threat of human destruction into an ideal that we can pervasively enjoy. Where in other societies, propaganda is needed to cover up repressive acts, the exact opposite is true with contemporary capitalism. Capitalism is strengthened by its own critiques. These corporate anti-capitalist critiques ironically act as a very reinforcement and an unconscious pacifying agent. As reinforcement goes, Fisher brings up the mode of mental health in contemporary capitalism.
Folks, look, there's a writer named Thomas Pynchon. He wrote, if they can get you asking the wrong questions, they don't have to worry about the answers. Let me say it again. If they can get you asking the wrong questions, they don't have to worry about the answers.
Yes, folks. Left Reckoning 176. And the question we're all asking after Thursday night's debate is, does Trump have the morals of an alley cat? And then we said, wait a second, that's a weird thing to be thinking about right now. Maybe we should focus on the senility just exhibited by the leader of the free world. And anyway, David Griscom, welcome to Left Reckoning. 176, it feels a little bit patriotic. 176, I know it's not 1776, but we're right ahead of
You know what, you're right.
4th of July. It feels like a patriotic number.
I mean, it's all coded. It feels like something on its way, for sure.
And also joining us to help us decode a lot of these mysteries, like Trump's alley cat morals and our president's, failing administration, Emma Vigeland, host of the Majority Report. Hey, Emma.
Hey. So we're into numerology now. Is that what we're doing over here?
A little bit.
We're just dabbling in all
It's been a
sorts
little
of
while
things.
since you've been on the show. Basically, Matt and I are just, we're getting to the bottom of things these days.
Okay, so like the bottom of a spirituality rabbit hole. That's where you get to numerology, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't been that long when you count it in terms of active genocides, because she was on shortly after October 7th, and that still continues. And now we have to look at Joe Biden. Did he actually see those beheaded kids in one of his sort of dementia dreams, or was he just cynically spewing a propaganda lie? It's an open question now. Man, I don't know where to start, because this is a very people who have. Let's start at the beginning.
Yes.
Last Tuesday there was a debate.
Thursday. Close.
Yeah.
Today's Tuesday. The tease. It was last Thursday. Trump and Biden debated, and it did not go well for Biden. And I will say, we're gonna, Emma's gonna take her victory lap in a little bit, which may be a little bit premature. I don't know. We'll see. But I was not confident in Joe Biden's, acuity going into it. I even said so on the Majority Report TikTok live. But here is basically that coming to fruition.
He had the largest national debt of any president in a 4-year period, number one. Number two, he got $2 trillion tax cut, benefited the very wealthy. What I'm going to do is fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 billionaires in America. And what's happening? They're in a situation where they, in fact, pay 8.2% in taxes. If they just paid 24%, 25%, either one of those numbers, they'd raise $500 billion, I should say, in a 10-year period. We'd be able to write what.
Now, this isn't actually what's notable about this clip, but do you guys have any reactions so far, like just about what this says about the status quo of Democrat politics?
It's the most muddled messaging possible, I think. They are blaming his over-preparation, and that's over-preparedness, I guess, by the staff, which is silly, but it does seem like he came with a lot of stats in his head and didn't necessarily come with a clear message.
And I have to say that that's just such an odd choice for Joe Biden, because, Joe Biden's been in politics for a long time. He's run for president many times, and, no one has ever sort of said, Joe Biden, that's a real policy wonk, right? That's never been his thing.
Yeah.
He's always just been sort of able to embody I don't know, the vibe of somebody who feels presidential or elder statesman or whatever, at least in the modern era. You're not going to be able to win with this kind of thing where it's Joe Biden he's the facts man.
Yeah. And I'll also just say, even if he wasn't, sundowning, this whole thing where we invoke billionaires and then say, let's move their taxes up from X percentage to Y percentage. How about no? How about billionaires we're done negotiating with billionaires and trying to technocrat our way out of that. A lot of this is not his fault. There's a lot that is his fault that disqualifies from not only being the candidate, in my opinion, but continuing in office. Yeah. But there's also, he's running a software that sucks as well. His hardware is fucked. The software is also not good here. So we'll let this play out.
$1 billion, I should say, in a 10-year period. We'd be able to wipe out his debt. We'd be able to help make sure that all those things we need to do, child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our healthcare system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the COVID, with dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
He already did beat Medicare. He beat it to death, and he's destroying.
I mean, if there was ever a hanging curveball like, served up over the plate, just a disaster.
I mean, and that was, what, 5-10 minutes into the debate? I mean, there's a good chance a majority of people that were watching that debate tuned out after 10-20 minutes. And that is like the Biden cope line is that he got stronger as the debate went on, which I don't even necessarily think is true. But yeah, it was a historically bad performance that will be written about in history books. A seismic shift in the discourse and in the facts on the ground, to use an Iraq war era phrase or whatever.
No, that's an Israeli occupation phrase.
Oh, sorry. I guess maybe they borrowed, the neocons in this country borrowed it. But either way, I mean, still kind of apt to use for Joe Biden.
No, but I think you're right about So what's crazy now is like people talk about like Nixon and his flop sweat in the 1960 debate, and also JFK boxed him in saying like I'm going to be more of a hawk on Cuba when Nixon was planning to invade Cuba. But that had a big effect because it was new. The medium was new. Mm-hmm. Presidential debates were a new thing, so we hadn't been inoculated. We've been so inoculated that like these things we had to prove that it meant something. And right, this was the ultimate test. It was such a disaster that the status quo sort of like, which is, I believe, frankly, and you can look at me in all the debates we cover on Majority Report where I'm scrolling my phone being like, I hate my life right now that we're watching some of this stuff. Because it's like, it is meaningless off it. Mm-hmm. That wasn't meaningless because it's a reality that had been put aside as a narrative earlier in the year because the guy made one good showing. And David, you were going to say something.
Oh, I mean, I was just going to ask y'all. I mean, I know Matt's opinion, before the debate, it's like both of us were saying, who's particularly interested in this? I mean, at this point, most of these debates have gotten quite boring to me, but, it was a kind of like the only question was like, is Biden going to show up, at some level of competence? And I just like, I thought it was going to be bad, but I have to admit, I was shocked that it was as bad as it was.
Absolutely. I mean, obviously, I was shocked too. I probably had a rosier outlook where I thought, okay, I had the Biden administration or campaign's thinking was, hey, we're going to set this debate earlier than has ever been set for two general election candidates. Late June, it's usually much later, closer to the fall, because they wanted to be able to remind the public of the contrast between Trump and Biden. That was the theory going in, and I thought, okay, they set these terms, they set the format, they did the mute button, no audience, like all of the, if there's never been a greater home field advantage, and Trump agreed to it, and here we go. And it was an absolute train wreck. And a lot of the, I guess, sealing of him off from the public makes more sense in retrospect when you look at the past 6 months when apparently like this reporting is all coming out so rapidly. But it seems like that's when things have really taken a turn for the worse for him in terms of his cognition, even though we of course saw many signs at this point. But yeah, I think also that debate between Nixon and Kennedy, it's mostly instructive because of its novelty, as you say, but also because like when you learn about it, it's about the people on the radio who listened to it had a different opinion than the people who were watching it on TV because of the visual nature of it. And that's the lesson, I guess, you glean from that versus this, which was, oh my God, the opposition party to a fascist party, or a party that is going down a road that could lead towards fascism with Donald Trump in office, who has been insisting that this election is literally about the existential threat to democratic processes in this country, allowed a man, an incumbent president, to run the show with a small cadre of advisors that included his wife, his sister, who's in her late 70s, and his 85-year-old advisor, Ted Kaufman, among a few others, to decide to run for re-election without any real institutional pushback from the Democratic Party and without them really having a full understanding about the state of his cognition. And they were taken by surprise, seemingly, as well. So what does that say about the modern Democratic Party and their actually commitment to what they say in terms of the branding of this? Because the reality is that Biden has been down in the polls nationally and in every swing state up to this point. And this was the opportunity to change that course. And we went in the exact opposite direction. Polling coming out internally from the Democrats showing he's gone down and Democrats' chances in every swing state. And then CNN
2 points everywhere, at least.
2 points everywhere, and a 6-point national gap now versus like a 3 or 4-1 via CNN between him and Donald Trump. And then this is like, okay, we're fucked. We are fucked. And it's because this party has given itself over to a gerontocracy, to an octogenarian class, whether it be Ruth Bader Ginsburg, whether it be Dianne Feinstein. And they've decided to be to allow these people who are, supposedly stewards of democracy to take control of this party for their own personal ego reasons. And I think Biden is a real, like, the most stark and scary and high stakes example of that.
That's what's fascinating about this now. Sorry, I was muted. Is how much this is turning into. I mean, you made the joke today because Biden showed up to his next speech all tan, but he's like just mimicking whatever Trump does. He's literally turning into Trump. And there's this stuff going on with his son now too, which like this makes me think like, oh, the knives are out for Biden.
Yes.
If this stuff's getting reported, because okay. So anyway, Ken Delaney and NBC. Hunter Biden has joined meetings with President Biden and his top aides this week at the White House. 4 people familiar with the matter tell my colleagues, who are told the reaction from some senior White House staff has been, what the hell is happening? And Delaney also tags that with, in 2019, Hunter allegedly texted his father, if you don't run, I'll never have a chance at redemption. And then there's also this Riley Rogerson frustration with Team Biden is calcifying in Dem circles. One Democratic lawmaker didn't mince words. The Praetorian Guard around Biden is losing the election, and all they can do is shame other Dems for having an honest reaction to what they're seeing and hearing. And what's funny about this is I saw a great tweet by somebody who's like, my entire life I voted for this party, and all they do is treat me like I'm some underperforming employee. Like just for noticing basic reality. And I'll just continue this. Meanwhile, the fate of our republic rests in the hands of a dozen longtime Biden sycophants and family members. I mean, how Trump-like is this? Including Hunter Biden, who are the only ones Joe seriously consults. A good rule of thumb, this Democratic member continued, whatever Hunter... Well, yeah, we know Hunter Biden. I mean, it's wild. And what did we hear the entire time Hunter was going through his legal troubles is... you're not electing Hunter Biden. Well, I guess we're like giving him a chance at redemption now instead of, I mean, yeah, anyway.
Go ahead, Gerson.
Oh, I mean, just adding to this, and I wanted to hear your thoughts. I mean, like, I know the thoughts here is that, like, there's a lot of frustration. But what this has really exposed is how dysfunctional the Democratic Party is, but also how in line so many other folks were with this. Because basically tell me if you agree with this narrative, Emma. There's the inside of the Biden White House, which was certainly trying to keep these things quiet, but still we've been getting all these kind of leaks from people saying, well, actually I've seen this and I've noticed this and I've noticed that there is like that kind of outside shell that also is making sure that this kept silent. And now that exterior wing is trying to pressure the Biden administration, to have him step down, right? And to me, apart from being an absolute dereliction of duty to the country, to the society, and certainly to those folks in the Democratic Party, it shows that this is a party that's completely unserious. Like, I spent a lot of time looking at the Texas Republican Party, the Republican Party at large, right? Because Trump is an interesting phenomenon because he sort of runs that party, but also there's all these other kind of shadow interests there that are running it. And I've always sort of said, it's like, the interesting thing about the Republican Party is they seem exceptionally dysfunctional. And you see that with a lot of the infighting that's been going on with the Republican Party. But what this exposed is that the Democratic Party, it's worse than the Republican Party. And it's kind of hard to imagine in the sense of like their dysfunction.
Right. I mean, look, I totally agree with all of that. And I will say that I think part of why my hair was on fire this weekend in a way that perhaps like Matt or maybe Sam or I didn't understand fully, or why I was texting you guys a million times all these articles and things like that, was because I'd never seen a reaction like this to the debate. Is really what I was getting at that point, because this was a moment where it exposed that the entirety of this campaign has been basically a house of cards, just praying that this kind of moment that didn't happen. And they had, even in the best of circumstances, Biden was unable to perform. So it also, I think, colors the way that he's dealt with Benjamin Netanyahu in the genocide in Gaza in a little bit of a different way. And looking back,
because he still thinks he's talking to a Golda Meir, basically.
Right, and like when you get older too, you kind of fall into, I think, the most pure form of your racism that you probably had your entire life. It just becomes a little bit more at the forefront of your brain. I think maybe I've seen that with some grandparents, right, saying some things that were inappropriate that maybe they wouldn't have said a few years ago. Like Biden's dehumanization of Palestinians is so default at this point because his brain is just at that level, and it also makes it so Netanyahu can walk all over him. But the terms were all set on. He set all of the terms. His team set all the terms, and just from the perspective of the Democratic Party too, the entire public is devastated by the fact that these are the two candidates that we have running for president right now. This is actually a significant opportunity for the Democrats to change the narrative in a way that was going quite poorly for them. And even if it's someone like Kamala Harris, I mean, that's not my ideal candidate. I'm joking, I'm in the K-Hive now. But it does give some relief in a race where people have been basically dejected to say, hey, we're going to listen to this discontent and we will adjust accordingly. I think that could turn the tide for Democrats in some way, but it's uncharted waters, and the level of Democratic Party insiders and discontent is unprecedented. And what raised my alarm, I guess, over the weekend was that New York Times editorial board leading the way and saying Biden has to step aside, and then after that it was the Wall Street Journal, the Chicago Tribune, the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, and then the editor of the New Yorker. And it just seemed to me that these people all run in kind of similar circles, particularly at the New York Times editorial board. They know Democrats in power. They're not going to do that without some sort of conversation that's had about the severity of the situation. And I think it portended a lot of the knives that have come out for Biden that we're seeing over the past 48 hours. And it's moving at this extremely rapid pace.
Well, I want to talk about the other big news that doesn't portend well for somebody like Biden being completely ineffective as a president right now.
What are you doing?
But I wanted to, we could talk about maybe who we think.
I'm playing Victoria.
And if you have a hot take, I'd love to hear it. But I think more importantly, I don't know. I think that it is absolutely impossible for Biden to win. And I think that keeping him as the candidate is malpractice.
Yep.
I think that, and I'm curious what y'all think, is I think that this exposed something so much deeper within the Democratic Party that's going to be hard even for a kind of perfect lab candidate to come in and be able to write this. Look, there's an advantage. Trump is very unpopular, all that kind of stuff. But I mean, this really shows a dysfunctional party. And if the Democrats' message continues to be, we're the serious guys in the room, the crazy people are the Republicans, I mean, this completely deflates that message.
Absolutely. I mean, I think that they've broken whatever was remaining of the public trust in that way, in addition to tamping enthusiasm. The trust is gone. Can you reinvigorate some level of enthusiasm? Matt made a great point on the show today about how abortion being central to the race could be an easy fit for the first female president of Kamala Harris for the step in, which, a lot of experts on campaign finance law are saying it's basically impossible for a lot of the money legally would not be able to be transferred over to anybody who wasn't Kamala Harris. So I think she should be the favorite right now. And also the optics of passing her over would be bad.
Can't
But
believe week 5
I think
for-
that you can create that narrative at the very least from like an electoral
7?
perspective. There's
I can't believe
abortion
week
can be on
5
the
is already
ballot
up.
in
It feels like it just
Nevada and in Arizona. So you can say, okay,
Week 5
like
for
this
what?
is about protecting women's rights and suburban
Oh, it
women.
was week 5?
You're the
So
linchpin
in the
apparently to this race.
battle shape?
Come over to us. But in terms of the institutional route of the Democratic Party, I mean, yeah. Like we are in clearly late
it's
stage
1 more days
empire
till the
stuff,
second
and it's
patch or whatever.
a global
Oh,
phenomenon
yeah, till the
in this
next,
way,
uh,
where centrist to center right parties who have
Part 2.
They was gonna
excommunicated
be like
or
a
like
3-week break.
completely
Oh,
crack down on leftist elements in their
I
party.
guess
are,
they'll-
have
I guess they'll this
been
week, next week, and the week
paving
after.
way for fascist takeover and
Or is
other
it
parts
last
of the
week
West.
one of the
What we're
breaks?
seeing right now with Macron in France
maybe it counted,
is
yeah.
also indicative of that. It's a failure of free market liberalism in the absence of any kind of like even slightly like Keynesian economic model. Like there's no they've attempted and successfully really to hollow out the like any kind of left of center thought or power structure within the Democratic Party. And I
finish
think
your
that like
season
this
patch yet?
complete emptiness is made
Oh, yeah.
obvious by Biden.
Yeah, I mean, we talked
That
with
was
Milton
done, like,
Alamadi about what's going
couple
on in
weeks
South
ago.
Africa. I mean, France, the elections. This is really the victory of neoliberalism and a certain kind of liberalism that, like, sort of prioritizes the
I had to say my
individual
seasonal challenge
rights
is
of
it doesn't keep
politicians
leveling. You stop
to
at
sort of
100.
hold an office. Like, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, it's her right to go out when she wants to. That's an insane way to think about politics. That's infantile.
Yeah, your experience
And
stops at
it's
100.
significantly ruining the world. And
you
you know,
see
I
what they're
keep
doing
thinking
with
about
experience next
Democrats have
season or
had the
whatever?
executive position in the United
They're
States government
maximizing how much
for
you can
over
take
half of
over.
my life. And look, they might
What do
have
you
won the
mean?
popular vote that
Like, I guess
would give them that
they
for
don't like
even
that
more than
people
that, but they have had
on
this power.
bounties and whatnot, so they're
And
gonna
it has been
limit
squandered.
Oh, there's nothing down here.
It has been wasted. And you know,
They're gonna do that, they
abused.
should've done it before the
the
final
abuse
shape.
of
Yeah.
because
I don't know why
Donald
they
Trump
care
is a
now.
historically bad candidate.
I'm not bounty
He was in
prepping for an
2016
off-season.
too, and to fail in this kind of way, and now we're turning around being like, "Hey, Bernie Bros, this is what 2016 gets you." I mean, I think everybody's has maybe. I think everyone should probably widen their scope. I think this trajectory goes back to like, I don't know if Goldwater's too far, but like the 80s, and you know, we talk about presidents now. The Supreme Court decision, presidents not facing, you know, sort of liability for anything they do.
I feel like yesterday was
you
like
know,
Friday and
did
today's
Reagan,
Saturday.
for Iran Contra,
Mhm.
like right, like in a way, this is just like what we're seeing
Yeah,
now
something
is a
that's crazy.
bonfire of myths that sustained the preceding generations,
You're not used
Gen
to seeing
X,
us during the week. Now you're all
and
messed up, too.
boomers, and all that stuff is out the window now, and it is just basically like we're getting back to just power, and the Democrats
I know,
aren't
like
playing
Justin's
that
on
game.
too. It's all
I
weird.
think you're hitting on something with like this
Yeah.
almost fetishization or celebrityification of our politicians. Of it's like a deep cynicism towards the collective, right? Because these folks really internalize, and like the Democratic Party incentivizes them to feel like, you know, mascots or celebrities or the one person that can do this, and we don't really have mechanisms within the Democratic Party to discipline that. The Ruth Bader Ginsburg example is key. Aaron Rupert has
Think all I
been
use-
with me blaming liberals for the situation that we're in with the Supreme
All I need
Court.
is,
But the reality is
all I need
that
is
it's a
accommodations,
failure of
the
liberal
Master
maintenance of these
Salvation's
institutions
Edge,
that we were in this position. Ruth Bader
and
Ginsburg
building my
died
Conqueror title.
with
I have rank
a few
11
months left in
Guardian.
Trump's term, and she could have retired under Hillary, but she chose not to because, or I'm sorry, under Obama, because she wanted Hillary Clinton to appoint her replacement because it would be this like poetic moment for her and her future documentary that the first female president would appoint her replacement. And whether it be that or Dianne Feinstein or Biden in this instance,
I don't even know.
What, you mean you don't have them all?
the Democratic Party is for some reason serving
No, I
the
mean, like,
interests of this bureaucratic class, and this elite class versus
Oh.
the inverse. And I think the rubber has met the road here.
And I think it is because of this global like anti-left. Their preoccupation is with icing out Bernie. I mean, basically, right? Like, and like that is the only thing that they've been able to like actively do. And I mean, I guess
and it's because
again,
they
Hugh's
control those levers. It's like because within the party they can do whatever kind of games that they want. They struggle to do that in American society. They don't have the ability to do that. And I'll tell you, I mean, it's an example of a party that's 100% captured by elite interest, but a particular kind of like credential class interest. You see that in all those examples you were just giving, Emma, or the fact that Vogue came out with this, incredible, cover story about the First Lady Jill Biden. Well, excuse me,
doctor.
Yes.
Doctor, don't use besmirch her credentials.
And it is something that it's truly incredible to see how far this party has gotten from its most popular period, which was like under the FDR years, but also how comfortable it is. And I think that this is another thing that's really important for people to sort of get here, is that the Democratic Party is not even really in the business of winning elections, or like that's not the number one goal. The number one goal is controlling and maintaining power over one of the arms of the American political system, which is the Republican or the Democratic Party. And because of the way the system's set up, those parties have a huge advantage. Maintaining control of that institution is the most important things for the people that are involved in that. Regardless of if it wins or loses elections for them. And it's something that's exceptionally dangerous for everyday folks in this country.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to point out this this Jared Golden quote that came out before the show here. U.S. Democratic Rep Jared Golden of Maine writes an op-ed.
It's void art.
Let's go. Donald Trump is going to win, and I'm okay with that. And basically says that it's democracy is going to be fine. And I think there is something to say about, like, we're talking about Rachel Maddow. Maybe we'll get to that. We guys need to win every election ever. Otherwise, it's going to be fascism. It's like, well, then fascism is here, because that's not going to happen. So let's start actually thinking about how we fight that. But I would just note that Jared Golden, democracy means him and Joe Manchin killing Build Back Better for the bipartisan infrastructure bill. So that's right. Like they don't care, and that's why people who think like, and I don't want to talk about voting, but I will just say people who think like you can send these people a message by not voting for them. They will be just fine.
True enough. But I would say that there's the other aspect here too, where just like I think leftists and progressive people who want to build alternatives, they have to be comfortable with the fact that Democrats are going to lose elections, and that means like if we want to build up independent organizations or independent movements, that might mean Democratic candidates losing certain kinds of elections.
Did you guys end up running any Masters yesterday?
No, nobody played Destiny yesterday.
Yeah, Joe and I got on, and I was like, quiet. And then I'm like, failing at 9:45. I was like, I cannot stay up more. I couldn't freaking sleep, so I didn't even go to bed. I was just up till 9. Waiting around. And then you were like, oh yeah, probably good. And I was like, I'll wait like 30 more minutes. And then no one. I'm like, alright. I think everyone abandoned us.
Yeah, everyone's just trolling. We should have just done it without him, man.
Huh?
So everyone's trolling. We should have just done it without him, man.
Yeah. Did he just not show at all?
No, he didn't get on until like 11:30. He's
Yeah,
like,
that would have been way too late.
it's like 11:30. He's like, where's everybody replaying? And Smizzy had already gone to bed at that point.
Yeah. That's why I kind of would have figured was gonna happen. I'm like, still nobody by like 9:40. I don't know. I think everyone's gonna not be up.
Yeah.
Still couldn't sleep. Been up since like 2:30 when I messaged you back. I don't know what's going on.
Messed up sleep schedule now.
Yeah. Next week's gonna suck.
Wait, what time you guys on Saturday?
What's that?
What time you guys on Saturday?
What, work?
Oh, what time you guys?
Oh, we have to
free
go
on
to
Saturday.
New York. So we're playing Pokemon Go or whatever in New York. So we're leaving by like 9 a.m. Get there like
Jesus Christ.
probably 12. Play. Our tickets are good for like 1 to 4. So we probably won't be back till like 7:38. I don't know how we'll feel or not. I'll be down to play for a little bit, but yeah, probably not like 8 p.m. It's probably good.
You'd buy tickets to do this? Like, what is it?
Yeah, if you buy a ticket, it's like a hosted event, I guess, because it's at the one unique park in New York or whatever. I guess there's going to be shirts we can get that some of us purchased, and then I guess you just kind of walk around the park, catch unique Pokemon free, like that are usually available. And then you get a cool, cosmetic and stuff on all the Pokemon you catch that only happen because you went to New York.
Okay.
But the ticket was only like $15. It wasn't outrageous to just kind of show up and play. Get you outside, I guess.
Outside in New York.
Yeah. Luckily, everyone will be just nerds, so.
We haven't even gone to another Studio Ghibli movie.
They're all only out like Thursdays and Wednesdays or something, isn't it?
Oh, really? I thought there was some on weekends. That's what I'm saying.
Every time like Seth posts a date or whatever, I look and it's Wednesday, Thursday, and I'm like, oh wow, why is it such a weird day? But I guess there's another set or another movie Friday, Saturday, or something like that. Joe and I went to go see that movie If. I don't know if you saw the trailers or anything.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, so good.
It's the one with John Krasinski, right?
Yeah. It was funny. I mean, not Chris Pratt, Ryan Reynolds. Wouldn't be weird if they had Chris Pratt. You got someone from The Office and Parks.
Oh yeah. Chris Pratt's great.
Yeah, oh yeah. Chris Pratt. But nah, yeah, it was Ryan Reynolds, and he was pretty good. John Krasinski, sadly, isn't in it as much.
Oh, they marketed him like crazy. They didn't put him in the movie.
He's in the movie, but it's just not a major. Like, it's a major role, but screen time maybe 10 minutes. Reynolds is in it way more. But yeah, it was cute. It was funny. You know, kid family movie.
Too bad Justin doesn't have Destiny, or he could do a night Grandmaster.
I was thinking about launching that first Destiny game, seeing if everyone talks about it being a Destiny clone is right. Apparently it's Destiny Warframe.
Yeah. I think it's gonna go the same way as Anthem and every other game that came out like that.
That's what I figured. Two months and all of a sudden it's dead.
I'm not saying to just do that willy-nilly or symbolically or whatever, but no, I mean, they're not worried about it. They're comfortable with it. And frankly, they're extremely comfortable with genocide in Gaza. And you're seeing this with Joe Biden, very comfortable with making permanent some of the most horrific shit at the border, and fundamentally letting the systems and institutions of American democracy rot at their core. Because eventually, if you start telling people that, hey, you don't need to vote for a candidate or participate in politics in some kind of positive, way to build something better for your future, but solely defensively. Well, eventually those systems are just going to begin to rot. And you're seeing this with the cynicism that you see in folks. You're seeing this in some of the reactionary stuff. I mean, watching people who have gone from, supporting maybe an Obama in 2008 to either maybe not participating in politics at all, or hell, being like crazed Donald Trump people, that comes from something when people feel very angry and frustrated, that like they feel like their democracy isn't theirs, because they're constantly sort of told that if you sort of put forward your view here, that's sort of not allowed, right? That's not responsible.
Right. I mean, and I think it also it works in the way that the cynicism here at the very least works in the favor of the Republicans, or in terms of like a backslide into conservatism, because like the Democrats as a maintenance party can never have the urgency that the Republicans as the party of pure capital interests or pure racism possess, because they are always in like this fight or flight anxiety mode for the most part, where it's either people at the border, or it's they're coming for your guns, or it's the groomers. That they operate in that mode of thinking versus the Democratic Party attempting to shame or trying to appeal to the public in terms of like, let's maintain this institution, even though we're not going to be proactive about it. I mean, I saw that Biden's team is apparently trying to run with like, hey, we can talk about how even if Biden is not popular with voters, we have to elect his team, like these faceless people that you don't know about who are really competent and great. And that's the strategy that's the only way that they can move forward in that in this instance, if they're actually going to keep Biden at the top of the ticket. But, I guess I do have some hope that if they are like sufficiently disciplined and actually they do withdraw Biden here, that it could create some energy. Where that energy goes, I'm not exactly sure at this point.
Yeah, I mean,
I will say, like, I mean, when we talk about like Kamala Harris, I think I would make no promises, frankly. I think there's an opportunity, for instance, for her to take a different tact on, say, Israel policy. If Biden resigned, for instance, or if Biden said, I'm not going to seek a second term, I'm going to serve this one out and let it be Kamala. I don't think that she will. I frankly don't think she will. I think Biden is like very bad and historically bad. And I think like a lot of the like individual reasons about him color it. I don't think Kamala Harris is ready for that. I don't think she's like, I mean, I'm just curious. And I saw another illustrious guest of this program, Danny Bessner, ask of American Prestige, like what a Kamala Harris foreign policy looks like. Apparently she's married to somebody who's been saying, criticizing Israel's Semitic.
Although her stepdaughter, his kid was fundraising for Gaza, so that's the other.
Who are we
part.
talking about? Who's her husband?
Kamala Harris, Doug.
Amoff.
Yeah, his.
She'll remember the hipster daughter, Kamala's hipster daughter that everyone's really mad about.
Yeah, because she thinks Palestinians are human beings.
But that's good, Yeah.
Well, I mean, this might seem frivolous to talk about, but as Joe Biden's teaching us, these sorts of familial politics are maybe decisive. But I don't know, like, yeah, I don't know if that kind of took us into the.
I have no faith in this. I'm the urgency that I feel like about the situation is to stave off a second Trump administration, which I don't want to downplay, and I don't think anyone here is, but just to reiterate it, like I find the Project 2025 pre-clearance of these like basically fascist bureaucrats to put in power to be deeply concerning. His promises to slash the federal government and like the employees there and the services many times over to be deeply troubling. And that paired with this latest Supreme Court decision, which basically says that any act that is that the president takes that we deem official is legal, and the president is immune from prosecution while they're in power. This really sets up a situation where it could be extremely troubling for marginalized people around this country if we don't have a change of course, and like dire situation. So, you know, I have no faith
Justin.
in the Democratic Party to correct itself in this way.
This
but
guy says you have a
I do think there's an
gay-bashing,
opportunity
anti-American
to
stream.
present themselves as the party that's at least listening to the public, even if it's a cynical, and they were forced to, a public that's deeply disenchanted with the political process and the two candidates that they have in front of them. But in terms of like the toothpaste going back in the tube for Biden resigns or he loses. And he loses in a historic, epic fashion where the Republicans take back a lot of seats in both the House and the Senate. Those are the two options that are on the table at this point.
The thing that I think is going to be really interesting, and I've been trying to see if there's, it's probably too early to really see much, but how this has affected some of those big Senate races or down ballot races for the Democratic Party. Because there's a part of me that feels like, you know, maybe it won't have too much of an effect because like they sort of, I mean, a lot of these Democrat Senate candidates were beating Biden, you know, in their home states.
Right.
But it's hard to tell right now to see like how much this paints
Yeah.
the Democratic Party in general with voters. Which I bring up just to say, like, you know, there's a very bizarre kind of situation where like the Democrats do fairly well in the House and the Senate, and we get a bombastic Trump presidency that's been hyper empowered by the most anti-democratic organization in the United States of America, and frankly, just to be honest, like the most like anti-democrat and anti-liberal organization in America, which is the Supreme Court of the United States. Amongst liberals, you will find some of the most impassioned defenders of the Supreme
absolutely.
Court, and I
mean,
can't believe it.
It's incredible. The Democrats and their almost religious faith in our institutions have led us down like a historically disastrous path in that way. You know, this notion that institutions are in and of themselves worthy of protection because they are institutions, the circular logic that Democrats engage in, and it's self-serving. But it's also fanciful, and you know, it shows how far the party has to go to actually incorporate any kind of real meaningful perspective from marginalized people in this country, or abroad at all. Because if you were to ask people who are outside of like the Democratic Party power structure what these institutions have done for them, you would get a wildly different answer than what you're going to hear from Biden or Kamala Harris or anybody who's in power or Pelosi. And that's because they don't really take seriously the concerns and the experiences of marginalized people in this country. And that is, I think, also contributing to the cynicism, because their voices are not being heard, just faces being used.
It's struggle in this country that we just, and the Gaza stuff is entirely indicative of like these universities that sell to prospective students a lineage of activism, and then cracking down on it. This is like, the truth is like what happened, like how the narrative about say COINTELPRO was exposed was a burglary of an FBI office. How often do we hear about stuff like that? Right, like that. Actually, it takes things like that, or it takes like, let's say, right now we have this anti-homeless bill that's going on, where somebody literally mentions protesters' encampments as something that is also targeted by that. Do we know that like part of the March on Washington was planning to encamp on there and stay there until they gave in to demands? Like we have packaged up all of the type of like severe resistance and activism that got us anywhere in this country as a commercial product, and it's now inert. And so you have the Democrats, they can kneel in kente cloths during a protest when it's needed for a campaign. But like actually doing it, and it's like, yeah, we are. I think fascism is a real word to worry about in this country. I think maybe we could just start using Zionism, maybe as a better proxy for the people who subscribe to like a extreme crackdown of American freedom and a colonial projects like that. But like, I don't know, like I'm rambling a little bit, so I'll let one of you guys jump in.
No, I mean, I think, you know, what you're saying is like an important like challenge, and this is the kind of moment that we're at, which like it's tough because we can talk like big about democracy and all this kind of stuff. Oh, we need a new party, we need this and that. But I think that, you know, we really need to recognize that one thing is very clear, that the Democratic Party is ill-equipped and, in fact, oftentimes participating in the same kind of politics as the Republican Party when it comes to the magic of fascism. You see the attacks on the ability to protest in this country coming in both red and blue states, right? You see the sliding away from, you know, of these kind of rights, the willingness to sort of let these things happen, to play politics in a way that advantages the Republicans and the right when it comes to the Supreme Court, and really seriously think about how can we build something or create something that can win. Because I think, you know, all of us to different degrees, you know, are critical of the leadership of the Democratic Party, and also believe that, you know, there's an importance in sort of building these kind of alternatives, you know, through some of these like more radical, let's even call them the squad members of Congress. But as we saw with Bowman, and, you know, Matt Karp had a really great essay on this in Jacobin, it's 100% true that what happened to Bowman was AIPAC putting their finger on the scale. And, you know, it's 100% true, too, that like Bowman didn't lose that election because he's like on the left or something like that. It's because he got moved into a district super rich, right? Super rich, and a district that was very pro-Zionist. But there's a second question. Why is it that that kind of progressive to DSA politics is competing so hard in those places, that those are where these fights are happening, and not in all of these other zip codes and places across the country that desperately need that kind of politics? And I think that instead of doing one of these things that is bound to happen over the next 4 months, where like the left divides itself over whether or not they want to do kind of symbolic votes or strategic votes for president, is to really sit down and think what it is about the movement, what it is about the politics, what it is about the messaging, and the organizations that have sort of left so much of progressive politics to be something that's happening in more elite zip codes and parts of the country. And how can we expand that kind of politics in the places that really need it and should be the people who are the standard bearers for these kind of movements?
Yeah, right. And I think there's like this almost cynical disaster capitalism quality to many districts around the country, where if it's vulnerable to or there's been some capital flight, there's essentially like we have a legalized corruption and bribery system in this country where you can just flood money into a particular area and buy politicians in that way. I mean, there's a reason that the squad is coming up through areas that are deeply blue, urban, and a mix of all different kinds of people, or often sometimes minority, majority in some of the districts, until, of course, Bowman was very strategically by the New York Democratic Party pushed into one of the wealthiest suburbs of the city, and that's how his district expanded. But yeah, I mean, the institutional problems of the Democratic Party still persist. And I think what's so especially disheartening about this moment is that in the wake of 2016, there were a lot of reckonings that happened. There were stupid liberals that read Hillbilly Elegy and took the wrong lessons. But there were a lot of people that took the right lessons, which is that this is the liberal maintenance party is no longer sufficient, and it's time for a different kind of politics. And Justice Democrats was a part of that, with AOC, with Ayanna Pressley, with Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar. They were the first four, and then the next years it was Cori Bush and Jamal Bowman. And those were opportunities, you know, for hope in that instance, but none of this stuff is linear. And you saw the Trump administration sufficiently scare people enough, rightfully so, into a brand, and the pandemic as well, into a brand of politics that felt very safe and comfortable, and that's what Biden represented. And that, like, temporary return, it's like, you know, the America got back with their toxic ex and realized it was a really bad idea, and now it's all coming in, falling apart. There was just a bad paint job on the Democratic Party during that time, or it appeared like gains were being made, and the backlash is significant, and it was a house of cards, and it's come crumbling down because of the ego of an older man whose lifelong dream has been to be president.
Well, and you know, I mean, it has to be extended. You know, Biden is going to put the cherry on top of this, but Obama, the squandering of that movement, that was, I think, in part led into it. You know, it's not just Occupy Wall Street that led into the Bernie movement. I think a lot of Bernie bros were also Obama bros. I mean, maybe I'm just speaking for myself. There was a story late in his administration, I think by Vice, about basically like, oh, this Organizing for America thing where we have all these, you know, activists willing to knock doors and win Iowa. Don't need that so much anymore. We're not going to let them decide like who the next president is, for instance, because Hillary wants to be that. So all you guys can fuck off. I'm going to go make some documentaries. And, you know, like, it's wild. But that's like we talk about the cynicism of Gen Z. It's like, yeah, I'm not fucking surprised. We had a giant like lie to believe in. But what did they get?
But you know, when we had Dustin Guastella on too, we were talking about the cynicism from the other side. Is that, like, you know, we all got to go through like the Bernie moment, right? A lot of people on the left, and like, seriously, not that we're not old folks yet, but you know, we are having these moments. Like, we did a video on Bernie Sanders in 2016 a couple weeks ago, Emma, and it was a stinker. Nobody watched it, and I was like, oh, maybe it was a bad video. But then I had a realization that also for a lot of folks who are getting into politics who watch these programs, you know, that's old history. Like that's prehistory for their movement. And, you know, those moments of participating in politics in that way, participating in those early days of DSA, that kind of organizing was something that was very hopeful and sustaining. And that's exploded. So, like, we can talk about Obama and Organizing for America, whatever. But also the Bernie movement, it's been horrendous to see how quickly that has sort of collapsed. And now there are little islands out there, and, you know, I don't think it's possible to recalibrate that. But we had this moment where we were moving from protest to politics, right? So much of the left's politics was like, oh, we can protest this, we'll protest that. Don't get me wrong, this stuff's important. We're doing protests again now. But there's a kind of fear about doing politics again. And you see this even in the way that the squad participates in politics. That's a whole other can of worms, like the relationship with the
Whew, the fucking Antichrist is back. Leather, black Satan panties. Looking for trannies. Razor blades with me to make you bleed. Cases of Maybelline makeup lay on a table of weed. Slim Shady. Shit sounds like a fable to me. Until he jumps out the fucking toilet while you're taking a pee. Here comes the rain and thunder now.
Crazy that you know all those lyrics.
What?
It's crazy that you know all those lyrics.
I used to know all of them way better. My God. What's the one? There's like one old song or Hellbound.
Yeah.
You ever heard that one?
By Eminem.
Yeah, it's not like an official. It's like I don't even know what it is honestly, but.
Probably not.
It's one of my favorite verses of his. I don't remember if I know the whole thing, but it's like, I puke, eat it, and freak you. Battle, I'm too weeded to speak to. The only key that I see to defeat you is for me to to Adidas and beat you, and force feed you on both, and on each feet is a cleat shoe. I lift you off your feet so fast with a roundhouse, I think I pulled the ground out from under. Bitch, I ain't no fucking G, I'm a cannibal. I ain't trying to shoot you, I'm trying to chop you and eat you. Wrap you in rope and plastic, stab you with broken glass, and have you with open gashes strapped to a good mattress. Coke and acid, black magic, cloaks and daggers. Fuck the planet till it spins on a broken axis. I'm so bananas I'm showing up to your open casket that full of gases and close it back with a lit match and it's the back while I just hope it catches. Blow you to fragments, laugh, roll you and smoke the ashes.
Damn.
But the beat is like old as hell.
Like a reuse.
Oh, I'm too weird to speak to. It's just like, yeah, maybe. It's like an old. I don't even know. I don't remember where it's from, but. Blow you to fragments, laugh, roll you, and smoke the ashes. Like it's just a oh my god. It's like peak that, and I love you know the Despicable freestyle.
From like the movie.
No, it's the song. It's like cause I'm as despicable as Daffy Duck when I'm spitting.
Oh yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. I love that one too. Problem is, I don't think you could find any of those on the music sites.
Find any of what?
There he is. Of Eminem's like lyric sites.
What do you mean Eminem's lyric sites? You can find
From like
Eminem's
the
lyrics everywhere.
unofficial like lyrics one.
Yeah, like Hellbound or.
Oh, you can find them.
Like the stuff where he spits on radio shows and whatnot.
There used to be a website that did what was it? It's like a British website, I'm pretty sure, like a UK one where they do that. Like any
Yeah, you won't get one of the mainstream ones like Spotify and Apple Music and stuff.
Oh, yeah, no.
They even have Despicable.
Well, nowadays, if you could find a video or something, you could use an auto transcript.
Oh yeah, somebody put it on here. I come around like what goes around. What goes up must come down. Anyone who go down. The gusto now, better not lick it up, better not let them breathe. That shot, give it all you got. Try to turn me down, bitch, get fucked with a volume knob. Fuck all you snobs. 2 bottles of Lubriderm and a box of condoms. Twat. So good, man. Yeah, let it go, man. You don't want to go egg them all. Spiderphobia. That's one of my favorites too. When I dissect you, I'm gonna pulverize, dissecting your brain, digging in your skull for lies, and I'm gonna torture you with material iller than a Stark Raven, mad serial killer. I'm more dangerous than a loaded chamber is, a major risk to a plagiarist. People don't know that one though. That was in the Infinite. There's no chorus to that one if I remember correctly. Spiderphobia. Does it have Infinite on Spotify? Joey, people are accusing Justin's stream of being anti-American and gay bashing.
Well.
You see what people are accusing you of, Justin?
What did they accuse me of? Hold on.
They said your stream is anti-American and gay bashing.
Yeah, these are the schizo chatters in the stream. It is 12:50 schizo chatters. Anti-American. I'm the most pro-American streamer in the world.
Are you though?
Yeah.
Base and all that kind of thing. But a lot of that kind of like the class language, the economic message that was so popular about Bernie Sanders that resonated with so many folks with Bernie Sanders, a lot of that has taken, second space with a lot of these folks. And that's a real damage to this movement in the long run.
Well, I mean, speaking about Obama, that was the moment I was 14, 13. That's when I got really into politics for the first time when, it was the primary and I couldn't understand why anybody saw anything in this woman named Hillary Clinton. By the way, by her own logic, Biden would fail her 3 a.m. phone call test. Who do you want on the phone call at 3 in the morning if she tried to use against Obama? Like, Biden's failing that one, not Obama. But anyway. Like, it was because that was the Iraq War, and in particular, like, had really captured my attention and my anger.
Oh no, you're doing Peregrine?
The moment I got interested in politics. And then you can almost see that with Generation Z.
It works well against the champions, but it's very dangerous.
Where we're at a moment like where we're a few years out from maybe that being
You
used
have to have overshield
electorally
up.
right now, but it'll eventually happen, and you'll have politicians that say, "I was on the right side of this," and you.
A lot of
the way that
people
Obama said it, he was not
run-
in the Senate. Who knows how he would have voted if he were in that position at the
Heart
time.
Shadow
Hillary Clinton obviously supported
sword.
the Iraq War, and so
'Cause it's
that
the
will
only
be the
way,
next frontier, and then it's going to be like.
For Titans
okay,
to go
when this
invis
comes around
consistently.
again, will there be systemic changes, or will this
What
just
happened?
be used
Why do you get so
simply
quiet
for
all of a sudden?
electoral purposes? Will there be a
You got quiet all of a
reckoning
sudden.
with the policies that
I
led
don't
us
think I have
to
that.
the Iraq War? We killed
You
hundreds
might
of
not.
thousands of people,
I
and
think
we
it's a
invaded a
dungeon
country that didn't
exotic.
attack us. Will there be systemic reckonings with the Zionism and how
There's heavy attacks make
easily
you go
a
invis, so it's a
democratic
real
administration
easy way to get in and out.
genocide and a
Kinda just like heavy attack
crimes
something,
against humanity that
get
will go down in
overshield,
history
go
as,
invis,
some
run
of the
around,
worst things that
melee
we'll
a
ever have
champion, and kill
experienced
it.
in our lifetime, if not the worst. And we don't even know the full reality of how many people are dead and all of that. So the point is just that there has to be some sort of seismic shift in that in the relationship.
I've got
to
stuff
that
for
energy,
barrier and unstop. I
because,
don't have anything for overload.
Like it's building up this kind of it's ossifying and hardening
Overload
people
is
to a point where I can't
hand
see
cannon or
a
scout
positive
rifle.
end
Oh no, wait, no, it's
without
only a
there
hand cannon
being
or
some
sword.
give
Yikes! Ew.
in the power structure.
Some kind of rupture. I mean, maybe we can sort of leave on this, but I think one thing, and I'm just want to hear your thoughts on this at least. But like one thing
I
that
don't like
scares
overload
the
season.
hell out of
Like,
me is like
Yeah,
what we're
that's
seeing
right.
right now.
Yeah, it's
when
very
it comes
bad.
to like Gaza, when it comes to
At least last season, like rockets could do it. Like,
abortion,
you don't
all
really
these
like
things,
unless you're
the
bringing that
Democratic
sword.
Party interacts with that. But hell, like I live in
Yeah.
Texas, right? And we have
You're
all
gonna
the
get,
most
like,
psycho stuff
murdered.
you can imagine. I mean, abortion is effectively illegal. They're trying to prevent us from even being able to do local democracy, right? Trying to take away our ability
Yeah,
to
kids that
pass
can run around
basic
with a
protections for
hair
workers in a place
giant
100 degrees
belt or
outside.
whatever.
Trying to make sure that we're trying to block people from mandating
The what?
water breaks for
The-
construction workers in this state.
Ariana
And you look at
style.
it, it's like, look,
That-
yeah, I can have a lot of
Oh, that's
disagreement
a good
with
one.
Sorry, Luna's
Republicans
house.
in this state and all that.
Luna's
But what's
House.
really frightening to me is when you look at the public
Which one's
poll in
Luna's House?
Texas,
Oh, yeah, okay.
and you see what they think about abortion. No, they don't like and support the full
That's a
ban,
bad one.
right?
Joey's
They
a
might
scout on
want it
too,
at a
so that
certain
should be
week
able
or
to handle.
whatever. Similar things with guns.
What would
What's
you say is
and
better?
look,
Magnificent
what's
Power
really
or-
scary, and like, why is they,
have a what on?
no one who votes Republican who's not like
Magnificent
a
Power, what?
absolute, psychopath,
Incandescent.
wants the state government to
Uh,
block. Maybe a
I guess
construction
Magnificent
company owner, Elon
How
Musk,
for a
for
single
blocking these
target,
kind of
right?
things.
And then
So what really scares the hell out of
I mean, incandescent's
me
always nice.
is just
I like
seeing this
incandescent on solar
disconnect
weapons.
in this country
I'm not running solar
between like the
bills,
elected governmts and the people.
Yeah, so
and
it
I'm
won't
not
help
trying
you
to
as
do
much.
like,
Yeah,
there's
Well,
no
Jersey
difference
can have
between
my
blue
bill, this is my
and red or
crucible
anything like
bill.
that. But it is really truly fascinating and worrying when you realize that like the influence that it seems that the American people have on politics.
I mean,
is limited. think a lot of
I
people feel
have
that,
my
and they're very
ice turrets
frustrated by it, and they're
do
very worried
some
about it.
overload, so like I can do it a little bit. I just
Something that
can't. I
scares
don't
the hell out
have
of me on the
a
sunny
way to
side. It's something
constantly
that
do
gives
overload.
me endless hope and inspiration when you realize even something like what we're seeing right now.
can build for
It's
the-
it's not what our neighbors want. It's not what folks out there
great
want. But anyway,
No, I mean, I think when was the last meaningful social spending legislation? LBJ?
You mean if you don't count the IRA?
I don't count the IRA.
Yeah.
Like the creation
That's
of a substantial
Void Arc,
universal government
overcharged rocket launchers.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So-
He's been beaten to death.
and they're trying to, like, just think about that for a second. I mean, what was that, 1964?
Yeah,
that,
somewhere
the
around there.
passage?
Was it 65? I don't know.
Oh,
Specifically
they switched over.
It's 64, 65.
Something different.
That is
No.
that is the reality of like what our representative democracy has wrought. And I think that you're right that there is a reckoning coming.
At
And
least
I
it
think
shouldn't be.
in that time period, and of course, like
But I'm not
markets
party
were
leader, so I
unleashed in
can't
the
check.
70s and 80s. The taxes were slashed. The
Ooh, it's a pale heart loss
power
sector.
of capital, the campaign finance laws that began to be undone in the 70s in Buckley v. Vallejo.
Those
which
ones are
paved
kinda
the way,
hard.
Of course, for Citizens United later
On
on.
the-
And
Yeah,
the
the higher difficulty, the highest difficulty.
capture of those
big.
institutions in the wake of that.
Yeah.
It's not a coincidence that those things align. And then the only thing that we can really get done is defense spending and funding a genocide or funding Iraq.
The one with the wages
and the wars that follow. The not so Cold War for Cambodia, for Vietnam, for all these other countries that we waged war in, or in Afghanistan. We can get that done. We can get Israel money done. But when it comes to like kind of just basic robust legislation, and we saw, I wouldn't count the Affordable Care Act in that way because it was a market first subsidy basically proposal. So that was the closest attempt that we got, and we had the child tax credit, but that was of course temporary.
They didn't even defend it. It's so crazy how they treated that.
Oh, yeah.
We should dwell on that because the conventional wisdom was when you do something like that to people, it's very hard to take away. And this government's like, fuck, it isn't. You're done eating, kids.
Yeah, right. Exactly. And immediately cut child poverty by 40%. Immediately. And it just shows.
I mean, it reflects our media that no one gave a shit because no one in the CNN is going to actually knows anybody that benefited from.
No, because they're all politically perverted. Like they think that like doing politics is a bad thing. I mean, we've had for the past few years, AMLO in Mexico. He's been doing his morning press conferences, and that gets written up in like the New York Times, like literally as like, wow, he's like a demagogue talking to the public about what he thinks about politics. And you just see something like that and it's like, oh, you mean he's like doing a dastardly move, like trying to convince people to support his programs? It's wild when you see the way that this media class is so allergic to mass politics, but it's because I think, a lot of American liberalism, American conservatism is just like a disgust at like a lot of people, right? But American liberalism, for the most part, is the disgust of mass politics and the disgust at the mob, right? The quote mob.
Right.
And you see it in the media.
But that's the rot that I'm talking about. Free market liberalism and liberalism, like if you're gay, that's fine. And this is like the most insufficient and also harmful thing that, that's a part of my political evolution there as well, where you see
ready?
the decay and how that enables fascism.
I didn't even know we were doing this.
And it enables far-right politics because the institutions are now protecting a system
We're more
that
ready
has
for
not
this.
delivered in any real substantive social spending way for people for maybe our lifetimes, the three of us added up together. And that's in the form of the filibuster, where you need 60 votes to get anything passed that isn't directly related to the budget in the Senate. That's in the form of the way that gerrymandering happens. And when people talk about these particular issues, it's not about the larger one, which is that this failure of liberalism has enabled far-right politics, and even
come over and clean my room.
even if Zionism is considered something that can be shared by the right-wing party and the Democratic Party in this country, that doesn't mean that Zionism isn't a far-right ideology when you look at like the scale of the world.
Depends how dirty the room
I feel
is.
that way in many
You
ways.
need like biohazard
when it comes to
materials
our,
and stuff.
imperial
No.
decline and this country and where we're at right now, because in the context of America,
I swear to God, Nate keeps getting quieter and quieter. I
Same in
keep
Israel.
bumping you every single
the
time,
liberals
and you just getting
Knesset
quieter
versus,
every time.
the
I up you
larger,
I up you
broader
from
global
80% to
just makes it
150.
so clear
I keep upping you like
the dire
10% every time.
situation that like our institutions
Are you on the wrong
It's
mic or
been
something?
brought
I think it's just broke.
on themselves.
Oh.
I mean,
Well,
there's
like a
there's
headset
like a
mic?
truism in fascism where it's like it comes from the colonies. Spain, for instance, Franco came from the colonies, and in this case, it will too.
It's
like in a
old,
way,
yes.
be a handmaiden with our support for Zionism for all this years. But Emma, I do want to let you leave the Majority Report studio at some point today. I appreciate you hanging around. I do just want to say
Sidearms.
one final
Do we
point,
have
which
to worry
is
about Unstoppable? It's
the
just Barrier and
funniest
Overload?
thing to happen would
I think
be
it's Barrier,
if Biden
Unstoppable,
stays on
and
the ticket
Overload,
and
and it's all
actually
three.
wins.
That's what it says
Because
anyway.
the insanity that would provoke in the right wing would be something else. But I don't mean
I
to
have Barrier,
contradict the
Unstop, and a little
entire
bit of
message of today's show.
If my
but
grenade's up.
Trump has lost a key endorsement. And I think Biden might actually have a narrow path to victory now that includes winning Tennessee. This is from the Biden's wins Twitter page, which is how I start my day and how I end my day. I just scroll all the Biden wins, but they have an important note here.
Both right now.
Breaking the Haktua girl just absolutely demolished Donald Trump, saying it's a no-go for her. Retweet makes sure all Americans know Gen Z speaking out against Donald Trump and his radical agenda. We have to play this. Let's see.
It's called Haktua or not.
Yeah.
And you tell me if you want to Haktua on that thing or not.
Already.
Okay. I think you might. Are you into like older guys?
No, it won't do both.
Sure.
It'll stay with the
Okay.
intrinsic.
Fuck, my phone's not.
Not looking good, Joe. Well, actually,
ready?
Joe's old too.
It'll only do both if like
We don't know who that is.
Come
like say it
on.
like
Oh, just a
jolts,
hook?
and then
I'll
like
give
say
him a hook.
jolt.
I'll give him a hook.
You know, a different one. Then it'll do both.
Beautiful. There you go, Dave. You got a hook.
But the artifact mod
I
will
think
not
it's
mix with
Portnoy,
the
which is
intrinsic.
pretty rough.
Absolutely not. No.
Oh, was it Portnoy? Oh, wait, here it is. This is the Trump moment.
Okay, beautiful. There you go, Dave. You got a hook. Donald Trump.
Oh, wait, that's what you were saying. So they didn't know who Dave Portnoy is, which is honestly my favorite part of this clip.
Thank God. Thank
That's
God.
actually restored. Anyway, okay, so and let's just play.
Trump.
That's what it was. I can't check anymore, but that's what it was.
No.
So,
Big,
Joe,
big win for Joe.
I could just imagine Hunter Biden like running into the room, like, Dad,
the worst thing
the Haktua girl won't spit on Trump's thing. There's actually reason to stay in this thing.
I mean, you got to give. I mean, like you got to feel for the Biden wins Twitter account this week. They're having to sift through a lot of shit to find some gold, and I don't.
They are scraping the bottom of the barrel there. So she gives Dave a hawk, but not a Tua. The hawk.
I guess it's like a part. Yeah.
When I know what you're
social
thinking.
cause on that
Don't ever
thing.
put it in it, because how would it be if they can
That's
submit
that's my understanding.
For those of y'all who don't know what a goat
but
is, it
yeah,
means the
so
greatest of all
just
time. I
just
consider
a
myself one of those.
dry
Thank you very much.
heave.
Here it goes.
That's not what. Good. That's what he
wreck.
deserves. That's what he deserves.
Yeah.
That he doesn't deserve a Tua.
That's funny.
Anyway.
That's funny. I thought that was relevant to Trump, but that is really just relevant to the kids don't know who Dave Portnoy is. And
that
I
makes me
fucking
so
love
happy.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Emma Vigeland, she did the Emma Sports Vigeland show today. So you can see her on Majority Report noon to 2:30. Emma, thank you so much for grace. And I mean, frankly, driving up the viewership for this week's show, because we're doing really well. Thanks for everybody who doesn't tune in every week. It's like you know what I feel like? I feel like I'm a preacher and it's Easter and like the congregation is just full. And I'm like, oh, okay, I see that. But anyway, thanks a bunch, Emma. For,
Okay,
doing
well,
this.
so am I Jesus Christ in this instance?
Yeah, you're the returning Christ.
All right, that, like
you and Russell
after-
Brand are gonna have to fight for it because he's
Well-
really developing his Messiah complex.
Let's not inflate my ego anymore because I'm about to like do high step it into here and just like say, hey Sam, like you know what's up. But I called this thing about Biden, but I'm holding my fire until something actually.
I mean, you'll notice I did call you the host of Majority Report at the top of the show this evening. So
all right, well,
It's a coup.
We're laying our
we're
plans.
cooing. It's coup season.
Exactly.
All right.
All right, guys.
See you, Emma.
Thank
See
you very
later.
much, Emma.
Thanks so much. Bye.
Well, friends, we're talking about coup. Matt, I talked about it a little bit during the Griscom stream last week, but did you see about this Bolivia coup? A lot of very weird stuff going on there. That if
I saw this. I saw you were the first person I saw to flag the allegation that the coup against Arce was in fact a self-coup staged on behalf of Arce. And when you I thought like I almost retweeted it because I'm like, this is wild. And I'm like, maybe we'll wait to see how this develops. And I'm still not clear how serious it is. Like, this is a wild thing that's going on.
It's absolutely a wild thing, and we're going to be talking about that in the post game.
You guys ready?
Patreon.com/leftreckoning to get
Yeah, I'm ready.
access to
Wait for
it,
you, man.
along with taking questions from our wonderful patrons and talking about a couple other stories. So you won't want to miss it. Patreon.com/leftreckoning to get access to it. Really great having Emma on to talk to us about our sundowning.
You don't have to go to
empire.
just start from here.
Times are tough. We try to be a little optimistic, but Very happy to have this community and good friends here. So come and join us on the other side.
We
Patreon.
get we get light boosted, yeah.
I think you should.
We'll see you. Yeah, patreon.com.
It'll say it if you don't.
See you in a little bit.
All right, guys, welcome to the show. So today, everybody's getting thrown under the bus. You have Biden throwing his staffers under the bus, so his staffers in turn throwing him under the bus. It's dog eat dog out there, man. We have Marianne Williamson throws a Hail Mary,
You're about to watch
throws her hat in the ring one more time to see if she can make a miracle happen. We'll talk about that. We'll get to AOC filing impeachment articles against the Supreme Court. That's something I absolutely support. Then we'll get to Candace Owens somehow keeps going lower and lower and embarrassing herself more and more. And you have one of the leaders of Project 2025 says the quiet part out loud. And it ain't pretty, man. So we'll talk about that and much, much more. Let me move this microphone a little bit closer to me. Still coming at you on vacation, so I apologize for any background noise you might hear. But, we'll power through. We'll do our absolute best. But anyway, do me a big favor. Please subscribe to the channel. That helps out massively. Costs you nothing. Also, if you're so inclined, you can support the show on Patreon. That link is below, or tip on YouTube. That's welcome as well. And there's no Crystal Kyle and friends this week because, as you can see, there's a gorgeous beach behind me.
Can be
and I'm going to pretend like we're not living in a rotting, crumbling empire where everything is getting worse every single day. All right, so without any further ado, let's dive into it. So this is kind of a big deal, man. In the wake of Biden's disastrous debate performance, we had a whole bunch of excuses given. One of the excuses was like, bro,
what happened? You said,
don't you know that he's been traveling a lot and stuff, man? That's why he had such a bad night. He was just traveling and he was jet lagged and stuff. They said that, but come to find out, his travel concluded 2 weeks ago.
Little mini things all the time.
So the whole jet lag or whatever, that does not add up. Not even close.
The Arc Soul.
Then you have, of course, the he was overprepared and they gave him too many facts and numbers and statistics.
And then if
really,
I wanted
he
to,
just
I
needed
could
to project confidence.
put on a different aspect, and I could.
We've had these laundry list of excuses that were given, and one of the excuses is, look, his staffers don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Stasis turret.
It's his staffers' problem. It's their fault. It's not Biden's fault. It's their fault. Well, guess what? Probably not a good idea to throw your staffers under the bus when your staffers have been the one protecting your senile ass for years.
It's debating, do I want to go with
this backfired right in their face. Senior administration official tells Politico Biden is, quote, not a pleasant person, and staffers are, quote, scared shitless of him.
No.
Okay. A Politico report published on Tuesday described just how much President Joe Biden's most senior advisors kept him insulated from the public before his disastrous performance in the first presidential debate against former President Donald Trump. Eli Stokols, Ilana Schneider, Jonathan Lemire, and Adam Cankren spoke to several White House staffers off the record who shared how the president's inner circle has been making efforts to keep Biden isolated from not just the public, but from the people working for him. Many of them describe a fraught environment curated to keep Biden shielded from public scrutiny, as well as scrutiny from inside his own house. Quote, it's like, you can't include that, that will set him off. Or, quote, put that in, he likes that, said one senior administration official. It's a Rorschach test, not a briefing, because he is not a pleasant person to be around when he's being briefed. It's very difficult, and people are scared shitless of him, the official said. He doesn't take advice from anyone other than those top few aides, and it becomes a perfect storm because he just gets more and more isolated from their efforts to control it.
Good enough.
Good googly moogly. Okay, so let's break this down a little bit. The first thing that comes to mind when I read that part there is Trump. Very famously, Trump said, you have to keep the briefings really, really short, like a Cliff Notes version of the briefing. And Trump's own people said, you have to put Trump's name in the briefing a bunch so that it can keep his attention, right? So he was a menace to deal with. Nobody wanted to deal with Trump when he was doing his briefings and stuff like that. And this is exactly what's going on with Biden. in a slightly different way, but this is exactly what's going on with Biden. They're keeping out information that he doesn't like. They're only putting in the information that he does like.
Yeah,
They say
Wall
he's
Street, this one's a little
difficult,
crazy.
he's not pleasant, they're scared shitless of
Does
him.
that, like,
He
big
doesn't take advice from anybody
damage
other than the
attack?
top few trusted
That, like,
voices.
kind of hide behind.
And by the way,
dodge.
look, let's call a spade here. The fact that the staffers are admitting this is also a pox on the House of the Staffers. Because the staffers, you're supposed to say, I don't care how he reacts to it. I need to give the president all of the facts. To just act like it's okay to curate it and filter it
You guys know
and
what
not
the
give him
strike-
all of the straight dope because you're trying
Dude,
to
I don't
avoid
remember
getting
any
into an
strikes. I
uncomfortable
literally
back
can't
and
tell you the
forth.
last time I
I
willingly
mean, what sort of a
cheated into a strike.
ridiculous training wheels ass situation is that? You can't run a country like that. That's the craziest thing I've ever heard in my life. All right, Politico reported that Senior Deputy Press Secretary Andrew Bates denied that this kind of
it's like
curation
an
was
OG
taking place.
one, I'll
Internally,
probably
staffers
remember
were
it.
caught off guard by the announcement that there would be 2 presidential debates. 3 administration officials told Politico
It's President
that
Alvarez,
White
I
House
don't know
staff
if
had
it's
no
OG or not.
idea it was happening.
Oh, I think I've
Meanwhile,
done
it was being
Alvarez.
hashed
Is
out
that
between
the one with
Biden's
the
cabal of
trams that you have to
advisors,
dodge?
campaign staffers in Wilmington,
Yep.
Delaware, and the networks. Everyone was told this was for the best, said a White House staffer. Now it's the worst possible outcome, and we're all trying to figure out why the people who know him best and make all the
Although I vaguely
decisions
know this one.
didn't seem to anticipate that this might happen.
I can
By
do
the way, when I
all-
was a kid, and I'm sure
can
you
do
felt the
all,
same, you just had this feeling, this sensation that, you know, the adults kind of got shit on lock, right? Like they're handling shit, they're leaders, they're in
What do you have on for
control.
all champions?
If anything comes up, they'll
I
deal with
have
it with grace,
Arbalist, I have
right?
my sidearm, and I have
But then
a
as you get
sword.
older, you realize they don't know what
Oh,
the
we got
fuck
an
they're
overload
doing.
right here.
And in fact,
Oh,
nobody
man.
knows what the fuck they're doing.
Where is it?
And you need to have that same realization
You're running
when
out
it
of
comes to
overload with
political
the sword.
leaders.
Yep.
You need to have that same realization that, like,
You're
the
lucky the
president
stasis
at this
frozen.
point is just an
Oh,
old
that's
guy
my-
who's
that's my whole
sundowning.
build right now, Jared.
He's
I
a creature
have
of Washington.
25.
He's an old guy who's
Frost
sundowning.
armor, I have
All of his
Golden Mail.
staffers are just careerist ladder climbers. It's not like they
That's
go,
what this
hey,
build
let's
is
bring
right
in the
now.
foremost
That's why
expert
I'm
on
kinda
foreign
like, if it doesn't
policy
work out, then I'll
and find
just
a way to avert
do
war
over
in
with
this
the
scenario.
scout
No,
rifle.
it's like, who has been in the belly of the beast the longest? Who has
So-
kissed enough ass to climb the ladder enough to
Yeah,
get in the ear of powerful
Just jump
people?
over this.
Like,
You can.
it's a fucking mess. It's a mess. But what
So,
the Biden team is learning here is
my
that, look, you
class
throw the staffers
item,
under the bus,
Jared,
well, they're going to
is,
throw you under the bus because guess what?
Frost armor.
They're the
and
only ones
dust
freaking
field
protecting you.
grenade,
They were the
times
ones who were
5,
really
and I
covering
have
up just
Golden
how
Mail when I throw grenades.
horrible a situation
Did you
he
renew
was
a grass
in
bond?
cognitively. And now they're like,
Do I renew grass
bro,
bond?
he's horrible to
Yeah,
work with.
that's what
It's
you dust the
impossible.
grenade with
So,
renewal
yeah.
grass.
So now, would this story have come out if they didn't throw the staffers under the bus? No. But do I believe them? I
Yeah,
kind
spirit
of
of
do.
renewal. I
But with
have
the
spirit of
asterisk that
renewal,
they're also
spirit
telling
of
on themselves here.
They're
They're also telling on themselves. They're basically saying we didn't do our job properly because, you know, we didn't want to get into an uncomfortable back and forth with this guy. The advisors in question, Anita Dunn, her husband and Biden's lawyer, Bob Bauer, Mike Donnellan, Steve Ricchetti, Bruce Reed, Ted
Some of these
Kaufman, and Ron
goblins are
Klain,
like
as well as First Lady
invincible.
Jill Biden, were seen as the ones standing between Biden and basically everyone else, which was why Biden's subdued, shaky performance at the debate came as a shock to many who work for him. Like, here's the part that people aren't really talking about enough. Once people get power, they never want to give up.
That was my super on that guy.
And Biden, as long as he rejects the pressure, he could be the nominee, as long as he survives. And these people who should be advising him, hey dog, you got to step aside. You're no longer at peak performance. They're not doing that.
Grandmaster.
They're not doing that because they don't want to give up
Remember that,
their proximity to power. The relevance of all the
Remember
people I
that,
just listed are directly
raid,
tied to the
contest
fact
mode raid?
that
We're negative 20.
they are
Yeah.
Joe Biden's
This is negative
friend,
40.
Joe Biden's family member, Joe Biden's advisor. Like, in a President Harris administration, a lot of these people are gonzo. Any Democrat. With Gavin Newsom, he'll probably bring in a bunch of his
So
California
whenever he revives
crew,
and we
right?
wipe if we all die.
So they know
we go to orbit.
Biden steps down, we're done. So that gives them every incentive in the world to be like, no, bro, everything's
that's
totally
very
good. I don't know what you're talking
Pulse
about.
up
Everything's
in this
fine.
guy.
And so this is just a perfect storm of horribleness. Finally, they say here, John Morgan, a Democratic megadonor who spoke on the record, blamed these advisors directly for what happened at the debate. The whole planning preparation was political malpractice. I think he has
pushing me.
misplaced trust in these people, in these three people, and I believe he has from the inception. Well, on that one, I'm going to go ahead and disagree. There's no way to put enough lipstick
I'm
on
not
that
just telling
pig.
my sparrow for this
There's
part,
just
but-
no way to clean up the Biden performance at this point. It's not going to happen. It's not going to work. You're not going to be able to do it. And it was always going to end the way it ended. The moderators couldn't have saved him. The preparation couldn't have saved him. His staffers couldn't have saved him. Sorry, but there's nothing left to do but come to grips with reality and say it's time to go.
Punched
It's
me
time
one
to step
time, I'm
aside.
dead.
Hey y'all, do me a
I'm
favor
not
and like and
saying that
subscribe.
Titan
It helps
has
out big
died.
time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos
It's worst
drop,
class in
and watch
game,
that
like,
video on
none of my
screen right
abilities do
now.
fucking anything.
Yep.
You know you want to.
Yep. That's what I've been saying, man.
We'll say you're great in PvP, man. That Titan charge is legendary.
Warlock is OP in PvP right now.
All right, guys. So
Warlock is OP.
they just had to
Biden's
nerf
cognitive
all the
health.
Warlock stuff because they were getting like infinite.
Oh, what killed me?
or
I don't even know what died. Why'd I die?
I don't know what killed me either.
Oh, boy.
It said I died to the unstoppable that we killed.
Yeah.
Freaking
You did something
blow
that
up.
killed you guys.
Don't worry, buffs to Titan's coming.
Yep.
Just to make us happy. It's not actually gonna happen.
Oh.
Yeah, can I technically freeze all of the champions? I know.
I think Shatter works on one of them. Freeze works on another.
I'll say because I could just run a sidearm that also freezes.
We can judge that in exactly the same way.
Yeah,
But,
like Rip,
yeah, he just,
Riptide
I mean,
with the chill clip.
He just kind of brought it back. It
We'll
felt
do
kind of just like a stump speech.
Barrier and unstop.
Right.
Yeah, because
Yeah, I think that's true. That you know, it's not like Biden could come in and like kind of like come back with fighting words, and even when he kind of tried, like remember Trump
Like
brought
a
a
mini boss in this
bow,
room.
and Biden turned real nasty in that way. That's kind of like. It wasn't that kind of
sniper back there
classic
did a
Joe
lot of damage
Biden,
to
like
me.
the fighter thing that his team always tries to kind of like pitch him as,
What?
but it
No
kind of read
way.
more like old man getting really angry
Like one- no,
and a little
the
bit
sniper, like, one hit me
out
up.
of pocket due to his age.
I will say this: Trump should have been like, "What year did your son die?" Because famously, Joe Biden, even though he brings up Bo's
how
death
Ukraine killed
every
someone
fucking day, does not remember what year his son died, which I believe was
I know.
2015. The other thing too is that Joe also
Freaking idiot, I know.
frequently, I think he did this to Mike Preisner when Preisner yelled at him. He always pretends that his son died in Iraq.
I
now
know.
now he seems to like be a little more coherent and like adhere, like attribute it to him dying because of the burn pits in Iraq.
Watch out! You can
Which
die
I'm
from the
like,
train stand behind that, apparently.
That's a couple
I don't know why the
leaps.
fuck it's
it's a couple of leaps, but because didn't he die of like a brain aneurysm or something? Which certainly Joe Biden has had one or two of in the past.
At like age 45.
But yeah, he like got pissed off during that, but like he wasn't really even able to like do it very coherently. You know,
No.
like,
When I
he
saw
was
the
just-
train, I knew it was
seemed
a
like
joke.
at a certain point when your brain starts to degrade a little bit,
Yeah, I'm coming across.
your ability
Oh, wait, is that
to
barrier? Frick.
express yourself
yeah,
when
that
you're,
was-
especially when you're
What killed
agitated or
me?
angry, becomes very skewed. And
not even
oftentimes,
shooting me.
like you'll either
I'm
exaggerate
under
it
This
or
game
not
is
exaggerate,
fucking
but like
wild,
you'll
dude.
get angry, much angrier than a situation would demand, or angry when a situation doesn't demand it, or you just it's difficult to control yourself. And I think
He's gonna get
Biden
all-
had
get
a
all
little
back.
snap
I'm
of
gonna-
that a
nice.
couple of times the
Valley's
other
asthma,
night,
that's true.
but
True.
I think that the rest of his health problems may be so severe that he actually can't get that, physically cannot get that angry because he is breaking down.
What
Be
did
afraid
Yeah.
to use your ult.
Much like, for instance, a mummy recently reawakened, but
Oh, yeah,
then
that's right,
robbed of the
Transcendence.
power that gives him eternal life.
Right. Kind of like a
Yeah, I
like
wouldn't- I wouldn't go-
lashing
I
out
wouldn't cross these
spasm,
street
but it
tracks
like
if the
can't
boss is
go
gonna
anywhere.
spawn.
He
Right.
can't go anywhere
Top of
because his joints are locked. This is another
Well, he is
thing.
very stiff.
He's stiff. The guy is stiff as a motherfucking
shit. Behind you,
board,
behind you guys,
which
behind you guys.
normally an older man with a lot of power I would be very attracted to. But him,
Where'd he go?
I don't
Hit
know.
him
We
with
were
my ult
looking at
and
this footage
teleported him.
earlier of him standing there next to Kamala
You're welcome.
Yeah.
at some event, and he
Apparently it did no
doesn't
damage
seem
to
like
him,
he
though.
can
No.
move.
It's the arms.
Yeah, I wouldn't stand down
That
there.
seems like a mini stroke thing.
Well, I was saying that it could also be
Back there again.
potentially Parkinson's. Now, there's like a type of Parkinson's that's, everyone knows the shakes, but there's also stiffness
Yeah.
that you can get. And there was like a commercial that he was in.
like that.
A commercial. He was in,
Like
a
campaign
a
ad.
campaign ad.
Yeah.
Not like he was
We're
featured
gonna go in
in
the boss room
Life
with no
alert ad.
Levi's left.
Yeah, well, and there was like, it was weird. It was like his arms were super stiff, but then his hands were like loosey goosey. Like he didn't kind of have control over
might have
them.
gone away
It
if
was
you
very
go over it.
weird, and that that can sometimes accompany dementia. There's like PDD, Parkinson's disease with dementia, which it could be. I don't know. I mean, I will say that like I don't think this is just old guy stuff. I think that there's probably some other things going on, and like he's kept
I don't feel strong with this build at all.
Sequestered basically from all accounts that especially have come out over this past
There's
weekend,
like a 99.5%,
which we can talk about. That like he's kept
Hunter.
like
it's
even to
way
White
stronger
House
than
staff
anything built.
is like not allowed to have access to him.
It's like a 90,
in the residence, and he's like has a very tight knit crew that is very protective over him, which to me does not sound like someone who is being completely transparent about whatever's going on with their health.
I agree. I think that detail about like the actual like
it's why would
waiters
I
or butlers or whatever they have in the White House, not just like political staff, but like people who come and bring you, a nice Sprite once in a while. The fact that those people have extremely like the most limited access that any staff have ever had to a president, at least in modern times. I think that does speak to something deeper going on. Liz, shall I compare thee to a summer's day?
Does rival the Arc one. It's not as strong as the Arc one, but it lets me just like stand right on top of people as long as I have a dust cloud grenade going.
President Biden at that fundraiser last night in Virginia tried to offer a new explanation for his debate performance, saying that part of it was due to the fact that he was crossing the globe a few times for international travel.
Is anyone in the White House hiding information about the president's health or his ability to do the job day to day? Absolutely not.
He told those donors that he almost fell asleep on the debate stage, which garnered some laughter in the room. But
a lot of Democrats starting to get ever more concerned, pushing for a decision from Joe Biden to come quickly. Some want it this week, and the decision that they want is for him to step aside.
The big question remains, will President Joe Biden finally step down from this presidential race, allowing for a younger and possibly more competitive and popular Democrat to take his place? Well, at the moment, it still remains uncertain, and infuriatingly enough, Joe Biden seems to be delusional enough to think that this too shall pass, and I don't think that's the case. Now, we're going to get to Biden's latest statements in just a moment, but before we do, and prior to Biden releasing his latest statements, the New York Times had a pretty fascinating piece in regard to a close Biden ally who Biden spoke to about what he's concerned about, what he might be planning to do. And here is what we have learned based on that reporting. The ally is quoted as saying, quote, he knows if he has two more events like that, meaning events like the disastrous debate, we're in a different place. By the end of the weekend, said the ally, referring to Biden's halting and unfocused performance in the debate. The person who talked to the president in the past 24 hours spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss a sensitive situation. Biden might be considering resigning from his campaign. That was the whole point of this piece, based on the comments that were shared by this close ally of his. But Biden officials and Democratic operatives are in complete denial mode, including the First Lady's former press secretary.
The president has told a key ally he knows he may not be able to salvage his candidacy if he can't convince the public in the coming days he is up for the job. What is being discussed in the campaign right now about this?
Rumors floating out there. The president is in this race to win it. He is the Democratic nominee. And from our perspective, we're going to continue to do everything we can to make sure that we're building a campaign apparatus to reach voters.
So when you say that's false, the president has had zero conversations with anyone saying, I may not be able to continue, I may not be able to win this race.
That is correct. The president has been having conversations with a number of Democratic leaders. I'm talking to them.
So the individual that you just heard from is actually part of the current Biden campaign, and he seems to be a little bit in denial. So that's Biden-Harris Deputy Campaign Manager Quentin Fulks, totally denying the New York Times reporting. But I want to go to the next video, because in that next clip, you're going to hear from the First Lady's former press secretary. And I think what he shares here is really fascinating, because he specifically refers to Biden's family. Take a look.
I would just say it's going to take a lot more than blind sources to push this family out. They're just not going to bend to, like, he's not going to step aside because of blind sources. It's going to take Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer to really be the ones, like Hugh Scott and Barry Goldwater and John Rhodes did in 1974, to go down and say, there is no support for you, Mr. President. I don't see that happening. This is not a dam breaking, because there is one congressman from Texas, and all respect to Congressman Doggett. There is one congressman who called for Bill Clinton to resign.
Thanks for watching. Our audience has helped build TYT into the media giant it is today. Together, we can accomplish anything. Support our work and join us at tyt.com/.
Oh, I don't have overload. I can't do this guy. Oh, maybe my turret can. You fucking bitch. Got my plate? How you guys doing?
Oh, I've been dead.
Oh, we had 9. Oh, yeah, we lost.
Yeah.
Maybe get on the plate if we can. Get on it. You can touch that plate.
From New York Times, I'm Michael Barbaro. This is a special episode of The Daily.
Yeah, no, I gotta change my build if I have to be
Today,
clearing ads hard.
a major Times poll finds that since President Biden's poor performance in the first presidential debate, voters' doubts about his mental fitness have deepened. And Donald Trump has taken by far his biggest lead of the campaign.
I like the Arbalist, but I don't like running it.
I spoke with my colleague, Shane Goldmacher, about what the results could mean for Biden's future. It's Thursday, July 4th. Shane, thank you for coming on with not a ton of notice on a very busy day for you.
Happy to be on.
We don't normally publish an episode on a national holiday, July 4th, but we felt the results of this poll were significant enough and newsworthy enough that it was worth departing from that tradition.
I mean, in the time that I've been at the Times and covering our polls, this has been by far the most anticipated
the barrier,
poll
the unstop,
that we've
and the
put
overload
out.
and capture the plate.
And the reason it's so anticipated is that tens of millions of Americans watched the debate last week. And one of the biggest questions about Joe Biden's political future has been, how did voters actually process what they saw on stage?
Right. What did they make of a Democratic nominee struggling openly, at times to be coherent, to offer cogent answers? Would it affect the race?
That's been one of the fundamental questions. And the storyline out of the White House and in Wilmington, where Biden's campaign is headquartered, is that this debate was just a blip. They put out their own survey showing that it hadn't made a change between before the debate and after. Notably, they were behind in the survey that they released themselves. But really, people have been waiting for independent polling to take a look at the state of the race after that debate.
Mm-hmm. And enter the New York Times Siena poll. What did we find on this very big, highly anticipated question?
We found that Donald Trump had the biggest lead he's ever had in a New York Times poll. He's ahead of Joe Biden 49% to 43%. So he has a 6 percentage point lead among likely voters and an even larger 9 percentage points among registered voters.
Wow, 9 percentage points is meaningful.
Yeah, and it's not just the size of his lead, it's the direction. So the race shifted 3 percentage points in Trump's direction in just the span of about a week. And the reason we know that is the Times actually pretty intentionally planned to do 2 polls. One right before the debate to get a snapshot of the race heading into this key moment. It was our first poll since Trump's conviction. And it set a baseline. Where did the race stand before these two men met on stage? And then we began polling immediately after to figure out if and how the debate had changed the dynamics. And what we see are some real changes.
Right, and just to summarize, a 6-point Trump lead over Biden among likely voters, a 9-point lead among registered voters, and that 3-point swing, those are striking data points in a race that has seemed very close throughout and was expected to be very close in the end.
I really think it's the totality of the poll that makes it a significant snapshot of the state of the race. You have the overall margin with Donald Trump leading by more than he's ever led in a New York Times poll. And you have on the critical question of age for an 81-year-old president who just struggled to perform on the national stage, growing concerns about his ability to govern. And it's basically everyone in the poll. A majority of every demographic, geographic, and ideological group that we tested thought that Joe Biden is too old to be an effective president. And that includes people who are voting for Joe Biden.
How much did that perception of Biden's age and is he too old to be president change since the debate?
So before the debate, Democrats already had concerns about Joe Biden's ability to do the job. And those concerns got bigger after the debate. They rose 8 percentage points to 59% of his own party. And as worrisome for the Biden campaign, they also rose further among independents, all the way up to 79%.
Overall, what percentage of everyone polled says that President Biden is too old to be an effective president?
Overall, 74% of voters in the survey said that Joe Biden is too old to be an effective president.
Wow. As you said, Shane, a meaningful percentage of the voters we polled will still vote for Biden despite these concerns because he's getting, I think the number was 43% of the vote, which means some meaningful group of those who are concerned about his age are still going to vote for him. So I'm curious, when you really get into the results of this poll, which voters do you find, since the debate, have thrown their support behind Trump and have helped him get this 6-point or 9-point lead, depending on how you slice it, over Biden?
I can give you an answer with just one word, and it's men. The voters who swung to Donald Trump in this survey pretty decisively were men. He was leading among men going into the debate. He was leading by 12 percentage points among men before the debate. But afterward, that lead has almost doubled to 23 percentage points.
How do you think about that?
It makes a lot of sense in the framing that Donald Trump has taken to the race overall, which is this sort of machismo-ness that he campaigns on. His entire frame for the 2024 election is one of strength versus weakness. His campaign has been designed to appeal in a lot of ways to men, right? After he was convicted of falsifying records related to, don't forget, a hush money payment made to a porn star, the first event he did was at a UFC
and the beer distributor near
and he
us.
stayed until 1 a.m. Right? There is this sort of male energy that the Trump campaign has very intentionally tried to tap into. And I think a debate that showed him in
go there and get beer,
much more command than
I guess he
Joe
sold
Biden.
it.
Wait, Novellas?
Yeah.
They sold it? So is it closed now?
Yeah. No, that's somebody else bought it. Like, it's a couple of Indian dudes.
Is it still a bar?
No, it's just a beer distributor. It's like a...
Oh. Is it still beer then?
Yeah, it's still beer.
Well, what's wrong with it?
But the quality immediately went downhill.
Is that some racial slurs comment coming out?
Yeah, they made a ton of changes.
Like what? What
the
they do?
vibe's not as friendly. They just don't feel like they seem like nice guys. They just don't feel as friendly as the older dude did.
Oh.
You know, he'd walk by, he's like, "Hey, you need help with anything?" No, I'm good. Okay, great. Let me know. And like, it was like you know, it wasn't like a forced like buy something.
It's crazy because that's happening more recently because our force, beer distributors also.
Yeah, I'm kind of sad. We were walking past like a display the last time we went, and it was like, because I got that beer, I got that 30 case for $15 the last time I went, the one time I went, and there was one here. It was buy one get one free, $14. You buy the case for $14 and you get another one free. So it's a 48 pack for $14. Yeah, we were looking at it, we were like, that's insane. And we were reading the sign, and it was like, oh, but you have to take a screenshot of your receipt, and you have to pay full price in the store and send it in, and then they'll Venmo you.
Oh, it's a rebate. Oh.
Yeah, and I was like, oh,
I hate that shit. That's just
Venmo. Yeah, Venmo rebate. And then the guy walked up to us and he's like, "Oh, that's a great deal. You see it?" He's like, "It's literally free beer." What? And he goes, "Yeah, the guy told you buy one case and you take a screenshot and they'll give you the $14 back." He's like, "You literally only pay taxes." And he's like trying to convince us the whole time that like all you have to do is buy one case, and we're like, it says like on the sign it says you have to buy 2 cases. It says, buy one get one free. He goes, "No, it's just one free. Just don't buy one. Just get one." I was like, I feel like I'm being scammed. I was like, oh, that's crazy. Like, who knows? Maybe I'll try some. I did not buy that beer. Did not at all.
Save $14 minus that.
Real men buy their beer by the 4-pack.
Yikes. L. Major L.
What beer
women.
do you buy, Guinness?
Women don't even buy their beer by the
Guinness.
4-pack.
I don't know if I could just straight up drink Guinness if it's not in an Irish like car bomb.
You only got a 4-pack.
It has the nitro ball though. It's like so foamy.
And you already drank one, right?
Yeah, I had one yesterday. Put me to sleep.
You only have 3 left for.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's gonna last me the rest of the year.
Like, how did you not drink the other 3 after the first one?
You guys change your builds? You good?
I didn't drink it yet. I'll drink it probably today. I won today.
Is Joey good?
I haven't heard him.
Is Joey even here?
Fall asleep.
You can drink the rest of the 3 tonight, Dustin?
No, I'll have one.
What? You mean 1?
How many should I be having?
I'm gonna have like 15, so you should at least have 8.
You're having 15 beers today?
Oh, at least. 4th of July. Maybe I'll hit 27 like I did on the cruise. You never know.
Yeah, I mean, I did pretty good on the cruise.
What was the most you had in one day on the cruise?
I don't remember. It could have been like 12.
No way. There's no chance you had 12 drinks in one day on the cruise.
It was double digits.
Maybe over the course of a day, I could see you had 10. Maybe. I don't remember you drinking that heavy on the cruise.
I had, yeah.
I remember you tried a bunch of stuff.
Seth was keeping track too.
I remember you had like 10 in a day. You ready, Joey?
Huh?
You ready?
Yeah. I am trying Red Robin's pizza.
Red Robin?
Sounds like a terrible
That's a
idea.
burger place.
It's
Yeah.
actually pretty good pizza. Called Donato's Pizza.
So it's not even their
It's not
pizza,
bad
it's
at
just
all.
a frozen pizza that they made.
Maybe. I think it's like how Pizza Hut and Wing Street are like the same company, just different things.
Oh, okay.
Alright. Oh. Yeah, no, it's not bad. Not bad at all. Is it worth the price? No, but it's not bad at all. It's like $20 for a 14-inch.
Oh, hey, oh.
expensive.
Yeah.
The heck?
Yeah. Like I said, it's good, but I don't think it's $20 good.
Oh.
Oh, I didn't even see that guy.
Biden seems to have jostled some of these men in his direction.
Right.
And of course, for most of the Trump era, women voters have voted much more heavily for Democrats. And in the post-debate poll, Joe Biden's lead among women actually ticked up too.
Yeah,
He is now leading by 8 percentage points. The problem for him is that lead is so much smaller than the Trump advantage among men.
Shane, was there any good news in this poll for President Biden?
They did put an invisible wall.
How much would you like to swing?
You can still get through, but it's not as easy.
I think there are some glimmers of good news for Joe Biden. We talked about how independents now see Joe Biden
never go to cell
as
block
increasingly
one.
old and really look on that age question a lot like Republicans at this point. In the top line question of do you pick Biden or Trump right now, Trump actually lost a small amount of ground in this survey among independent voters.
Never go to cell block
It's
one.
just that he gained so much more among Republicans and Biden lost so much more among Democrats that it ended up being a net negative for Joe Biden.
Interesting. Thus, glimmer, not really necessarily pure good news.
The other glimmer of good news for Joe Biden is that while Democrats are increasingly worried about how old he is,
Please don't push me
they
like
actually didn't move away from him on the basic question of should he remain the Democratic Party's nominee. The share of Democratic voters who think he should no longer be the Democratic nominee ticked up ever so slightly, but it's not a significant movement away from Biden in a way that some of his advisors might have feared.
Told you, man. I've been
That's
telling you guys forever.
interesting. And I suppose good news for Biden after this debate, but
all the other
I
prismatic
recall
classes are
our
so much
guest
more
on the
insane.
debate night when we did that episode of Seth Herndon reminding us that the point of this debate, the reason why Joe Biden agreed to do this debate was to try to reassure Democrats
These stasis turrets
of
are insane.
his place as the nominee,
everything freezes.
and to
They can't shoot you back.
hopefully,
It's great.
in a poll like this, find that more and more Democrats want him to be the nominee and aren't worried about that. It doesn't sound like this poll finds that at all.
I mean, this was one of the fundamental things that the Biden campaign was trying to accomplish. They wanted to reunite the Democratic Party behind him to get people to focus on the contrast, the threat of Donald Trump, to rally behind Joe Biden as the one and only alternative to stopping Donald Trump this fall, to take a race that a lot of people have tuned out and get them to tune in. And what the poll found is that, yes, more people are paying more attention to the race now, but on those questions of are Democrats further behind Joe Biden, it actually added questions to that rather than answering them.
I want to ask about something that people around the president are saying a lot since this debate happened, which is bad debates happen. They point to the fact, for example, that President Obama had a rough debate against Mitt Romney in 2012. He dipped in the polls, came back. How are you in your reporting and thinking about this poll contemplating the idea that what we're seeing here is a momentary problem?
Yeah,
for
no,
President
he
Biden,
took a
not
chunk of
necessarily
damage.
a permanent one.
I think there's a big fundamental difference between the 2012 race,
what is Spawn and
which
Explosion
you're
next
right,
week? It's Spawn and
Barack Obama
Explosion
had a
next
bad
week.
night.
maybe that's
He
what
did
killed me
dip
and
in the
Nate.
polls.
That's what killed you guys
He
last
recovered
time.
and he
Maybe
won
it's supposed to
pretty
Spawn and he
comfortably
did.
by the end of that race. And what we saw in this debate, which is the struggles that Joe Biden had fed into the fundamental questions and weaknesses that he's had in this entire election, which is voters' questions about his ability to serve as president at age 81 and to continue to serve as president until age 86. And so it wasn't just about, oh, well, he gave a really bad answer on, Medicare, or he gave a really bad answer on the economy, or he flubbed a taxes question, or he didn't answer abortion right. Because, by the way, he did have those particular issue struggles. The bigger problem for him in the debate is that on the question that most voters have about him, can he continue to do the job? They left with an answer
prison for the
that
vax,
left
or is it
them
prison
less
for,
confident in his ability to do the job.
Mhm.
And in
He
that
said there's, like,
way,
gangs of
it's
vax
fundamentally different than the Obama campaign in 2012.
Maybe they have
So
ways of
Shane, it's
visiting
hard
each other?
to
Are they,
imagine
like,
this poll
the thing?
doing anything to quiet the very real panic that has erupted within the Democratic Party over Biden's candidacy. If
drop Wayne down
anything,
Fire Squad.
I have to suspect
I'm
it's
totally
going
not eating
to
pizza.
deepen it.
Look, Michael,
Pulse is gonna
the
shoot through the
campaign was
barriers
so
and these guys
worried
now.
about
Great.
this
Yeah.
poll
I
that they
can't
actually
stand
sent
out
out
and
an
open
internal
for
staff
a
memo
millisecond.
on Wednesday morning,
Just watching you guys
pre-butting
stand
the
up
findings,
the entire
kind of
fighting.
dismissing the
I was behind
results
you the whole
before
time.
they even knew.
Remember I was saying how shit
what
Titan
it
were? You guys were
was.
like, no, Titan's great. Titan
Don't worry,
shit.
I'll make Titan great again.
And the reason
I was
why
like, you
is
guys
that the
are like,
Biden
no, when I
campaign
free roam, I shit
has
on
been
things with
nervous.
Titan. And I was like, when
This
you
is the
free roam,
kind
you
of
shit on things
empirical
with Titan.
evidence that can be used to try
Well,
to
in
push him out of the race,
Grandmasters, fucking Ray
which is something that
Hunter Warlock
prominent
shit on.
Democrats have already started to do.
Yeah, they really made Titan useless in endgame stuff. You're like, here, you're good at meleeing, but only meleeing.
Right back.
Melee. Any endgame activity.
But guess what? We're gonna get rid of everything.
So
that
Shane,
can
let's
make you
talk about how this has all been playing out
Yep.
within the Democratic
Yep.
Party, within the Biden campaign over the
Yeah, it's
past few
crazy,
days. And as you
It's,
hinted at just before the break,
barrier on the
how
right,
this
he's
new
the barrier on the
polling
right.
is potentially going to fit
Things were too
into
good at
that.
what?
And
Meleeing? That's the only thing
just
we
to
were allowed
note,
to
in our
fucking
last
do.
episode about
Yep.
this with our colleague Peter Baker,
That's all they ever let us
the
do.
discussion,
crayons.
the idea of replacing Biden
they
as
shoe-
nominee
they shoe
because
us
of
in a
this
corner.
debate performance had mostly been confined to pundits and a handful of former elected officials, which had
Man, these
given it an
hobgoblins
air
take so
of
much
being
damage,
kind
dude.
of a fringe conversation. My sense is that that's starting
This is
to change.
crazy.
So just bring us up to speed.
I feel like every time a Minotaur
Yeah,
gets hit
it has
by a
moved
train,
from
it responds.
cable pundits to
Careful,
Capitol
Santa down
Hill,
there. Oh, you're not there.
and that is a very important shift.
I think, like a lot of people, I was pretty horrified by the debate.
That's called.
You
making a
had
bar.
Senator Sheldon Whitehouse, a liberal from Rhode Island, saying he was horrified.
Michigan Congresswoman Debbie Jingle says one interview
I think the
isn't
train
going to
stopped.
fix
I'm not
this.
sure, but
You have some
I
important
just
members
jumped
of
on
Congress
it.
in key
I'm
swing
very
states like Michigan
I want to see him talk to
well,
the
we
American
have a few more
people
revives going in this one.
saying that voters
At
are
the last
worried
we had like
about
one or
this
two at this
issue.
point.
and tell them why he can do the job and what he's going to deliver, and that he's got the stamina to do it.
And then on Tuesday, you really had the
Yeah, with the turrets, I
beginning
could just stand
of a
wherever I
dam
want.
break.
Basically, they just they don't. Yeah, they just
And
like
we
shoot
don't
the
know
turrets instead of me.
just how big the leak is going to
Even
be
if they shoot
yet,
at me, I have like.
but we
damage
do
this,
know
so it's-
that he's leaking important support.
As a college student, I did a lot of debating, and I
You had Jim Clyburn, who is one of the president's closest
see these
allies, who delivered an endorsement to Joe Biden in 2020 that helped deliver him the presidency and the Democratic
Like, oh,
nomination.
You guys are out in the open, and I
this
dive
body
above
should
cover.
not
Yeah, he really
in
goes
any
for his
way
back.
do
That
anything
cover's got
to
holes
work
in it.
around
I can't show you that cover.
Ms.
Have to
Harris.
say.
He began talking about what he would do if
It doesn't hit them.
Joe Biden wasn't in fact the leader.
We should do everything we
You're
can
right, I see. Oh,
to
sorry,
bolster
okay.
her, whether it's in second place or at the top of the ticket.
And he said he would back his vice
Oh, I
president,
messed up.
Kamala Harris. And then you had Nancy Pelosi.
We all have been in touch with people close to the president, so it's not a question of not having an opportunity to make our concerns known or.
Who's one of the most revered
Oh, yeah, they're
names
unstopped.
in Democratic
Oh, why
politics.
did do that? Oh, okay.
Almost going a step further.
Now, again, I think it's a legitimate question to say, is this an
no
episode or
special
is this a condition?
And saying the questions about Joe Biden's mental fitness, those questions that we saw jumping among Democrats in our poll, that is a legitimate line of inquiry for the public. Now, her spokesperson later said she still continues to support Joe Biden, but it's pretty hard to unring a bell. Like, is this an episode or is this a condition?
Oh, down to one sniper.
You know, when my wife and I watched the debate last Thursday, we were so hoping for the momentum to overcome the lag that we've had in.
And of course, Joe Biden then had the first Democratic member of Congress officially call for him to step aside.
Like
and that's
one
Lloyd
special
Doggett,
ammo.
a progressive from Texas.
I was so moved by that evening that the next morning I was out to talk on the floor of Congress
I have the art.
with our leadership and with as many of my colleagues as I could
art,
find
the Volt
to
shot,
express
yeah,
the
the
view
Volt
that it
shot,
was time for a
dedicated
replacement and for President Biden to step aside.
Right, and as we're sitting here, and I should say we're talking at around 4 p.m. on Wednesday, literally at this precise moment, I'm seeing that another sitting Democratic congressman, Raul Grijalva from Arizona, has also come out and publicly called for Biden to step aside as nominee. This has to be President Biden's nightmare. 2 Democratic Congress members saying, get out of the race.
I mean, this is exactly the kind of drumbeat that Joe Biden has been seeking to avoid.
Where do you think, and based on your reporting and the reporting of our colleague Shane, has this left Biden in his thinking on the eve of July 4th?
The president and his team have been doing for like an hour. 2 things at once.
That was good enough.
On Wednesday, President Biden and his vice president, Kamala Harris, both joined an all-staff conference call of his campaign team. And he reiterated that he's going to be in this race until the very end. But my colleague, Katie Rogers, has reported on some private conversations that President Biden has had with key allies, in which he has told them that he understands the coming days are absolutely critical to salvaging his candidacy. Now, I should say that the White House has denied that reporting. But Democrats pretty much across the spectrum at this point are saying that Joe Biden needs to reassure the American people about his ability to serve.
And that's important, Shane, because that reporting from Katie Rogers suggests a self-awareness on the part of Biden that he might not make it, that there are conditions under which he would and wouldn't make it. And that, of course, makes you wonder, what does Biden think might make or break this moment for him?
The next 2 will spawn, so maybe before
pausing for a second and thinking about what it took to get those first members of Congress to call for him to step aside, and for Nancy Pelosi in particular to express her frustrations out loud, which is silence. There's really been silence from Joe Biden since this debate night. He went the next day and had a rally that his campaign team was really pleased with in North Carolina, where he said, I'm not a young man anymore, and I don't speak as smoothly as I used to, and I don't walk as well as I used to. And they took those remarks and they packaged it into a television ad, and they're putting that on the airwaves. But what Joe Biden
he came out the door behind me.
Is speak unscripted since that debate night. He used a teleprompter at that rally in North Carolina, and he did a series of fundraisers. And even behind closed doors in the Hamptons, he used a teleprompter with his donors, which raised some concerns about why isn't he speaking unscripted even with us?
Right, why isn't he deliberately trying to demonstrate his ability to be extemporaneous, to fight this growing perception that if left to his own devices, he will have problems communicating?
Yeah, the question that it raises is, why would you not put him out there more? And so this private conversation that he had and some of his other actions tell you that the Biden team and the president himself know that he needs to go out and fix this problem. And to address that, he's meeting with a series of governors, key Democratic governors and allies from across the country. Some of them are flying into Washington, D.C. to hold this meeting. He's sitting down for an interview with ABC's George Stephanopoulos.
Oh, that's bad.
And then he's hitting the campaign trail over the weekend in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. And the president clearly at this point knows that each of these encounters are a high-stake moment where people are going to judge his readiness and
you have to kill like all the
for the job.
98%.
I just want to end this conversation by reflecting on
I
what I
thought
think it's safe to say
around.
is
I didn't realize
the pretty extraordinary nature of this moment.
That's so dumb. It shouldn't.
We are 4 months out from the election, and it very much seems day by day, hour by hour, poll by poll, as if President Biden's nomination could be teetering on the edge. It may never get to that point.
We do.
He may absolutely, as he says, remain the nominee until the end. But that's where we are right now, is that people are asking that question. They're asking it openly. They're asking it within the Democratic Party. And it feels very fraught and momentous.
How are you supposed to kill those champions?
Joe Biden made a bet
you just gotta save your old
that the earliest debate
cap the points.
in presidential history was going to help him consolidate the Democratic Party and unite everyone to take on Trump this fall. And so far, it's done just the opposite.
forget that the boss summons that like solar flare, and the boss.
He's facing more questions than he has allowed from Democrats.
Wait till Joey
from
gets here.
almost 2 years about his capacity to lead the party. But the issues at hand, Joe Biden's age, are not a new one. When he ran for president in 2020, he talked about being a bridge to the next generation. And when he announced
I think
he was
it's
going to run again,
3 champions.
a lot of Democratic voters were surprised.
I think he can nuke the boss after that, but I'm not sure.
The Democratic Party moved pretty quickly to squash any chance that there would be any real
wise to nuke the boss.
to Joe Biden in 2024.
I think if you can nuke him,
they
it
reordered
works,
the
but if
nominating
you
calendar.
don't finish him,
they
it might
put
make
his
it rough.
strongest state first. And they made sure that no serious Democrat challenged him
I think it's
for the
3. I think it's one of
nomination.
each.
But he's been in
here.
something
I'll
really,
throw,
though,
I'll try and put a
of a
stasis
staring
up.
contest with his
Aim to the
party's
middle.
voters for the last few years who have had doubts about his
Or
age
champions.
and him remaining their standard bearer. And for the first time in that staring contest, a few prominent members of his own party are saying it may be time for President Biden to blink and step aside.
Oh. Well.
Oh. That was all of us.
Yeah,
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me on.
That sucks.
For more on the fallout from the debate.
I feel like Anchor's not the play.
Hello and welcome to the 538 Politics Podcast. I'm Galen Druk, and you may have noticed that this podcast is in your feed on Wednesday instead of Thursday, and there's a couple reasons for that. One, it has really started to feel like the ground is shifting around the debate over whether Biden will stay on as the Democratic nominee in 2024 or go. In fact, literally as we were about to start recording this podcast, our producer Cameron alerted me that there was breaking news from the New York Times with the headline, Biden told ally that he is weighing whether to continue in the race. So on top of the limited Democratic defections that we have seen over the past couple days, lawmakers suggesting that, well, one in particular, Lloyd Doggett from Texas, suggesting that Biden not stay on as the nominee, and other Democrats suggesting that Trump would win if he does. In addition to that, now we have some news that actually Biden is, in fact, considering whether to continue in the race. But to pull back the curtain a little bit, our plan was to today release a podcast about the British election and preview what is expected to be a historic victory for Labour on July 4th. The reality is that no longer seems as relevant to the American public. So we're going to hold that and hopefully still release it the morning of July 4th. It's a great podcast. We get the Talking Politics podcast team back together to do a crossover podcast. So stick around, check your feeds tomorrow. We will have a special July 4th edition about the British election. But right now, we are going to talk about breaking news in the American election. And here with me to do that is senior elections analyst Jeffrey Skelly. Welcome to the podcast, Jeffrey.
Happy July 4th, a day early, Galen.
Yeah, something. Happy July 4th.
We may have fireworks a day early here.
Oh, but okay, so the reality of the situation is we were kind of waiting to hit the record button with the hopes that the New York Times Siena College poll would come out, because in fact, as we were sitting down to record just to talk about
it gives the whole team
ground shifting, we got word that the Biden campaign was preempting a little bit this New York Times Siena College poll. And here's the quote, and I'll say that maybe by the time you're listening to this, the poll has come out. But the campaign said, quote, poll after poll that surveyed voters after the debate consistently shows this race remains within the margin of error. With that said, we expect the New York Times Siena poll, which just last week acknowledged that they were an outlier, to show a more notable drop. Again, that would be an outlier. So not saying explicitly there that they were sort of leaked the poll or anything like that, but they suggest a more notable drop in the Times Santa College poll. Let's just start off, Jeffrey, by sticking to what we know, which is
Put all the artifact sword mods on that give you ammo
campaign
back.
said that there has been the change in those same comments. They said the change in the polling has been 0.5 percentage point away from Biden. I think it's actually more than that. What are we seeing so far?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on which polls you're looking at. If you look at all the head-to-head polling that was conducted after the debate, in which the pollster also had a somewhat recent poll, so either just before the debate or maybe a month or two before the debate, so like relatively recent pre-debate reading of the race, you get Trump gaining about maybe a hair over 2 points on average in terms of margin. Now, there's a wide variety in those results across that change. Of course, that's why we throw things into an average just generally, because, some polls will show more movement than others. There are a handful of polls that actually showed Biden actually gaining slightly in terms of margin relative to the last read by that pollster, but most of them showed Trump gaining at least somewhat. And to be clear, this very much sort of that before and after reading of individual pollsters matches what our polling average is doing, which has shown Trump gain roughly 2 points in margin since the debate. So everything is pointing to Trump has gained some ground pretty quickly in the aftermath of the debate.
And if you look at just the polls that have come out post-debate, so not the shift per se, but just the polls that have come out post-debate, it looks like a Trump +3
We should have gone double
race
stasis
nationally,
I could have
correct?
froze up a lot more shit.
Yes, yeah. If you average all of them across, that's what
We're
you're
really
that's
helping
what
that
you're
big
seeing.
room.
Yeah.
Because our average
Yeah.
today is still considering
push the
some
dust cloud
information
grenade if it doesn't work.
pre-debate because it's a rolling average. And so while it will put more emphasis on new polls, it will not completely
I'm gonna
forget
get my,
about polls
ult
from,
back
say,
a lot faster.
the first half of last week. And in an environment like this where things are shifting quickly, you might have reason to put a lot more emphasis on just the more recent polls. It's also worth saying that already in the northern battleground states, Trump was outperforming the national polls by about a point or two. So if it's a 3-point race nationally, you would expect that in those northern battleground states, it's about a 4 or 5 point race. And then in those southern battleground states could be up to somewhere between, a 7 and 10 point race. Jeff, it's interesting to be recording a podcast right now because things feel like they are changing in real time, which is to say, we've referred to the betting markets a couple times in the post-debate era. And as I'm looking at them right now, both on Polymarket and on PredictIt, online bettors now view Kamala Harris as the likelier Democratic nominee than Joe Biden. So just PredictIt specifically puts Kamala Harris's chance of being the Democratic nominee at 48%, Joe Biden's at 30%, Gavin Newsom at 11%, and on down from there. Again, all of the caveats with online betting markets remain the same, but are you buying or selling those ads? I mean, what are you thinking about the likelihood that Biden is not the Democratic nominee?
I think the fact that we got that news a little while ago, or just as we were about to start recording, that Biden told an ally he really is weighing whether to stay in the race, could point to, this really could be happening. You could really have a presumptive nominee and incumbent president decide to not run. I think it's one of those things where I'm sort of trying to be, I'm sort of waiting until it actually happens, but I think it's a realistic, it really could be happening. And to some extent, I know I've spent a lot of the cycle being people talking about Biden dropping out, Biden this, Biden that, is very unrealistic. And it was unrealistic until he had the worst debate performance basically ever. And
The
with all
Devour
the
on
questions
any
about his
ability kills
age,
kinda nice,
it
too.
seems to have,
Yeah,
do we hit
So
an
my
inflection
turrets
point
get kills,
where
you
it's
Devour,
not just
and
people are worried about age, it's just
you
no
get,
one
and
sees
then
how
any
you come
weapon
back
kill after that 'cause you
from
Devour
the
back.
concerns about your age. But I know he's supposed to be doing an interview with George Stephanopoulos on ABC on Friday, so we may not have any sort of decision just yet. But clearly it's a real possibility. This really could be happening. I'm not sure I would put Harris ahead of Biden at this point, but I am glad to see that PredictIt finally got wise to the fact that it wasn't going to be Gavin Newsom.
Indeed. Jeff, what you're saying about wanting to take it slow and not wanting to jump to conclusions too quickly, I think, I have been working at 538 since 2015, and so my first cycle here was the 2016 election. And working for 538 during the 2016 election, you learn two, I think, big things, which is that oftentimes when we're talking about election data, we're talking about historical data. And you can only apply historical data to present day if there's some sort of precedent for the situation that you're facing. And so when past is not in fact prologue and we're just in a completely new situation, you can't just apply historical data and get an answer. And oftentimes the historical data that we're looking at only dates back to 1976 anyway. And so even just from a data perspective, it's a limited sample, but also one should be open to the possibility of a paradigm shift that doesn't make that data applicable. The other thing that you learn is like to slow your roll a little bit when it comes to making bold predictions about what will happen next. I mean, I'm talking in particular about the 2016 Republican primary, where it seemed like all historical evidence would point away from Donald Trump becoming the nominee, and of course he actually did. And so if you made bold predictions about, nope, they're just going to go with Jeb Bush in the end anyway, or Marco Rubio, or whoever, you would have been wrong. When it comes to making historical parallels here, I do think that something interesting is going on, which is this sort of the press going to Democratic
am I the one that ulted there?
How do you feel? Do you think Biden should remain in the race? Do you think it should be someone else? Brings up memories of the Trump era, right? When reporters were chasing down lawmakers in the hallways. Did you see the tweet? Do you think this is presidential? What do you think of this norm-breaking behavior? And oftentimes what we saw was that there were lawmakers that would, oftentimes say, I didn't see the tweet. No one said that they didn't see the debate. But there were lawmakers who would break with Trump. But oftentimes you would either see them eventually get back in line, or you would see them basically ostracized from the party.
I think it was good for like fast movement speed at one point.
And I think there's a really important difference today, which is that the voters always stuck with Trump. Even when the lawmakers felt really uneasy about what Trump was doing or saying or how he was behaving, if you looked at the polling, the voters were always with him. The situation is the reverse today. For years, Democratic voters, not just voters in general, have been saying that Joe Biden should not run for a second term. And the most common reason cited is his age. And that's across all different kinds of polls. It's from, the summer of 2022 New York Times Siena College poll that said 60% of Democrats wanted a new nominee up until, earlier this year. And then, of course, now in the post-debates polling, we see something similar, that Democrats, not just voters in general, Democrats think Joe Biden is too old to be an effective president in a second term. And so actually kind of what we're seeing, it's the same phenomenon. It's going to maybe have the inverse result, which is that in politics, you oftentimes have to meet the voters where they are. And this is where the voters have been within the Democratic Party for quite some time.
I think that's very true. I think the situation has long been no one was going to take on Biden, who was significant in the presidential primary. All the names bandied about of other possibilities. None of them ever jumped in, and it was unlikely that one of them was going to challenge an incumbent president because what's interesting here is that on the one hand, we did have the polling showing that a lot of Democrats felt like Biden shouldn't run again, but they still liked Biden. They still had like a strong approval rating of Biden. They still felt like they still liked him, had a favorable rating of him. And that actually probably hasn't changed.
Yep.
But I do think it's pretty clear that what happened after the debate is that
I'm so dead. I jumped right in the middle of everything. I jumped right in the middle of everything.
That many Democrats and just a lot of voters in general had toward Biden hit sort of new heights in a way that seems like it may be difficult to come back from. And we were talking a bit in the channel, in our politics channel on Slack yesterday about the fact that one of the things that could be going on here is that Biden just may not have it, may not be capable of doing the damage control
there was a wall
that
right behind me. I didn't
someone does after they have like a bad debate.
Out of that door that I
you go out and you campaign, do tons of stops, go all over the country. You do a bunch of sit-down interviews with major news channels to try to control and put it out there like that you still are basically just to change the narrative after the debate, right? And it is true that Biden looks like he's going to be maybe still doing a sit-down interview with ABC, but it's not necessarily the case that Biden is like out there campaigning nonstop, right? In the aftermath of this. And so is a guy who's 81, who clearly, you know, even if the debate was a bad night for him, has lost at least some steps.
But like when they
is he capable of doing that kind of damage control and mounting the comeback, right? Sort of the comeback after a bad debate. And he may not be. He may not be capable of that. And that could be, I think, a big part of this too. Like for Democratic lawmakers, I think that concern and knowing that voters already had these concerns,
comes through this middle door.
They're like, I have to run on the same ticket with this guy. And I don't know if he can do this. I don't know if he can mount the comeback.
Well, right. And maybe what we've seen in terms of the change in tone is a reaction. Well, one, to polling voters, the, narrative, but also that lack of mounting a comeback. And so we've seen a shift. I'll just go through some of what we've heard lawmakers say. And a lot of this happened on Tuesday, just yesterday, when it really started to feel like things were shifting. So Lloyd Doggett jumped first in many ways, the Texas Democrat who represents the Austin area. He said, President Biden has continued to run substantially behind Democratic senators in key states and in most polls has trailed Donald Trump. I had hoped the debate would provide some momentum to change that. It did not. Instead of reassuring voters, the president failed to effectively defend his many accomplishments and expose Trump's lies, and then called for him to get out of the race. Nancy Pelosi said yesterday, I think it's a legitimate question to say, is this an episode or is this a condition? Vermont Senator Peter Welch said, we have to have an honest assessment of where we are, with the objective being keeping Donald Trump out of office. We've got to serve the country, not the party. Illinois Representative Mike Quigley, I think he has to be honest with himself. His decision not only impacts who's going to serve in the White House over the next 4 years, but who's going to serve in the Senate, who's going to serve in the House, and it will have implications for decades to come.
Yeah, do we see champs?
It goes on and on. One of the ways that lawmakers
maybe those were the champs. Maybe there's no champs in between.
Was already starting to speculate about what would happen if he would step aside. So that's where Representative Jim Clyburn
I'll cap mine and come over to you, and then we'll kill champs. And then
about Kamala Harris, I will support her if he were to step aside, but I want to support her going forward sometime in the future. I want this ticket to continue to be Biden-Harris, and then we'll see what happens after the next election. Then he goes on to say, no, this party should not in any way do anything to work around Ms. Harris. We should do everything we can to bolster her, whether it's in second place or at the top of the ticket. And just as we were sitting down, I saw another quote from Representative Summer Lee in Pennsylvania. Maybe folks don't want to hear, but we have timing that is running out. Time is not on our side. We have a few months to do a monumental task. It's not cheap and it's not easy. If our president decides this is not a pathway forward for him, we have to move very quickly. There's not going to be time for a primary. That time is past. The vice president is the obvious choice. She's sitting right there. She's already been in the White House and has the name recognition and has been on the trail. And the optics of pushing aside a black woman, it's not good. Taking all of this in, if Biden does, in fact, step aside, one, is it just obvious that it would be Kamala Harris? Is it still an open question? And how would the process work?
I have to say, it's very likely it would be Vice President Kamala Harris if Biden steps aside, to the point that Summer Lee made. There's both the timing consideration, so about a month and a half out from the Democratic convention. If I knew that much heavy, I would have already been talk about even officially doing like a roll call before even the convention.
I didn't even get 5 drops the entire last 2 times.
In a way, maybe there's even less time, but in theory, at least, there's a month and a half until the convention. So you don't have a ton of time. I did have somebody, I think who was British, push back on me on Twitter when I talked about the timing being like, a lot of countries do like 5-week campaigns. I was like, but this is an American presidential election. It's a different animal from a parliamentary race.
Behind us.
Generally, the thought here is not a lot of time. You also don't want chaos if you're the Democratic Party. And Kamala Harris is the vice president. Vice president has one constitutional duty and one just general duty, and that's to be there if something happens to the president, right? So if something happens to the president, the party turning to the vice president would make perfect sense. And so she could be sort of the port in the storm here.
I have Alton
now,
turret,
there
so
clearly are some Democrats out there who
shouldn't be too
have
bad to be
concerns
Alton.
about her leading the national ticket. She did not
I don't
exactly
know. Maybe I'll just get
have
her
a
the
brilliant
champions.
performance
That
in
way
the 2020
make sure
Democratic
it is.
primary. You know, she had kind of an early surge and then faded, and people felt like she kind of underperformed and didn't do that well. But at the end of the day, she's the vice president. And to the point that Clyburn made, there's also the fact that trying to maneuver such that Harris is not the Democratic nominee could actually create more sort of internal discord, I think, among Democrats. And the story becomes, oh, we went around the vice president, a black woman, the first black woman vice president. The party went around her. So just she's there, and the optics, to Summerlee's point, would look very bad, I think.
I have a question. This is just sort of broadly theoretical, but there's oftentimes you hear like panic in the press, or like, oh, that would be chaos, or this party's in chaos. And, you know, during Trump's rise, there was oftentimes a lot of chaos within the Republican Party too. Is chaos bad electorally? That may sound like a really simple, dumb question, but say, for example, the Democratic Party has an open convention, which I don't necessarily think that's the likeliest outcome. I mean, obviously, if you want to avoid chaos, you can even stick with your Zoom roll call before the Democratic National Convention and still nominate Kamala Harris or whatever. But if the party were to go the path of an open nomination and let people make their pitch for being the party leader, being the nominee, and it turns out chaotic, and it becomes the most watched show in America, and everyone's tuning in and, you know, getting riled up in one direction or another.
Other two
is that bad electorally?
I don't know if it's necessarily that bad electorally, and what I mean by that is the country's very polarized. So at the end of the day, Democrats and people who lean Democratic, independents who lean Democratic, are mostly going to vote for the Democratic nominee, regardless of who that person is. I will say that there are some other campaign considerations, I think, that go into this. Like there may be questions about what happens to the Biden-Harris campaign fund if neither of them is leading the ticket. And I actually haven't dug into that, but it seems to me that Harris gets to carry on with that money if she's the nominee, and it's a little bit more complicated if she's not. So like there's some campaign considerations like that. She's also already well known. The other consideration, I think, has to be that, look, the convention could do the picking, whether that's sort of an organized, like Biden's delegates mostly back Harris and it's mostly open shut, or the open convention thing. I'll say this. Convention delegates have not had to do this in over 50 years. This is not a thing that people have had to deal with. So there's like very little practical experience within the Democratic Party or the Republican Party, for that matter, in handling a convention scenario where you don't have a nominee. The people who dealt with that situation, who have experience with that, they're not around anymore for the most part. So to me, that's another big question is you have a bunch of people who, it's generally a coronation.
Lots of ads.
You go to the thing, it's like an honorary thing, getting chosen as a delegate. Are you actually in the position to do the debate and horse trading and discussion that like an open convention really
questioning delegate competency? I like it, Jeff.
Yeah, no, I think it's a real question. It's a real question.
Let's bring in David here for a second. There was a CNN poll out on Tuesday that got a lot of attention from folks that showed Biden with a 6-point deficit to Trump nationally, which was, for what it's worth, the same as what CNN's polling was already showing before the debate. So no movement there, but I think maybe what attracted folks' attention was the other head-to-head polling. And so when you matched Harris against Trump, Trump led by 2 points.
I need the blue.
Whereas some of the other options, Trump led by 5 points against Newsom, by 4 points against Buttigieg, by 5 points against Whitmer. I should say that's not the only polling that we've seen since the debate. Is that reflective of broader trends or something of an outlier?
So we don't have a ton of data, post-debate on this. I will say that Data for Progress, the Democratic pollster, did polling right after, like the day after the debate on this question, and asking about a bunch of theoretical alternatives to Biden, including Harris, and the numbers are really similar. So the CNN poll differs a little bit in that sense from what Data for
get
Progress
this
found.
week after doing
Now,
Nightfall this week. You get this gun.
different pollsters are going to find different things,
Because
but
we
I
did it
don't think
on
we have enough data
Grandmaster,
to
we
really
gotta
say
add it.
like there's a trend one way or the other.
We've done the one last.
But we do know that Biden is trending down,
No,
at
it's
least relative to Trump, and you know the question
we got
here,
Volts. We got Volts
maybe
shot
for a
on
lot of Democrats, is whether or not you want to make
Last
like a
week was a
ceiling play
new
with Harris.
strand
Like you don't know,
fusion
maybe she
rifle
can't beat Trump, but maybe she
that,
can. Or are you so
and the
worried
last week
that
was also double
Biden
loot
just
and
can't do it
double,
now, and you would prefer to give yourself
the Vanguard
kind
guy
of the
twice as
unknown
fast?
of Harris, because that might just seem like
Yeah,
a better
or
chance
Zavala.
than Biden at this point. And you know,
okay.
it does seem like there is some genuine feeling out there that might fall in line with that among Democrats.
Yeah, Jeffrey, it's interesting. I mean, it may be the case that there's actually
they
no
made him
one
stupid
today that they could
I think they
replace
had to.
Biden with.
I think they needed to get
who
people detached
would
from
be
Zavala.
presumed to have the advantage over Trump in
let's be
head to head. You know, maybe every single person they could replace
Rate of
Biden with,
fire.
and Biden himself would be the underdog.
Yeah, of course,
in
man. Terrible resilience every time. I can never get a rain of fire.
And so, you know, we cover the horse race. We cover what is going to likely happen on November 5th. But the people in charge
it's like the
of
Hunter
the
Dodge
party and the
reload.
people
I
who
can
should
air
be
dodge.
thinking, I guess, about leading the country are the 4 years between January 2025 and January 2029. And so even if you think you're going to be the underdog no matter what, you ought probably also to be answering questions about what the presidency,
Yeah, that's
what
the problem, like, my
leadership
whole
looks
build's
like
like, I
for
need to
those
get final
4
blows for
years,
stuff to
and who
activate,
do you
but I
think would
wasn't
be the
getting the
best
final
at
blows.
doing
Yeah.
that
Yep.
job? Those are questions that the people in charge of the Democratic Party have to answer. Oftentimes when the Republican Party has been faced with these questions and have continued to support Trump despite having doubts that he would be the
He'd be better
best
than the Hunter and
leader
then-
for the country, they have been penalized by the American public. I mean, Republicans have not had a single good election since 2016, period. They have not had a single good election cycle since 2016, period. And actually, also today, if you look at Nate Silver, friend of the pod and former colleague, wrote this up in the New York Times today. If you look at polling in battleground states where there's obviously a presidential race at the top of the ticket, and
why
then
did I
in places
master
where
work my
there is a
getaway
contested Senate race,
68 with
there have
25
been
resilience,
something like
29 discipline.
47
I don't know,
polls
master-
conducted since Biden and Trump were clarified as the presumptive nominees of both
Dude, I just
parties.
got 4 shards.
In
or
every one
2 shards
of
now? 2
those
shards now?
47 polls,
If we did
the
that last week, I
Democrat
would have got 4
is
shards.
leading the Republican candidate. And
Why didn't you
it's
do it
only
last week,
in
kid?
a couple,
I
a
did,
smattering
I
of
wanted to do
polls
you guys.
where Biden is leading or tied
And then how
with
many messages did we
Trump.
get?
And so, you know, I guess, well, we're back to the electoral, but that's another thing that people making decisions might be looking at. It doesn't seem like Americans don't want Democrats
Yesterday
in
or last
power
week?
necessarily. It seems like they really don't want Biden
I
in
posted.
power.
I said today's
Yeah,
the last day.
the
of
fact
like,
that the Senate
Monday,
numbers
yeah, I
have
said,
continued to
last
be
day,
much
yeah.
better for Democrats than the presidential numbers do point
Nobody
to
even
the
answered. You
potential
haven't even no
that
courtesy.
the ceiling for Democrats
Oh my
could be
God, I got
notably
a
higher.
exotic
than
warlock
it's been
ornament
with
on
Biden.
top of everything. Oh,
I guess the question really is, we don't know what will
Wow,
happen if Harris does or someone
yeah,
else.
I got an Everest
That's-
anger.
It seems very unlikely to me, but
well, that's
I'll
I've
leave
never
open the
gotten
possibility
an
that maybe somehow it's not Harris.
in every recite I've
But
ever.
if someone
never
else
got an exotic
succeeds
ornament.
and
That's
takes
crazy.
over Biden's spot,
I get ghost.
it scrambles the
icon
race.
things. I either
It,
get
in a
ghost
sense,
shells, or I
resets the
get freaking
campaign to some
icons that are
extent
above 'em.
and creates
crown of
a new set of
Justice
options for
ornament.
voters.
I just got a
And I
bunch
know
of
we
ornaments.
have the theoretical
That's great,
polling
what?
of where things stand.
I never
right
got
now
into that.
between
That's
someone like
insane.
Harris against
even know
Trump,
what it's for.
but we don't know where that could be like a month from now
Plus
after
I
the
got-
campaign
I
like
use those.
has
Plus,
changed
I got a
gears, and
2,000 piece
now
for my arms, chest,
just to
and
throw out
my
a hypothetical
legs.
here, like
Oh my! Instead of,
obviously
like,
people have
all
been
in,
very
like,
worried about Biden's age.
Arm 2,000
The
drops.
concerns
That's
about
crazy.
Trump's age, more middling. You know, Republicans don't seem to have
His
much
name's
concern
D.
about it. Some independents do.
Dot
Democrats,
C.
of course, do, but they also just have general concerns about Trump.
I don't know.
You suddenly have Harris, who's almost 20 years younger than Trump, creating a new contrast, a new paradigm, if you will, for how this race is shaping up. Again, this gets back to like seeing Senate Democrats polling better, even if they are incumbents. Like,
You
we
guys
live in a
know
very
your first
polarized
Grandmaster
time in a lot of
experience?
those states. Like, you're not going to expect the Democrat to incredibly outperform the top of the
definitely
ticket just because of how things are. So I do think it points to like there is a potential ceiling for Democrats to reach. They're not reaching it with Biden, and they're not sure who can do it now. Maybe they take a shot with somebody else.
Yeah, I mean, it's important
Force
to know,
and
right,
charge,
despite
15
the
enhancement
polling that
prism,
we see in these Democratic races,
20 enhancement
probably a lot of people are
cores,
not tuning in that
two
closely and
adept
maybe don't
guns,
know the Republican
there's two
candidates
exotic
all that
armors,
well. And
four
I
exotic
would
armors, and
expect
you get
the polling to get tighter as we get closer down the line. And the reality is that whoever is the Democrat at the top of the ticket in 2024 for the presidency is going to have to contend with the fact that voters are still upset about inflation. They are upset
give you,
about
Nightfall
immigration.
Sniper.
They are upset about
10 of them,
global
you can turn those
crises.
in for an extra.
And Harris being part of the administration, Harris was put in charge for a while of the border issue, and we'll still have to answer questions about,
you could buy an
despite
extra adept from him.
double-digit
Any adepts
numbers
that
of
you've earned
majorities of
during the season, I
Americans
think?
saying that
I
they
don't
were
think it has to be
concerned
the
about the
same
migrant
week.
crisis.
You could
The
do-
Biden-Harris administration doing nothing for 3.5 years, passing stimulus
Can I
like
buy
the
a
American Rescue
simulation
Plan
addict?
in the face of folks like Larry Summers very loudly saying this is inflationary, don't
maybe
do it,
debate
you just
for
need to
the
reopen the economy. There's historic levels of savings already. Like,
That can
you know,
only
the
buy
arguments are
shadow
still there for why you might not want to vote for a Democrat at the top of the ticket, period. And, you know, Harris would have to contend with that.
Shadow
I don't know if it would be
Price
different for
The
somebody
simulation
who
is
hasn't
linear
been in the
with the
administration, but I
scrambling
kind of doubt it.
It looks really
And
sick,
so,
but it's
yeah,
like a-
like I've already said,
But like, especially with the
Democrats may be the underdog
black,
either way when it comes to the presidential
bottom
race,
of it's
but
got,
I
like,
don't know that
moving
to be a
white
fact. We'd have to sort of
speckles all
see
over it.
how things change if somebody else were to get in there. And while we're in the mood of just sort of rolling with breaking news, more news out from the New York Times. Business leaders call on Biden to step aside. Leadership Now Project, a coalition of 400 politically active current and retired executives who mostly but not entirely lean left, issued a statement on Wednesday urging Mr. Biden to pass the torch of this year's presidential nomination to the next
is that a
generation
2,000
of
piece?
highly capable Democrats.
it's not.
How does it feel
Hell,
to
yo,
be
if I
recording a
got
podcast while
4
history is happening?
different Armor 2000
Well,
pieces,
it's very exciting. I think the other thing we should mention here, it may be obvious, but Democratic concerns about Donald Trump and what he might do if he gets back to the White House, or even just beyond Democrats. You know, lots of independents are not excited about that possibility either. I think we know that Trump is not
honestly
popular,
that's one of the
but right now he's running against Biden, who's even less popular if we look at our favorability numbers.
there's
538
much harder
trackers.
ones.
So
I'm scared of the new one. The new
the
strike
sort
that's
of
gonna be
fear of Trump.
That's
maybe
gonna be
it doesn't
grandmaster
matter
ages.
whether
That
or not it's
fighting that
just sort of handed
tormentor
to
in that
Harris,
boss room,
or if there is an
that's
open convention.
funny.
Trump is a
Yeah.
unifying force for people
Teammates
who
go to the side
are opposed
rooms.
to him,
Those turrets
right?
are
And
going
we
to be a
saw
problem.
that in the 2020
Grandmaster,
election.
they're going to like
in terms of the anti-Trump
you gotta
coalition
send
that
like
elected
two,
Biden
you
in
gotta
the
probably
first
send
place. So, sort
I
of
got
getting
to go
back
to
to
the
the
side
earlier
rooms
conversation
to
about
bring the orbits back
does it
together.
matter if it's sort of handed to Harris or if there's like an
It's gonna be nuts,
convention.
man. We're losing
I do
revives,
think the
people
open
dying,
convention
like,
thing with the delegates,
ever.
like I do think that
Lava
could
and
get
stuff.
super messy,
That's gonna be
and maybe it ends up taking a while and becomes like a distraction more than anything.
You
But I
got
do
2000
think
for the chess
one
piece.
way or another, Trump is a huge unifying force to the people who do not like him. And so if the Democrats end up picking somebody who can make the case to the people who are not sure about who they want to vote for, but we're not into Biden for 4 more
I'm
years,
gonna-
but are not super into Trump either. I mean, people
need a
who
lot
say
of
like they
enhancement
might
cores,
support
man.
RFK or some other third party
Yeah,
candidate,
everything in the
are
2000.
not considering either candidate. There was a notable percentage of the people in our 538 Ipsos poll who said that. Maybe this is how you get somebody who they'll consider, even if they're not considering Trump. And that's important for the electoral calculus.
All right. Well, we should wrap up this podcast so that folks can listen to it before maybe something even crazier happens. I'll say again, we have planned a podcast previewing the British election coming out on July 4th. Maybe that will get preempted. Who knows? We'll just have to wait and see. But for now, Jeffrey, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you, Galen.
My name is Galen Druk. Our producers are Shane McKeon and Cameron Chertavian, and our intern is Jayla Everett. You can get in touch by emailing us at podcast@538.com. You can also, of course, tweet at us with any questions or comments. If you're a fan of the show, leave us a rating or review in the Apple Podcast Store or tell someone about us. Thanks for listening, and we'll see you soon.
1 week ago today, my colleague Anna was in Kenosha, Wisconsin, in the rarest of circumstances, sitting in a chapel on the banks of Lake Michigan, in a room of about 500 people, pretty evenly divided between Republicans and Democrats, with a good number of independents as well. This was the Braver Angels Convention, a nonpartisan group committed to finding common ground.
I don't believe auto rifle was one of them.
People wore lanyards with their political affiliation.
Because this
Red for right wing, blue for left, yellow for independent. And this evening, the pews were packed for the main event, the presidential debate. As the debate got underway, the group sat largely in silence. Laughing occasionally at a Trump quip, or whispering nervously about Biden.
The stats are
But
stronger.
then came the first commercial break.
You get adept
my
mods,
score is
so
actually-
like
Corey,
counterbalance,
wearing a
adept
blue
mag,
lanyard, got up to speak.
targeting. Like
I
there
have
wasn't
been
adept range.
cringing
Yeah,
the
adept range
entire
mod.
time I've been watching
Normal
this.
mods don't even have.
To the point where just listening to
like,
Biden talk
And like it used to have like adept big
he's
ones,
really
or
not
like adept big
responding,
ones was
in
majors
my
and ball.
Trump's
So it
wiping
was
the
like,
floor with him in
you
this
put that on
debate.
heavy, and then it was like
You want my honest opinion?
champions and
And
ball.
it's to the point watching this where
So mine has
I'm
adept
considering
so no
flipping
matter
my
what, I think I
vote.
will always have adept
like for me. Because
No,
I'm
you
listening to
change it.
Trump respond to this and respond to he's
the-
doing the same
the
thing
mod.
he always does where he doesn't really answer the question that's being asked to like the very last second, but he's
Well, one of
convincing
them is
me and
probably
it's
your
taking that's
master
taken a lot.
Hey, thank you for sharing that, and thank you for saying that on the floor here. It's really, really
What she saw on the screen horrified her.
I understand.
And was causing
Yeah.
her
And then a
sort
lot of
crisis
adepts you can
faith.
like you get extra.
And she wasn't
like,
alone.
Slots.
Can I ask you, what did you think of the debate?
So in the raid right now, if you get
I
some
thought it
of
was
the,
a reason to drink.
like achievements in the
Not
raid,
at the Braver
you
Angels
can unlock a
convention.
thing where you get like
I
extra.
wanted to like
perks
just lay
on
down and cry
adept
because I'm like,
guns.
I don't want either
So
of these people
at
as
the
my
end of the
president.
grant,
Why
at the
can't
end
we
of the
have
master,
someone better?
And not national.
and drops along the way. So
The
anyway,
latest national poll from the New York Times and Siena College shows Trump leading Biden by 9 points among registered voters.
and you can get
a significant shift
triple
in the week since the debate. But what's also
perks
become
in the
clear
third and fourth column.
in the short time since the debate
main perks you can get
is that no
triple.
matter the public's
So it's
reaction
like
to
you're
Biden's
guaranteed
performance,
to get the best role.
there's no
You know,
clear
it's like-
path
it's like,
to
yeah,
replacing him
And then
as the
sometimes,
Democratic
like,
nominee.
you want to like rally with
And
one that
those in
gives you
top
more
positions in the Democratic
ammo.
Party have continued to
Swap
rally
one that,
around
like
him.
when you kill ads, it increases
So
the magazine
when I
more.
arrived to the conference,
swap to like
the day after the
cascade
debate,
point where it's like
I thought the Braver
now
Angels
it's
could
for
serve
damage,
as a
now I
focus
just want to
group of
like
sorts,
fire the bullets faster,
albeit a
and they're looking into nerfing that.
Given that
They
they've all
realized people
chosen
were
to
doing
spend
that.
their free time debating
If that came
policy
out,
issues
one of
and
the biggest
politics.
things you could do was that you go
This unique
get,
political moment
ambitious
exposed the
assassin
gap
and kill a bunch of ads
between
and, like,
voters
double or
and party
like,
leaders.
triple your magazine size. Then you switch to
Now that
cascade
it's out in
point,
the
which just
open,
fired the rounds
what,
faster.
if anything, comes
and,
next?
And made ammo appear
Today,
in thin air for rapid
as
hits.
Biden's debate performance made his
like you go
campaign
from having like
untenable.
a 7-round mag
From the New York
grenade launcher
Times, I'm a
to having
step
a
This is
24-round
the
mag in
rundown.
the grenade launcher. With and it would give you like 8 extra rounds out of thin air, so it actually would be like 32, and you could fire all rounds in like cascade point.
This is Anna.
And they were just like, yeah.
A
we're
few
gonna
days
look at
after
it.
the debate, I caught up with Corey
We
on the bench
don't like
outside
this.
the conference.
Yeah.
And we were just wanting to know if we can chat with you for a little bit.
So, yeah, so
I since
and then
learned that she
adapts
works in
can also,
healthcare and had traveled here from
enhance
Ohio for the
perks
conference.
on it. So if you,
And I wanted to
very
get a clearer
expensive.
picture on what brought her to that moment on Thursday night. I see you
Yeah,
have on the
that's what
blue
the enhanced
badge.
socket is.
Are you
have
you
to
consider yourself a
like,
Democrat?
I don't know how it works.
The more I'm
actually.
here, the more I'm
These
starting to
guns
consider
don't get
myself
leveled,
more
so
of
maybe,
a purple. There's some
maybe you're good
things
on
I
adepts.
tend to lean
But
conservative on.
it's
Other things I would say probably for this
have to,
purpose I do tend to lean more Democrat, but I wouldn't say I'm a full-fledged Democrat by any means.
And is that a direct result of your time in
It costs
the
it ends
organization? I'm
up
saying, have you
costing
typically
at
voted for
least 2
Democrats?
alloys.
Yes, I
and
do.
a
I
lot
do
of
tend to
glimmer.
vote Democrat because that's just what aligns more
But
with
if you really
me.
like the gun and you're using it,
You mentioned some of the issues that have come up here that's caused you kind of to question some of that. Can you tell me what that is?
One of it was the debate watch party, to be completely honest. That was a big one.
This Thursday.
Watching the debate and seeing who is representing the Democratic Party or who they've chosen, assuming that they've chosen. As a blue myself, I'm like, we've got to pick someone better. So that is starting to make me question, okay,
reevaluate some things about where my values are, where I align with a lot of the issues and things like that, and kind of reevaluating myself, if that makes sense.
We watched the debate too. Can you tell me what specifically made you think about reevaluating your party alliance from that?
What was that?
As big of a
dungeon, it's
farce as it was, I think listening to Donald Trump, one of the biggest things that struck me and what stuck with me is listening to him say that he believes in the exceptions to abortion. That is not something I have ever heard before because I really didn't follow Donald Trump prior to listening to the debate. And hearing that really kind of
I feel like it has its uses in
for
niche
me
bills,
because I thought, I was under the impression as a blue, I believed the lie that people will tell about Trump and that he just wanted to abolish abortion altogether, which I am not for. So that really struck me and really brought me to maybe I really kind of need to listen to more of what he's saying and reevaluate, where my feelings actually lie.
So when he mentioned his position on abortion, because it was different than the kind of most extreme positions that other Republicans have had, what you have kind of assumed he would have, it made you think maybe I could be more open to voting for him.
They are a little harder than they
Absolutely.
used to be.
So is it Trump winning you over in that debate?
But then if you use surges,
I
they're
think
actually
Biden
easier.
lost me in that because
But,
I mean
whoa,
I
what
know
is this dog, the trouble sniffer?
I don't really know how to phrase it because I just feel like part of the point of this organization is to look at the other side and evaluate and be able to be open to listening. And I'm not fully committed to switching my vote yet, but I am considering it. I'm doing, still have to do more research.
Feel free to get to the boss.
I want to listen to the next debate that happens, and after that, I'm pretty sure I'll be able to make my final decision on whether or not I'm going to switch.
So right now, you feel like you moved from saying I'm going to vote for Biden to being more undecided.
Yes.
So much of the debate reaction has been about Biden's presentation. Did that factor into it for you, or was it really a policy thing for you?
I think it was a combination of both. It just made me feel sad for him because for me, watching the debate, it felt as if he was clearly forced to be there. I think he loves this country. I think he wants to do what's best, but I don't think he has the mental capacity. I think the debate really showcased that. I think seeing Trump being a little bit younger and in much better health, much more able to articulate, even if it, wasn't always the nicest, I think that does play a part in that for sure.
I imagine it's not just one issue for you when you think about the office. So I can see how Trump can kind of win you over on abortion, but he certainly has, doubled down on some of the things that he's always been about kind of harsh immigration policy, refusal to accept the results of the election. How do you square your kind of openness with him on abortion? To imagine what are some of the things that still make you uncomfortable about him?
That's a good question, and one that I really think needs more thought for me to answer in any kind of intelligent way. What I will say is that I voted for Trump in 2016 and then watched the 4 years. I didn't like what I saw character-wise, and I think that's where I'm having to reevaluate because a lot of why I didn't like Trump came from his character flaws. He is not a nice person. He is not someone that I would enjoy talking to if I saw him on the street. But if he's doing what is best for the American people, then that's something that I don't want to say I'm willing to overlook, but let slide for the purposes of bettering the country as a whole.
Did you vote into the 2020 election? For who?
Biden.
You voted for Biden in 2020. So we went from Trump to 16, Biden 2020. Biden has made the argument that character matters. It seems for you, though, it's kind of sliding in the rank of priorities. Is that fair to say?
I think it is. I do believe character matters, but part of why people seem to like Trump so much is not necessarily because he's a nice person, but because he gets the job done. And I mean, Biden has his own things that have come out about him, and those have to be taken into account as well. I think character matters, but I think where they stand on the issues matters a little more at this point. My sister is a very avid Trump supporter. She thinks that he did a lot of good for the country in 2016 when he was elected. I, at the time, did not, and I still stand by that. I don't think he did as much as people think he did. I won't deny that he definitely did some good, but I don't think he is the president that everybody thinks he was during that time. But we've had many conversations about his issue of abortion and where I stand, or, January 6th has been a big one that we've talked about. I definitely think Trump contributed to that. in the way he was talking to people. But then I listened to the debate and he's like, well, I saw things were getting out of hand. I tried to get help, but the mayor of DC didn't want it. So that was another thing that kind of skewed I won't say skewed, but definitely made me think a little bit more. But that's a really good example. January 6th has been a big one. Yes.
It's interesting, though, because when Trump says that on the stage, you could reject it and say that he's not telling the truth. But you seem to be pretty open to the idea that maybe things were a little different than I had originally thought. Okay.
I believed him. He seemed to come off to me as very sincere in what he was saying, and that really matters to me. At this point in my life, I'm 38, so I've lived a bit of life. I have more life experience. Even from 2016 to now, I've had a lot of life experience. And I think that plays a big part in deciding how to vote. And I mean, people aren't talking about, RFK Jr. and how he should have been up there. And I do believe he should have been up there, and he held his own debate, and I went and watched him, and he's also convincing me, by listening to him. So it's still a really big, it's really up in the air.
You at this point, you're considering all three options.
Absolutely, that would be accurate.
Well, I mean, I thank you for chatting with us. An undecided voter in Ohio means a lot. So, you got a big decision on your hands.
Yeah, I've heard Ohio's a battleground state, and that it can swing presidencies either way. So it's a big decision.
I didn't show him anything.
More from Braver Angels after the break.
You didn't show who what?
Well, Nate was. You remember where I thought the end of it was, or the?
Originally,
I got stuck in that,
we came here to watch the debate with the Braver Angels. Because this is a group with a theory that open conversation and respectful debate can bridge America's political divides and help bring the country together. The Braver Angels movement began in 2016
what you got to over here?
After Trump's election, when the group started running workshops, seeking common ground, and a bunch of people showed up. People who said they were having trouble talking about politics with their relatives, or people who found themselves having political disagreements with friends and community members. Nearly everyone that we spoke to at Braver Angels had a story about a personal experience that led them there.
Well, when I was about 20 years old, I was in a relationship with a conservative, and I'm very left-leaning, and he basically told me that he couldn't be with someone like me. I was just terrible.
I'm going to go still hunt.
How the vision showed up everywhere.
As a blue teaching in a red community and being married into a mostly red family just brought up all types of questions, and I was very polarized, I guess.
In the most intimate way.
The way we got to Braver Angels is because he and his brother had a pretty upsetting conversation when we were dating, and it was around race, and I didn't know whether or not these two men were racist. I literally didn't know, and I was in the house with them, and so I was tearfully crying, thinking I wasn't going to be able to be with the man I love because he and his family were racist. So I Googled how to have a conversation with potentially racist people. And Braver Angels, I mean, what else am I going to do? So I Googled, and Braver Angels came up. And so I brought him and my sons, and we, as a result, all 5 of our kids now understand the Braver Angels concepts and models and practice it in their lives.
I can't see which ones
many of them,
the
most of them date interracially as well, so these topics are really up in front.
But while I was interested in what people had to say about divisions in America, I also wanted to keep asking about Thursday night, because it felt like a watershed moment. So, during lunchtime, we sought out a table of Braver Angels from different ideological backgrounds and decided to introduce ourselves. We met James and Caroline, a split red-blue couple from Brooklyn. Caroline is a Democrat, and James is a Republican. They were having lunch with another split family, Erica and William, who live in Texas, and their son Alex.
I actually thought that Thursday night was one of the least polarizing things I've seen in some time, because almost everybody, not just here where it's a little preaching to the choir, we all care enough about it that we showed up here, but people I've seen, almost everyone agreed on the topic that America has got to do something. Like, if you talk about shared values, I think a shared value over many, many, many Americas, no matter where they are on individual issues, share the value that we need to have an election that better represents us than what we saw on Thursday night. I bet you there are MAGA people and progressive and everybody, many people in the nation that would agree on that one thing.
Below that, we start from the value of we care, right? All of us can agree we care. How we care and what that looks like, well, now that's the discussion. But the floor is we all care.
Robert, you and as a Republican, did you think that Thursday night was something that, did you agree with what she says, that there was a kind of agreement about like that being something that Americans should not want to see representing, them in the presidential election?
I think that all Americans of goodwill would be saddened by Thursday night. To see our president sort of unable to answer simple questions and all that. I think all Americans would be concerned for him personally, would be concerned for the office of the presidency. I think everyone would agree that it was pretty sad.
Considering, how y'all are talking about Thursday, I'm curious what you plan to do in November. Like, do you know who you're voting for? Do you have a plan? What do you think about the country in like the next 5 months? I know I can kind of get what you think about where we should go in a broader sense, but it seems like we got a little rocky road ahead of us.
We do.
Rally.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep.
Well, I am. Although I don't think Biden has any idea where he is. Whoever's running the show over there, I'm a fan of the policy. I think the investment in renewable technology that was made a couple years ago. There's a lot of things about what's going on, whether he has any idea what they are, that I like, right?
And I'm definitely voting for an idea, and the idea that I think most supports where we'd like to go is amongst the blue side. That doesn't mean there aren't many ideas on the red side that I think are that should be unfolded in the future. So I do think that we need to prepare for it to be rough. It's going to be harder before it gets better. And if we prepare for that and understand that, then we won't buckle under the weight of what will unfold.
Alex, the youngest at the table, was more focused on policy than age.
I think I'd fall in line with the probably if I was to vote, it would be for Biden. I would obviously much prefer better candidate select options.
Are you guys on normal difficulty?
I don't really believe in voting third party necessarily. It's not the most effective use of your vote. I live in Colorado, so it could potentially have
also
an
look
impact.
at Jared's favorite sidearm.
If you vote. Are you sure? Yeah.
It's hard to say. I do support the administration. I mean, I live in Colorado Springs specifically. The CHIPS Act is enabling a semiconductor manufacturer to expand their output. It's a huge investment in the community. It's going to have huge downstream effects for tech in the Midwest. Say what you want about Biden. Under a historically divided Congress, things have gotten done that I think are pretty important. And so I'd vote for continuation of that, but the chances he makes it through the full term are looking pretty low. And Kamala Harris is a pretty divisive person, but again, I don't really know who's running the show or what's going on there. The administration seems solid. It's pretty stable.
Curious for you too?
Well, as a Republican, I would like to have a Republican candidate to vote for, strong defense, limited government, fiscal conservative, but there isn't a candidate right now who represents that. So, I'll wind up voting for the Democrat too, because I can't see Trump in the White House again.
Interesting. So we got a universal agreement on the kind of Thursday as a bummer for the country. But it also seems like there might be universal agreement that y'all are all back in Biden in spite of that.
Well, I will say I am voting for an idea when I vote in November if these are the two candidates. But we're here to think about hope, and one hope that I have is that in a representative democracy that the Democrats will have a convention worthy of 1787 and think long and hard about who they run as a candidate. It's not too late to make a choice, and I'm hoping that everything is on the table. in November I will make a decision, but
I get what you're saying, but like you're still holding out hope that that's not the choice you have to make.
yes, I am holding that hope out. But I will vote. I mean, if I have to hold my nose and vote, I will vote.
Thank y'all so much.
Thank you.
He opened the chest.
Yeah, he go, hey, you want this chest over here? I don't know.
As the conference continued, with session topics
only
like
one of
trust
you
in
can
elections,
see. I guess
populism in the Republican Party,
and
whether cancel
something in
culture
your
was corroding
roommate
society.
that's going to give us an indication.
Fallout from the debate continued to be top of mind for people.
Hello?
My name's Justin Connor.
Including Justin.
I really sort of came here, actually in part a family reason. I've had a very hard time sort of talking with my brother, who has a very, very different political stance than I do. And I was looking for some sort of solution to better understand each other, to have better conversations, and to sort of explore common ground, finding ways to talk, more civilly towards one another. And find genuine policy.
Something in your room, Nate, that's going to help us get out of here.
Yeah, I'm shooting it. It's not doing anything.
Or in your room, inside your...
Something in my room.
Yep, there's a little hint in your room, or at least very close in your room.
Okay, it's 2.
Okay, 2. So there's 6 of those things that you shot. I forget what 2 means. I think 2 means clockwise. So
Well, this one's running counter.
I just made 1 do clockwise.
Never mind, it's clockwise.
Okay, so we have 2 clockwise. The rest just have to be counter then. I think there should be 1 if you face the direction I'm facing, Nate. Against the far wall, you should have 1. You shot it?
Yeah.
Okay. Yep.
Dragon Colt Sickle.
Yep.
What the
I
heck
never
is that?
used it. It looks cool, but I never used it.
That looks sick.
Did it matter which ones were clockwise?
No, just that whatever the number is, make that many clockwise. That's what matters.
Oh, it's a caster frame.
Yeah. I always forget if it's clockwise or counter though. Every time I'm always like I don't remember. It's one or the other.
That's why Jared's hoping it's just 3 every time.
Yeah, I like when it's 3 because it doesn't matter. Oh, what did I take damage from? What the heck? I fell like 2 feet and took like 1,000 damage.
Maybe hit the load zone. Sent you to Mach 10. Because it briefly flashed that Joey was last Guardian standing.
Yeah.
What killed me?
Cringe.
What killed you?
Wait, you can't shoot these things?
No, you can shoot them.
Then how did you kill me from
Wait, who hasn't done this before?
Nate.
I knew that.
Who's dying.
But did you play this before, Joey? Oh my god.
I've never seen someone die do it so many times in a row. I love
Me
it.
and Jared 2-man to this, yeah.
Nah, I want to keep doing it.
We're experiencing learning in real time.
Oh, this is great, because every time I revive Nate, I'm getting armor charges.
Oh,
Did he
Nate's
catch
like,
him at
I will
the
never
wall?
die to a trap again. Oh, he crouched, you know what he's doing.
Oh, I'll die to traps.
What, you think I didn't see it the first time?
Joey's like, we 2-manned this, and I'm like, I solo this.
Jared solo flawed this.
I solo flawless on 2 characters. I did it on Hunter and Warlock.
I slid on that one.
And Joey, where are your
I
armor
panic
charges
slid.
now?
I panic slid. I should be able to open a corrupted door somewhere in here.
Oh, there's a bunch of doors. You have the quest line for that?
Let me dispel a level 1.
Yeah, you have
But
to do
I
like all the
can't
level
dispel
1s.
level
You can do all the level 2s, and then...
We actually have to kill that.
No, you don't have to kill any ads.
What do those do again, Jared? When you
It's for the
open doors?
Akamara bones.
It gets you the catalyst for the. But Nate can't. He doesn't have the quest yet. I think Nate has to do the dungeon to get the quest. Right? I don't think you have this quest, do you, Nate?
I think that's where you end up, Joey. That quest.
I think he has to do it first. Oh, it's love it every time. This is the thing I was most scared of in my solo flop. Stupid trap. They can freeze you in the air above the pit, and you'll just fall into it and die.
Go open that chest.
You should open this chest, Nate.
Hey, you should open it.
Here, stand next to me. Stand next to me, I'll open the chest. Guess what? It was a real one.
There's another chest in there, though. How do you get to this one? Behind the door.
There's like 1,000 walls in here.
You
that
can
work,
get there.
Yeah, I don't remember how to, though.
But that looks like a fake one.
Wait, isn't this where we came in from?
Nope.
Wait, I actually don't know what rewards we got from the boss. Oh yeah, the sword.
All the dark evil.
You can get the. Oh, that's right. You guys don't even have the indebted kindness.
I don't have the
Just
indebted
dungeon.
kindness. Yeah, that's the one I need.
You get it. You get it mostly from the first encounter. People farm that encounter. It's like.
Now we got control of it here.
Slurping my ears harder, boy.
You pay for the ASMR.
Did Justin
Is
leave?
that
No,
a
Justin's here.
McDonald's soda?
Slurping.
Oh, Red Robin's. It's a Dr. Pepper float.
Justin's not even watching the stream.
Did you get Red Robin?
It's on. No, I mean, I'm kind of
Something
watching
about
it a little.
You get it to go?
Oh yeah.
See how
that's
he was able
choice.
to clamber, but I was not.
I
I
didn't
had
clamber
more height
once.
than he did.
I didn't
Hey,
clamber.
Titans. Titans
Yep.
can't clamber.
I don't clamber.
I think Hunters are the best clamber.
Clambering's cringe.
Look,
It'd be funny if Clamber's based on
that's where we
mobility this
started.
whole
Back over
time.
there. That's where we fought the first encounter.
Alright, let's well skate over there, Jared.
There's definitely a barrier.
But what if, you know? I feel like
It'll
if
be-
Destiny had Forge World, PvP would be a lot bigger.
Oh yeah. I don't know how you'd Forge World this game though.
Cool map.
Cause like, there's like the Neomuna PvP map is miserable.
This would be a cool PvP map.
Two times now.
Nobody saw it, so it's fine. Is this a Strand wayframe?
Yep. I got it from PvP. From doing Iron Banner.
What is that?
What is what?
PvP. That doesn't exist in this game.
That's true.
How do you tell if they're real when they don't have smoke coming out of them?
And they stand really close to me. Nah, come here. Where are you going? We killed a boss. Come here. No. I tried.
Well, you died to it? I didn't die to mine.
Oh snap!
Yeah, you didn't get the scribs that spawned on you.
I did. I had 4 screams. You guys want to sneak into the castle?
You got
Hell yeah!
Is this the spell 2 again? So is this just a shortcut?
They open rooms that have bones that you could collect.
Oh, I can't do that yet.
Not yet, no.
How about if we through this horizontal hole that I can definitely see through.
Go for it.
I wonder when I run out of bounds.
I think to be fair though, when me and Jared duoed this, it was before the DLC dropped, and I had nothing.
What do you mean? No gun sync kills?
None of my stuff was leveled. But like, I didn't have any upgraded armor or anything. I had the old crap, but I didn't have any like artifact stuff.
Yeah.
Beautiful dungeon though. I love it. It looks so nice. What do you do?
Oh, I thought you fell.
Oh.
But I probably won't get back up. I just out of bounds. Everything in this game's out of bounds.
Yeah. You'll find the right way, don't worry.
I'm gonna sneak through the tunnels.
You didn't want to go through the tunnels?
No, I want to find more out of bounds. You gotta find all the secrets.
Oh,
Find all that out of bounds.
Unclamber.
What's your respawn timer?
50 minutes.
50 minutes. He don't even go. It's like he already knows where he's going.
That's what I'm saying. I don't remember what the next boss is.
It's this
Oh wait, I
one.
remember. It's the ogre, right?
Yep.
Taking over.
Big ogre. Long damage phase.
I
Using a
kinda
battle
remember what to
rifle.
do. Yeah, Nate loves his BXR.
It's really good.
You guys want to both take the left knight, and I'll take the right one.
Yeah, we can do that.
Oh. We gotta capture those totems again.
Yeah, are we telling Nate the
Be a
mechanics, or are we letting him
big
figure
guy.
it out?
Good question. It's up to Nate, I guess.
Or he's already figured out the first mechanic.
Climb on things.
The entire encounter is just there's going to be 15 of those chests, Nate, and you have to pick the right one.
That would be the best freaking encounter ever.
That doesn't sound fun at all.
Literally, if Destiny's made a raid where one encounter is literally there are 10 chests in the room, you have to choose the right one. If you don't choose the right one, everybody wipes.
Yeah, that doesn't sound fun.
That sounds awesome. Obviously, there'll be ways to tell, but you know.
It's like the Halo 3 mission where when you jump through the rings, it makes the noise, and you have to jump through the guitar rings in order, playing the song to get the skull.
Oh my god, you guys are going. You just spawned him already? Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
I thought you got the right one.
Yeah, well, give me like a second heads up.
That heads up his encounter started. What do you mean?
Yeah.
Also, he's just not spawning his thing. I'm just gonna kill him. It's crazy. I don't know what they did to him, man. They glitched him. There used to be a consistent way to get him to It's not. He literally only spawned
Oh,
one.
it's too late for me. Oh, no,
Crazy.
cool. We only got 3, or did you already put one down, Jared?
Nope, my guy only spawned one. He wouldn't spawn it.
That's fine.
I waited to the last second and killed him before I'd actually kill him. I used to have a consistent way to get him to spawn him, and then they're like, "Oh, he doesn't spawn. Fix it." It's like, okay, put a fix in, and I'm like, now he never spawned. Never. Oh, that's fine. We'll just spawn another one.
Yeah, that's fine.
My sidearm could ever kill anything at range.
Oh, Nate, did you use your solar charge?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess we need 2 anyway.
Okay.
I think Nate grabbed a solar charge but didn't put it out.
I don't think Nate knew what to do with it. Which isn't Nate's fault, since you watched him pick it up, Joey, and didn't say anything.
That's true.
I blame both of them.
I blame
Jared. Actually,
Nate also didn't ask what to do with it.
I blame Jared.
I didn't even know he picked one up.
For not doing Jared's mechanic. So.
Oh, I did my mechanic. Boss didn't cooperate. Like, he still hasn't spawned one. Look at him. He still hasn't spawned one over here.
I was gonna say he dropped.
He literally didn't spawn one the entire time.
Oh wait, did we only get 1 fire charge?
What's supposed to do about that? They reduced how much? We got 2 points. We got 2.
Only 1 popped up.
We only need 1. If we only need 1, then only 1's gonna spawn.
No, we need 1 more.
We need another one now? Oh my god.
Yeah, the left one only spawned 1. Yeah, I have 3 torches lit. We need 1 more. That's fun. We just nuked the one, right?
Oh my god, he spawned 1? Amazing.
You got it? Or do you need me to stand on it?
Yeah, I got it.
Alright, you ready for damage phase?
So let's clear a couple of these snipers first. Snipers are gonna spawn left and right.
Lighted eyes too?
Oh no, we could leave. You can kill Cobb. Actually, don't kill all of them. Okay, ready when you guys are.
Yep, I'll place it.
Ready, Nate?
Ready for add damage phase.
Damage, Nate.
Joey.
Where are we going? Clockwise?
Joey.
Oh, I'm so stupid. Yeah, on Jared's. I already forgot about the freaking lamp. Nate. Yeah, when it goes down, we go. Yeah. Next
You
one.
going clock? You want counter? Okay. Whatever, just go counter. Yeah, we have no choice now.
I deal no damage with that sword.
Yeah, that was great. I only got 1 ult off too. Because I'm not on prismatic, so my ignitions aren't doing the damage I need to be doing. That's this encounter. Now we just do that. I can't off as many Dragon's Breaths as I should be.
Ooh, our guy only dropped 1.
Because you nuked him in half a second.
Yeah, but when he dies, he's supposed to drop 1.
I think that's the one that you got.
So to not die from the biting cold, you gotta stand next to torches.
There's no torches over here.
Yeah, there's one back here. Yeah, we got our side didn't drop through the sad. Maybe they do it on purpose now.
So we just need one more then?
Yep, just one more.
Okay. We'll just get the one by you guys then.
Let me drop one. Same order.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. We do the same order. We know what we're doing. It's being awfully quiet.
It's focused. You guys ready? Or do you want to add clear?
Give me a second. You already picked it up? You already picked it up? You have a timer.
I already picked it up. Yep, let's go, baby.
Okay. Yeah, I got no special. Oh, well.
No heavy.
Heavy brick, Joey? It is.
What? Oh, there's a heavy brick. 26 shots, baby. Let's go.
That's so bad. Oh, you jumped over one.
Did I? Oh, man. That one gave 90?
Oh, my special ammo was over here the whole time? You gotta be kidding me. I had like 3 bricks over here.
Bring it down, bring it down.
I'm close to being able to ult again. That's so sad. If I had picked up any, if I had any, you'd given me a second to grab some. Oh, that's cool.
No overshield for revives? Weird.
Oh.
I guess they nerfed the fighting again.
Love if I could have a second. What was in my
What was that?
inventory?
Was that your void? Your void grenade?
Me?
Yeah, what was that like void whirlpool?
Oh, that's my whatever transcendent grenade.
Oh. I was only dropped one.
I got 2.
You need to give him a second to breathe as you're bipping him, Joey.
I
So he, like,
disagree.
You guys like fucking melting him.
what he does is he like steps back, and at least he used to before Jared said they fixed it. That was very odd.
What?
you were invis but frozen.
Yep.
It was an out-of-body experience.
It was nice. Not gonna make it. Oh. Right as the Howling Winds die. Oh, so we add clear before you want me to pick it up?
Oh, we just dunk it. No, just dunk it and kill
Just
him.
dunk it. Yeah.
There's no point. We don't even need all three of us. Just.
What's the heavy you have equipped, Joey?
The microcosm.
Oh, what the heck is this?
Yeah.
They gave you robes again.
Dude, I only get the chest plate. That's
I've only
all I
gotten
get.
I have 3 gauntlets.
That's crazy. A mobility intellect chest plate. Kill me.
I'm gonna keep that. I got a hatchling precision instrument sniper.
That's crazy.
Must be nice.
There's only one boss left, right?
Yeah, it's dungeon. Only 3 bosses. Nate's is Warren. Oh, this rocket propelled sidearm.
Oh, this way.
Hmm?
Oh, this way.
What do you say?
Rocket propelled sidearm.
Oh, I love the rocket propelled sidearm. It's got volt shot. Good.
And hey, June's over. You can change your armor back.
Huh?
Welcome to the next encounter, Nate. Remember you said what they did the whole room full of chests?
Yeah, it's right.
Alright, choose which one. I'll give you a hint. It's not the left one.
It is the left one, though. It's the only one that's not lit up.
It's not the left one.
Only one that's not lit up.
Walk closer to the right one. Now is the right one lit up?
Yeah.
So then open the left one.
Hey, it's the challenge that I wanted.
Yeah.
Well, you shouldn't be able to get armor from those things.
I feel like it should be a neutral.
It's what I got gauntlets in.
Got another.
No, because the
that's
chests
gonna
are
be
only,
what we already have.
yeah, it's only repeat drops. So that's why it
It's got
shouldn't give you
chain
armor.
reaction? That changes things.
Can you get the exotics from the chest, or only when you complete
No, only final boss.
I'm lost. I actually don't remember.
Follow Nate, he knows where to go.
I'm lost. Silhouette, silhouette, silhouette.
If you kill those guys fast enough, is that something too?
They just give you those things that they drop.
Dark
What
ether
do you do with it?
tinctures.
It's part of the quest line. You have to get to a certain point and you need to collect them.
Up or down?
What's happening? Oh, I forgot about this.
Should let Nate go first.
Oh, he can go first. Wait, he didn't.
He ate it. He ate it tight and too strong.
Hey, what, The Rock?
You got hit straight on our
not hit
screen.
me.
Oh, there it goes.
That
Now
one
it hit
hit
him. Maybe it's
That one
different on our
melted me.
screens.
You got 100% beamed by the biggest boulder
Yeah,
there
on my
was.
screen, yeah.
No chance. I dodged all the first 3 that ran at me.
No.
What's the timers?
30.
40 seconds total.
Alright, guys, here I come.
What, did you just skate through this?
No, I jumped. I'm a hunter. I jumped.
Yeah,
That's what I
on
do.
Hunter, you just fly through. It's so nice.
What's up,
Amazing. What it must be to play a class that has a good jump.
I don't know. It's
I can't
available for
say anything,
everyone.
but Warlock,
Oh my
Warlock
god.
has the worst one.
What do you mean? Warlock
Yeah,
jump's
I
not
hate
bad.
doing this on Warlock.
I think you got to get used to blinking, man. Blink is a good jump.
You blink through this. First try without dying.
I will. I'll put it on right now.
And Justin will buy you.
Oh, Justin
Fucking,
will?
you gotta be kidding me. The rocks are never ending infinite. It's fucking never ending infinite.
I'll stay back here and I'll wait for you to
Fucking hero. They literally came back to back. Like I jumped now and I got hit right here. Got hit by the next one.
Why am I getting a turn back time?
which one did you go to?
Alright, cool. I had to run away because I was getting a turn back timer and now I'm dead.
I got you.
Feels
Skill
bad, man.
issue.
Can't we pick up the coins?
Yeah, I was on a
Oh,
rock
there
that
it goes.
apparently I was not allowed to be on, even though it was in the map. Amazing.
Have you seen the way people speedrun this, Nate?
Nah.
From the start, they grapple onto one of those big rocks going around the back of the whole thing. They come all the way up to
That's
here.
so smart.
Yeah, they just grapple to
actually
the,
cool.
yeah, and it just drags them all the way up to here.
Is this the raid?
No, this is a dungeon.
I did it in a speedrun once. I didn't do it in a solo flawless, but I did it. This is the newest dungeon, Justin.
It wasn't wanting me to be where I was.
Oof.
I mean, oof.
Yikes.
What do you mean, yikes? What do you mean, oof, yikes? Oh, that's funny, though. Very
Big
quick.
L.
Thanks.
That's funny.
Why'd
Big
you do
L.
that?
Justin's big L. There was a rock that fall. You even noticed that like 10 rocks you stepped on so far fall away?
I didn't step on that rock.
Push it, push it, push it, push it, push it, push it.
But you stepped on like all
You
the
stepped
other
on so
rocks.
many
that-
rocks,
Yeah,
yeah.
you stepped on at least 8 rocks. And I was sitting there. I'm like, I wonder
they
if
were
he even
falling,
knows.
but I didn't step on that rock. You
I
made
know.
that rock fall.
That was
I
me.
stepped-
That
I
was
stepped on
literally- That was literally me killing both of you. Called
I'm just saying that the rocks fall.
Yeah.
It's just funny because you stepped on like literally every single one in the game's
Oh, I
prior ones.
saw
You
them
stepped on
fall,
all
but
of
you
them.
can step on them before they fall.
Yeah, yeah. I didn't even realize you knew they fell. I just thought
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Nate's just jumping on, just keeps moving.
Oh, cool. Phalanx launched me. Oh, I hit an icicle. An icicle saved me.
Nice.
You see that ice right there? It saved me from
Yeah,
that
that's
phalanx.
not there. This was Halo, it'd be breakable, and it wouldn't have saved you.
Yeah.
Isn't this a bone over here?
That I can get.
You
don't know
can't
what
get
the-
any of them until you finish.
Yeah, you
the
can't get
dungeon.
until you guys get, yeah, you just get the last bone first.
Oh, cool. Couldn't climb her. Go ahead.
Oh my goodness. I killed Joey.
I don't want to talk about it. I'll respawn in 30 seconds. You don't have to come over here.
Oh, I know what killed Joey.
Nah, it's fine. You don't have to show up.
I know exactly what killed Joey.
That's
Skill
fine.
issue? Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is the issue, right?
That's so funny. I wasn't even watching.
You weren't watching?
We have to
Did that
kill
for
all
comedic
the...
effect.
Where can
Well,
the
you got
warlock
it.
jump?
Jared do.
Oh wait, I don't have my 4th jump on.
Oh my god.
Do we have to put all 3 of those, like, ogre things in there?
No, I don't even know what those are, honestly. I did all the secrets in his dungeon, and I've back to you. I can just do that rock first. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like you can't.
Yeah, I thought it was just one of those, atmospheric rocks. The spell level 3 required. How many level 1s did I miss?
There's 3 level 1s, 3 level 2s, 3 level 3. It's already ahead, he's gunning. I want to do this in Strand one time so I could grapple points that are laid throughout.
Oh, that giant rock just fell.
I don't even know if you can see the grapple points unless you're on Strand, actually.
You cannot. Unless you have the grapple on, yeah. Actually, that's a good
Oh wait,
point.
they add actual points for you?
Oh, there's all over this mountain. There's grapple points. Grapple, you're just all.
Yep, I see it now.
Yeah, see it right, right there.
Yep,
grapple point.
Right at it.
Oh, we can see it when he has it too.
Yep. One of us has to have a grapple point on.
Justin.
What?
Biden tells Democratic governors he needs more sleep and plans to stop scheduling events after 8 p.m.
Oh, that's healthy. That's healthy.
Dude, what? How the hell is he supposed to do any of the debates then?
Sorry, our
Have
president has
them
a
in the
bedtime.
afternoon?
Yeah, it's past our president's curfew.
It's past his bedtime. He can't do the debate, so I guess this one goes to Trump.
No, Mr. Putin, we can't declare war right now.
Our president's asleep.
Mr. Biden's taking a nap.
Jesus Christ, man.
Oh, that didn't work the way I thought it would.
They're really hoping they could get him out now. If he's not able to do anything past 8.
Fine, there's a rally point here. It'll give you.
Yeah. I always do that. I accidentally hold down the when I go to reload. I hold the button a little too long.
I think I'm just gonna go back to well.
Wait, Jared.
Well, Sunbury's. Yeah. Well, Sunbury's. And then I'll probably just go.
All rock double golden gun.
Add clear for the eyes.
Is this the last encounter?
Yep. What dodge do I have on? I have Gambler's dodge on. I feel like I should put on Marksman dodge for this. Or Acrobatic dodge, Give everybody Radiant. Why not? Let's do
Am I getting an Azzy boy? Hi, bud. Good boy. Did you check your table, Justin?
What table?
The enchantment library?
What about it?
Did you check it?
Oh, like the one that Seth has hooked up?
Yeah.
Yeah, I checked it. It's not as full as I thought it'd be.
Huh.
But also, I mean, Jared said there was like an issue on the server last night.
We lost everything.
Yeah, I think it kind of glitched out the load chunks and stuff. But I think it's fine. I think it's fine now. I had to walk around everything, but
I do have something.
Wait,
Check your chest.
How did Jared get up there?
In your enchanting area.
Get back up
How did
here.
Jared just get up there? What?
Put it up here.
I'm the best.
Did you guys help John, or did John just literally reprogram the entire server?
Seth was helping John.
Oh my gosh. I can. Jared was explaining to me, and I was like, oh my god. I was like, it's crazy that they were able to save that.
Yeah, I thought it was.
Actually got corrupted.
Yeah,
No,
he
little
saved
bit.
it.
They had to like edit the files to remove one block.
Yeah, that
Like
was
literally the ones and zeros.
The last backup was like 3 days beforehand for some reason. Okay, are we ready?
And none of us wanted to go back that far.
I'm just good. Well, MLG Pro Warlock.
Did Jared get pulled to allies?
Nah. Jared, I got bad news. I don't remember what to do.
Same thing. Capture the totems.
Is this another dungeon?
Yes,
This is the newest dungeon. Yeah.
Okay. Is this part of some kind of like
Yeah, so
weekly
why is
mythic or
this
something?
Under the
Oh, wait.
legends.
Part of
What's
what?
the newest dungeon.
You mean Legends? All the dungeons are under Legends.
Oh.
I have this dungeon then.
Nice.
He was attending the conference with his mother and her husband Steven.
So I have the
You know,
dungeon
one of the
pass.
things I
Doesn't mean you're in this dungeon.
What do you?
Of optimism that at the very least they can continue these conversations and negotiations with Hamas's
I don't know
response to
if
this
you
framework.
tell me or don't tell. Oh.
Priscilla Alvarez, live from the
I
White House. Thank you so much.
Forgot myself until
The
I
LA
noticed the
Dodgers
timer
and
on
the
me.
city itself are already gaining from baseball star Shohei Ohtani. He's not even pitching yet. We'll explain the
Justin, when
Ohtani
you carrying
effect
us through the
when we
raid,
come
dog?
back.
What raid? Bro, yeah, everyone get on and we'll do that shit.
Sanjay Gupta reports on hope for the devastating
Captain
effects
will
of
command.
Alzheimer's.
Reversing something that seems so preordained, it sounds extraordinary.
Dr. Sanjay Gupta reports The Last Alzheimer's Patient, Sunday at 8
Nothing?
on CNN.
Make this a summer to share and
That's
save
yeah.
during the
That
Kia
was like
Summer
almost
Sticker
max.
Sales
You get
event
20
with three-row
seconds.
Kia
You get up.
Sorento.
So each totem you capture is
The
5 seconds.
tech-forward Sportage. The available all-wheel drive sub.
All of the exceptional work that they do.
For just $19
So much
a
special, but no
month,
heavy
you'll
down here.
help us continue the life-saving research and treatment these kids need.
No matter if it's a big business.
So when you kill all the
or just
eyes, boss
the
damage
grandmother
starts.
that donates
Or you
once a
want
month.
the guys.
They are
You
changing
capture the
people's
things.
lives. And that's a big
Then
deal.
boss
Join
damage.
with your debit or credit card right now, and we'll send
Capture
you
every.
this
There's
St.
4 of
Jude
them, and you can
t-shirt
get 5
that
seconds.
You can proudly wear to show your support.
Our family is forever grateful for donations big and small because it's completely changed our lives and it's given us a second chance.
St. Jude's not going to stop until every single kid gets that chance to walk out of the doors of this hospital cancer-free.
Please don't wait. Call, go online, or scan the QR code below right now.
Compared with other chews, one Bravecto chew protects from fleas and ticks for 12 weeks, nearly 3 times longer.
Use with caution
No
in dogs
way.
with a history of seizures and neurological disorders.
No way.
Protection that
Yeah.
lasts longer? Bravo, Bravecto. Bravo. If you're over 50,
I can't see
imagine you could
you.
turn back
I'm
the
one
clock
hit.
on your stiff, achy joints by years.
Trying to live.
On tour, I can't
Oh,
let sore joints
fuck.
hold me up. So I use Instaflex Advanced. It's restored my joints without just temporarily masking my symptoms.
What? How are you
I
capturing
told
a
my whole
totem?
crew they have to try it.
I don't
Get
know.
a complimentary sample by
Damage has
texting
already
music
happened. The
to
totem shouldn't be there.
231.
Well, I captured
Instaflex
it.
Advanced targets the root cause of joint soreness and stiffness with a unique combination of 5 key natural ingredients found nowhere else. Key ingredients backed by 5
I
clinical
feel like we're
studies.
drowning in ads and the big guys.
Sorry to cut across you there. We just lost you very
let me switch
briefly,
my
but I want to persevere with this line, and people will
Yeah.
understand why it
So I
is
can do
difficult
that
with
too.
communications right now, given the damage
Oh,
that
my
you've
phone rate
sustained.
spawn with
Talk to me, if you will, about how
Why are
prepared
you
you were
shooting me?
able to be, given that this storm really grew in strength really quickly, taking a lot of weather
You can kill
experts,
the blades on the ground
meteorologists
too.
by surprise at quite how quickly this storm gathered.
Yeah, we should maybe
showed
we
me at that point.
let's
Let
shoot
me
the
just-
eyes so fast.
Oh, frick, where's the dude? I didn't realize I
Hey
could-
there, Matter of Opinion listeners. It's Ross. The Matter of Opinion gang is taking a break from our regular programming this week to celebrate the 4th of July. But we didn't want to leave you in the dark during this chaotic.
I don't know which vengeful corruption hit me.
President Biden reportedly told an ally he knows he'll have to bow out of the 2024 race for the White House if he can't turn things around in the coming days following last week's train wreck. The 81-year-old president has apparently pinned his re-election future on the ABC's news interview and campaign stops in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin over the holiday weekend. The New York Times reported he knows if he has two more events like the debate, we're in a different place.
We're not going to go right now, but each of those plates is damaged. If you step on the plate, it starts. There's 3 of them up there.
Marks the first evidence that Biden is considering giving up his bid for a second term after he and his team repeatedly rejected the possibility pre-June 27 debate. He blames it on world travels. I think, Rob, we even have
whenever you guys are ready, we can go together.
Do you have that?
I have Karine Jean-Pierre talking about his jet lag.
His jet lag travel. Anyways, you're hearing all these stories, Tom. Are these all excuses? What do you think is happening behind closed doors?
I think there's 3 things happening behind closed doors. Number one, Biden and his advisors are circling the wagons, and the core advisors, led by Jill, are saying, Joe, you can do it. Everybody has a bad night. So I call that the denial camp. Then there's the second camp, which is the Kamala Harris camp, which is not to be underestimated. She is making points to people. Late last night, I read an article that she pointed at some people and said, look, if we had a health issue a month ago, I'd be president right now. Why was I good enough to be on the ticket? And I could be president right now already, and yet now you want to, say no, and you're looking for other names on a national basis. So the Kamala Harris camp has very good points that they're making. And she's saying, look, I'm doing as good as Biden is, maybe a tick better in the polls, and everybody else is unproven. I've already been here. So that's the argument she's making. That's second. The third camp is all the people that are circling, such as, Lloyd Doggett saying, hey, I really think you should step aside for the good of it. The first person to step up. And you have everyone else, which is 2 groups. The groups that want him to step out because it'll help the other elections of senators and congressmen. And then the people in that group, led by Gretchen and Gavin, who are raising their hands that said, we're ready, we've been standing here, and we're ready to go. That's what there's behind closed doors, Pat. In public, we all know Gavin's been saying, this is the best president of all time, and I've supported him. That's a front face, but it's Gavin and Gretchen behind closed doors.
Is there any chance it could be Pritzker?
Well, do you?
Oh, he just launched me.
Do you need Illinois, or does Gretchen Whitmer make a compelling point? Right now, you're down 4 points in Michigan. I can deliver Michigan. We don't win this without Michigan.
Rob, can you pull up the chart stat? Was on VT.com. Adam, if you can respond to it. So sure. Go ahead, Adam.
Well, this is sort of a head-to-head matchup. There's 2 charts that I'll just go fire through real quick. Basically, they do head-to-head matchup, saying if you were one of these Democratic candidates and you ran against Trump, how would you fare? Somehow, in this poll, I don't know who ran this, Rob, but you can see this. It basically shows that Biden and Trump are sort of in a dead heat. We all know that that's not too accurate. But the only Democrat who abundantly, apparently, could beat Trump is Michelle Obama. And I've been very candid that she's never ran for office. I don't think she's planning on running for office. It seems like a pipe dream.
She's the Hail Mary.
She's the only saving grace at this point. And until that actually happens, I don't believe it will happen. But every other name, I said in the last podcast, there's only 2 names that you should focus on. Kamala.
I'm going to save my thing for overtime.
All these other things I know, Tom.
So you went through it fast.
Sure. Yeah.
This is showing who matches up best with Trump. So in this analysis, it shows Michelle's got an 11-point lead on Trump.
Yes.
That's scary.
Yeah. Rob, who ran this?
No Ipsos?
Yes, and with Reuters.
Okay, wow. It's a pretty credible source.
Right.
So let's just say we believe this number. What type of conversations are they having with Michelle Obama and Barack Obama behind the scenes? They're involved at this point. Everyone's claiming it's a shadow presidency. Barack's been running the show.
They've been telling him what to do.
Well, they didn't listen then. But every other name on this list, and Tom, you might think otherwise, like Gretchen Whitmer, J.B. Pritzker, people don't know these people. Their stats don't match up, and it looks close here. But Rob, there's one other.
There's a commune here you should grab.
This all comes down to name recognition. Here's what's crazy about America. Donald Trump and Joe Biden.
Gives you
if you look on the top right, the colors in gray, it shows the percentage of people that are not familiar with these names. 1 to 2% of America says they don't even know who Donald Trump or Joe Biden is. Those are the dementia people. So maybe Joe Biden fell in that
He probably doesn't even know who he is. So,
but beyond
Whoever
that,
had most damage
everyone knows
besides,
Michelle Obama, Kamala, even Gavin has not a lot of name recognition beyond
Joey
the state
gets
of California or national election. But the J.B. Pritzkers of the world or the Gretchen Whitmers of the world, people don't know these people. So if you just surprise Gretchen Whitmer's a candidate as if she's anointed, and it would fail miserably.
Yeah, and all her dirt will come out too, because remember that fake kidnapping that they figured out. They found out that the FBI had informants, and they staged that entire thing, and it was all BS. All her dirt's going to come out.
Yeah.
No, wait,
Not many
Gavin
people-
has
Gavin's-
recognition. Only 29% on this chart said they hadn't heard of him, but 41% have an unfavorable view of Gavin. So he's raised his head, but he's covered in California failure.
The media is even sort of presenting them as the next man up. But the reality is, it's going to be Kamala if it's anyone.
Oh, I should have
Which
infused it.
I agree with, but I hope, but let's remember, when you saw that 40 to 40, it's a dead heat right now between Biden, because like you said, Democrats are going to go right in with Biden no matter what. But I just hope the independents understand, the people that are kind of in the middle, and realize it doesn't matter if they put in anybody, whoever the hell they put in, the policies are still going to be the same. If you like what's happening in America right now, nothing is going to change. This whole identity politics, she's a black woman, she's a woman of color, she's Indian, let's not play that game, okay? She's an Indian woman, which has nothing to do with what she's going to do if she gets in. It's going to be the same politics. And then, Tom, what about the debates? Trump versus her in a debate. Who wins that debate?
I think Trump is going to come out on top of that, because she's got to defend the same economic policies, and she comes from California, where she's personally responsible for the 3 strikes laws and the disaster that happened.
I mean, if you look at this, Tom,
Fairly, you access the vault now?
unfavorability. Kamala's 57%.
They hate her.
That is
you're not
nasty,
in your
right?
box.
She's within 3 points of Biden, who's got the economy stuck to him.
If you can access the
And
vault,
what do you call
why
it? Michelle is at
can't you?
42.
You can do it on the app.
Gavin is at 41. So Gavin's unfavorability is lower
Every 10 seconds.
than
Or leave dim
Michelle's.
open.
So it's not as bad as you guys think it is. And then Gretchen, the other 3, the
app
reason why
on
it's not as high is because of them not recognizing
know
it.
who
Like,
they
I've
are.
never heard of them.
Right.
Gavin Newsom, 29%, never heard of them. Okay. And then you got Kamala and Michelle and the other ones.
Warlock
Okay.
just needs
so
a
now,
class item and a
Trump
helmet.
yesterday is golfing,
Max level.
right? And somebody records him. If you can play this clip, Rob, of Trump golfing, and he's talking about Kamala, and just watch this here. Go ahead and play this clip.
The other night. Amazing. Kicked that old broken down pile of crap. Yeah. It's a bad guy. He just quit, He's quitting the race. Is that right? Yep, I got him out of the race. And that means we have Kamala. I think she's going to be better. She's so bad. She's so pathetic. It's just so fucking bad. So I just can't imagine. But can you imagine that guy dealing with Putin and the president of China, who's a fierce person? He's a fierce man. A very tough guy, and they see him. They probably he can't. But they just announced he's probably quitting. Good. Yeah. Just keep knocking him out.
So everybody is showing this yesterday, reacting to it. What are your thoughts when you see it? What are you reacting to when you see what he says there, Tom?
First of all, who in the circle is there recording off comments like that? Everybody's making off comments, and you're going to be careful if you're running for president, assuming that there's a camera in every rose bush. I think
is that a good look or a bad look for him?
I think, look, it's an off-the-cuff look, and if you know Trump. I think a lot of Americans agree with what he just said. There's some profanity in there, but I think they agree with what he just said. How do you see? So I thought it was kind of a good look in one regard. I think that's the authentic position, and it's not any different from the position that Trump has. Is it, unfiltered and not as polished from a podium, and someone's recording it off the cuff? Yes, but it is the way he feels. He says, Biden's broken down.
I don't know. No one ever gets off their raid, bro.
It says Kamala's
you got to carry them through their raid. What are you talking about?
There's a lot of people, including me, that think that that's just the way the dominoes are about to fall.
The new raid,
and
you
then
mean?
lastly, he's making a great
slacking
point.
over there.
Who do you want at the table?
I did the raid 3 times already.
Was Xi?
Take our buddies through it.
I don't think there's anything that Trump can say on camera or off camera
You can't even do
that
it.
would change how the public looks
Only
at him.
me.
I mean,
Period.
they grab him by the...
Yeah.
Any other candidate in history, political history, would have ended their campaign the next day. Trump doubled down on that. We've learned with Trump, he's the Teflon Don. Whether you like him or not, the guy can say anything he wants and get away with it.
But he apologized.
So this
But he
video,
apologized.
He apologized to what?
When he said grab him by the whatever, he goes, "I'm sorry." It was locker room talk. He came out that day.
I don't know if he's ever said the word "I'm sorry."
No. He said that was locker room talk, and that
He
was
did say
guys, and
that,
that was.
yeah.
But in regard to this, they're at Bedminster playing. That guy was secretly recording the president, which is a violation of Trump's private property policy. You can't be recording people while they're out there. It's ridiculous. But this was like one of their gotcha moments. Oh, we got Trump. No. Everything that he said was absolutely true. Yeah. She's horrible. Biden's horrible. They said the entire Democratic movement is trash. And I'm tired of people dancing around. No, it is, Adam. I'm tired of people dancing around going, he's old or this or whatever. Take out and put anybody in there. What's going to change? The border's going to be open. The economy's going to be shit. Kids are going to be...
Big news week, obviously. Big news week. And a lot of developments regarding speculation. Will Joe Biden stay in? Will he exit? The New York Times ran a piece yesterday. Biden told Ally that he is weighing whether to continue in the race. That's right. So this is from the New York Times. President Biden has told a key ally that he knows he may not be able to salvage his candidacy if he cannot convince the public in the coming days that he is up for the job after a disastrous debate performance last week. The president, who this ally emphasized is still deeply in the fight for re-election, understands that his next few appearances headed into the holiday weekend must go well, particularly an interview scheduled for Friday, that will be tomorrow, with George Stephanopoulos of ABC News and campaign stops in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. He knows if he has two more events like that, we're in a different place by the end of the weekend, said the ally, referring to Mr. Biden's halting and unfocused performance in the debate. The person who talked to the president in the past 24 hours spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss a sensitive situation. Andrew Bates, a White House spokesman, said the report was absolutely false and that the White House had not been given enough time to respond. The conversation is the first indication to become public that the president is seriously considering whether he can recover after a devastating performance on the debate stage in Atlanta on Thursday. Concerns are mounting about his viability as a candidate and whether he could serve as president for another 4 years. Several of his allies stressed on Wednesday that Mr. Biden still wanted to fight to keep control of his candidacy, even as headwinds in his party grew stronger. A top advisor to Mr. Biden, who also spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss the situation, said the president was well aware of the political challenge he faces. That person added on Wednesday that Mr. Biden was aware that the outcome of his campaign could be a different ending than the one he is fighting for, but that the president believes he is an effective leader who is mentally sharp and, quote, doesn't get how others don't accept that. Mr. Biden is still adamantly... How do you not get how others don't accept that? Mr. Biden still adamantly views his debate showing as a bad performance and not a revelatory event. This president was scheduled to have lunch on Wednesday with Vice President Kamala Harris and meet with Democratic governors at the White House in the evening. Until now, he has focused more on speaking with trusted advisors and family members who have urged him to stay in the race. But he has told at least one person that he is open to the possibility that his plans to move on from his debate performance and flip the focus back to Mr. Trump may not work. Several allies of Mr. Biden have underscored that he is still in the fight of his political life and largely sees this moment as a chance to come back from being counted out, as he has done many times throughout his half-century career. At the same time, they said he is clear-eyed about his uphill battle to convince voters, donors, and the political class that his debate performance was an anomaly. Mr. Biden's team had sought to build a firewall by persuading elected Democrats and well-known party figures not to publicly call on him to drop out, but Representative Lloyd Doggett of Texas became the first Democratic member of Congress to say on Tuesday that the president should step aside, and others have indicated privately that they may follow suit. Key party donors have been privately calling House members, senators, super PACs, the Biden campaign, and the White House to say that they think Mr. Biden should step down, according to Democrats familiar with the discussion. Okay, so that's the report from the New York Times. You see within that report, the White House denying it. No, this is absolutely untrue. They send out an email blast that evening, yesterday evening. Folks, I know the past few days have been tough. I'm sure you're getting a lot of questions. I'm sure many of you have questions as well. So let me say this as clearly and simply as I can. I'm running. So they are trying to shut down these rumors. Not only are they trying to shut down these rumors, you have Gavin Newsom. I heard 3 words from the president tonight. He's all in, and so am I. He had a meeting with Democratic governors. Joe Biden's had our back. Now it's time to have his. Gretchen Whitmer says the same thing, right? Now, look.
Wow.
If this were a false report, which it obviously is not a false report, as the White House claims, you would not have the Washington Post report essentially the same thing.
Falling asleep, bro. What's wrong with you?
Demonstrate his fitness.
Yeah, did you go to sleep, Jared?
Run with the same
I
headline.
didn't sleep for long.
You
Of course,
sound
the New York
pretty
Times
tired.
didn't just make this up.
You're sounding
Of
tired.
course, it was not an absolutely false report. The fact that the White House is
Talking
still
about tired,
lying
what
to
time did you
people about
disappear on
this
us
shows the
yesterday,
utter
Dusty?
contempt they have.
Like midnight?
Not just for their own voters, but really for the whole country.
Well, that's
if they
somewhat
are to be,
respectable.
Taken seriously in
not too
their
bad.
Thank you, Sam.
proposition that a Trump
See, Sam
victory
agrees.
means
Fine.
the end of America as we know it. Right?
It's
I mean,
better
it's just
than-
unbelievable how you
Jared,
have
falling
been
asleep, what
lying
time?
For over a
4
year, really
p.m.
For 4 years, for 5 years, really.
He's
dating
out.
Back to 2019.
I'm not
about
following you.
Biden's
Delusional.
state.
Absolutely
You
delusional.
barely
It all
talk.
blows up in your face, and you still double down.
Why don't you
No,
go
Does he sound like Biden to you?
we have
Yeah,
no
he's
doubt
Sleepy
we're
Jared.
running. We're all in. Now, of course,
What do you mean? You're the one that
we're all in
talks
is because
weird when you get
once
to. We hear you at like 8 o'clock.
admit that
Sleepy
you're having
Justin,
second
Sleepy
thoughts,
Jared.
you may as well throw in the towel
I'm
right there.
still awake.
When you're running
I
a
can't
campaign,
kick it.
you
I don't have a
cannot say,
bedtime like
yeah,
Biden.
we're thinking
But
about
you're
the way
better than mine.
forward. You ever see that? We've all seen that happen in primary races where
What
you have
happens when you
20
get old, man?
candidates. What's the headlines the week before they drop out? Beto O'Rourke struggles with fundraising, considering his options. That's a sign that they're about to drop out, and then they drop out. So if you're Joe Biden and the Joe Biden campaign, you are not going to say we're thinking about it until the decision is already made to drop out. So they're thinking about it, which means they have to say we're all in. You can't run a campaign 1 foot in, 1 foot out. Nobody's going to write you a check if you're like, write us a check, but we're thinking maybe we'll drop out. The only guy who does that would be Sanders, who drops out and then asks you for money after he drops out. But that's not conventional.
I love tuning into Justin's
The
stream and
day
just
he
watching
drops
him
out, he has
try
to
to
play.
empty the
That's
XP
typically
buckets.
not how it's done. Typically, you have to
What do you mean?
demonstrate you're all in. So the fact that they are denying this report means absolutely
They have
nothing.
millions of
The
XP
fact that the
stored.
Times ran with it in the
Look at-
first
look at-
place
he's
is a
justifying
sign
it.
it's true. Washington Post picked it up.
Look at this.
CNN picked
Look
it
at
up.
your chat.
They
Somebody
know
said
they
that's
have
so
a very
gay.
small window of time.
Somebody
to
called you
convince
Casio.
people that they can run. And really,
Casio?
that window
Somebody-
is already
yeah,
closed,
Casio.
as we're going to see in future
Like,
segments this morning. And so
the
I
snake
think at this
girl?
point, you could take it to the bank.
No,
that
the
he
streamer that
is
everyone
going to be
calls
dropping
fat.
out of this race. And I would say pretty soon.
Oh, okay.
I would say a couple weeks maximum.
It's like this whole thing.
It looks like it's.
I'm not into your degenerate online culture. I'm not chronically online
Everyone
like
sends
you.
donations and makes them bad jokes.
Between now and November.
Yeah, I said he could donate if he wanted, man.
For him not to be
And then the
such
guy
a
said,
liability
"Do a
down
push up
ballot
and I'll donate."
that they just
Okay.
can't
Well,
do.
I didn't get a
And then
donation,
somebody
did
else
I?
came in.
As we'll see
somebody else came in
later,
and said, "What's
Ari
with this
Emanuel,
gay
who's
bashing,
no,
anti-American?"
dummy, is saying there are
And then
legal
somebody else
issues
said,
with pulling
"What
him
the
off
Sigma?"
the ballot.
And then somebody else
But
said,
at
"Salutations,
this
my
point,
comrade."
I think
Oh well, there's a lot of there's a lot of things here.
on winning the
Oh, luckily
Yeah,
Joey's in
yeah.
here deleting
Now we're
things.
just looking at the
My
Democratic
moderator.
races. Now,
Are we
if you
deleting
look
things?
at the
I
kind
like
of
Joker and Batman
propaganda they're
Lego.
pushing out
Okay, well
to the
that's see.
legs,
Okay, these
and
the
you
type
have
of
to
people that are
remember,
commenting.
you
I
see
like
a
Joker,
lot of
Batman,
the
Lego.
memes that go around.
Okay.
They're not organic.
Okay.
These are DNC
It's the only normal comment
plant
that's been
these
posted
things
today.
Right.
because they know they're brain dead Kool-Aid drinkers
Look at
are
all
gonna
other degenerate
spread them
comments.
around. So you're seeing things like the New York Times never demanded
W
Trump
Stream,
drop
who
out.
is that?
Well,
That guy's
you're
gonna be a
kinda
mod.
Giving away the game there.
Kyle.
The New York Times is
Add
a partisan
moderator.
rag that doesn't give a shit about the Republican Party winning.
Joey,
Right.
I have a couple moderators now,
Right. They
Jared.
would never be motivated
Better
to
watch
do
out.
something like that. They got out ahead of this because they care about the Democrats winning. Of course, you're seeing a lot of Project 2025, which, I told you they were going to do this later in the cycle, and we were going to do a segment on it. We never got around to it. For anyone who doesn't know, this is a plan that the Heritage Foundation came up with, basically to get rid of the deep state, to get rid of Washington's class of permanent bureaucrats that thwart the will of presidents. We have discussed it a little bit, and I'm of two minds about it. On the one hand, yes, will they use this to swing all the way in the other direction, where the president is doing things that are not necessarily constitutional, and by the time the Supreme Court gets to it, because he has a willing bureaucracy, well, fuck you if you think it's unconstitutional. We did it already. Sure, yes. At the same time, it's unconstitutional to have a permanent bureaucracy that does not obey the will of the executive. Like, they have a point that Trump was very thwarted in his first term by a permanent bureaucracy that has not been elected to make those kinds of decisions.
I know,
They're all
too. I was
talking
like,
a lot
Justin,
about
who's this
Project
guy? He shows up in
2025.
every one of your
Even in my
streams. Justin's like, oh yeah, that's Kyle.
Interviews before the debate. I had some people.
Yeah, Kyle's let a comment
up in the interviews.
No videos.
And you're seeing a lot of the I'll take the old workhorse, right? It's amazing what people can convince themselves of. Like I've talked to a couple of libs, and none of them will concede that he has Alzheimer's. Like, they will not concede it, because how can you? Like, you can't continue to tell people to vote for the guy once you admit that he has Alzheimer's.
Or Lewy body or something else. Parkinson's with Lewy body dementia, something. He has something. That's what Cenk Uygur. He has something. He can't remember anything. That's right. That's a funny freak out that he had. He must have something.
Yeah, that's the Rubicon they cannot cross. They can't admit that. And that's what's really remarkable. I've challenged some libs who are, oh, Trump is the devil and all. I said, well, so you must be really angry at the Democratic Party then, right? You must be furious with them. If you're this worried about Project 2025 and the fascist takeover of America, aren't you furious at the people who have been lying to you for years about Joe Biden's condition until now? You're in a position where Trump's second term is almost inevitable. No, they will not say a fucking word against the people who put them in this position. In the end, yes, karmically, they're getting what they deserve. They're going all the way back to Barack Obama when Bernie was coasting to the nomination, had won the first 3 primary states. Nobody's ever not gotten the nomination after winning the first 3 primary states. But you've never had anyone that was so unacceptable to the establishment win the first 3 primary states. That's never happened before. And they showed what they would do in the face of that. Clyburn goes like this. Obama goes like this. And they even in his speech after the Monday Night Massacre, our creator, you know the thing.
Right,
you could see he wasn't there already. And Joe Biden, scumbag that he always was, he was never an intellectual powerhouse. He was a good political performer. He could give a good dog whistling racist speech. That was, forceful and dramatic. He was always able to do that. By then, he couldn't do that anymore. That's 5 years ago. His mind was already clearly going, challenging voters to push-up contests. Like all this was there, and now it's much more advanced. So they're getting what they deserve. It is just remarkable watching their brain-dead voters work their way through this without ever saying anything against the people who did this to them.
No,
Amazing.
You talk about a peasant mentality. These are the PMC political peasants. Because the big money people, as we'll see later in the show, they're upset. They're voicing that. The big money people, the people who actually control the Democratic Party, they're upset, and they're letting the Biden campaign know it. But the rank and file lib on Twitter and on Facebook, No. Look, he should drop out, but if he doesn't, we have his back. They don't know what to do right now because they're getting mixed signals because so much of their media is telling him to drop out, but Biden is saying no. The New York Times is telling him to drop out. I think the Boston Globe, I think a couple other big newspapers, I forget, I just read it this morning, are calling on him to drop out. So you talk about a cognitive dissonance, right? You have the media who they always rely on telling them Biden can't do it, he has to drop out. But then you have Biden, the guy they support no matter what he does, saying, no, I'm in. That's a tough spot for them to be in. But the people close to the president know what the stakes are. That's what this piece says. The CNN ran with it. The Washington Post ran with it. And the donors, the big money donors, as reported in that article, which I read, the super PACs, they know what's going on. The House candidates, the Senate candidates, the Democratic governors, either incumbent or challengers to GOP governors, anybody who's in this race down ballot understands what a nightmare this has turned into. And the only chance at getting out of it is to swap Biden out. That's no guarantee you'll get out of it. You probably can't, but that's your only chance. So no matter what they say, the main takeaway from this segment is they have to say they're all in until they drop out. They cannot have a moment where they're like, maybe. You're never going to get a maybe from Joe Biden. It's going to be, I'm all in, I'm all in, I'm all in, to breaking Biden to address nation. He's out. That's it. That's how that goes.
Well, the dynamic you're getting between the donor class and the libs, it's what they call on Wall Street the smart money and the dumb money. The libs are the retail investors of the electoral process of the Democratic vote. They're the dumb money.
Everyone is right. This stream is awful degen today.
Headlines. They're very
this is the
susceptible
AFK
to
Destiny
whatever
player.
they're told to believe.
It's a new low.
Smart money is always out ahead of them, and that's why they clean up. And usually the retail investors, when they try to really actively trade, lose their money within a year. 80% of people who try to day trade lose all their money within a year. And that's why, man, smart money, they got the inside information. They know what's going on. And for you guys, they're going to shovel out this shit. Well, the New York Times never told Trump to drop out, which is such a stupid point. What are you saying? The media has been actively working against the Democrats?
No, it's what? It's pure cope. It's pure cope because they don't have clear marching orders. And these people cannot think for themselves. They can only respond to marching orders, and they don't have them now because they're getting a mixed signal. Biden's telling them one thing. The Biden sycophant media is telling them a different thing.
Please clap.
Now, if the far right wins an absolute majority, or if
there are all sorts of very fascinating dynamics that have emerged with the, I would say, close to unprecedented attempt to force Joe Biden, the current sitting elected president, out of an election that he obviously wants to run in, that he was named the Democratic nominee for, and one that he has no intention of leaving. And yet there is a concerted effort on the part of the media that had long protected Joe Biden, but that is so desperate to do anything to ensure Donald Trump doesn't win, but also the kind of 500 or 1,000 people that really run the Democratic Party, the very large funders, the oligarchs that fund the Democratic Party. And both of them are in a concerted effort to force Joe Biden out of a race that, whatever you think of Joe Biden, he is the president and wants to remain in. And that obviously raises all kinds of interesting questions about what type of democracy the United States is. We're constantly hearing from the Democratic Party that they and they alone can protect and preserve American democracy. And this raises a lot of questions. Now, one of the questions before we get to that is that we have long heard over the last several weeks from Biden defenders that the reason it's so inappropriate to force Joe Biden out of office is because the Democratic Party voters, their sacred voters who have the power in our system of government to make decisions, were given a wide choice and they decided that they wanted Joe Biden to be their presidential nominee in 2024, and it's therefore inappropriate to try and deny them that wish. Now, the reality is that as the Democratic Party claims that it is the only believer in or protector of American democratic values, the Democratic Party for years now has been acting in an extremely repressive and anti-democratic way, especially when it comes to choosing who the nominee of the president for the presidency that party will have. That's been the case in 2016 and in 2020, but also in 2024. The idea that Democratic voters were given a free choice and decided that they were going to vote for Joe Biden as the nominee that they wanted is an absolute joke. The Democratic Party, more than a year ago, was clear and explicit that they were not going to allow any primary challenges to Joe Biden. That even if there were primary challengers, and there were, like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and Marianne Williamson and others, they would not allow any debates. They would not give those candidates any chance to even get on ballots, and that they had declared before any vote was cast that no matter what, the presidential
Hello and welcome to The Rest is Politics US with me, Katty Kay.
And I'm Anthony Scaramucci. How are you, Katty? Where are you today?
I'm actually in Cyprus visiting family, and there is only one topic of conversation here. Usually I come on holiday and I get thousands of miles away from Washington to avoid politics. And the only thing anyone wants to talk about is Joe Biden going to stay in the race? And this is in Cyprus. So imagine, I can imagine what the conversations are like back where you are. You look a little bit like you're in a kind of undisclosed location in a hostage video, so I hope you're okay.
Oh, I have such great information to share with our podcast listeners. I'm in an undisclosed location until all of this information comes out, and then I'll come out of the hovel that I'm in right now. But there's some stunning things that are happening.
I was just saying we should tell people what we're going to talk about. We are going to talk, obviously, about Biden's future, what's happening in the campaign, what's happening amongst the donor class. If there are any polling data that we have, are the Democrats stuck in denial about his ability to serve as another term, and perhaps more importantly, to beat Donald Trump in the election in November? And then in the second half, we're going to be unpacking Trump's win in the Supreme Court and what this idea of partial immunity for a president means for this election and means for Donald Trump. But okay, sorry, I interrupted you, Anthony, and I'm desperate to know what's on that piece of paper.
Well, I mean, listen, you're always welcome to interrupt me. Trust me, I like listening to you more than myself. But here's what I would say, and I'll start with the top line. I think Joe Biden will be out of the race by the end of July. So I'm going to make some speculation here on our podcast.
Okay.
And I think there's a number of different ways to go where he says he's going to finish out his term, which I think is unlikely. And so I'm going to make the following speculation because some people inside the campaign have told me this will be the most consequential few weeks in American modern history. And so that implies that we're going to get a President Harris. And so President is
talk me through that, because I'm hearing the same thing that everybody says this week and next week are huge in terms of American politics. I'm hearing something slightly different on the trajectory. So talk me through the Harris link there.
Oh, okay. So again, this is some speculation. I'm not saying this is fact, but the thought would be that he resigns from office and she runs as President Harris. And there'll be some people that like that. There'll be some people that don't like that. We can talk about the racial divide in the country and the tension. But that would help their progressive flank a lot. She is the first woman president in U.S. history. She'd be the first woman of color as president in U.S. history. And I think it also solves a lot of their campaign finance issues. And of course, they can shore her up with a very credible vice presidential candidate. And her poll numbers versus Donald Trump are inside the margin of error, at least for right now. The Trump campaign knows this. They are running these very attackful ads. Again, I'm channeling George W. Bush, and I will make up words here as I see fit. You know, if you remember, George W. Bush misunderestimated people. One of the best words that's ever been created.
Great word.
You know, one of the best that's ever been created. But I think Trump is going to viciously attack her, of course. And as you and I said on one of our early podcasts, she is way better than people think. She's a former prosecutor. She's an incredibly intelligent person. She hasn't had her moment to shine. Others will push back and say she didn't do well in the 2020 campaign. I understand that. But she's been vice president now for 3.5 years. This is a different Kamala Harris. This is a more mature Kamala Harris. And oh, how interesting it would be if the orange maniac known as Donald Trump was beaten by her in the election. Okay, there's a lot of things about his fragile ego, but that's one where he wouldn't be able to take. So that's out there. And not a lot of people know that, which is why, Caddy, I'm whispering to you this morning, and I am in an undisclosed location. But I think the president, I'll just finish by saying this because I went to the fundraiser last Saturday. The president looked frail. Was he more together than he was on Thursday night? Yes. Was he more lucid? Yes. But I want you to think about his intellectual insecurity right now. He's at a fundraiser with people that genuinely like him, and they're giving him tens of thousands of dollars to be at that fundraiser. Yet he felt more comfortable speaking behind that sort of a protection row and the teleprompter. Right. And he spoke from the teleprompter for 15 minutes, and then he left the stage without taking questions. That's a very unusual thing for an American politician to do with his VVIPs at a very posh Hamptons oceanfront house. But that's what he did. And it's an indication that things are not well with him cognitively.
Yeah. And I think there's a lot of questions in the Democratic Party about what Joe Biden would need to do now to reverse the tide for himself. And one of the things that most Democratic strategists are suggesting, he needs to get out there, do town halls, do unscripted interviews. And if he doesn't do those things, is it because he doesn't have the ability to do those things? The campaign is still saying publicly it was just one bad night. I think people that I am speaking to are getting increasingly irritated with the tone of the Biden campaign, which is sort of putting this on the media. Well, as Jen O'Malley Dillon, the campaign chair, came out and said, if we see a drip in the polls coming out, it's going to be because of the way the media has covered his age and covered the debate. And I'm starting to hear Democrats, even Democrats in the House, get seriously irritated with that message because it sounds like they have their head in the sand. I mean, you are actually now starting to get some members of the House just in the last day or two come out and say publicly that he has to go. There are a handful of them, and people are wondering, is that the beginning of the dam breaking? I mean, your scenario is interesting. Another scenario would be, which is the one the campaign is putting out publicly, that the family all gathered at Camp David are still telling him to run, that the people who really advise Joe Biden, the ones I'm here count, are his wife, Jill Biden, his sister, Val Biden, his son, Hunter Biden, and they all want him to stay in the race for the moment and haven't turned against him. But the question is going to be when those polls come out that allow for a bit more of a considered response to the debate, and we know that a lot of people watched that debate. I mean, yes, it was down on some others, but 51 million people watched that debate. That is not a small number. And then you get all of the people, including all of my kids, who are now circulating that clip of him losing his train of thought. If the polls suggest that there's been a hemorrhaging of support for him in the swing states, then he would go. I mean, I guess your scenario of Kamala Harris taking over from vice president to becoming president now, being sworn in as president, that gets the money because it's Harris-Biden money, right? So that makes it easy for her to take over the campaign finances. But will you get a lot of super pissed off Democrats in the kind of Gretchen Whitmer, governor of Michigan, Andy Beshear, governor of Kentucky, field of governors who feel that actually she can't win? I mean, that it's still risky having Kamala Harris on the ticket when she's had such bad poll numbers. I mean, the risk is here, he stays in and Democrats lose, and that's terrible for him. He gets out and another Democrat runs and they still lose, and that's terrible for him, right? I don't know. As a hedge fund guy, where do you take your?
Well,
are you shorting Biden at this point?
I think you have to short. Like, you have to short Biden at this point. You've got to get long a few call options in these other candidates. But let's talk about his legacy for a second. So his legacy would have been better served if last Labor Day, which would have been September of 2023, he said, I've done a couple of years. He listed his accomplishments and said, but I'm not going to run. I'm going to be 81 years old. I'd be 86 at the end of that term, and I'm not going to run. Now, that's a very hard thing to do. A lot of our listeners have read Shakespeare, and they know how hard that is to do. But if he had done that, he would have shored up his legacy because no one could have blamed him for that. And if they lost, you say, okay, well, what are you going to do? He didn't want to put up somebody that was getting older and was clearly missing a beat. He's now got them jammed because he's got, 50-ish days before the convention, 40-ish days before they've got to get out a name for the state of Ohio. And so to me, for his legacy, it would be better to open it up to the convention, or to be better to open it up. Now, I just want to say
he's proud and he's got a bit of a chip on his shoulder, and he hates the idea that he's being underestimated again. And that's why the campaign is being super annoying and dismissing all this. I hate this expression, bedwetters. It's so condescending to people who are thinking seriously about this and want Biden to win.
Especially to us bedwetters, Caddy. I mean, I've wet the bed 4 times since this guy did that debate. So I don't feel like it's sort of condescending.
Running over time.
I feel like it's condescending. I'm a self-proclaimed bedwetter. I feel like it's a little condescending towards me.
It's kind of a little condescending. You're right. I'm not yet convinced that the Joe Biden who hates losing, hates being misunderestimated, has a little bit of a chip on his shoulder, does not have much time for Barack Obama, will come around to this and say, oh yeah, you're right, I have to get out. Obviously it is a choice. Look, in 1988, Joe Biden quit the presidential race partly because of allegations of plagiarism, but partly so that he could focus on making sure that Bork, who was the Supreme Court nominee, who he didn't like because he was a real conservative, didn't win. In a way, it's a similar situation. This is the choice facing Joe Biden. What does he have to do from his point of view to make sure that Donald Trump doesn't win? It's ironic that it's kind of similar, but I just don't know that he sees it that clearly.
All right. So I've talked to several people. Just make a couple of points. Number one, I do think that the Bidens and the Obamas are close, and I think they're closer than the media thinks. And I'll just point out, sitting in the front row of Michelle Obama's mom's funeral was Jill Biden. And they know, the Bidens know, that the Joe Biden presidency does not happen without Barack Obama. He selects him to be vice president. Whatever tension there has been, of course, there's rivalry and there's egos in rock and roll bands. These people do have a lot of affection for them. Okay, so that's each other, I mean. So that's number one. Number two, if the polls really start cracking, okay, and this Siena New York Times poll, which is going to come out today or tomorrow, will really be the one that they're going to look at. These flash polls do not look good for the president.
Yeah, I agree.
You have a situation now where he's down anywhere from 6 to 9 in several of the important swing states. And so if that were to hold, he's going to lose the election. And I'll submit to you that will hold, in my opinion, because I do believe he's in cognitive decline, and I do believe that he can't do the things that you or I would recommend him to do, which is have an interview with Katty Kay, go on Anderson Cooper, do a live press conference from the White House Brady press room. All of this sort of high-level cognitive interactivity that we would expect from somebody that's leading the free world, that has access to the nuclear codes, we would want this person to do. He's not going to do, Katty. And so this is the thing that I'm concerned about. And I think as a responsible person, he's got to drop out of the race. So 3 quick things. If the poll numbers crack, they're going to turn on him. And the poll numbers are cracking. And then the secondary thing is, well, what do they do? And I'm going to tell you something about these guys. They want to beat Donald Trump in the worst possible way. So I believe they're going to coalesce. I believe they're going to unify. They've raised them $250 million. And I believe they're going to go out there. Once they figure out who is going to be the nominee, they're going to unify and they're going to coalesce. So that's my opinion. But I think he's coming out of the race. I think he's coming out of the race this month. And I think it's very likely that you get a President Harris, because I know what I would say. I say, well, if he's coming out of the race due to cognitive decline, how is he up for the next 6-ish months of the U.S. presidency? And the answer to that is, well, he's actually not. And we've made that decision.
I have a couple of questions. One is that I'm hearing that donors are starting to shift money away from the Biden ticket to House races and Senate races, because they are worried that if Trump gets elected, they need some kind of firewall against the Trump agenda. So they think we've got to make sure we hang on to the House. We probably won't get the Senate, and Trump doing well bodes badly for the Senate. So the House really becomes your last wall of resistance. So money is starting to shift into House races. That's not a good sign for Joe Biden. But then the other question is, you don't think, if let's say he quit next week, Vice President Harris is sworn in as President Harris, I still don't get round whether the rest of the Democrats who could be the nominee and who may well think, because of Kamala Harris's poor polling, that they aren't pissed at this and find some way to say, hold on a second, you can't just anoint Harris. This has to be an open contest, and we have to choose the person who has the best likelihood. And that would have to be done at the convention, where Joe Biden could free the delegates up, and you get a sort of compressed competition, mini primary type situation at the convention. I mean, do you think the rest of the Democratic cohort who like to see themselves as the next nominee would go for that scenario?
So again, there's 2 scenarios. He resigns and she becomes the presumptive nominee. She becomes the president. The second scenario, in my opinion, based on everybody that I talk to, is they do some kind of coordinated pre-nomination prior to the convention. I don't think they want to go to the convention in Chicago.
An open convention.
Just for our listeners, the last big Chicago convention was in 1968, and it was an absolute riot in terms of the people and the tear gas.
You could not make this election up. The fact that they're having this in Chicago again.
Yeah. So if you go to YouTube and you punch up the 1968 Chicago election, you'll see riot gear. You'll see tear gas, and people think that Richard Nixon won the presidency as a result of the 1968 Chicago Democratic election. So these people are students of history. They're going to want to pre-package a nominee going into that convention. That's what I've heard. But I just want to say 2 quick things, okay? He is going to hurt them on the down ballot, okay? A lot of those what they call the blue wall. A lot of these senators were up. There's a shot now that the Democrats could lose 8 Senate seats. Donald Trump would control the Supreme Court. He would control the House. He would control the Senate and obviously the presidency. And I submit to you, Katty Kay, and our viewers and listeners, that whatever your personal grievances are, your petty ego, the fact that you think you should be the nominee, every dog catcher, every person that's been elected dog catcher in the United States thinks they should be the presumptive nominee of their respective party to be president. You and I both know that. But I think people would put that aside if they understood the risks here for the Democrats. You could get a lockup situation at a time when the Republicans are telling people openly that they want to radically change America. The president of the Heritage Foundation has said that this is the second American Revolution and it will be bloodless. You can go look it up on YouTube. He's saying it national television. It'll be bloodless if the left decides to allow it to be bloodless. So if that's not alarm bells that are going off in the Democratic Party, and that's not alarm bells going off for normal Republicans, I think Gretchen Carlson came at me and a few other people said, we're no longer Republicans because I'm not with Donald Trump. Well, I would submit back to her, he's not really a Republican. This is sort of a Christian nationalist movement. It's not the Republican Party I grew up in or the Republican Party of Mitt Romney, which I still maintain that I'm a part of.
Do you think that Kamala Harris would beat Donald Trump in November?
It really depends on her. If you tell me, so here's the thing I would say to you. Democrats do better historically with bold decisions. Jack Kennedy at age 43, youngest president to be elected. Teddy Roosevelt, the youngest president ever because of McKinley's untimely death. Barack Obama, age 47. Bill Clinton, age 46.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Democrats typically do better with younger candidates. Republicans do better with older candidates. So this would be a very bold move, and it could rally them. It could coalesce them. Okay, you have to tell me how she's going to do on the campaign. If she is stilted and she's guarded and she is defensive as she was in the 2020 primary, he'll probably eat her alive. If she comes after him in the way she used to come after people as a San Francisco prosecutor,
or
she
the
could
way we
shred
saw
him.
her
She could shred him.
in the Supreme Court nomination hearings for Brett Kavanaugh, where she exploded and was a kind of star in those hearings in the way that she went after Brett Kavanaugh in those hearings. So there are definitely two sides. And she's somebody,
politician.
she is an underrated politician, and she's not good when she's scripted. I mean, she does not, unlike Joe Biden at the moment, who seems to do better when he has auto cue and prompter in front of him. She seems to do better when she doesn't. I know that she's had a lot of media training, but she doesn't manage that very well. Look, there are three things, right? One, Joe Biden stays in the race and tries to turn this thing around and get over that last performance. Two, he gets out of the race, but it goes to a competition amongst Democrats, which happens kind of between now and the convention and is decided at the convention. Three is the option you're talking about. Kamala Harris takes over as president before the convention. There is no competition, and she is the nominee. I'm going to go more likely with the second. I've been told by people on the campaign that the chances of him getting out are 5%. That was a couple of days ago. I'm waiting for those polls to come out that give us a more considered opinion. But I've also had people in the White House who have had a long history with Joe Biden talking about how all the conversations that need to happen are happening around Joe Biden and that there really is no choice at the moment. So I'm of the view that he will have to get out. But I think the Democratic Party, Anthony, they find it very difficult just to shoehorn somebody in. They feel they need to have that open process. What I do agree with you all is that the next couple of weeks are huge and not just in terms of American politics.
Bye, bud.
a massive decision that is being made right now in American politics.
I'm in general agreement. I'm going to say he's out of the race. The people I talk to must be more emotional than the people that you talk to, Caddy, because they're at 50%. Your people are at 5%. And I'm going to say he's coming out of the race. And I'm going to say that they're going to go with her because of their coalition. I don't think they have a choice. I think Clymer has said, guys, you can't do that to us. Okay, you picked her. You can't then say, well, think of the hypocrisy. Well, you know what? We picked her for identity politics. And that's the only reason why we picked her. She's a black woman. George Floyd got killed. We're going to pick her. And then the going gets rough and you don't deploy her.
Right.
I think that's going to be really, really bad for them. And I think
you have
she could
senior
upset people.
black Democrats already saying,
Yes.
hold on a second, are you seriously not going with Kamala Harris?
Right. You know,
You're
you have
gonna
to
do
think
that?
of the slap. To think of the slap in the face of the African American community. And I would encourage people. Problem here is, I asked you once on this podcast, is this country racist? And your answer was, do you remember your answer?
Yeah.
Yeah, this country's racist. Okay, so now the real question will be, well, will this country elect or re-elect an African American woman? And it'll depend on the African American woman. If she comes after this more like a Condoleezza Rice, I think she's going to win it.
She won't.
And I think it'll be historic for her. But if she doesn't, we're going to be
I'm going
with Donald Trump and his minions.
This country, as is almost every country I know, has racism and sexism on its agenda. It just does. And it's very hard to get around that. And so for Americans to elect a black woman as their first female and second black president is going to be tricky. Okay, wait a second, though. Before we go to the break, I brought a prop.
Uh-oh.
Okay, sort of a prop and sort of a quiz.
Okay.
What does this say to you?
2882. Okay, so that's the year I graduated from high school.
I'm sitting here in Europe,
Yeah.
which is meant to be the old world, right? I've been reading this great book, Adam Nicholson's book, Why Homer Matters. And he talked after your recommendation about the Iliad. And he talks about the Iliad as being the poem of the old world with historic nostalgia for heroes and heroic action. And the Odyssey as being the poem of the new world of America with all potential and all the sense of possibility and searching that the new world represents. 28 could well be the age of the French Prime Minister. 82 could well be the age of the American president.
This is fantastic.
We have got
listen,
this back
bravo.
to front.
The fact that I can read it without my bifocals is impressive to me. But first of all, it's fantastic. And I would just say this because I'm channeling a little bit of Homer for us because there is a need right now for us to cut through things. And we have a tendency not to do that. The White House is telling some fibs. You know that. I know that. We all tell fibs to ourselves. We all tell fibs to each other. But what Homer would say that in a moment of great clarity, we have to get to the truth. And so just for our classical listeners out there, the Iliad is often called the Wrath of Achilles because this great warrior who helped the Greeks win and beat down the Trojans, of course, he got his ego bruised by Agamemnon and Menelaus. And so he reparted to his tent, and a result of which his best friend was killed and the war reversed on the Greeks. And so everything is in the Iliad, our pride, our ego, our egocentrism, but also our ability to handle the truth. And can we sometimes drop our egos and look at each other and speak truthfully about situations? And if we are, Caddy K, Joe Biden is not up for the American presidency from age 81 to potentially age 86. And so I hope he drops out for his sake and his family's sake.
And you can be a one-term president and have a very good historic legacy, as some modern one-term presidents have done. Anyway, I was walking around the ruins of Curium with my family last night, looking at the House of Achilles and all these extraordinary mosaics, and it occurred to me how the world has turned upside down when the new world is the country that is clinging to old leaders, and the old world is the country that is ushering in, as we are seeing in France and in the UK, new and younger leaders. We are going to take a break, and we'll be back to talk about the other big latest bombshell political news, which is the Supreme Court ruling on presidents having pretty almost total immunity for their official acts. We'll be right back. Welcome back to The Rest is Politics US edition with me, Katty Kay.
And me, Anthony Scaramucci.
Good to be with you. We're going to talk this half about the other huge political news of this week, and it was a ruling from the US Supreme Court which came to a decision about the 2020 US election subversion case with Donald Trump all at the center of it, of course. The case is just one of 4 that Donald Trump is being investigated for. It's one of the ones that doesn't include porn stars and doesn't include stolen documents with nuclear secrets on them. This case accuses him of conspiracy to defraud the US through an attempt to overturn the 2020 election result, which led to the January the 6th Capitol riots. And basically, the Supreme Court has ruled that former presidents are entitled to absolute immunity from prosecution for official acts taken while in office, but they have no immunity from prosecution for any unofficial acts. And this has left everybody wondering, when it comes to the January the 6th case, what are official acts, and did all the things that Donald Trump did around January the 6th and before the January the 6th insurrection on Capitol Hill count as official acts, or were they unofficial acts? And this has all now gone back to the presiding judge, Judge Tanya Chutkan, in Washington, D.C., and she has to make her decision about what was official and what was unofficial. But bottom line, Anthony, forget, the legal weeds. This was another very good thing this week for Donald Trump.
All right. So let's just talk facts here. Donald Trump had a fantastic week, Katty Kay. Okay, if you like Donald Trump, you are wearing your flag, you're like motorboating around Florida or whatever these people do. This is a fantastic week. Number one, the right-wing media and Donald Trump said that Joe Biden is in cognitive decline. They got pushed back. Okay, the lie was told by the White House and the campaign that Joe Biden wasn't. And for 90 minutes, the American people and the world got shown that he was. Number two, Donald Trump said that as president, he has immunity. And I read that entire thing because one of the weird things about me, Katty Kay, is that I'm a constitutional law aficionado. I obviously took it in law school from a professor at Harvard, Dave Lawrence Tribe. You could Google Larry Tribe and you can find him on X. And he's a brilliant scholar. He wrote the treatise on con law, at least from the modern era in the United States. And obviously, he's very, very upset about this case. I read through the decision, and there are 3 things I like about it, and there are 3 things I don't like about it. So quickly, what do I like about it? I like the fact that the president has immunity on official acts. I think it's very, very important for that job. There's certain things the president has to do that are very, very hard. The second thing I like about
particularly around the area of national security, and that's always been a common understanding, that you shouldn't you shouldn't be able to prosecute a president for a decision that he made to keep the country safe.
100%. The unofficial act distinction, I do like as well, because there's room there to take care of a malevolent actor. So I like that as well. And the third thing that I like about this decision, if you really read the decision, Justice Roberts is leaving a lot of interpretation open to other judges about what is official and what isn't official. So he's like, we're going to have a group of umpires or a group of football refs have the ability to make these calls, if you will. Okay, so that's
Can I be the annoying student in the class and ask Professor Scaramucci one follow-up question? On your second thing that you like about this, that it leaves them, that bad actors could get prosecuted for their unofficial acts. Do you understand that as a bad actor who, say, drinks a bottle of whiskey, goes out, has his car smash, and runs somebody over, they should be able to be prosecuted? Is that the kind of act that you're talking about?
Yeah,
so purely personal.
Donald Trump takes out the gun, he shoots the person on Fifth Avenue that he's been talking about for the last 7 years. He can go to jail for that.
But if that person is a congressman or a political opponent, maybe that becomes an official act.
Well, okay. Well, that's where I think the left has gone too far, right? So the left is saying, and even Justice Sotomayor is saying, well, now you've given him all of this immunity. But if you really read the decision, he doesn't have that immunity. He can't order the SEAL Team 6 to kill his political opponent. He can't do certain things. Okay. What I don't like about the case is that he can give speeches as president, and those speeches are protected by immunity. Okay, and so I've asked 3 or 4 different constitutional scholars. I can go to the ellipse and I can say, march down to the Capitol and beat the brains out of my vice president. I can say that from the speech. It's an official act of the president to give a speech. Now, if you go down there and you do that, you're liable, but I did not incite you. It's inside the circumference of what is and what isn't an official act, his speeches, okay? And so the best example I gave to a constitutional scholar last night is, well, what about insider trading in the Congress? And so for everybody that doesn't know this, Nancy Pelosi beats most hedge fund managers, okay? And if you remember Alistair Campbell, I said to him, I'll give you a Bitcoin if you ask her that question. He couldn't ask her that question because it's a rude question, but she has insider information. Her and her family trades on it. They make a fortune off of it. But if she gave that inside information to me and I went to trade on it, I'm going to jail. Okay, so the president now has all of this wide-ranging latitude to do and say things. And I just think, I'll just say this last thing. There's no space in this document, the Constitution or this decision, for bad actors who are not checked by their fellow leaders. You see, when you read the Federalist document, the Federalist Papers, or you read the Constitution, there was always an implication that gentlemen, right? There were no women involved in this, let's just be honest, but gentlemen are actually gentlemen. And if there's a bad actor among gentlemen, the other gentleman will come in and hand check and screen out the bad actor. But what if you have a malevolent actor and you have a bunch of cowards in the room that can't hand check him? Okay, and so the great irony here is Mitch McConnell and Kevin McCarthy could have put Trump lights out, put him right through the ropes on the 7th of January. And Mitch McConnell is on Donald Trump's enemy list. Imagine that. He saved him. He saved him from being convicted from the second impeachment, but he's on the enemy list. I'm in the top 50, by the way. I'm a little upset about that, Caddy. I want to be in the top 10. I don't understand how I haven't gotten into the top 10.
That's like people who get upset about not being sanctioned by Russia. You know, that if you haven't been sanctioned by Russia, you're not cool.
I'm not in Trump's top 10 yet, but I'm doing my part. We'll see if I can get there. But what's your reaction to the game? I'm sorry I'm so long-winded, but this is something that's in my wheelhouse.
I think it's very important. I think, and I like the way you've really laid out the pros and the cons of this ruling as you see it from a pretty objective standpoint, because you've got the left up in arms about this ruling, obviously saying that this basically makes it almost impossible to prosecute a president, and it makes for a very powerful chief executive. Any judge would find it very difficult to prosecute. Robert seems to be saying, and I have some sympathy with this is the first time that a prosecutor has thought to charge a president with lawless conduct. And there's an implication there that the prosecutor may be at fault here and should be under scrutiny. The left comes back and says, well, actually, that's because it's the first time that a president has acted lawlessly. I have sympathy with those constitutional scholars, and I reached out to Jack Goldsmith, who's a friend of Larry Tribe's at although on the conservative side at Harvard, because I wanted to get the conservative response to this. And he was saying, listen, if we are going to do something as serious as prosecute a president of the United States for the very first time, it needs to go through an arduous legal process before we get there. We have to think very carefully about this. And in a way, I think what Democrats could take heart from this ruling is this isn't a ruling about Donald Trump. I mean, maybe it is political, and maybe all the conservatives were just trying to get Donald Trump out of a jam. But it also sets up the idea that any future president is also immune from prosecution for their official acts. So were Donald Trump to be elected and try to prosecute Joe Biden, it would make it much harder for Donald Trump to do that. Am I right, Anthony? That in a way they're cutting the cycle. And I think that's a very useful thing. What the last thing America wants is a cycle of retribution where a Democratic president comes in, prosecutes this Republican predecessor, a Republican gets in and prosecutes their Democratic predecessor. And I think this ruling tries to stop that from happening as far as I understand it.
Yeah, and I'm impressed with your constitutional wisdom. I think that's a great part of the case. And there's a distinction in here I think we have to point out to everybody. Donald Trump took classified documents out of the White House. So definitionally, he's now a former president with classified documents. He no longer has the protection of the presidency and the immunity that was explained in that court ruling. And so the documents
Well, what day did he move those documents to Mar-a-Lago?
Well,
before he was president, while he was still president, or did he move them the day after?
Okay, so this is exactly now you and I are in law school, okay, and we're in a study group together, and this is a really great hypothetical, right? So he's protected as president if he moved the documents, but now he's no longer president. Mr. Former President, can you please put the documents back in the possession of the CIA and the FBI? No. Now he's in trouble. Okay, he can move the documents. He has all of this immunity that we just described as president, but now he's no longer president. And those documents are now in breach of what his obligations are to the Constitution and to the oath of office and to him protecting our national security secrets. And so he's got Chinese spies roaming around Mar-a-Lago, Russians roaming around Mar-a-Lago, and there has been implications to this. Many people in the intelligence agencies feel some of this information got in the hands of people that are adversaries, and they've used these things against the interests of the United States and the West. And so if you read
some
the
of America's allies do not like the fact that there were secrets being kept in showers that potentially put their own sources at risk.
Yes, exactly. So you know one of the big fears that our intelligence agencies around the world, and the Five Eyes, MI6, et cetera, is that we protect our human resources. One of the big fights in the White House over the JFK disclosures was lots of the information that was in those documents explained to people how we gather our human intelligence. And so you don't want to release all that stuff and, God forbid, put somebody at risk that's in the field that's sacrificing their life or acting as a great public servant to America and the cause of freedom. And so you have to weigh all of these things, and this is why you need smart people, intelligent people that really love their country and care about other people in these offices, Caddy K, not these self-serving lunatics.
So that would be my conclusion from this, and from chatting to a couple of constitutional scholars, is that the message to Americans after this Supreme Court ruling is, when you elect a president, you elect them with enormous powers. They can do pretty much whatever they want while they are president. Therefore, Americans think very carefully about who you elect. And as Jack Goldsmith has just written, it's politics, not the law, that can decide who should be running the country and decide the quality of the person running the country. And so this is, as we are having this debate on both the Democratic and the Republican side about who is best fit to run the country, I think it's very interesting that we had this ruling. It almost serves as a reminder to voters about the consequential nature of who should be the candidate on both sides and who they should cast their ballot for on both sides.
But I don't agree with the left on this, that this was a disaster. I know Justice Sotomayor, I respect her, but I don't think we made anybody a king in this ruling. We have to protect that job. And to your point, we have to find actors that are going to act inside the circumference of what's appropriate. Now, we have a home wrecker, the orange maniac, the orange wrecking ball coming into the system. But I do think the system will withstand the blows of this type of thing. What I don't like about President Trump's return to the White House, though, is what we talked about 2 episodes ago, which is this whole Handmaid's Tale episode, the script that he wants to write for America, which I think is quite dystopian.
And talking of kings, we are both aware that there is an election happening in the United Kingdom this week. It has been a massive week, and we know that there's lots of politics competing for your attention this week. So listen in, and we'll get to, what once we've got the results of the UK election, perhaps we'll touch on that next week, Anthony, what that means for the next US president
where
as well.
Will you be?
That was called a
where will you
segue,
be?
by the way, in America, in broadcasting.
Well, where will you be in the world next week, Caddy? Will you
I'm going to be in London,
walking around with
actually.
home?
I'm going to be in
Okay,
London for the next couple of weeks. So I'm actually going to go in and meet our lovely colleagues and producers at Goalhanger who have done such an incredible job for us. So that'll be fun.
Okay, well, good for you. I'm going to the home country. I'll be hiding out in Italy somewhere, and hopefully.
You're checking out more refuges, more bolt holes that you can escape to.
I am, Caddy, because I'm right now in an undisclosed location because I think there's going to be a President Harris. Next week, I'll be searching for my new home in 2025.
Listen, if there's a President Harris now, you're fine. If there's a President Harris in December, you're fine. It's if there's a President Trump that we need to put out the appeal for Airbnb to kind of find you a new home.
I gotta tell you this story, okay? Because before we leave, okay, so I'm on a field trip. Okay, it's November of 2017. I've been blown from the White House, unceremoniously fired. I'm on a bipartisan field trip to Israel. And Doug and Kamala, now the first man, or what do you call it, second man, and the now the vice president. She's then Senator Harris. She's on the trip with me, and I'm in the King David Hotel with them. And there's, we went to the Yad Vashem, the Holocaust Memorial. We went to these other different sites, and we're in the hotel lobby, and the official photographer comes over to her and me and says, "Guys, could I take a picture?" And Senator Harris looks over at the photographer. "I'm not taking a picture with Mooch. I'm not ruining my political career." Did I ever tell you that story? And so she looks at me. She says, "I'm not taking a picture with Mooch. I'm not ruining my political career." I look over at her. I said, "That's really good judgment on your part." Okay. And so, of course, I got the chance to see her when she was named vice president. I said, "Do you remember that scene in the King David Hotel?" She said, "Absolutely." I said, "See, you've got really good judgment. You didn't take a picture of me, and look at where you are now." You see that, Caddy? Yeah. So if we end up being in the same studio together, you probably don't want to take a picture with me.
And, well, listen, can I just say that it had never occurred to me that I didn't want to do a podcast with you because it would ruin my broadcasting career. I'm thrilled that we're both here together. That was a nice moment. That's a nice moment to end on.
Thank you.
We will see you next week, guys. Thanks very much for listening to The Rest is Politics US.
Thank you, guys. We'll see you next week, and best of luck on the UK elections, and happy Independence Day for our fellow Americans here.
Go America.
Welcome to Pod Save America. I'm John Lovett.
I'm Tommy Vitor.
I'm Dan Pfeiffer.
It has been a rough couple of shifts in the democracy minds as the Supreme Court issues ruling after ruling, slashing at the basic workings of our institutions, our ability to regulate pollution, punish corruption, and hold presidents accountable to the law. Democrats continue to debate Joe Biden's fitness to be our representative in the fight to protect democracy this fall. I am recording this from home because I got COVID on the road. John's on vacation, lucky him. I'm here with Dan and Tommy. It is 2 o'clock Pacific on Tuesday. We're time stamping it because this debate seems to be moving pretty quickly. A lot of churn since we last talked about this in Boston. We're going to get to as much of it as we can, but the gist is, as of now, the Biden campaign is projecting confidence that Biden will remain the nominee. They put out a 1-minute ad that's basically just a cut down version of the speech we talked about in Boston. The campaign is also pointing out that they pulled in $127 million in June, including $38 million in the days after the debate. In a memo on Monday, the campaign shared internal polling to claim that Biden wasn't hurt by the debate, though in a call with donors later, the campaign also said they were seeing an impact in the polling because of the debate. At first, the dynamic had been one in which elected Democrats were bravely offering anonymous hand-wringing and then on-the-record displays of support. But by Tuesday, that was shifting. Representative Lloyd Doggett from Austin became the first sitting Democrat to call on Biden to withdraw from the race. Former Congressman Tim Ryan said it should be Harris at the top of the ticket. We've also heard concerns about Biden's ability from Democrats, including Sheldon Whitehouse and Nancy Pelosi.
Well, I think people want to make sure that this is a campaign that's ready to go and win, that the president and his team are being candid with us about about his condition, that this was a real
Thank you.
anomaly. And not just
What was
the
it
way
good
he is these days.
I don't know.
And that, you know, they've got
He
a
just
plan
said
to
thanks.
win.
Now, again, I think it's a legitimate question.
No,
to
the
say,
podcast that you're
is
listening
this
to.
Oh.
an episode or is this a condition? And so when people ask that question, it's completely legitimate of both candidates.
Representative James Clyburn, who has been a steadfast
Meanwhile,
Biden
Joe, I
ally,
don't
said
know
on
what Joe
MSNBC that he would support Vice President Harris if Biden stepped aside.
This party should not
Yeah, what happened to
in any
Nate?
way do anything
He said he'd be right
to work
back, and then
around.
come back.
No, I think he said he
Ms.
was
Harris.
done with it,
We
so
should do
he
everything
did
we
that.
can to bolster
He's getting milk.
whether it's in second place or at the top of the ticket.
He was, for the record, very clear that he still supports a Biden-Harris ticket. According to the Washington Post, Joe Manchin had planned to break with Biden over the weekend, but was talked down by party leaders, even though he's not in the party anymore. Let's take this in pieces. First, let's talk about the impact of the debate. Dan, at first, the polling, on the one hand, seemed to
trapped
show that
in my
the debate
bed, so-
confirmed voters' biggest concern about
Do you have
Biden,
any?
and in a dramatic way, over 2/3 questioning his fitness and acuity.
What?
But on
I
the
said,
other
do you have
hand, there
any?
A, wasn't much
Yeah,
of an impact
what
on
Joey
the
said.
overall head-to-head, and B,
Also,
Biden
what do
still
you mean
performed
trapped
as
in
well,
your
or I should say as
I'm gonna
poorly
dump-
as other Democrats. That seemed to begin to shift in what was coming out
Fucker's down
today.
here. I think he's
Dan, what
laying at the
numbers have
bottom of
jumped
the
out at
steps.
you?
You're right. In immediate aftermath, there was very clear evidence that undecided voters
Joey,
were
what are
very
you
unhappy
doing?
with Biden's performance. They were concerned by it, but it didn't move them to Trump.
I had
And so
such a good
in some of these
first
initial
minute,
polls,
and
especially
then
these very
everything went
quick
downhill.
snap online polls, showed
Assume
little movement.
spies.
The Biden campaign, as you mentioned, released a battleground states
I
poll
don't
which
even know where
showed
that came from.
very little change. It's worth noting that in all of these polls, Biden was
I had
behind
such a strong opening.
before the debate and behind after the debate. Over the last 36 hours, we've seen more polls, right? There was a poll, a St. Anselm poll in New Hampshire, as Biden won by 7 points. It showed him down 2. There was a poll that had him down in Pennsylvania
said
by
didn't go
4.
negative.
And then CNN on Tuesday morning had a poll that showed Trump with a 6-point lead, which was a dramatic increase from their most recent poll. All of these polls show increases in the already high number of Americans who are concerned about Biden's age. But the most impactful poll is a private poll from Open Labs, which is a Democratic research outfit started by former alumni of the Obama 2012 campaign. They work with a lot of the most important super PACs and campaigns. This poll was making the rounds privately. It was a poll conducted over the weekend. This poll showed a drop for Biden in the head-to-head. It showed him trailing in all of the battleground states, with in some cases by large margins, including by 7 points in Pennsylvania, and with close races in states like New Hampshire, Virginia, Minnesota, and New Mexico. This was the first poll that was done by someone that everyone in the Democratic Party respects. And I had this poll sent to me by four political operatives this morning before Peter Hamby, our friend at Puck, actually published the poll. And I think that poll is the one that has shaken Democrats the most, because it suggests that the bottom may be falling out. Now, the important caveat here is that polling is very noisy in the aftermath of a giant event, but you're starting to see the numbers that are those numbers are what are causing people to be more concerned publicly than they were 48 hours ago.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that jumped out is that the swing state polls, the battleground polls, may be showing more of an impact, in part because those are states where voters are paying closer attention. Tommy, what jumped out at you about any of the polls that have been coming out in the last couple of hours?
Yeah, I mean, I found the Open Labs poll to be pretty concerning. I mean, basically, Biden's vote share has dropped about 2 points in all the key states since the debate. I mean, Dan mentioned he went from down 5 to down 7 in both Pennsylvania and Michigan, went from down 2 to down 4 in Wisconsin. Minnesota, Virginia being tied is very frightening. And then, states that we've been talked about as either reach states or where we got him in 2020, like North Carolina, Georgia, and Arizona, he's down like 10 points. So, I mean, that is a huge deficit. And then you've got about 70% of voters concerned about Biden's age, on his ability to do the job. 40% of Biden 2020 voters now think he should end his campaign. That is a huge shift from May, when only 25% of voters thought he should step aside. So, I mean, it's a pretty significant shift away from President Biden in these numbers.
So let's talk about how Biden is dealing with the fallout. We know Biden met with family over the weekend at Camp David, and that they expressed support for his staying in the race. There was this deeply troubling reporting in the Times over the weekend. It said that Mr. Biden had been soliciting ideas from advisors about how to proceed, and his staff had been discussing whether he should hold a news conference or sit for interviews to defend himself and change the narrative, but nothing had been decided yet. One of the strongest voices imploring Mr. Biden to resist pressure to drop out was his son, Hunter Biden, whom the president has long leaned on for advice. Also, NBC reported today that Hunter had been joining meetings at the White House, which I did not know how to make sense of. We learned a few hours ago that Joe Biden is sitting down for an interview Friday with George Stephanopoulos that will begin airing that evening. Tommy, if you were asked what Biden should do right now to put this post-debate frenzy to rest, would it be to take a couple days of R&R, maybe head to Madison, then sit down for an interview? Shouldn't Biden be out there every day?
Yeah, I think there's quite a bit of vacuum out there. I mean, just for context, at this point in the campaign in 2012, Obama was kicking off a 2-day bus tour across Ohio and Pennsylvania, and that was before, not after, his disastrous debate performance. Right? This is just kind of like normal campaigning. So I think if Biden wants to stay in this race, he needs to urgently reset the narrative in some way. That could be a big interview with 60 Minutes is an idea that's been floated. An hour-long press conference, a bunch of town hall meetings with voters. Like, none of those things will fix the problem in and of themselves, but it can begin a process of showing voters that the questions they had on Thursday night can be answered, that was an aberration and not the norm. But at the moment, President Biden seems to be doing, a couple rallies, a couple fundraisers where he's speaking off of teleprompters. I don't think that's going to cut it. He also needs to be calling Democrats in Congress, calling governors who are really worried about the state of the race. It doesn't sound like he's doing that. And again, just to this family meeting over the weekend, apparently there's a pre-planned trip to Camp David with the family. During that trip, they talked about the state of the race. That makes sense. Obviously, you have to have a conversation with the people closest to you at a time like this. But I do think it's important to say that, for candidates, deciding to run is a family decision, because if you run for president, your whole family gets dragged into it, against their will, basically, or you become part of the political fodder. But I think Biden's choice right now is not about him. It's not about his family. It's not about his staff. It's about all of us and the future of the country in a race where he has said that the future of American democracy is at stake. So I just hope that he's getting blunt feedback on how things are going, what Thursday looked like from people who aren't, kind of personally invested in his future. And generally, the people I feel for the most right now are his campaign staffers, because they have been working their asses off for months, if not years. They've got no choice but to soldier on in this moment. But 99% of them are not with Joe Biden, assessing the situation, offering advice for what to do next. And so you're just kind of in this pending reality. So it's tough, man. This is a tough one.
Yeah. It's also I saw, I think, Chris Coons talking to Jake Tapper, and all these surrogates are going out there on Biden's behalf. And then Jake turns to Chris Coons and said, okay, then where is he?
Right.
It's not just that he's failing to answer the concerns people have. He is lending credence to the concerns people have by not being out there, because inherent in the fact that this is even a debate at all tells us that there are concerns around Joe Biden, that putting him out there for an hour-long interview, putting him out there for a press conference, putting him out there in these unscripted environments are ones in which they're not sure if it's worth the risk. But if they felt confident that Joe Biden would be able to assuage these doubts, he would have been out there already. He should just be in front of the cameras for 2 hours. And when you put that question to a surrogate, even his best surrogates, they're really out there without much to say. Dan, were you surprised to find out that Joe Biden hasn't reached out to senior Democrats, and senior Democrats have been trying to reach Joe Biden and have been unable to do it?
Yeah, it's all very concerning politically and otherwise, right? Tommy is right that what you would do in a normal world after a bad debate, it's too much to ask any candidate after a bad debate to do all the morning shows the next day.
Right, terrible.
But you would have done, a huge press conference. You would have done a bunch of interviews. At bare minimum, you would have sat there and said, debate was Thursday, that was bad. I'm going to do maybe Friday night. I'm going to do an interview. I'll get MSNBC to bring Rachel Maddow in, and we'll do that interview, right? You would do one high-profile thing right off the bat. You would do a Sunday show that would record on Friday. You would you would flood the zone with evidence counter to what people saw in the debate. And there are a couple of theories as to why the Biden campaign has not done that. One is that they do not have confidence in him to do it. That is incredibly alarming, right? And that does fit with the approach they have taken to date with him, right? Whether you're not doing the Super Bowl interview, something which I did not think was a big deal at the time, but is more telling in hindsight, right? He doesn't do a lot of interviews, he doesn't do a lot of press conferences. Sometimes that's the right strategy, but that's not the right strategy right now. And it is the thing that I would like to see more reporting on what calls Biden has made or not made, because there's nothing less like Joe Biden than not burning up the phones with congressional leaders to do something, right? Like that to me is very strange. I think the other thing here is I think the White House and the Biden campaign were knocked on their ass by this, understandably so, right? This is not what they expected. That happened. It had like their worst nightmare unfolded before their eyes for 50 million people. This campaign that they have fought so hard to try to steer to victory was collapsing before them. And it seems like, maybe Biden has, he's spending time with his family, not advisors or whatever that is, but there's not they have marshaled a very impressive staff level political outreach effort to donors, to congressional leaders, all of that. But it's just, there doesn't seem to be a broader strategy here that includes the president to be engaged in that. And that, I think, is fueling some of these concerns, right? It's one thing for Nancy Pelosi to be very supportive of Joe Biden on Friday morning, but it's been 96 hours since then and she hasn't heard from him. That's going to raise some concerns when you put it in the context of the bad polling as well.
It was not surprising to see Nancy Pelosi and Clyburn out there defending Joe Biden, trying to put it to rest. It was surprising to see with just in the matter of a few days, to have Nancy Pelosi entertaining the debate, to have Clyburn entertaining what would happen if Joe Biden stepped aside. Look, I feel like the story has, it's almost not even worth talking about, but one criticism you've seen, and not just from the Biden campaign, but from some of Biden's biggest supporters online, is that this is a media-driven story, that the fallout from the debate has been far worse than the debate itself, that Democratic hand-wringing has done more damage than the actual 90 minutes itself. Dan, do you think can you find a way to see any truth in that? What do you think?
No, I don't. Look, 50 million people watched that debate. 80 million people if you count all the people online. 3 times that if you thinking about all the clips that have been bouncing around TikTok and Instagram. So the amount of oh no, the 500,000 people who watched midday CNN that's a drop in the bucket. Look, this debate is unhelpful for Biden, obviously, right? We are having a conversation about his greatest weakness that is happening loudly at the exact time when we need people to be focusing on Donald Trump. Like they demanded, we can talk about why they did this, but they demanded this debate on this timeline for the specific purpose of shifting this race from a referendum to a choice. And because of the president's performance, it has gone the exact opposite way. It's become even more of a referendum, not just on Joe Biden's record, but on Joe Biden's fitness. And that is the last thing they possibly wanted. So this is not a media-driven story. This is a real conversation. And if you talk to any voters, and I've talked to some people who have been watching focus groups over the last few days, this is the conversation that voters are having. And they've actually been having it for 2 years now. It's just sort of the media is catching up to it.
Yeah, just 2 quick things. One, our producer David just sent around an article where apparently Karine Jean-Pierre said that President Biden is going to meet with congressional leaders on Wednesday. So it sounds like, these things are now starting to happen. I still think it's weird that it's taken this long, but it's just worth updating folks. But to your question, Lovett, I do think this is what's frustrating me a little bit with some of the spin you're seeing out of the Biden campaign, which is the suggestion that this is just a bunch of weak, squishy beltway insiders, bedwetting or whatever the phrase might be about the campaign. I think it's actually the opposite. I think this is a problem that exists out in the world where you have 70% of voters who already had concerns about President Biden's age, and they saw a debate performance that exacerbated those concerns. So I get, look, you can spin and push back and sort of criticize the press and pundits. And, there's, I guess, some value in that to kind of, getting everybody fired up internally. But I don't actually think it's solving the problem.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. I also think it's opposite to a media-driven story in another way, in that I think one of the reasons it has come to such a head after the debate is that a lot of people who advocate for Joe Biden, I include myself in this, had concerns about Joe Biden's age and whether it would be a giant factor in his reelection, felt like, well, he is the nominee. And while there may be concerns about his age in terms of how he can message, how he can campaign as a candidate, those are obviously far less important than the concerns we have about Donald Trump's fitness. And so we're going to go to battle for Joe Biden, and we're going to put those concerns aside because there's not much we can do about them anymore. But the debate, I think, was such a turning point because it forced us to reckon with those concerns that we hadn't been voicing. Either because we weren't honest with ourselves or because we didn't view it as having much value. So hearing that, like, oh, like this is people not being tough enough or not being willing to be loyal or not being, good enough soldiers, I think is unfair to the people that desperately want Joe Biden to succeed, right? Or up until this debate had been willing to believe that the risks posed by Joe Biden's age were less than the risk posed by seeking another path, finding another nominee, raising those concerns in the run-up to the convention.
As we look, as you say, this story is shifting very quickly, right? And what is true now may not be true 6 hours from now, a day from now, whatever else. But it is possible to have this conversation in this moment. And it still is true that the most likely scenario is Joe Biden's going to still be our nominee, right? No one can force him to leave. It's up to him. He seems very committed to it. And when that happens, we are all going to stop having this conversation and we're going to put on our walking shoes and whatever else. We're going to go work our ass off for Joe Biden. Like, that's the most important thing here, because some of the conversation is that by having this conversation, you're abandoning Joe Biden. Like, we heard that a lot after our podcast the other day. Joe Biden never abandoned us. You guys abandoned Joe Biden. And no one's abandoning Joe Biden, right? It's just a conversation in good faith between people who all agree on both sides that beating Donald Trump is the most important thing possible.
Yeah, because we're a part of a political party, not a cult, which is what the Republicans are in. We talk about our problems and our differences and we try to work them out and then we proceed ahead.
Right. It's like my loyalty to Joe Biden is 100% conditional. And he is a representative of us and not the other way around. Republicans have obviously been enjoying the fallout from this debate immensely. They're claiming down ballot candidates know Biden isn't up for the job and are protecting him anyways. There was this ad from Connecticut's David McCormick in the Pennsylvania Senate race. He's challenging Senator Bob Casey.
The worst debate I've ever seen in my entire life.
No two ways about it. That was not a good debate for Joe Biden.
Panic.
Not just panic, it's pain.
Oh my God. So what do we do about this?
Everything we have to do with
What would you have Joe Biden do to make the case that he's not an elderly, well-meaning gentleman?
People are going to see it in the campaign.
No question he's prepared to do this job today and would be were he reelected.
One of my best buddies, very close friend, one of my closest friends, Bobby Casey.
I have a lot of confidence in his leadership. No question he's prepared to do this job today.
So, tough ad about Bob Casey. You may have noticed that John makes a cameo in that ad. Playbook reports this morning that elected Dems across the country are doing what great leaders always do, waiting to see polls before potentially becoming more vocal. Dan, how much fallout do you think the debate could have in House and Senate and other down ballot races?
I mean, it could have tremendous fallout. I mean, Senate Democrats are, particularly incumbent Senate Democrats, are outperforming Joe Biden by, in many cases, 7 to 10 points. But what's really important about that is, in many of those cases, their top line number is not much higher than Biden's. It's that the people they are running against are less well known, and those people are running behind Trump. So it's unlikely Bob Casey is going to win Pennsylvania by 6 points, right, or 8 points. These will end up being very close races. And if people are not turning out because they are disenchanted by Joe Biden, they're concerned about Joe Biden, that's going to affect Bob Casey, right? That's going to affect Jackie Rosen or Tammy Baldwin or any of those other candidates. And so, yeah, it's going to be very concerning. And the playbook report here, I think, is something that we talked about at our Boston show, which is ultimately Chuck Schumer wants to stay the majority leader and Hakeem Jeffries wants to be speaker. And if and when it seems like Joe Biden staying in this race puts those things at existential risk, that's when they will begin making moves or speaking more publicly or trying to have private conversations with Biden to urge them out. I think some of what we're seeing today is just, if you do the pure math on timing, people are starting to get their polls back now. But then the thing that's weird is we have the 4th of July coming up, which people don't poll over. So we're going to have a little bit of a break and then come back with even more polling next week.
Yeah, I thought the ad's like, it's actually pretty stupid. Like it's quite a bank shot, right? Like you're gonna you were gonna vote for Bob Casey, but then you found out he endorsed Joe Biden, even though everyone knew Joe Biden was old. I think is like, I don't know who that ad is for exactly.
It's a dumb message.
Yeah, I think it's a dumb message, and I think it's about being in the news cycle. I think it's more about maybe fundraising or just being in the conversation than it is about actually reaching anybody. But nevertheless, like just before we recorded this, we learned that Tammy Baldwin will not be campaigning with Joe Biden when he's in Madison on Friday. Tommy, if you were advising a Democratic Senate candidate trying to drive your message over the next few days and are getting question after question about Joe Biden's debate performance, whether he should be the candidate, what would you be telling them to do?
I mean, it kind of depends on your goal. If your goal is do no harm and wait a beat, like I would formulate kind of a holding statement that describes reality as it is, but ducks the question. Like Joe Biden's been a great president. He did X, Y, and Z. He's the nominee. I expect that will remain the case, but it's up to him. I think the reason I would suggest that kind of answer is because the story is moving really fast, like we said, and you don't want to be the person who knifes Joe Biden first, but you also don't want to sound silly if things are different in a week or two. Of course, like if your goal is different, if you view Biden as a political liability for some reason and you want to, give him a push, you could do so there. But that's a big decision and a big step.
Fun little moment before I almost dumped these turkey medallions on my lap, where she said, it's not age, it's dementia, which is true, technically. But the reason for why she's saying that is because Donald Trump is just as old. Polls are coming in. It's poll-mania. It's election mania. It's election watch. It's happening. We're doing it. We're doing the damn thing. We're back, baby. Before you know it, you're going to start seeing Steve Kornacki. And, you're going to start seeing a lot more familiar faces. Dave Wasserman, Nate Cohn of the New York Times, Steve Kornacki with the khakis, okay? Before you know, Steve King's going to be standing in front of, or John King, is going to be standing in front of a big screen television, pointing at things, okay? He's going to be pointing at things with his hands. He's going to be manipulating the TV, telling you about, like, how this is actually a massive iPad. You're going to hear bad takes from Nathaniel Silver, and sometimes good takes, maybe. So that shit's happening right now. My sister supports RFK, please. What do I do? Get a new sister. Well, cool. I guess she likes real Americans that want to save the country from the awfulness of modern medicine. That's right. Edward Snowden is
my raving days, yes, but at raves back in the day, everyone was off their tits on ecstasy, so no one was fighting, and they were more likely to be fucking.
Wait, what? Oh.
Yeah, I'm telling you, these days, making videos is just not even fun anymore.
Difficult campaign, and that's where I want the Conservative Party now to focus. We've done it before. It's going to take a lot of work, but we can and must do it again.
I mean, can you talk us through the atmosphere on the doorsteps, did you absolutely know this was going to be the result tonight?
Well, look, I think that as an incumbent MP who's won 4 elections in a tough marginal seat, I'm glad to say there's a lot of personal support out there for me. However, it was tinged with a sense of pity and regret that perhaps they were saying goodbye to a long-serving MP. And when the electorate gets into that sort of mode of pity and
manner of directions. The only aspect of the exit poll that I'm a little sceptical about is the reform number. I think that I'm interested to see where that finishes.
Yes, I have
could be
both
higher,
black
of
dollars.
course, but I think when you've got an exit poll that's got such a violent swing, that means
There's
that you could
plenty of
have a bit
space
of
for 'em.
volatility within it. But it's perfectly clear, that this is a total disaster.
I think Andy, this may seem counterintuitive, but when you look at some of the MRP polls, it could have been worse for the Conservative Party. They could have been the number 3 party, and the Liberal Democrats could have been the official opposition. So it's a disaster, but not quite a complete catastrophe.
Well, I think the very
Choosing
fact,
the words carefully.
that you've just said that demonstrates what a disaster this is for the Conservative Party. The idea that we're sat here, really suggesting that this number is somehow better than it could have been, tells the story, really.
Yeah, no, I was just going to kind of comment on the reform numbers, because I think what really interests me is, let's see if the exit poll is right and they're going to get 13 seats. And you can think, well, Tories on 130, Reform on 13. Actually, maybe the bigger picture is that the right is in retreat. And as you say, this is the most left-wing parliament that we've had, since the Labour Party was founded. What I'm really interested to see as well, and maybe this is a geeky point, is how many constituencies Reform are now in second place. Because if you look at the experience of French politics over the past 20 years, you have seen the far right, the National Front as it was, and then it became the kind of National Rally. It's gone up and up and up. And so you might think, oh, well, they're a marginal force. They've only got 13 seats. It's how many constituencies they're now in second place in, which I think will be really interesting to watch.
Worth saying, UKIP in 2019 were in second place in 120 seats, and these predictions suggest that they'll be beating that to about 140, 150 seats, which is a sensational fact in itself,
And also, if the Conservative Party doesn't tack to the centre, then depending on how well or badly Labour does with this whopping majority it seems to have won, there will be a distinct offer in the next general election if it does tack to the right.
That's absolutely right. For me, the key challenge, though, for the Conservative Party now is to confront the truth of this. And there are a number of routes that the Conservative Party can now go. I sincerely hope they do not fall off to the extremes, and the reform vote, obviously, and the share of vote for reform will be a key factor in all that. I hope that they'll appreciate that where you win elections is in the centre, and the Conservative Party has always understood that in the past. I hope it understands it now. And also, I think the other element in this election that will become clear as we get the numbers is it really is about the next generation. It is about the younger voter. And of course, if Sir Keir Starmer has his way, they're going to be a lot younger. The Conservative Party has had that problem for many, many years. Had that problem when I was working.
Interestingly, Reform is doing big on TikTok.
It's doing big on TikTok, but I don't think we should confuse TikTok and interesting videos and putting a smile on people's face and creating a little bit of mischief doesn't necessarily equate to a political commitment or a political...
We're doing big on TikTok tonight as well. I think Lewis has something for us as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a really interesting thing, Sheila, that we need to think about, and we'll start thinking about more throughout the night, will be a big theme of the coming days, is this question about vote share. And we'll be talking about it with Reform, of course, because it's entirely possible. Famously, Nigel Farage and UKIP got, 4 million votes or so back in 2015. They got 1 seat for it. It's entirely possible they do better than that tonight, but get more seats, but still have more votes. This question of how well distributed the Labour vote is going to be central. So what we're looking at here, we can't fill this in yet for this election, of course, because we haven't got the full vote shares. But we're looking at vote shares versus seat share. And you can see here, let's take the 2019 result here. The Conservatives did really well in that election. They got 43.6%. But in our weird system of first past the post, which is not proportional, it is all based on exactly where you get the votes in different constituencies, they were rewarded with that 43.5%, with 56.2% of the seats. And the battle or the sort of tension that you're going to see, and I suspect hear a lot from what is left of the Labour Party the next 24 hours or so, it is entirely possible. In fact, we think, looking at these figures, entirely credible that Keir Starmer tonight ends the night with a lower vote share than Jeremy Corbyn got back in 2017 when he got 40% of the vote. But of course, Keir Starmer, even though it looks like from these numbers he might get 36, 37, maybe 38% of the vote, he is going to be rewarded because of the vagaries of our system with a majority of 170 or perhaps even more than that. And that question matters, of course, Andrew, because as you know, we always discuss this in elections, legitimacy matters, and it all matters in terms of whether there is a sense that the government has not just the numbers in the House of Commons, but does it have the authority that it gets from those numbers from what the country has actually said?
Lewis, you're going to the heart of the legitimacy of our electoral system there. Coming up, we're going to be discussing something that has played a hugely important role as well.
Good evening. The polls are still open in many parts of the country. Votes are already being counted in some others. And in 3 states where the polls now have closed, ABC News has the following projections. We project that Mr. Reagan has won in the state of New Hampshire. New Hampshire has...
Big one, the biggest one of all on this election map, the home state of the President of the United States, California, 47 electoral votes. President Reagan, the winner in California. Mondale and Ferraro spent a lot of time and a lot of money in that state, had hopes that they could knock the president off in his own state, but tonight proves that they could not.
We're going to project another state for guess who?
Have very few left.
Guess who? Ronald Reagan wins the state of Hawaii.
I have a projection, one we have all been waiting for with some interest and curiosity. It is from Minnesota. We project that in Minnesota, Walter Mondale has won his home state, and the first state he has won this evening. It's fairly close. It should be remembered, by the way, that Mondale has not actually lived in Minnesota for about 20 years. He's lived in Washington. But nevertheless, it's his home state. He grew up there. And there you see the first blue state on the ABC News map. Minnesota for Mondale.
The day after one of the most impressive presidential victories in American history, President Reagan...
That was so fucking weird. Don't say that to me.
Bright.
That's better.
Bright.
Yeah.
One looks forward to it through the cold months of winter. Sunny in disposition and her smile.
I love that this is going into the like 1970s like style, like
Jared.
Sing song. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Sunny in disposition.
Yes.
And smile.
Yes.
The zombies over here.
Like kind of like little Lord Fauntleroy.
Maggie?
No.
She is as well. No, okay, I'll take retracted. Sometimes dark and stormy, such as the previous eve, when it was
crazy.
It was crazy last night. And what else is perchance in a summer's day? I don't know. Help me out here. How else do you like a summer's day?
In every way.
She is like a summer's day in every way. And it is so wonderful to be here with you on this beautiful, bright, hot, sunny, and I must say, not muggy day.
That was nice.
Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, give it a hit. It's a gong. Feels good, doesn't it?
See, you let the sustain go. Who was it that held it?
Max Reed held
killed
the
the
sustain. He killed the sustain. Yeah. It's
never coming back on.
never coming back
I'm
on.
never inviting him back. Exactly. Exactly.
Are we going?
Yeah, we're going.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to True and On. We have with us here today, it is our pleasure to introduce America's foremost white comedian. She is Caucasian, white, and a woman, and her name is Sarah. God, I'm so fucking stupid. Sarah Sherman, Sarah Squirm, welcome to the show.
You know, I see Brace probably almost every single day of my life. So you would think he would maybe get my name right.
He can't remember anything.
I can't. Well, no, I told her, I want to say this. I want to say this to both of you right now. I could not sleep last night. I've had a lot of trouble sleeping, and so I took a heroic dose of Trazodone.
Are you still on it?
Yes. And so, like, what it does is it makes you stupid for most of the next day.
Yeah, that's
And
the
so I took it at
reason.
like 3 in the fucking morning. So I'm like, and I drank NyQuil.
I guess this is a cursing podcast.
Yes.
Cursed podcast.
Cursed podcast.
Well, if you fall asleep, this is what I'm going to say right now, Brace. I'm going to let you sleep, let your little sleepy head lie, and Sarah and I can talk girl stuff, which is totally
We
fine.
have had a lot to talk about already today.
Sorry. I nodded out for a second. I'm also on a little bit of fentanyl, but it's
Yeah.
because of the pain.
Yeah.
You know, the first
Just a little
show-
top off, little cherry on top.
Because Sarah, you told me you do fentanyl, right?
What is these lollipops everyone's talking about?
They used to be. I don't know if everyone's talking about that, but they used to just get. So fentanyl is like the strongest one,
Right.
And so they used to just give it to you if you were dying of cancer. It was for literally terminal cancer patients.
My grandmother had it in hospice.
And so the only people that would ever do fentanyl is people who would steal drugs from their dying grandma or whatever.
Right.
And it mostly came in the form of lollipops.
That is my question. What? Because you know what I'm picturing.
Yeah.
Shirley Temple style.
Big old lollipop.
That's not what it is.
And then your eyes go X, like the poison, and you just like, ooh, and your face just actually turns into a skeleton.
And they go like, your eyes go casino mode. Ring, 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 cherry, X.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's when you know it's over.
Let's just actually get this out of the way first. Sarah, plug your fucking tour.
I am on tour.
How are you on tour?
currently.
Mommy issues.
Exactly, because touring is a state of mind.
What is wrong with this?
I'm on tour all summer.
There's too much
Something
wrong with
has
them.
happened. Okay, maybe this could be a Truanon episode. Is there a recession? Because I'm looking at my ticket sales.
Man, you and the Black Keys, huh? Having a tough time.
It's me. I'm having a J-Lo experience where, my ticket sales aren't good
And now
because I'm
she's
getting
flying
divorced.
Coach.
You spam mail.
Oh, excuse me. It
What?
wasn't Coach. It was commercial.
Who was?
But it didn't look like
Jennifer
commercial.
Lopez?
It was not like a Delta One situation.
Wait, what?
Did you see?
No.
Yes, a photo surfaced from, and I don't like people that take photos of people on planes because I feel
Course
like
not.
that's an area, that's like a zone where everyone should just be
Course.
left alone.
And it's in, by the way,
spectral
the zone of
whatever.
angels.
Yes.
Like, this is
And
a
then if you
sacred
get a
space. We're in a
kill,
tube
You dodge it down.
permeating the
You get a
space
second
of the
spectral, so
celestial flyers.
Yes,
And,
I
We can't
love
be
the way you
taking
put that.
It's great.
Yeah, we're
But
in the domain
anyway,
of
she
angels.
was sitting there in commercial, and everyone was like, "Oof, man!"
And then
the
you type easy
fall of
in
the
the
House of
post-game
J Lo,
lobby.
like
Exactly. I type
you know,
in easy.
this
Don't
is
even
this
need
is
special
the tour, the failed tour, the failed video on demand about her.
Easy plus
yeah,
no
you're
spec
right.
ammo
Video.
plus.
Yeah, I didn't want to watch that.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Don't need
Stuff
so
to be-
much like you.
I'm literally, tell everyone what my face is right now.
Yeah.
Plus no exotics.
Wide open mouth.
No exotics.
Terrified. Eyes looking back and forth like a baby who's
Mm.
suddenly
Plus
realizing that the things in front of him are
Yeah.
real.
A little bit of fentanyl.
I just something about J-Lo on a plane, on a commercial plane, like
I
really
get off.
sent a chill up.
I tell you what, I
spine.
get on that plane. I make my way past first class, but while handing out my business card to everyone in there as a networking opportunity, and I get to coach, and Jennifer Lopez is in there. My ass is turning right around and saying, "Oops, I forgot my passport. I got to get out of here."
I would think that I was in a dream.
I would sit on her lap. I would straddle her.
What do you guys think about the video of Justin Timberlake with the coke eyes?
I thought that he looked fucking crazy.
We'll put the
Like,
right in front of you. Middle
I
of
mean,
your
I watched
screen.
it maybe 3, 4,
Nope.
5, 6, 7,
Over by
8
the
times
dumpster.
a day since. I do think it was an incredible. Whoever shot that, man, talk about getting the money shot.
It's a rough one.
It is. If he thought that the DUI, whatever
Wait, is
it
that guy's
was,
name Henry
DWI,
Eddie?
like was bad for him for the world tour.
John.
That was, I think, worse.
Right.
Like, I feel like Justin Timberlake being wasted after a dinner with, I'm just going to say it, probably most likely in the Hamptons, driving home. That's, like, not
He was,
surprising.
to the right of
That's
the
like,
inbox,
yeah, you're
whatever
Justin
the
Timberlake. Of
postmaster
course
is.
you had, like, one too many Manhattans or whatever you had at Houston's in the Hamptons, I'm assuming.
Maybe a little bit of that Bolivian marching powder as
William.
well.
Yeah, but so that's not surprising. But then to see on video
forgot
that he
already.
was like sweaty, crazy, drugged out, psycho mode, while singing like, what was he singing? Like Sexy Back or whatever he was doing. It was just like, ooh, now it's turned dark.
I'll say this: he was
Yeah.
probably just on regular coke. I'm assuming.
So what does
but
the reset
combined
do?
with whatever Wegovy that he's on, because he seems very.
But see, this is what I'm gonna
skinny.
say. What's scary is what if he wasn't on Wegovy and that's from him
Just
doing coke?
drugs. I kind of was. I was kind of impressed, to be honest. And I was kind of like, is he actually the world's
How far an
greatest
Iron
showman?
Man are you?
No, I mean, but also, what a pro.
Yeah. He looked completely together. He does like a tight kind of 3-point turn a little bit on his heels or something.
And he like paused and he had it. He like knew his angle.
But he looks so surprised, though.
Yeah.
That's the thing that I think is unnerving about it.
Yeah.
Right. And here's the thing. Listen, I think I don't like drugs. I
That's a big
don't
firework.
like drinking. I'm not fun. I didn't
There's still
realize
fireworks.
that I know that when you do a lot of drugs, maybe the quality of
started
the
shooting off
eyeball
fireworks last
itself
night.
will
They've
turn
been shooting off fireworks, like, all
red,
day.
glassy. A lot of times, a lot can be communicated from the eyeball itself.
Though
To
usually
see
not
the-
lizard-like.
Yeah, well,
Like
for
how
whatever
his
reason, they
turn.
made those
The
fireworks
skin
legal in PA.
around the eyes,
Yeah, bit
to
thin.
be
I
so
wanna undo that.
thin and red. That was kind of what. You know what I'm saying? To
I
see
know.
the drug expression in the bags
They
underneath,
could
in the
dock
luggage underneath the
Yeah.
eyeball itself.
Right. Well,
I'm
those
s-
are the years.
I'm saying this to you as your friend,
No,
as your
they're the
Don't forget
dancing
my
animals.
as your potential manager, as maybe somebody who could take, imagine, how you have to give like everyone 10% manager ball. Imagine if you gave a guy 50%. How
Did you
good
put a
of advice
shader on
you'd
this,
give.
or it comes
I'm
default
giving you
gold?
50% advice.
Yeah.
Start doing
It's
coke.
so ugly. Though.
And
like a
I'm
Nerf
saying this not
Actually,
out
no,
of a
it's like one of
place
the
of this is
knockoff Nerf
completely
guns.
neutral,
Right.
just
Cheap
looking out for your
plastic, you know what I'm
career.
talking about?
Think of the things that have been done on coke. The gay beer sketch on SNL.
If you've got a big thirst and you're
How's that black and red?
reach for a cold, tall bottle of Schmidt's Gay.
You know what I'm talking
True.
about?
It's the one.
Yeah.
It's the one sketch you know about.
It's the one sketch I know about. I love it. I think it's funny. That one. Trying to think of what other.
Your favorite books?
Rolling Stones when they kind of did the New Orleans blues stuff.
What about the Blues Brothers? There's the,
Blues-
classic SNL.
The Blues Brothers themselves.
Here's
All
why
that.
I don't
You could
do
reach
coke.
Blues Brothers highs if
I
you
don't
did
Too much
cocaine.
going on.
The world is ready to see what I would look like at max potential. I don't think the world is ready to Sarah Max.
Super
Did you
black.
think that you could reach like Justin Timberlake highs?
If I was on cocaine right now,
Yeah, Joe's playing
would
COD.
be literally doing the Super Bowl halftime show.
I'll say this. Cocaine is like performance enhancing drugs for comedians and musicians and actors. It is taking your career and it is pushing it into fucking overdrive. I'm telling you right now. You leave on tour tomorrow?
Where's your
sure.
I'll say this. I'll get you a couple grams tonight and I'm gonna put it in your luggage.
Got it.
And I'm just gonna say you don't have to do
What
it.
does that
You don't
look
have to
like
do
on
it.
that
I just
Right.
want you to have it in your luggage everywhere you're flying. It's a sort of because the cocaine, the power was in you all along. It's not
Bryce,
the
you don't have
cocaine.
this one favorited.
But I think if you just did a bump every time before you like maybe went on stage or like woke up or like
Would
went
suppress it.
outside or had a drink of coffee or had any water or anything. If you were on cocaine 24/7,
Right.
Sarah, I'm telling you that right now you would have a 6-movie declining quality deal with Netflix right now.
And here's the thing. Here's the problem with this. Did a show in Arkansas. Lovely show. Thanks to everyone who came. Really appreciate it. I know that the town was recently ravaged by a tornado. I hope I gave you a laugh. My problem already with this tour, which I can't wait to go to these states that I'm about to say, Kentucky, Oklahoma, and the like. I already talk too fast and Jewishly for a lot of people who have maybe never heard a Jew talk before.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And so they kind of like, I go
You're gonna
like,
a what? What was that? Can you
Yeah,
say
because
that
I'm
again?
like, ba, 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 ba. And they're like, whoa, whoa, whoa. And I'm like, right. I have to Jew it down a little. So if I was cocaine, Sarah, I mean, my God, their ears would be bleeding.
Interesting. So speaking of this tour,
yes.
As you're talking about this tour, let's talk about this tour.
Yes.
What is this tour?
It is my show that I am
10 grenade kills in a single
loving.
Interesting. This is really good.
It's
Wait,
Sarah
what is
Squirm
this?
live in the flesh. It's in the name.
Crucible game.
I thought that by performing as
Yeah,
Sarah
just do a game,
Squirm,
but-
it would be like a built-in trigger warning.
Mm.
Like people
Yes.
would see the dripping eyeballs in the poster and be like, "Got it." But
It's a
still,
Justin Timberlake style show.
Yeah, it's a Justin dripping bloody
Dripping
eyeballs. And people, well, the best part of the show is people will come to the show because they're like, "Oh, it's the brown-haired girl from SNL. You know, I'm gonna go see her at the comedy club this weekend."
Okay.
And then they're like, "Oh no! Oh,
I feel like that's all I get.
oh my
Like, I don't
God!
get
This
shits or
is
anything.
so horrifying."
Do they know you as the brown-haired
It's
girl
either
from
the-
SNL?
I think
or
a
do you
lot
think
of
it's more
people-
like,
Or-
oh, the girl, the brainworm?
Ghost.
I think it's maybe it happened. Well, first of all, the problem with this, no one seems to know me at all.
That's not true.
I know, like, you
First
don't
of
get any
all,
of the
you got
shit
3 dummies in here who know you.
That's true. That's true. No, I'm kidding. You guys are getting me too early in the morning.
I'll say this. I had a
Everything
really good
in the
idea
life.
for tour promotion for you that
Go.
I'm gonna do you a favor and not say on the podcast.
So we
But
can produce offline.
Well, I still might if your ticket sales are doing bad in a week, I still might make it. But I'm just saying you got to use
Wait, can
every
you
tool in
do
your
that
arsenal.
one?
Right.
And you just aren't
Tits,
doing that.
ass,
Go to
well,
the
feet.
triangle thing?
And
Yeah.
everything in between.
Some tools are more. Some tools are black and
Don't
decker,
do that.
and some are the ones that you buy
previous
kind of
one.
off-brand. If that makes sense with your what you got going on. But I'm telling you this right now, you need a fucking scandal, and I think your number one scandal
Right.
is Paul McCartney. Nobody knew who he was until he got
Right.
busted for weed in Japan.
You sound really
I'm
excited.
telling you this
about
right
it.
now.
I don't think that's true.
Well, things are different from my perspective. But I'm telling you this right now, you need a fucking scandal, and we're
Right.
going to bring that to you today.
Right.
Our first caller
Mike
has
Justin.
something about one of your coworkers.
What?
I'm just kidding.
What?
Justin's here.
I think
Justin
we
never
should
goes
get
to sleep. I've
into
never been
some
more
of these
awake in my
calls
life.
today.
Not asleep
No.
These aren't NPC
No, we should. We got
responses at all.
actually a really
Guys, I'm,
good.
I'm here. Hello?
It looked like Justin was gonna play Valo.
Wait, can you hear me? Is my mic working?
Oh my gosh. I'm not an NPC, guys. I promise.
What an NPC would say.
This is 1995 on my phone.
19?
That's a
19?
big upgrade.
1995.
1985.
Wow, this is so ugly.
It's got potential.
I like the ghost center, like his eye.
Yeah.
That's all I like about it.
I don't know why it's shaped so weird.
Because all the exotic ghosts is just like the normal ghost inside of something. It's always just a normal ghost and he's surrounded by something different.
The fuck is this?
It's a beholder from Dungeons and Dragons.
Oh, okay.
But like, then you look at the eyeballs in this one. It's like, all right, your ghost completely changes. Like it's not just Circle Boy. Not this one. This one's just Circle Boy. All right, Gambit.
Sorry, Sam's not grinding out Iron Banner.
Why?
I don't know, I feel like that's something you play.
Eh.
What is this music?
Oh.
The menu music?
Oh, Lord.
Oh, it's time to game. Game of time.
All right. Let's see what we got. Cabal on the feet. You know it's gonna get loud with the Cabal around.
Oh, there's Titans. They have a Titan? Do you have a Titan?
Yep, he's standing right next to me. 1 Titan, 3 Hunters.
I was gonna say whoever has the least Titans wins, but 2 each. Joey, grenade kills.
That's what I'm trying to see. I'm trying to see if that counts as a grenade kill. It should. Yep.
Wait, how?
Because it's my grenade.
You're grappled?
Yeah. And I have a secondary grenade. The big fire one.
Don't you have to shoot that?
Yeah, it blows up on its own.
Jesus.
I've forgotten how to play. I have 9 modes, that's what I thought.
I kind of like the reload.
Yeah, right?
It's so slow though.
It's a 100 impact scout rifle, so
What does that mean?
Or damage.
oh. Reload, give me a second. No grenade kills. All the modes.
Is this the thing where you don't want to deposit because it's actually better not to
Yeah,
deposit?
typically you don't want to, but getting block party.
Is that one of each or what?
Did that count?
Block party is you have 3 or yeah.
All 4 of your people put in 15 for the next run of block.
And then it trains the enemy team's boats.
I need the heavy ammo.
You're bleeding moats, sister. Whack the blockers.
Did we get invaded? We did not. I don't want to.
Somebody die?
What up?
Nothing. It looked like your moats went down.
That's possible. We got invaded. I can't die. I can't die. Uh-oh. He's the golden gun. I'm hiding. Where is he? Where is he? I don't know where the enemy is. I'm scared. I'm scared. He's trying to kill me. But he's bad. And so am I. Oh, he's out. What just happened? I'm being launched in the air non-stop. Aw.
Did you get it? I feel like you're close.
The degeneracy of being chased by the invader, trying to just not die. I already got it. Cool. Sorry, team. Sorry, team. I'm busy.
Boink.
Well, and here's where you all die and then lose the game.
I hope so. Alright, where's the invader? What's up, boy? Challenge me. Yep, that's what I thought.
Nuke it! Nuke it! Nuke it!
Where'd they spawn? Well, the guys are supposed to kill spawn. Oh, there we go.
You guys are gonna get invaded, yeah.
Oh, where is it? What's up, boy?
What? You just teleport to it?
Yep, teleport to him and then just spawn.
Yikes, sorry.
I'm telling you, PvP and Gambit is like people that invade you aren't kitted out for Crucible, they're kitted out for Gambit.
Not the, like, I had to play like 4 matches of Gambit. The one dude must have been a smurf, and his only goal, he invaded us like 4 times. He had 20 kills or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
So I found the one dude who was PvP kitted on the enemy team. That was
Use
it.
Thunderlord.
Yeah, true. Heavy machine gun works well. Or you could just do what I do and just out precision damage them.
I mean, you could use
I was
Xenophage.
running around trying to pick up order. I was doing challenges or whatever, so I just needed to complete missions. So I didn't care if we won or lost.
Yeah.
He was like, he would pop in and like golden gun and kill like 2 of us or something. So what does completing that triangle do?
Oh wow. You get you can get higher tier gear. Like that's how you get your light level upgrades.
Because they combine the bounties, or they merge the bounties into that, right?
I don't know if I can do another one.
Why?
Because you get to a point where claim requirements are not met for. Oh, I mean, yeah. Priming long as it keeps, because it's like I forget what the Ingram's called that like guarantees a higher level.
Pinnacle?
Armor. Yeah, pinnacle. So now I'm just after. Oh, use the bright dust. Only had stuff to use on. I'm sorry. Uh-oh, my store's broken. Alright, let's see if this submachine gun's any good.
A lot of hunters.
Yeah, it's usually just hunters and warlocks nowadays. Dang, do I got the most kills?
Delay no longer. Glory is yours to
Machine gun go burr. It's Sunday fun day.
Wait, what? Well, I killed myself, but I'm sure that there's a guy behind us on radar. Where did he go?
Joey's still using grapple.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, if it works, you know. Yep, there's an enemy warlock. Nice. Oh, don't want to shoot that. You gotta be kidding me. I hate that Titans have a dash now. That pisses me off. Their dash takes them so far. Ooh.
What is he using?
Ooh. What did he shoot me with? Oh, you missed your shotgun. You deserve to get double meleeed. Oh, you missed your shotgun. You deserve to get meleeed. Overjumped. Dang. Shot it too late. Oh, you missed your shotgun. You deserve to die. Oh. I got baited. That was a teammate. Hey, if they have that flashlight on them, that means that's a shotgun. So if they're dying to my melee, it's deserved.
Zone A lost.
See, that's a shotgunner. He's pushing. I missed my melee!
Trash.
Oh man, I'm trash. That's what I hate. Shotguns are not fun to fight against.
Wait, why is the dude here? What?
That's what I'm saying. I spawn in and
Group
you
here,
see,
I gotta say, and
all it
I
is.
will say
All it
there
is
were
shotgun
some
melee?
weird
Shotgun
science
melee,
theory
baby.
ones
Like
that we're leaving out because I do think
I'm
that
a double
most of
melee type
this
guy, you know?
is
That's why
kind
I
of
like
like
grapple.
political and celebrity gossip.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
it's
great.
real juicy.
Yeah, because we can't bring the science stuff in because obviously Sarah's tour, she's opening up for RFK Jr.
Yes.
And
Right.
just, I know that.
Also, the show is very science, so I don't want to like. It's just going to be too.
You fucking
much-
love science.
I fucking love science. In this house, we believe in fucking.
Well, she does. It's funny. You can say the sign, but I know how Sarah's views
Sarah's like,
on
nope, don't like this.
certain
Okay.
issues are a little maybe outside of the liberal norm.
Yeah,
Freaking
I
where'd you get
get
that
more
ownership
vaccines than I'm supposed to. Am I the only one who still gets the? I get every.
Do you still
booster.
get it? You boost us.
Only real Chad Titans get it.
How many vaccines
Do you
Triple
have to? Are you
100?
like? Is it a workplace safety thing?
No,
Because all the people who were there, you just like getting shots.
I just like, and I'm just like, God forbid I get sick and
Yeah.
Kentucky and Oklahoma will be deprived of my shows. You can.
Deserved.
And I just want you guys to know, ticket sales aren't that bad. I'm just speaking
Nowhere.
Jewishly.
Sarah, I'll tell you this: if you like getting vaccines,
Yeah, you're not.
imagine if there was something
Everywhere
else
on the
in a
right
needle
side
that
is
actually
bad
made you
for
feel
you.
very
It's
good.
just like stick with the left side.
You know
you're
all the
doing better.
worries that you have, all
Everywhere
the
is a
fears.
bad
Oh, there's
angle.
no
Yeah.
The
tickets.
problem
What
is
if I'm
there's
not
three different
talented
levels you gotta
enough?
look at how
Oh
to
no!
find.
Like, what if I
Ooh.
pee
Yeah.
on live TV, but in my fucking motherfucking weird clown outfits I wear?
What if
So,
I
like, what am I
pee
getting hit
on
by,
live
man?
TV?
There
Come on.
is a
Shot in the
site
middle.
that can
You
do it
ran
well
through
that make
top mid.
all your dreams come true.
Yeah, I ran through
We
top
should
mid.
do a scandal Mad Lib where it's Sarah was caught with blank
Oh, man, there's the boy.
in blank location
Tel Aviv.
with like this is like Paul McCartney was caught with cocaine in Japan.
Weed.
I always
Weed.
start off strong, then I crumble.
Was it a little
I
bit of
got
coke?
coke on
No, I
my
think it was
I
just
don't know.
weed, right?
I'm just repeating what you said. I don't even remember
Oh
that.
my
Weed,
God.
one of the hottest drugs on the planet.
Sarah
babe.
was caught with the
Oh.
COVID-19 vaccine
fair
in
enough.
Tel Aviv. Wow.
Sarah was caught with Wegovy in
Wait, they're capping
Arkansas.
Sarah was caught with Chris Delia at Fort Greene Middle School.
What? I didn't know that you could save Snapchats.
One of the most. I hope to have a Chris
forgot
Delia
about
moment
it.
with
Yeah,
Sarah
that's
on the
another
show
question.
today.
I just
I'm
got
trying
my-
to
all right,
think
I can win
if
this.
I
can win
could
this.
have one of
I don't
those.
think
Even
you
though they lost
could.
all
Wait,
the
what is the
bases,
Chris
I can
D'Elia
wipe their whole
Liz.
team. That's fine.
He
That's
what?
fine.
Oh, this is a well.
Like, get that
Again, many
opportunity?
people know
Oh.
SNL is known for people being hilarious with impressions,
Well,
and so
didn't have
here is
to.
my impression of Chris D'Elia finding out that you could take screenshots of Snapchats. Wait, what? Wait. What are you guys talking about? You can't take a screenshot of a Snapchat.
So you went close to
What?
It is, Liz. I'll show it to
It
you
was
after we
caught
finish
on film.
recording. But
Of
it's,
him saying that?
he was Snapchatting with. It seems like perhaps dozens of very young teenage
teenagers.
girls.
I think if you see anyone on their phone who's over 24 years old who has Snapchat, it's like, well, turn around.
Snapchat's just for cheating, right? I don't understand. I've
And
never used
teenagers.
Snapchat.
It's for
but,
children.
But it's also for I think they're using it also to cheat. I think it's
No, I
like
think-
signal for cheating.
They use it a lot.
Yeah.
It's very, very popular.
That's how they text.
Yeah.
Not like I'm
Snapchat.
talking to any teenagers that I would know something.
But
like
if you
that.
see a grown
Bless-
adult
bless you.
person
I'm allergic
with
to today.
Snapchat, no thank you. Run away. Turn around.
I'm gonna say it. I'll stand on the pitcher's mound and speak my truth.
Hmm.
I don't have TikTok.
Sounds like
And
the
I think that
procrastinator's
could be
motto.
why I'm not selling tickets.
Well, let's get into these motherfucking calls.
Okay. Again, it's a cursing podcast.
Yeah, it is. You like that? This isn't television, honey. This is the
Goodbye,
airwaves. I think let's hit with these. I think we got to double John Fetterman.
You want to start with
I think we should
Whoa.
start with Fetterman.
Okay.
I actually have a lot to say about this topic. Can I prequel this by saying something about John Fetterman?
Absolutely.
I,
Going up
on
to
SNL, did a bunch of
go ahead,
jokes
follow 'em
about,
upstairs.
you know, when he was like new on the scene.
Go go see what they're
big
doing.
socialist, hot
big
refrigerator
fans.
daddy. I think
So-
we,
Go
yeah,
get
and
him,
I think
Lenny.
we had jokes about like.
Oh, is this
This was
event?
Pre-stroke.
Yes. And I made all these jokes
Oh,
like
boy.
I want him to climb me like the Empire State Building and swat airplanes out of the sky
get
with
it.
his
Yeah,
big
yeah,
hamburger
yeah.
hands, and then I apologize
To him personally?
No, I apologize for, you know, I didn't mean to lust after someone who kind of turned out to be a bit of a disappointment, eh?
You
I
normalized
normalized
Fetterman.
it. I did normalization on a grade.
I find him repulsive to look at.
I like looking at him.
You do?
Yes, man.
There's something fucking
Yes,
super
ma'am.
wrong with you.
I want him to snap me open like a pair of chopsticks. Yes, sir.
Oh my
Oh no.
God.
Oh.
Jesus Christ. You're just physically attracted to John Fetterman?
That's sort of the problem, isn't it? See, now I'm going back to the normalization, aren't I?
Yeah.
I'm entering the zone of normalization.
My God, this is just the most insane thing I've ever heard in my life.
I think I like
How
the
do
jokes
they
that I
capture
said on
all
the
bases
show or
in the
something
first,
like
40
a
seconds
flood.
of the game?
Oh, there's a
enemy team was
flood
here.
in my
Kill
in my
issue.
basement. My chair is
Whole enemy
soaked.
team like rushed seas.
Yeah, Victor's
That's a,
there.
cla-
Well,
that's
they
a
kept-
joke?
A and B,
Real-
so
It,
they're
had,
down
oh,
at least
it was
two
something like
players.
PU.
It took us the
Stinks
whole
like
time.
Pussy. That's a really, yeah, that's a classic
Terrible.
classic. PUs, things like pussy in here.
Oh, hey.
Well, that's like what you say every time
At least
you
you were
like,
on
come
your
into the
team last
recording
game.
studio.
Sounds like pussy in here. That is true. Let's hit with this first one about John Fetterman not washing his hands.
Oh no, his big hamburger hands.
Hey, yeah, I've got a bunch of dirt about John Fetterman. I know for a fact that he does not wash his hands after using the bathroom. He used to live in this dumb container house next to the public library, and that's where I ran into him because he would go over there and take dumps there because he couldn't, I guess, do it in his weird container house. So, yeah. So I ran into him as he was exiting the stall,
I think it was a headshot.
you know, he goes outside without washing his hands. And then when I go out, he's talking to some people that I
Does he
know,
have the
and
detonation arrows?
he shakes my hand. He gets the handshake I've ever had in my life. It was disgusting. The whole experience was disgusting. Thanks. Bye.
So this gentleman witnessed John Fetterman. So listen, I can't diss on him for having to use someone else's toilet because his isn't working. Because I've done that to you.
To Shara Shermer.
Yes, to Shara Shermer. But however, he did live in one of those like container houses. Imagine like
what is a container house? What do you mean a container house?
so like it's a thing that they try to do in some places where they're like, there's not enough
So
housing.
dying
We're
as
just
soon
gonna
as the
put
house starts.
storage crates and turn them into houses.
Oh,
it's like
very Berlin.
tiny home mentality.
Oh, wait,
which is crazy because he is
You're so big.
a
How can he
golem.
fit in a shipping
He's a
container?
golem.
This is kind of this is where I kind of defend him with the. Sorry, do you? I mean, were you about to pop off about something?
No, go ahead.
I think we should do points counterpoints on this.
Okay.
His hands are too big to be washed in a sink. He
have
could
my,
probably only wash his hands in a tub. And I yield my time.
Interesting.
Or garden hose.
Or fire hydrant.
Or public fountain because, again, storage, home, or whatever it is.
Yeah,
Storage crate.
yeah.
Too
He
small.
should be forced to go to like the public fountains in
why he
whatever,
had a
fucking
2.7
Philadelphia,
KD.
and just like put his hands underneath.
Which I assume is by a Rocky statue.
Could you imagine, like, whatever? I think this guy said he worked at the library, and being like a librarian, someone's like, I want to help people learn to read or whatever. And this fucking Benjamin Netanyahu's golem comes, just takes the loudest, noisiest dumper in the fucking bathroom there, lumbers out, hands the color
Akimbo.
of freshly tilled earth. Yes.
Oh.
You know, just covered in shit. Because imagine, like, obviously he must have a rockin' derriere and probably that little sheet of toilet
This is
paper.
all too much for me.
And he just comes over and he gives you this. He gives you the limp.
And
My thing is like it's gross enough to like not like just wash your hands. Like even if you're like big hand man, just wash your hands.
He's probably got to go through one
But
of
if
those
he
car
really,
washes.
I will say this to you: if I buy your logic and he
I think
is
that's
too
the only
large, his
super
hands are too
right?
large for the tiny sink.
What was that?
Okay,
I was
you
gonna
have
say, I don't
knowledge
think
of
many
that. You
people are super
understand.
stupid.
Don't
Just
then
those two.
offer
Yeah.
your
Right.
dirty hand
A public servant, a
in
librarian.
a shake in a pandemic.
You're
It's
so
true.
right.
It's so true. You know what you should do is
He's gotta sing the happy birthday
shit
song.
in one toilet. You should shit in one toilet and then go to the next toilet and just put his
Oh,
hands
yeah,
in and sort of
definitely.
dip them.
Oh wait, so hold on. He doesn't shit in his own house?
Yes.
I think I was so like again, I was going hard eyes like Tweety birds flying around my
Sure.
head
Okay,
about
check.
just thinking about how
We're
big his
not gonna
hands
talk about
were.
Katie this game.
He has to shit outside of his house.
Well, probably not anymore.
Conduct unbecoming of a senator.
But here's the thing: that's not our only John Fetterman tip. Here, play the next one.
His shits are probably like fucking mudslides. Jesus
Hey,
Christ.
I work at a coffee shop about halfway between DC and Pennsylvania, and every few weeks or so, a certain senator by the name John Fetterman comes in, and he'll order a large cold brew, and he will bring his own heavy cream
No.
in like a side plastic cup, like from his car. I don't know. It's just a plastic cup filled with heavy cream.
No.
And so he'll mix that together. I just thought that was of note. And he doesn't tip, by the way.
No!
All right, thank you.
Okay, that's the least surprising thing about this entire call.
Fetterman doesn't tip. Listen, Sarah, I don't know if you follow politics, but Fetterman, since his stroke, has become quite the philo-Semite. He loves, well, one kind of Jew, the kind that loves Israel.
Right.
I think that perhaps his not tipping is his way of currying favor with us.
Ah, I see. But in fact, he's alienated the Menches.
Yes, and I will say this. Imagine a 10-foot tall grotesquerie lumbering into your coffee shop, both doors open. Boom.
Filthy
boom,
hands.
Boom. One hand, no, shit-covered hands. I'm sorry, it's the facts.
Under the fingernails, it's a reverse French tip.
You can see it in there, and he's got this just like red Solo cup full of heavy cream. And it's been in the car for a couple hours. It's maybe a little curdled.
But okay, I want to break this down for a second. Why? Why do you bring your own heavy
cream?
No. Who assumes a coffee shop doesn't have heavy cream? No one. A coffee shop has cream for your coffee.
But
why
he
would you
needs
bring your own? The only
heavy.
reason why is
Yeah.
because it's a specific type of heavy cream.
Yes.
Now, what type of heavy cream
His
is this?
fucking wife's. No. It's Giselle's.
No.
Oh.
It's either Lactaid.
Oh, no.
Could be. Again, trying to curry favor. So perhaps it's
I see.
Perhaps it's lactate milk. Or some sort of, or it's definitely not a nut milk variety because they'll have those.
No. No, heavy cream was specified here. So
No,
I'm
I
assuming
know.
a barista saw it go in and saw the viscosity and the thickness of it.
But it has to be a type of cream that you couldn't get, or
They
it's
don't
a
have
brand. He's
heavy.
brand loyal to something.
Right.
I'm
They
just
don't
trying to
have
break down
heavy
why you would.
cream at a coffee shop. That is like
So he's bringing whipping cream, or is he bringing half and half? Because those will look the same.
Well, he could be. I think we shouldn't discount the fact that.
Because if he's bringing heavy like whipping cream, that's fucking.
Well, it explains the
He said heavy
giant
cream.
industrial shits he has to take at the public library.
Exactly. This thing is going straight. Imagine this, like a 24-ounce iced coffee, half filled with heavy cream, and Fetterman's just hold
not
both
even a-
hands, hold it. It's a big gulp. He's just.
Oh my god, it's not even an iced coffee, it's a cold brew.
Cold
so he's getting
brew.
like fucking jacked up.
Yeah.
Plus the super heavy. Ugh.
And then I'll say this about John Fetterman. Obviously, this is a podcast where majority of people can't drive. John Fetterman can't drive either. I read this little Washington Post article about him recently about his driving because he just got in that car accident, right?
Oh no.
He did. Yeah.
Was
he
it
just-
a Justin Timberlake kind of event?
Well, I think in the sense that I think his brain was altered in some
I
way.
see. Okay.
Yes. Fetterman, since he, I believe, mostly since he got a stroke, he like speeds really crazy and like will like because he talks. I found out from this fucking New Yorker profile on him. Look at me, I'm reading the news. But I hate him, so I was like reading all about him. He communicates mostly via an iPad now.
Oh no.
Yeah, and
okay.
Because of the stroke.
Well,
wait, he types and then the iPad talks?
yes, and
Interesting.
and he does that while driving, and you know he's a two-hand typer on that.
You know what? I think that
Wait,
it's
who
probably
does he do
hard
it
to
to?
drive when your head's out of the sunroof because you're so damn tall.
That's
Wait,
true.
who's he talking to in the car?
Benjamin Netanyahu.
From the iPad.
I don't. At the reporter.
Wait. He's driving while typing on an iPad
Yeah.
so he can talk to somebody?
Yeah. Yes.
Why
correct.
doesn't he just talk later?
Because he can also speak. But
can.
He can. Yeah. I literally, again, he's in Israel right now. Just had an appearance with Netanyahu where they unveiled that he is apparently going to eat most of the Arab states around Israel. He is. I can't get us started on the Schumer track. Yeah, I mean, this tracks. He's drinking milk.
Oh, it's tough.
Let's go to this next one. We'll keep it in the little Politico sphere because I thought this one was very strange. I don't know what to make of it.
Hi, guys. I have an ex with reliable contacts inside the office of Minnesota Senator Amy Klobuchar. The senator has a compulsive obsession for honey. Not a euphemism. I mean the sticky sweetener made by bees. And for example, in a dinner meeting with former Governor Mark Dayton and then Lieutenant Governor Tina Smith at a fancy Twin Cities eatery, she could not keep her fingers out of the artisan honey pot on a charcuterie plate, licking it off and returning to the jar so often that Smith picked it up with a firm, "Let me get this out of your way here." Klobuchar has allegedly demanded staffers go through her house to track down stray plates of honey that she left behind in a rush to exit, including choice locations like her bed.
No!
The woman compulsively eats honey with her fingers.
No!
Full disclosure, yes, I definitely tried to get Ken Klippenstein to investigate this story in 2020, and he just laughed at me, but surely there is some abused staffer who is waiting to spill their guts with just a gentle nudge from the right media. I hope it's you guys.
No.
Oh, also, in 2006, I was in MSP, and I went up to Senator Dayton like a weird nerd, and he introduced me to his, quote, friend and colleague, Larry Craig. So I have met Larry Craig in the Minneapolis airport prior to his scandal. I have not been able to find any sources, but I have heard scuttlebutt that Dayton liked to have bisexual parties at his properties here in Minnesota, and I'm sure that he was involved with Craig in that way.
I don't know what to say about bisexual
I
parties.
guess that last item kind of sucked. You don't have to print that one.
No, that's good.
The first one, I'll go to my grave believing that Amy Klobuchar has a honey addiction.
That is so crazy.
I want to say I feel bad because in my head I'm like, she does sort of like anamorph so well into Winnie the Pooh that like you can really see just like the paw in the pot that she just can't get enough. The poor thing. I want to really quick just because this before we get to Amy Klobuchar because I need a second to kind of take this all in. Bisexual parties, I'm kind of like hung up on.
Bisexual
as
parties
a thing.
is crazy.
First of all, that is great, and I think that Brace, you need to steal that.
A bisexual
I guess I have bisexual parties.
Who doesn't?
I
Does
really
he
have
mean
parties.
orgy?
Yeah, I would
I know,
assume.
but bisexual
Well, I don't know,
party
'cause
just sounds very,
bisexual
like,
party is like, I guess there's
tame.
some chicks there.
Yeah.
It sounds kind of nice.
Bisexual parties?
It's
Woo,
great.
I just
think it
picture
sounds
like
great.
a bunch of like people in like American Apparel crop tops in a room
Yes.
going like, "Ooh."
Yeah. And everyone acknowledging each other, which
You know
is
what?
nice.
I bet those are the parties that the police come to with SWAT team, right?
Yeah.
Because they're like, we need to
Yeah.
stamp out bisexual. They need to erase it, and they never fucking will. That is so. Larry Craig, for those who don't know, was caught in the Minneapolis airport. I think it was the Minneapolis airport. Yeah, toe tapping under, trying to cruise, which is that is always I never really looked into
really
it.
A spot for that?
It was a pretty early.
The liminal space.
No, I remember the event.
It's like where I know it was really famous.
Yeah,
it was like a huge event.
Yeah, big moment for Jon Stewart, I believe.
But I'm like, in the airport you're cruising, like
yeah, that's why I'm curious. Is there like
where are you doing it?
I don't know. In SFO, they have like a meditation room. I could see there's
the lactation pods in some of them. You can hook up in the
party.
It's interesting because he was toe tapping. I think they set him up. I mean, it was like a sting, right?
But how do you sting that?
Because they had an undercover cop in the stall next to him.
No, but I mean, how do you know he's going to toe tap?
Because they go to the bisexual parties for undercover research, and at a bisexual party, the lighting's got to be crazy.
The lighting's got to be motherfucking crazy.
They have all of those phone-controlled LED color bulbs that you can like be like, look, I have an app for my light bulb, and I can make it pink, I can make it blue. Isn't that cool? And then everyone like leaves your party because no one wants to talk to you.
That is Tom Sandoval.
I think their point is
walking into Amy. We gotta talk about Amy.
I am
the
like
honey with the hands. Liz.
So my brain immediately goes to she has a disease.
Oh, like low blood sugar.
There's something but like this is like one of those things where you're like, okay, bring in Dr. House.
Right.
Because Dr. House is gonna come in with his crack team and be like, oh, there is a crazy symptom where you compulsively have to eat sugary honey like crazy, and you will literally you will kill. Like I could see Amy Klobuchar killing people who stood in the way of her getting to the honey pot, but it's because she has some like rare condition that only Hugh Laurie can tell us about on the reruns that are on FX or whatever.
Hugh Laurie or David Duchovny, and then we find out it's like she's a monster of the week, like X-Files character.
Oh, she's a bear. Like she's a bear that like
she is Winnie the Pooh,
or she's a skinwalker or something like that.
Right, and she like turns into honey, and that's how she travels because she slides through all the drains and vents and stuff like that.
Oh, I like that.
I mean, that's just the top of mind with that kind of running out for me.
It is a very specific and strange addiction,
right? Because it's like Kathy Ack chocolate,
right?
But it's Amy Ack honey,
and it's like this is stuff that gets on your hand. It gets all over.
Yes, famously.
You can't. It's not like, oh my god, I can't stop eating chips or something. I can't stop eating like something salty. I can't stop eating like I don't know what
honey.
But honey, it's all over you. It's on your clothes.
Yeah, in bed, Liz. What would you do if you walked into? You're like, I'm doing a wellness check on Brace, and you walked into my apartment, and my bed just had plates of honey. So I'm picturing like one of the,
a plate of honey.
You know how like
she said plate.
People will have plates where it's like there's like a lip around it, and then it kind of like is a slight depression. It's like I'm imagining that slight depression like cover. Have you ever made like when you have fruit flies to try to get them like to trap them? You make like the apple cider vinegar thing with the cup.
Good.
Yeah,
it's like that, but like she just has like these saran wrap things of honey with a little hole that she like digs it out of, and then drips it from like a claw thing to pick up a stuffed animal. Drips it into her mouth.
What if she has one of those like those like old school like honey like the honeycomb like stick things that you put in a honey pot, and then she has like different size ones where like so by her bed she has like a big one and she just drips it over. If I saw that, if I like came in and did a wellness check and you had pots of honey,
dude, if he's 70 and like super jacked, he's probably like he's either pumping something, Joey, or by forcing his body to be in like a jacked state. He's already showing
a conservative held seat to be able to see whether that phenomenon is being replicated across the country. And if it is, then it's entirely possible that not only she, but a whole suite of other conservative ministers, even someone, for example, like James Cleverly in Braintree, Priti Patel in Witham, and others, could be under threat. So we just need to wait and see exactly what those force seat like that to come in. We won't have one for some time.
And luckily on cue in Basildon and Billericay, we have one of those kind of seats coming up before too long. But for now,
It might be
I'm
time
going to
to
go
take a
back to our
closer look at
pollster
his
next for the
position
evening,
things,
Joe
but-
Twyman, in a few minutes, and we're going to go back over the numbers we've had confirmed so far, as well as try to look ahead into a Labour Watch event. You're listening to Britain Decides on LBC, and the time now is 11:46.
LBC.
That's all I care about.
Look at these other presidential candidates. They're not even spotters.
They couldn't even. They couldn't even. I'm thinking
4 years' time or so that says we're making progress. Let us finish the job. Don't go back to the chaos of the Conservatives. It's the oldest political campaign in the book in many ways. You have time for change. You have stay the course. Those are the two sort of key messages in elections, really. And Labour will want to run a stay the course campaign next time, I'm sure. And so part of that's being able to show there's a course that you need to stay to. And obviously Rishi Sunak hasn't been able to do that.
I really like this flow.
Kieran Pedley, thank you so. Thank you so much for joining me. I suddenly got Grace in my ear, but that's irrelevant to the people watching at home. Kieran, thank you for your time. We really do appreciate it.
Here's Michael.
I'm assuming Grace is going to appear at some point because I just heard her arrival. But I want to hear from you two. I spoke to John Trickett earlier, and he was talking about sort of the left needing to come up with a vision. Do you think the left are going to have any relevance in this parliament? I mean, a majority of 170, if that's what it turns out to be. I mean, that's a lot bigger than the Socialist Campaign Group, is one way of putting it.
Oh, Jimmy Carter.
Think that. I mean, I do think it will be interesting to see what happened in the seats where independents challenged Labour.
It's an opinion column, Joey.
Yeah.
Jimmy Carter was the last president to treat us like grown-ups.
True facts.
Very true.
I feel like I had a faster fusion rifle.
Slinky. What's up, buddy? Oh, come here.
Hmm.
What's up, Justin?
Nothing.
Sleepy Justin.
No, what? Who we talking about?
Sleepy Justin.
Justin who?
Sleepy Justin.
Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet.
Mom, why'd you have to take me to Supercuts? This haircut looks horrible.
I had a coupon. You look good, honey.
This gender reveal went pretty poorly.
What are you gonna do while he's out and about, passed out, bedtime 8 p.m.? What are you gonna get done after 8 p.m.?
It's 8 p.m. Do you know where your political candidates are?
Humans are pretty simple creatures.
Didn't you see Justin getting crunk this weekend? He bought an entire 4-pack.
Yeah, bro, it's gonna get wild. Just wait.
Is that what you're doing after 8 p.m.?
He drank half of one and went to sleep last night.
I drink the whole thing.
I cannot stand for this slander from my political opponents. I drank a whole 1 beer. Nah, you had the right one. It was bedtime. Although you did miss, and I think Jared already told you, the great Minecraft debugging of 2024.
I mean, honestly, I wish I would have seen it, but I'm glad I missed it because that would have been crazy.
Did Jared tell you what happened?
He said that like he was trying to pump milk into the inventory system.
Yeah.
And John like placed a block, and the server just instantly crashed. Yeah. That is pretty wild. I'm glad you guys figured that out, though. I would have been useless in that situation.
Wait, did Jared tell you what happened while we were doing it? Like after it crashed? Like when we were trying to get it back?
Yeah, well, he said you guys like tried, you like reverted, and the last save was like from like a week ago or something.
It was from Monday.
Oh, okay. And then
it was the 3 days.
Yeah, so then he said that like John's like, okay, I'm gonna go into the code. Then like John went through the code and deleted the block, or like deleted the block or whatever. But then I guess Jared said like it ended up deleting the whole chunk, so our base was gone.
It wasn't the chunk, it was a region, which is like a 16 by 16 chunks or something like that. But it was the funniest moment because I got him to screen share while we were helping him debug.
Mm-hmm.
He booted up the server and he's like, I'm in a wall, that's kind of weird. He punched his way out and the face was gone. Entirely gone. No John Factory. Everything was deleted and reset to default.
That's funny.
Wait, I hate this map.
Oh.
No.
How did you guys even figure it out to debug it?
So John in the crash log was able to see the block location,
Oh.
and then he downloaded the server files, and we went through them, and the world is split into regions, and then the regions are split into chunks. And then in the chunk, there's a list of block entities. So we like figured out the coordinates, figured out what region that mapped to, figured out what chunk that mapped to, then went in there, because he downloaded some like NBT editor thing, which is how Minecraft saves the world files and stuff.
That's fucking crazy.
So then we went in there, and then he was going through the list of blocks until we found the one that was at the location, and then we just deleted it. But then he re-uploaded it, and for whatever reason, when he re-uploaded that NBT file, for that region only, it showed up as 0 bytes, like empty.
Oh.
So that's why I kept resetting it. So we had to he renamed the file and named it .zip, and then it uploaded okay. I don't know, it's stupidest stuff. But that was like a server hosting issue, right? Like we did fix it. It's just we couldn't get the proper file in the proper location for a little bit.
That's still crazy though.
I'm really happy that we fixed it. And it actually wasn't that bad, relatively speaking. And now we know. Next time one of you annoys us, the easiest way to show you what's going on is to stop the server, wipe out the region file, and then boot back in and it's gone.
This Triple J guy has spawn killed me 4 times already.
Get good, nerd. I don't know.
I don't even know if I have a single kill yet. I'm gonna get killed in the back again.
Zone C lost. The pack is hunting you. Stand strong.
Okay, so what's it going to take here to break the drought
to
if you're
not
Toronto?
stop the capture and then run right in front of him.
Not bad. Not
Joey.
That was a horrific version of the Journey Classic.
Kevin Love, leaned upon by Stevenson, throws him around like a rag doll. His nickname was Born Ready,
Doing it wrong.
but apparently it was born yesterday because
Does he need to be sniping, camping, or shotgun?
He's not ready for this one. Let's see him replay.
Kind of at a loss for words there, aren't you?
Oh, man, I'm telling you, this one referee just started shaving last week.
Try to trap him. Campaign lets it go.
That's the ugliest shot in the history of ugly shots.
Last night against the Nuggets. 3 ball in the air is good. Or
Exactly. Exactly.
over the next couple of days, we got a game against. Oh my goodness! My word! What's this all about? Yeah, it was Kevin Knox, folks. Probably don't want me to identify him, but I got to.
On the blow by Clarkson.
Nope, can't.
Tipped
Don't
up,
even peek
and
it.
Jokic
Don't even
gets
peek it. Nope, you're playing it wrong.
Millsap had it knocked away.
Can't be, Joey.
A lot of
Hide around
transition.
corners.
And Mitchell missed the layup underneath on the reverse. Wow.
That would have changed the way this half felt.
Grant left everything short with the left hand. We're going up and down here, Doris.
Yeah, scoring has slowed down a little bit. A little careless pass for the second time by Donovan.
Mitchell just threw it away. Porter Jr. missed the alley-oop, and it's looking like LA Fitness at 3 o'clock right now.
Looked like he was on black ice out there the way he was sliding. Oh, my goodness. Did he actually think he's going to get away with it? Look. Oh, my goodness.
Hey, we got anti-lock brakes on that system there?
Man, I do not know.
You ever seen that?
And then he looked at the ref like, are you really going to call that? Your name's not LeBron. Very seldom call this. Look. Look at that. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Hey, buddy, did you bring a passport with you? Oh, my goodness. Oh, wow.
That is the first career traveling violation on LeBron James. That is not fact-checked, by the way.
Oh, wow.
But he is one turnover away from his 10th turnover, which would give him a dubious. But there it is! Oh, my goodness, 10 turnovers for James Harden! A quadruple-double! That's history, folks.
Take a look at Melo's D. Normally, that would be an oxymoron.
It's never too late to learn, right? In his 18th season.
One more bucket or one more stop. Trace Jackson Davis. Oh! He put the entire country of France in the basket. Take that 8-foot wingspan with you.
And a desperate Portland team Wednesday. How desperate? They just signed Carmelo Anthony.
Did he lose a bet?
The back. My goodness.
That's a foul.
How did you not call
At least
that?
he didn't kick him in the crotch this time.
Let's just say that's not the worst shot Jordan Poole has taken to the face.
There's something wrong with you, man. But that wasn't friendly fire.
Played for the Clippers for 3.5 years. He got a big contract extension when, his dad was the coach. It seemed to work out all right.
You saying there's some nepotism there?
I'm just saying, if you're going to give the money.
Oh, what?
It's okay. You can do it. It's my hat. Go ahead.
Over here, where there's kids around.
Oh, man.
Hi, kids. Hold up.
Hat down, hat down.
And then there was a fight, and you rarely see a Super Bowl end like that where there were actually punches. You threw a couple of punches, I think.
I don't think I did.
Yeah, you did. Yeah. In fact, I think we have the video.
Roger. No, I did not.
Now, let's see. Now, you're number 87. And there you
Let's see.
Yeah. Well, they started it, in fairness.
Oh.
Yeah. So that happened.
Ooh.
Have you not seen that yet?
Oh.
What started that fight?
Roger, that wasn't me. Don't find me.
What was
really great. I've been riding dirt bikes. I've been training really hard. I can vroom, vroom really good. I can ride that bike like no other. And my speed is up there. I got 3 now.
You got 3 now.
I got a good story about the 3.
Okay, tell us.
All right. Because I only had 1, but now I have 3. I'll tell you how.
Tell us how, bro.
Oh, are we live right now?
Yeah, we're live.
All right. So my friends and I, we were chilling, and I only played half the season the year we got number 2. So we were hanging out, and we all decided I have 1.5 rings because I only played half that season. That one, the time we won it the second time. And they said that rounds down for some reason to 1. And they said if I get 2 rings, that means I get another ring, I'll have 2.5, and that rounds up to 3 , baby. So there you go. I got 3 rings now, baby. Woo!
I mean, I've never been great at math.
I don't know what you just said, but
Me neither, but I got 3 rings
you
now.
got 3 rings.
That's all I meant.
Let me tell you something about Julian. First off, he calls himself the squirrel. You want to know why he calls himself the squirrel? Because he is a squirrel. He's furry. He's furry. He's cute. He's elusive. He's feisty. And most importantly, whenever he gets a chance, he gets that nut. Just like he gets a first down. Just like he gets the touchdown. Just like he'll give you a catch when you need it.
What? WWF. I'm ready to play. Put us in.
Impression. I mean, no way is he gonna swing a Lombardi trophy.
A little strange. We're thinking he's not gonna swing the bat. He's not gonna do it. And literally at the last second, when 11 throws the ball, we see 87 go from a batting position to a bunt. If anybody could do it and get away with it, it'd be Mr. Gronkowski himself.
Are you serious? I don't want to work with him no more. Why is he here? Why are you here? What is wrong with you? You're mentally imbalanced. This nut right here that broke the... You know how hard it is to get them Browns?
The trade never went through. Can you
believe that?
Yeah,
they're going to trade you?
Yeah, I got traded. I told that story before last year.
I never heard that.
Yeah, and then I was like, oh, no, I'm retired. How can you trade me? And I stayed on the Patriots.
No, hold on.
The whole time. It's a small world after all. I did it with my mom in February.
Let us know where the party is.
It's actually at an aquarium.
Oh.
Our after party, so there's going to be like fishes. Hopefully there's some sharks, some whales.
Right.
I'll go swimming with them.
I bet
Why
you will.
not? I'm a tank. I belong in that fish. I belong in that fish tank.
Yes, you do.
Because I'm a tank.
Please get help.
Reincarnated, I was stargazing. Life goes on, I need all my babies. Woke up looking for the broccoli. High key, keep a horn on me, that could my seat. High peak, ownership, the blueprint is by me. Mr. Get Off, I get off at my feet.
What's the password?
I see dead people.
You late.
Aye, monster on the beat, ho, Debo, any rap nigga, he a free throw, man down, call like Amber Lambs, tell him breathe, bro, nail a nigga to the cross, he walk around like Tizo. What's up with these jabroni ass niggas trying to see Compton? The industry can hate me, fuck them all and they mama. How many options you really got? I mean, it's too many options. I'm finna pass on this body, I'm John Stockton. Beat your ass and hide the Bible if God watching. Sometimes you gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up to score with him. Walk him down whole time, I know he got some hoe in him. Pull on him, extort shit, bully the flow on him. Say Drake, I hear you like I'm young. You better not ever go to cell block 1. To any bitch that talk to him and they in love, just make sure you hide your little sister from him. They tell me Chubb's the only one that get your hand-me-downs. And party at the party playing with his nose now. And Baca got a weird case, why is he around? Certified lover boys, certified pedophiles. Wop, 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 wop. That fuck him up. Wop, 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 wop. I'ma do my stuff. Why you trolling like a bitch, ain't you tired? Tryna strike a chord, and it's probably A minor. They not like us, they not like us, they not like us. They not like us, they not like us, they not like us. You think the Bay gon' let you disrespect Pac, nigga? I think that Oakland show gon' be your last stop, nigga. They cold foul, I don't know why you still pretending. What is the owl? Bird niggas and bird bitches, go. The audience not dumb, shape the stories how you want. Hey Drake, they're not slow. Rabbit hole is still deep, I can go further, I promise. Ain't that something? P-Rest, that's for bitchin'. You Malibu most wanted, ain't no law boy, you ball boy. Fresh Gatorade or something. Since 2009, I had this bitch jumping. You niggas will get a wedgie, be flipped over your boxes, or over your foe. The other vaginal option, pussy. Nigga better straighten they posture. Got famous all up in content. Might write this with a doctrine. Tell a pop star quit hiding. Fuck a caption, won't action. No accident, I'm hands on. He fuck around, get polished. Fucked on Wayne Grow, he was in jail. That's conniving. Then get his face tatted like a bitch apologizing. I'm glad D-Rose came home, y'all didn't deserve him neither. From Alondra down to Central, nigga better not speak on Serena. And your homeboy needs subpoena. That predator moving flocks. That name gotta be registered and placed on neighborhood watch. I lean on you niggas like another line of walk. Yeah, it's all eyes on me and I'ma send it up the pot. Ay, put the roll label on me, I'ma get them dropped. Ay, sweet chin music and I won't pass the ox. Ay, how many stocks do I really have in stock? Ay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus 5. Ay, devil is a lie, here 69 God. Ay, freaky ass niggas need to stay their ass inside. Ay, roll their ass up like a fresh pack of Zod. Ay, city is back up, it's a must, we outside. Ay. They not like us, they not like us, they not like us. They not like us, they not like us, they not like us. Once Once upon a time, all of us was in chains. Homie still double down, calling us some slaves. Atlanta was the mecca, building railroads and trains. Bear with me for a second, let me put y'all on game. The settlers was using town folk to make them rich and fast forward 2024, you got the same agenda. You run to Atlanta when you need a check balance. Let me break it down for you, this the real nigga challenge. You caught Future when you didn't see the club. What, little baby help you get your lingo up. What, 21 get your false street cred. Thug make you feel like you a slime in your head. What, Quavo said you can be from Northside. What, 2 Chainz say you good but he lied. You run to Atlanta when you need a few dollars. No, you not a colleague, you a fucking colonizer. The family matter and the truth of the matter. Here was God's plan to show y'all the liar. He a fan, he a fan, he a fan. He a fan, he a fan, he a freaky ass nigga, he a 69 God. Freaky ass nigga, he a 69 God. Hey, 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 run for your life. Hey, 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 run for your life. Freaky ass nigga, he a 69 God. Freaky ass nigga, he a 69 God. Hey, 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 run for your life. Hey, 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 run for your life. Let me hear you say OV ho. Say OV ho. Then step this way, step that way. Then step this way, step that way. Are you my friend? Are we locked in? Then step this way, step that way. Then step this way, step that way.
Zone B lost. You captured Zone C. 2 zones are yours.
Focus on one guy, another guy comes out of nowhere.
Zone C lost.
Second you look away, it's always the second person.
Zone C captured. You have the advantage. Press on.
It's DJ Mai Tai on the mix.
Zone A captured. 2 zones are yours. Good.
So annoying.
And on the other end, how would you rate your defense tonight?
You tell me, man. I'm gonna know something about you. How would you rate my defense tonight? Be honest. There's no wrong answers.
Be honest.
Be honest. I can accept that.
You know, Kevin, there was talk about you coming back for the playoffs last year. So you really just been working on your game, trying to get back your timing and conditioning, really, to be honest, correct?
Yeah. Chris, will the Clippers be back here Sunday playing a Game 7?
What?
Your feeling about, your level of confidence that you'll be back here again.
What you think? I'm on the team. What you want me to say? Nah, it's over. I mean, that's what you want to hear? Yes. Come on, man. You've been doing this long enough. Seriously, right?
If you can expand upon that.
No, I don't know. Everybody in here laughing for a reason.
On a loose ball and got thrown into the front row. Bunch of drinks got spilled, I think. It seemed like the bench kind of enjoyed that. I'm curious kind of what they said to you when you walk back over there?
I asked Brown if that was his Lobos over there, because it smelled horrible.
I'm an investor, bro. What you
It don't mean it don't taste good.
A Rocket had back-to-back 43-point games was back in 1982. Moses Malone.
I wasn't even born there. Rest in peace. I wasn't even born there, no. Hall of Famer.
But you got your rhythm going now. Thanks, James.
Kawhi Jonathan Show, Dia TV. If the Raptors win the NBA title, what do you think this will mean for Canada and the Toronto Raptors? You've already won with the San Antonio Spurs. You've seen the way it impacted that community. What do you think this will do for Canada?
I'm really not sure. I guess you really have to ask somebody on the street or one of our fans.
Skills to successfully fake out your opponents multiple times. And in the second quarter, you made a jump shot where your body was turned like 180 degrees away from the basket. It was just an amazing shot. You're always making these spectacular moves within a split second. Do you anticipate doing them, or is it just a second nature to you? Like, do you just not even have to think about it?
The way you explain it, you need to be around more often. I'll just try to go out and do the best way I can.
Russell, things got a little contentious between you and Patrick Beverley. Can you talk about, kind of what happened there?
Oh, yeah, he was talking about he was first team all defense, but I didn't know what the hell he was talking about because I had 42 at the time. The series, I don't know what he talking about. Maybe he was dreaming of some shit. I don't know. Sorry, excuse my cuss word, but I don't know what he was talking about, but I guess he wanted to be first team all defense or something. Maybe he was dreaming about it.
But now it shocked me because he said he looked up and said, "No one can guard me. I got 40 points." I'm like, "That's nice." He took 34 shots to get it. No, I'm not out there trying to bash anybody, but men lie, women lie, but the numbers don't. He's Kevin Durant.
I promise we tried.
We didn't roll over. And we didn't just say, "Hey, man, you know what? Just come on, give us 50 tonight." Of course not. He's a hell of a player. The shots he took, he made some tough shots.
Does that?
They call him the godfather of soul, Mr. Dynamite, and the hardest working man in showbiz. But very soon, he may be known as the Defendant. Grammy-winning soul singer James Brown is about to embark on a South American tour, but it's this tour that prompted his latest brush with the law. Brown says that he and his wife had an argument because she wasn't going on the tour with him. Adrian Brown and South Carolina police say that in the argument, it resulted, as a matter of fact, in Brown assaulting his wife with a lead pipe and firing a gun at a car that she was in. These are charges that Brown denies. He was released yesterday on $15,000 bond. He joins us from Atlanta to discuss the charges, and we welcome you, James Brown. How did all of this trouble begin?
Living in America. There's nothing wrong.
Nothing wrong at all? You're not in any difficulty, but you're out on bond.
No, I'm not.
Have all the charges been dropped?
Yeah, I'm out on love.
Well, are you out on love or out of love? Which is it?
Out on love. Alone from night to night, you find me.
Now, James, this isn't the first time you and your wife have had a problem. Are the two of you going to be able to work this out?
Let's talk about some music.
You want to talk about music, and you don't want to talk about what happened?
No, it's all over.
Well, let's talk about your tour. When are you leaving?
We're leaving tomorrow.
And where are you going?
Rio de Janeiro and Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Now, your fans will have read all about this, James. Aren't you concerned about that?
No, Dankeschön. I'm concerned because there's nothing wrong.
And what are you going to say to your fans when they ask you some questions about it?
I'm going to say I feel good. Papa's got a brand new bag. It's a man's world.
Well, that's the second time we've heard that in 2 days. That's very interesting. Now, don't leave us, James. You stay right there. We have more that we have to talk about. Well, tell us a little bit about what you're going to be doing on this tour.
What'd you say?
What are you going to be doing on this tour?
I'm going to be
Where
doing
you-
Papa's Got a Brand New Bag, Living in America, Sex Machine, get up off of that thing. I feel good. Jam.
Now, I understand that you have
real.
already... James, I have to ask you one serious question here. I understand you already have started divorce proceedings. Does that mean that you're now eligible?
Yes, I'm singing. I want to mingle.
You want to mingle?
Yeah.
Now, the women love you when you get out there. Why do you think that is?
What'd you say?
The women love you when you get out there.
Why is that, ladies?
Well, I'm asking you.
Huh? Because
Why
I
do you
look
think
good.
that is? You
I
look
smell
good.
good. I
Yes.
feel good.
And you sing good.
And make love good.
Oh. Well, there we are. We don't have to ask anybody else. We got that from the source. There you are. Now, you're involved in publishing a gospel magazine. Tell us a little bit about that.
The Second Coming. It's out of Augusta, Georgia, the anchor. Joseph P. Young is the editor, and James Ryan, one of the advisors. And we're doing a fantastic job. The Second Coming. It features, on this week, I think we have the Pope and I believe the Williams brothers.
Mm-hmm.
And next week we're going to have Reverend Al Sharpton, I think, on the cover.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll be doing a lot of good things, and hopefully we'll get Brother Ted Turner on the cover. Ted, where you at?
James, we want to thank you for being with us today
Wait
and
a
giving
minute,
us an
I just got
opportunity.
here.
Oh, is there something more you want to say that we haven't
I want
covered?
to say a lot of things.
Okay,
I
go
love
ahead.
You. I love America. I love everybody.
Well,
I feel good.
It sounds to me as though you're not troubled by any of this at all.
This is a man's world.
Thanks for reminding us of that. Every once in a while, we forget.
Get up
but
off
we've
of that
remembered again. James, good luck on your tour. Thanks for being with us. I guess we're going to hear lots more.
Hasta luego.
Okay, hasta luego. There you are. There you are. There you are.
So!
Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over. Don't let up till it's over.
I worry that because a lot of my songs are stupid, that people are going to leave my show.
A stirring victory.
and all this. Oh, you're so good and all that. Well, if you I'll stop walking. The dogs are looking out because of the fireworks, so I was playing some calming dog music video. I told you, it's been going off since like noon. Dude, you're telling me.
Hey, bud, what's up?
You captured Zone A. Opponent claimed Zone
Justin's talking to his dog.
Kyle?
DAWG. He said, "Hey bud, what's up?" With the way that I say it to my dog, like the dog they walk in my room. I'm like, "Hey bud, what's going on?"
Opponent claimed Zone B.
Oh, he's gone to the dark side with a shotgun.
I have, and my KDA has never gone higher.
That's what I told you: camping, shotgun, and sniping.
You captured Zone C. You have the advantage.
This map does kind of suck with shotguns, though, because it's almost all open. Hit him with the...
Oh, I like this pulse.
I'm waiting.
Day one.
It doesn't have much bounce. It's such
We
a
are
fun
a
game.
nation in decline. We are a failing nation. We are a nation where fentanyl and other forms of illegal drugs are easier to get
Jokes on you, they were throwing it at your
groceries
shadow.
to feed our beautiful families. We have become a drug-infested, crime-ridden nation. We will institute the powerful death penalty for drug dealers. Mothers will never again be forced to watch
go
their
go
children
here.
overdosing and
Iron
hopelessly
banana
dying in the arms of screaming.
Monkey together strong. Ignore the dude who jumped over you.
We are a nation whose once revered airports are dirty, crowded mess, where ticket prices have tripled. They don't have the pilots to fly the planes. They don't have the qualified air traffic controllers. And they just don't know what the hell they're doing. It was hard-working patriots like you who built this country, and it's hard-working patriots like you who are going to save our country. 2024 is our final battle. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. And we will make America great
What happens if
again.
you shoot it?
Let's indict them.
Dude, be sniping.
Somebody's coming behind me. Oh now. I walked into dusk.
If you were a real chat. Holy. Did he kill 3?
Yeah, that's how many people can...
Joey, when you walked through the dusk and couldn't see, you should have just grappled onto the dude. It's okay. Zoinks!
Wait, what?
It's a teammate.
Yeah, but the red was quite... See, he's freaking out too. The red was quite on us.
Yeah, he was like under.
Yeah. Me and my teammate both just started like looking around like what's happening.
Are they pretty move? Merciful? Actually, very good. See, now I'm gonna put the time music back. Well, Trouble's doesn't really care. I think as he's downstairs in Sam's bed, and I'd be over. Come on. Jared doesn't usually let the dogs anything. Or if he would spill more drinks. The one Abby's dog, Ezzy, likes to go in there, and he always finds the bottle that he's supposed to have. He will, like, dig through a pile of water bottles and pull out the one soda bottle, or, like, you know. Yep.
We cannot be complicit in this atrocity. And this cruel war, it must be defeated.
It's okay.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. But I tell you what, I don't know about you, but I'm going to go to bed.
Andrew Tate, Ibrahim Boustati. Round one, fight.
I like living in countries where corruption is accessible for everybody. I find it offensive that a police officer in England will stop me for speeding and then refuse to take a bribe. But if you're a billionaire, or if you're Boris Johnson, you can go to Epstein's Island, you can fucking throw parties during COVID, you can do whatever the fuck you want, right? If corruption exists, which it does, let us all play. Why do only they get to play and I don't get to play?
This is not your bottom of the barrel virus.
guys are asking me how you get rich. I'll tell you how you get rich. You go to CobraTape.com and you join Hustlers University. Buckle the fuck up. This is the smartest thing you've ever done, because this is the first time where I'm going to lay down all of my knowledge in the world. I've always been rich, but I'm not just rich because of money. You have to understand, I'm rich because of a bunch of things that money cannot buy. Like, my life is GTA. I don't need to play a game for GTA. If I want a gun, I'll fucking buy it. If I want a car, I'll fucking buy it. I want a bitch, I'll get her. It's me. I am GTA.
Bro, how are you calling him a loser? He's like a 5-time kickboxing champion. He has like a $30 million net worth.
The reason 18 and 19-year-olds are more attractive than 25-year-olds is because they've been through less dick. If you lose in the game, you get another chance. In life, you get one shot. But if you get some balls, that's what life is a game.
But that's not lame. Like, he's saying a lot of the shit that needs to be heard.
Women are the true currency of ballers. Fuck money, it's women. As a business, your primary concern is always making money.
If anybody deserves to be cocky, it's kind of him.
Everything must happen instantly, quickly, fast, speed, attack. Hitler conquered Europe with blitzkrieg. You need to go quickly, because females have no innate responsibility or honor. How can I feel depression when I've smashed and destroyed 68 people's faces in front of me, men who thought they could test me in fair combat? How can I feel depressed? It's impossible. Do you understand?
Bro, you got like the best fucking mentality, like brain, like ethic I've ever seen in my fucking life. What the fuck?
Bro, it's Andrew. It's a polarizing situation. It looks like you're on the side of the resistance. So, you're on the Nebuchadnezzar with us, broadcasting pirate signals into the Matrix. If I'm Morpheus, you can be Neo.
You're talking about spending money. I'm talking about making money. So as a hustler, you always have to be about making money. And females are an asset. So when I realized I had all these assets, I had to find a way to monetize the assets. I knew some street pimps. I've known them for a long time. Straight street pimping is a completely... In fact, no, it's not a completely different game. The psychological aspect is the same of what we're going to do. The skill I'm going to teach you is exactly the same. I could easily translate mine to a street business, and you could easily street pimp with the things I'm going to teach you. Your goal is to inspire a girl to make money and give you the money. So the way you're going to do that is you have to have some element of influence. And I had a separate phone with all my girls' guys in that phone, and I kept control of it. You don't let your girl have this, because if your girl ever runs off and leaves you, you don't want her to have an address book of all the guys she can get money from. It's important. I'm telling you, it's a very important element, that control. So I end up with all these chicks just stuck in their house, sitting there, bored, completely in love with me. And of course, they don't go out. They're not allowed out. You stay in the house. You don't go nowhere. You're not, no restaurants, no clubs, economics, and the way societies work would look at society and say, you know what, a society with brave, strong men who are full of honor and duty, are there going to be a safer societies overall? So time will prove me right, but I have nothing against the guy. He's fine.
Andrew, I've seen some of your work as you're doing the rounds on Twitch here. And a lot of the things that you said that you've been called out on, specifically in regards to like women driving, are just generally untrue. There's no empirical evidence to back up those claims, which is why you resort to anecdotes quite frequently.
I can say the world is round and there'll be a percentage of people who disagree with me. That's totally and utterly fine. I come on here and talk about my own personal experiences, and my experiences, men are better drivers than women.
No. You're misunderstanding what I'm saying. There is a truth, and then there is your own personal experiences backed by anecdotes, right?
No, listen. You're deriving your truth from an internet study. That's fine. The truth of life is the truth that you experience as an individual. That is the only truth that we all live within. You live within your truths, I live within my truths, because these are the truths I've experienced as an individual. People are listening to me and they're either agreeing with me or not.
I know, but you're still wrong, and that's the problem. And then, you know, well, if you just completely devalue empirical evidence, the entirety of the insurance industry that relies on making these sorts of calculations to ensure that these quotes are as profitable as possible, which ends up charging men higher rates than women, is a statistical likelihood that men are more dangerous drivers than women and get into more car accidents across the board. If you're going to look at all of that and say it doesn't matter because that does not correspond to my own personal experiences, then you're silly. You're being silly. You're being a silly person. If everyone thought like you did, right, we would have no scientific achievements on this planet. We would still be living inside a fucking cave.
Everyone's saying kick you. You've come on here deciding you really want to stick up for the chicks, and maybe, you know, one of them will drive over to your house. It's cool. We've got better things to talk about.
Look, let's be real. I don't think I need to be a male feminist to be able to attract women, okay?
It all makes sense to me now. You believe what you're told to believe. You don't believe your own eyes. You don't believe your own ears. And that's why you're going to sit here and talk about empirical evidence that you found on Google. Cool. If you believe everything that's on Google, that is your prerogative, my friend. And if you think that makes you sound smart in the modern world to say that I read a piece of paper that tells me to believe X, so I believe X, and I ignore my own personal experiences, And you think
I'm
that
not
makes you
asking
sound-
you to ignore your own personal experiences. I'm simply asking you to look at the data.
So let's change the subject because you've just proven your point completely.
Okay. Do you believe the Earth is flat? Oh, he took his headphones off?
He gets very stressed sometimes and, takes his headphones off.
Yeah, it's cool. Andrew, do you believe the Earth is flat or round? Spherical? Globe?
Round.
You believe it's round, right? But when you walk outside, it feels like it's flat.
Brother, and I respect...
It looks flat, it feels flat, but you believe it's round. Why do you believe the Earth is round?
Because I have personal experience that would prove to me that the Earth is round.
Oh, you have personal experience. What happened? Did you go up to the fucking moon? Is that how you figured it out?
Exactly. I flew up into space, and I looked down on Earth, and I saw a big circle.
That's crazy.
And a tide in politics, and 14 years is a long period for any party to occupy.
Light Guardian. What do you need?
Oh, this is going to be even worse. I guarantee it.
It's President Biden's
Come back safe, Hunter. You're one of the good ones.
Are you ready?
And the lead is close to 2 seconds here for Owen Lloyd, the senior from North Carolina State. He's 25 yards away from the ACC championship.
Here he goes, pulling a Bobby Fink, sprinting the last 50. Love to see it.
Owen Lloyd, the senior from Chapel Hill, North Carolina. You are an ACC champion of 1650. Teammate Ross Dant finishes second.
You can see everybody is on their feet right now. This is exciting.
Ilya Suburtsev from Louisville grabbed third place.
Get on that lane line, son. You earned it. Congratulations amongst teammates. They work hard together in and out of the water every single day. Such a great friendship, relationship that you have with your teammates.
NC State only building on their big lead. With the 1-2 finish, Louisville grabbing third.
Go Pack, baby.
And with Plage finishing fourth, the Wolfpack have 3 of the top 4 spots.
That was a great race by every single gentleman in the pool.
That's a personal best time, too, for Lloyd at 14:37.04, beating his lifetime best by over 4 seconds.
Woo! That's a way to go, man.
So NC State adding yet another gold, another silver, and they are wearing out the track to the podium here in Greensboro. Came into the day with a huge advantage on the overall standings. Remember, that includes the diving on the men's side and the swimming.
What? Whoa, whoa, wait a minute. Hold on. They're just saying that Owen Lloyd was disqualified. What is happening? You're seeing the displeasure from Dant, his teammate. Oh no, I'm gonna cry.
Well, we're getting this news live as you heard it from the PA announcer.
I don't know what he could have done. I really don't. We need clarification.
We will hear at some point from the referees to get the decision.
He's talking to his coach right there, Braden.
That's Braden Holloway, the coach, speaking with Owen Lloyd, who just went from one of the great moments in his sporting life to obviously the other side. And on the board, his teammate now, Ross Dant, is listed number 1 as the winner. Ross, this is a strange one, I know, for you. Congratulations on one hand. Do you have any idea what happened and your emotions right now?
I think that's the dumbest rule in swimming. Owen beat me fair and square. He should be on that toe of the podium. He was excited. That's a huge win for him, right? He earned that. He earned that, and that's his emotion, right? That's what we get in the sport of swimming when we do well. We train all year for a moment like that, and to have him disqualified, I think, is the dumbest thing ever.
Do you mind
He
if
works so hard every day. He is going to be on that #1 trophy. I am not going to stand up there.
Ross, do you mind if I ask you what rule did he break? We haven't even heard of up here.
When Whenever you win, you're not allowed. Well, the other teams, or excuse me, the other swimmers are still swimming. You have to stay in your own lane. You're not allowed to jump or cross over the lane line into someone's lane. And in this celebration, which he earned, he came over to my lane.
Oh my God.
No, he earned that fair and square. He will be getting that medal.
Ross, well done.
Thank you, Ross.
Thank you.
Thank you for spending some time with us, giving us the insight there on that technical ruling.
You can hear the crowd.
So there was still a lot of time. They were over 50 yards ahead of most of the combatants, and this is the point we're talking about with this technicality.
But that's what you do.
Big Duke 6. God damn it! I'm on the tree line bomb!
Big Duke 6, roger, 013, stand by.
Bomb in the Stone Age, son! Hey, son, no! No, man, no! All right, now, let me take care of this. All right? Get that out of here!
Sorry.
Me now. All right.
No, man, sorry.
Jimmy!
512, 013, roger. They need some napalm down in the tree line. Can you get twisted around time to put it down here? Right, 13, you were fixing fuck with it. What's target? I'm gonna press some mortar fire off the tree line down there. Roger, here we go. Good. Give it all you got. Bring in all your ships. Wing abreast.
Anybody give me my chopper? Get him back to the hospital. Yes, sir. No. You gotta go with him. Come on, go! Get it out of here! And tell my guys I'm on my board!
Big Duke 6, this is 013. The jet's being by now. There, you got about 30 seconds to on station. Get your people back and head down. This is gonna be a big one.
Don't worry. We'll have this place cleaned up and ready to Jimmy, son. Don't you worry. Give me those shorts. Picture from the air cab. A present for me and the boys. I want to see you do your stuff, Bill. Out there. Hey. Son, nothing else in the world smells like that. I love the smell of napalm in the morning. You know, one time we had a hail bomb for 12 hours. When it was all over, I woke up. We didn't find one of them, not one stinking dink body. The smell, you know, that gasoline smell, the whole hill. It smelled like victory. Someday this war's gonna end.
But who was to blame? All the experts had an answer.
Angry, heavy metal subculture. Where were the parents?
Violent movies.
South Park.
Video games.
Television. Entertainment. Satan. Cartoons. Film. Society.
Toy guns. Drugs.
Shock rocker. Marilyn Manson.
Marilyn Manson.
Marilyn Manson.
Marilyn Manson.
Marilyn Manson.
Marilyn Manson has canceled the last 5 dates of his U.S. tour out of respect for those lost in Littleton. But the singer says artists like himself are not the ones to blame.
This is perhaps the sickest group ever promoted by a mainstream record.
Zone C lost. The pack is hunting you. Stand strong. It's almost over. Don't let them have it easy. 3 minutes left. Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over. Zone A captured. Opponent claimed Zone C. Not this time. You're a guardian. What's defeat to you? Dust off and fight again. Iron Banner. Prove you're ready for what comes. Zone A captured. Opponent claimed Zone B. Zone C captured. Zone advantage is yours. Zone A lost. Your opponent pulled ahead. Captured Zone B. You have the advantage. Press on. Zone C lost. captured Zone C. You have the advantage. Press on. Zone A captured. Everything is yours. Relish this time.
Company.
After Columbine, it seemed that the entire focus on why the shootings occurred was because the killers listened to Marilyn Manson. If you were to talk directly to the kids at Columbine or the people in that community, what would you say to them if they were here right now?
I wouldn't say a single word to them. I would listen to what they have to say, and that's what no one did.
I don't understand why you pick Catholicism, why you go with the cross, with God, with the Pope. To me, she has lost her religion because of listening to him as well as other musicians. She's not a Catholic anymore. She has no religion anymore, and that's what's bothering me.
Well, it could be because it was your religion and maybe it wasn't supposed to be hers.
Okay.
And that most children don't understand what you're doing and why you're using the F word and why you're acting bizarre. And this can be very, very troubling to children who don't have direction, who don't have responsible parents.
Anything can be misinterpreted. People can look at Christ on a cross and think, this is an image of murder, this is violent, this has sexual imagery in it. And I think it's my job as an artist to be out there pushing people's buttons and making them question everything. And I respect you for challenging me, and that's why I came on the show.
You gotta be open-minded. But let me say something now. I've particularly on this record, with the imagery that I use, I tried to look at the things that I was taught growing up about Christianity in a different way. I looked at the image of Christ on the cross and the story of him as someone who was a revolutionary with dangerous ideas, and I started saying to myself, I can relate to this story now. I'm not going to dismiss it, but I'm going to interpret it in a different way. So everybody should, you have to be open-minded. I'm sure when you were young, you didn't want to listen to what your parents were trying to tell you to believe in. She's going to find her own. Maybe someday she'll become a nun. You don't know.
The two byproducts of that whole tragedy were violence and entertainment and gun control. And how perfect that was the two things that we were going to talk about with the upcoming election. And also then we forgot about Monica Lewinsky, and we forgot about the president was shooting bombs overseas, yet I'm a bad guy because I sing some rock and roll songs. And who's a bigger influence, the president or Marilyn Manson? I'd like to think me, but I'm going to go with the president.
What's your message? What are you trying to get across in the lyrics to these songs?
It's always about being yourself and not being ashamed of being different or thinking different. I try and take everyone's ideals, common morals, flip them around, make people look at them differently, question them so that you're not always taking things for granted.
For example, you do rip pages out of the Bible in your concert. You do wipe your ass with the American flag. Some of these things, you have to admit, are controversial.
Absolutely. I mean, they're designed to make people think, but the point with the Bible or the flag is to say it's only as valid as you make it in your heart. A piece of paper,
perception, isn't it, Marilyn?
A piece of paper or a piece of cloth doesn't mean anything. It's what you believe. And I want people to think about what they believe. I want them to consider if everything they've been taught, if that's what they want to believe or that's what they've been told that they have to believe.
You're a pretty well-spoken guy, yet in your records you use a lot of F-word, a lot of swearing and this and that. Again, is it necessary?
Sometimes. I think sometimes when you're making a point, I don't think that my lyrics are overlaced with profanity because I myself don't speak using a lot of profanity in normal conversation. But I think when you're making something aggressive and you need to get a point across, if you're angry, sometimes profanity is necessary. It's better to use a curse word than to hurt somebody else, I find.
I believe our best days lie ahead of us, and that government can be a force for good, and we are determined to demonstrate through our actions that Britain can be better.
Harris was certain she had Texas-sized talent.
My mom's here today with me, and I'm really thankful that she came, and I always appreciate her, and I love her dearly. Don't put lipstick on my... And she used to always put lipstick on my jaw. When I went to class, it would be some big red lips on my jaw.
When I was pregnant with her, the Lord gave me a vision. And the vision was, it was a little girl baby, and she was on my hip, and she would always be singing. And I always told her, you know, after she got old enough that she had the gift to sing.
Was this a dream of yours to have your little girl? One of those judges?
Yes, it is. It's a dream come true today.
I keep falling in love with you. Sometimes I love you. Sometimes you make me blue. Loving you, darling, makes me so confused. I keep on falling in and out of love.
Do you know what? I actually can't hear that song anymore. I'm actually allergic to it now.
Honey, that wasn't even the melody, sweetie.
She doesn't even know it's not the melody. She's just not a good singer.
Can I try something else, please?
No, baby, you can't sing. This is not.
Should we just vote on this?
Yeah. Simon, yes or no?
Hopefully you're out of mindset.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Should I? It's a no. It's a no. It's a no. It's a no. Cara. Yes or no?
No, I'm sorry.
You can't sing.
Yeah, no.
Okay. Randy?
No.
Okay, thank you, should I?
Okay.
Thank you, sweetheart.
After the break, the story of hope.
I didn't know we were poor.
Simon was in a bad mood. Trista Geezy was going to need courage.
You're a big fan of The Wizard of Oz?
Yes, I am.
And I understand that you do some impressions, huh?
I do the lion.
You do the lion?
I do.
And what do you do with the lion? That is so weird.
I know.
I mean, especially this close. Do it again. Again. One more time. Wow.
If I were the king of a forest, not queen, not duke, not prince, on my regal robes of the forest would be a satin, not cotton, not chintz. I command everything, be a fish or fall with oof, oof, and the royal growl. Oof.
Yeah. Well, Simon, any comments?
But what am I supposed to say?
I'm unique. I am like the most different that has ever been on the show. Like I have something that no one can bring, and I have like range that.
It was one of the strangest auditions I've ever heard in my life.
That's a yes or no?
No.
Paula? No. Jewel?
No.
That's no to Hollywood. Thank you.
Me. Do you guys want the poster?
Not really.
No.
Oh God, you guys are cool.
I'm gonna wait for the Tin Man. I'm gonna call the Tin Man right now.
Out the door, though.
Maybe what Trista needed was a vocal teacher, like Stephen Horst.
But if the judges thought they were tough, they hadn't yet met Tamika.
Everybody's searching for a hero. People need someone to look up to.
Thank you. Randy.
I don't think that you're a solo singer at all. I think you're
I'm
more...
sorry?
I don't feel that you're a solo singer. I don't feel that you have a solo singer's voice.
I'm quite sure I sing a whole lot better than you do. And for you to tell me I need lessons?
Tamika. Enough.
I'm hurt, and I'm angry.
Feisty.
You're not standing where I'm...
Welcome to American Idol Smackdown.
You're not standing here being judged by people about how you sing. You're not singing, are you? And for you to tell me that I need lessons?
Tamika.
It's Tamika.
Listen to me. Tamika, go to an audition where they lie to you. Thank you very much indeed.
Oh, no, I'm not about to go to an audition where they lie to me.
Yeah, we're telling you the truth and you don't want to hear it.
Go there. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Because y'all got problems. Y'all got major issues. That British judge that's on the end, he's an ass. And he can kiss mine. He can go kiss my natural-born black ass for all I care, because he don't know diddly squat.
Wow, did Tamika just say that about Simon?
It's Tamika.
All right, well, wait until you hear what Tamika has to say about our other judges right after the break.
Tamika.
All right, sorry, Tamika, sorry.
He can go kiss my natural-born black ass for all I care.
Oh, yeah.
Hi, Sarah Goldberg. How are you?
I'm good.
You're 20?
Yes, I am 20 years old.
So what do you sing?
Selena, Dreaming of You.
Okay. Whenever you're ready.
I no longer need this. Late at night when all the world is sleeping, I stay up and think of you. And I wish on a star that somewhere you are thinking of me too. 'Cause I'm dreaming of you tonight till tomorrow. I'll be holding you tight, and there's nowhere in the world I'd rather be than here in my room, dreaming about you and me.
Can I ask you a question? Do you, in your heart, really think you can sing?
No.
Okay, that's
That
really
was honest.
that
Good.
helps.
So why are you here?
Listen to me. I'm not a singer.
Oh. Wow.
We
Couldn't
agree.
figure
You're
that
standing
out.
there shaking your head the
Couldn't
entire
figure
time I'm
that out.
melting. You are, Paula, you're looking at him and you're laughing at me.
No, I'm looking at him. I'm laughing with
So you came because you wanted to be on
Honey,
TV?
you were laughing.
No.
Why are you here?
Why are you here?
I am now gonna get all emotional. I'm not a singer.
No, we got that.
You know, I really love to sing. I really do. And my friends make fun of me all the time because I'm tone deaf. But shut up.
Well,
Shut up.
it's true.
I don't need to hear you say it. I know it.
Okay, fair.
Even if I don't sing, I can be the next American Idol.
Why?
And you want to know why?
Yeah, I love to know why.
You want to know why?
Yeah.
Because I've never sung before. And so you can teach me how to sing.
Huh?
Yes. I think I practice. I practice with, like, music. I can't believe I'm crying this much. I think you don't have to sing to be an American Idol. I really don't. I think Paris Hilton can't really sing. I think that
She's not an American Idol.
I'm actually aware of that. I know that you don't realize it, but I am a little bit smart here, you know?
Look at these people behind you. Just turn around. See these 5 winners? They had one thing in common. They were all great singers. This is a singing competition. It's not a competition of, like, trying to find the best person that can't sing but really wants to.
You know what, Randy? Yes, these people can sing.
Yeah.
Yes, they can. But I could be the only American Idol who has never sang before.
Hey, I can't sing
I'm
either.
unique. Woo!
Sarah, I don't think there's anything left to say. I think you actually said it all. You entered a singing competition and you don't sing. So what do you think we're going to say?
We have to move on.
We have to move on.
Carol, yes or no?
Well, no.
Paula, yes or no?
Sorry, sweetheart.
It's a no. Sorry.
Check on my fish now.
And I'm sorry that you're upset.
And you guys are gonna regret this.
So you got what you wanted. You got some fame out of it.
That's not what I wanted. Are you kidding? I wanted to be the next American Idol.
Thanks, Sarah.
Oh, wow. Mama, it's not the end, it's just the beginning.
No, it's not the beginning. That's pretty obvious.
Well, at least she's not harboring any resentment towards the judges.
It's absolutely rude. Like, you are people, we are people too. Just because we don't have $1 million and we don't have singing deals doesn't mean that we don't have lives. It doesn't mean that we don't have important things in our lives.
New York is weird today, man. It's a weird day today.
I have become friends with these guys. I've become friends with Ray and Jen and Bill, the security guy, because I have been here forever. And you know what? They told me that these people went out last night drinking in New York City until 3 o'clock in the morning. And that is rude. That is rude.
Shapton, a.k.a. The Hotness.
I've been singing since I was 4 years old, started with the good old church choir. I really don't think I sound like anyone in particular. I believe I have my own unique sound and style, but I guess if you had to compare it to someone, I've been told, you know, that I sound a little bit like Mariah. I do have a large vocal range.
I feel your breath upon my face.
The Hotness is something that started when I was back in high school. People started calling me The Hotness just because I've always had a personality. I've never been afraid to speak my mind.
And I need you, girl.
They said, you know, I was a spicy personality, and today is the big day. I'm gonna go in there, I'm gonna deliver the hotness, and it's gonna go good.
I need your love tonight.
Hello.
How are you doing?
What's going on, Jennifer?
Not a lot. Ready to get my sang on.
You know you can't sing with gum in your mouth.
Can I throw this away somewhere?
Stick it on Taylor's face or something.
No, it's cool. I got it. I got it. No, it's cool. I got it. Today, I'm gonna be singing Tenderoni. I Want Your Love.
Okay.
Baby, I think of you. I think of you a million times a day. Baby, I cannot get you outside my head. And baby, I'm crazy, and it's always about you. All that I know is I belong to you. Oh, baby, I want your love. I need your love. Give me your love, baby, and I want your love. Give me your love.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Very nice.
I thought you sang that very well.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice to hear a non-obvious song again.
Very soothing. It's like, you know, we haven't had a great start here in Seattle.
Randy, yes or no?
I thought it was really, really nice. Beautiful tone, baby. Beautiful
Yeah.
tone. Yes, definitely, definitely.
Paula?
I like the fro, too.
I got
Yes or
goosebumps.
no?
You're absolutely original. Yes, 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 yes.
It's a yes. You're through to
Welcome to
Hollywood.
Hollywood, baby! First one to Seattle.
I love you.
Who?
Steven, what's up, man?
How you doing, sir? Okay, so you're known as Red.
Yes, sir, I am.
And your real name is Stephen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Stephen, why did you enter this competition?
I like competition. I figured what the heck, take a chance.
Yeah, have you seen the show?
Honestly, I've only seen it a couple of times. I try to keep busy as much as possible.
That's
I don't
okay.
really watch that much.
But you know what it's all about?
Yes, sir.
Okay, who are you as good as, in your opinion?
The lead singer from Queen.
Freddie Mercury?
Yes, yes, sir.
Really?
Okay. And what are you going to sing today?
Bohemian Rhapsody by Queen.
All right.
All right.
Is this story alive? Or is this just fantasy? Call it a wings. No escape from reality. Open your eyes. Look up to the skies and see. I'm just a poor boy. I need no sympathy. 'Cause it's easy come, easy go. Little high, little low. Hit me when the wind blows. Doesn't really matter to me.
I'm sorry, Steven.
Carry on.
Carry on.
I can also do country as well, too.
Oh, you know what?
Oh, yeah.
That's
That might be
probably
better.
your best genre
Oh.
of music, right?
Stephen, I mean, I've heard some weird auditions in my life, but I've got to tell you, that is possibly the weirdest I've ever heard in my life. I mean, it was like a one-year-old singing that song.
Ooh.
No, I'm not being harsh, Stephen. That's what it was like. I mean, it was weird.
Oh, I'm also a little off practice as well, too. I mean, the last time I took formal lessons was back in high school. All right?
What did the instructor say?
Back then, I was getting all A's in concert choir.
You think that would win you this competition?
Actually, with some practice and with some coaching, I can actually win it. I think I
So
could.
it's just lack of practice and coaching which is the problem?
Yes, sir.
Right.
Who should be your coach?
Well, if Simon thinks that he knows it all and knows what the hell he's talking about, bring it on.
Well, I do.
Bring it on.
Well, then, come on. You think you're so damn hot,
Yes.
step up and coach me.
I couldn't. It would be like coaching a one-legged man to win the 100-meter sprint. You know, I may be a great coach, but if you haven't got it, you haven't got it.
Hey, the way I see it, don't be about it. Or don't sing about it, be about it. All right? Don't sing it, just bring it, all right?
This is just ridiculous, if you don't mind me saying. And I'm not being rude.
Oh, my goodness. So yes or no, Simon?
No.
I think it's over there. What's left to do? Nothing. Seattle. Done.
Did you go the hair longer? You just thought that was more of an American Idol look?
Yeah.
Really, what kind of haircut did you have before?
It was really about the same, just had less hair.
Okay, so let's see if Keith spent as much time on his voice as he did on his hair.
So, Keith, why are you here?
I'm here because I think I'm the next American Idol. I'm very entertaining and unique.
Okay, and what are you going to sing?
I'm going to sing Like a Virgin from Madonna.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
I made it through the wilderness. Somehow I made it through. Didn't know how lost I was until I found you. I was beat, incomplete. I've been had. I was sad and blue, but you made me feel. Yeah, you made me feel shiny and new, like a virgin. Touched for the very first time, like a virgin, with your heartbeat next to.
Do you do another song?
Okay, I'm gonna do I Wanna Dance with Somebody.
Okay.
Oh. Clock strikes upon the hour and the sun begins to fade. Still enough time to figure out how to chase my blues.
You're single, you're married, you have kids?
No. Yes. Single. Yes. Totally single. You hear that, everybody? I'm single.
All right, well, I'm going to send you anything else
All
we
right.
should know?
No, not really.
We got it all?
All right, yeah.
Covered? Good
Yeah,
luck.
I'm ready.
Head on that way.
Oh, I'm in there?
That's where the judges are.
Oh, I'm about to go?
Yeah.
Right now?
Yeah. Whoa, you want to wait? Or you
No.
like to wait.
No, I'm reared and ready, man. I'm ready to go.
All right, well, rear and ready right through there.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Come in. And what's your name?
My name's Andrew Fenlon.
Andrew. And why are you here, Andrew?
I'm here auditioning for American Idol. Should be fairly obvious at this point.
Okay.
Also, like, waiting around.
Okay. I think you know why I was asking the question. What brought you here to audition?
What brought me here to audition? I don't think it's that interesting of a question, actually, but
Andrew,
I think...
Andrew,
Yes.
I'm going to just warn you now. If you want to
Okay.
carry on being a smartass, you can leave the room.
Oh, I'm not being a smart
So either answer the questions or leave.
Okay, no, I'll answer the questions. I'm going to answer your questions. I'm sorry, first of all.
Okay, what are you going to sing?
I'm going to sing House of the Rising Sun. You know that song? I'm just... Okay. all right,
Andrew,
sorry.
you are really pushing this.
No, all right. I'm just going to sing it. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to push any buttons. All right. Okay. Here we go. There is a house in New Orleans. It's called the Rising Sun. And it's been
the ruin of many a poor boy. And God, I know I'm one. My mother was a tailor. She sewed my new blue jeans. My father was a gambling man way down in New Orleans.
Thank you.
Are you angry?
Am I
You
angry?
seem very on edge. Tell us, what happened?
What happened? I just am on edge from waiting all day, honestly.
Some what?
Just from waiting. It's just...
Well, you know, the thing is, you want to be in the music business, but you don't want to wait to get into American Idol. That, to me, seems to be a problem. And,
That's a
you know,
good
for you
point.
to have a bad
It's true.
attitude about
No,
that
I don't
kind
have
of
a bad
pisses me
attitude.
off.
I think you're reading it too
actually.
far.
No, I'm not reading it too far. Because you just told me that you were a little bit annoyed that you had to wait
Very
3
annoyed.
hours to come in here and get your shot, when there are people that would wait years to do so. So I am now angry at you, who I don't like at all. Well, why are you doing this?
So
are
why
you
with
acting
all
like
the attitude? What's the problem?
No, there's no problem at all. I think that... I don't know why you guys... There's no problem.
You walked in very sulky, quite rude, very aggressive, and you've got very, very bad energy.
Oh, man.
You do? Yes or no?
Andrew, no. I'm sorry.
Victoria?
No.
Randy?
Wasn't good enough today, dog, no.
I would have
That's
said
all right.
yes.
You're kidding me.
I see you started to
You're
grow on me.
kidding.
He's starting to grow
You know what? I
on
had a
you?
feeling. I had a feeling that you and I would
You know, we
have something
started
going
off
You
bad,
guys
but
bond.
kind of got to like each other.
Bonding.
Well, I'm shocked.
You know what, Simon? You have an attitude, but you're at least charming.
Everybody's searching for a hero. Opinion don't mean none.
Pardon? Then why are you here?
Opinion don't mean none.
Then why are you here?
Cause you don't love, give me your love, give me your love, give your love. Give me your love, give me your love, baby, and I want your love. Give me your love.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Give me your love, give me your love, give me your love.
No, we're not.
I feel
I think of you, man. And baby, I'm crazy, and it's always about you. All that I know is I belong to love. Give me your love, baby, and I want your love. Give me your love.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Give me your love, give me your love, give me your love.
No, we're not going to give you any love. It's a terrible audition.
Opinion don't mean none.
Pardon? Then why are you here?
Opinion don't mean none.
Then why are you here?
Because you don't leave no stone unturned.
Then why are you here?
What you know about music?
Well, why are you here?
Why am I here?
Yeah.
Why are you here?
I'm here to judge you, sweetheart.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm here to sing. You don't know nothing
We
about
didn't like
music.
your singing. That's the rule.
All right. Well, I really don't care. You don't know
Good.
nothing about music. I've
Okay.
never heard you do a demo. I've never
No,
heard you
well,
spit a
I
lick,
wouldn't
so
want to sound like
don't
you,
know shit
Jennifer.
about music.
Why didn't you get a job down in the port?
Why'd I get a job? What?
A job in the port when it's foggy.
I will not stop until I am a household name. When America sees this, they're gonna forget about Taylor who, Carrie Underwear, Fantasia When, but they will remember Ian Bernardo. And that's gonna happen. That's on my phone. That's yours.
We can share.
Hi, how you been?
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Good.
How are you?
What's your name?
My name is Ian Bernardo. That's my name.
How old are you?
I am 25 years old, Mr. Cowell.
All right, and why are you here in?
To try out for American Idol.
No, I know that.
That's
good.
That's like, why else would I be at American Idol? I'm here to be the next American Idol. I thought that it would be a nice addition to my already long and impressive resume.
Which is?
Which is superstar, dancer, singer. And this is Chinchilla, and I'm wearing it specifically to show the world how wealthy I can be.
Well, you're not a superstar, but you are a singer.
I am a
dancer.
superstar.
No, with respect, Ian, you're not a superstar, but you may be a singer and a dancer.
I
which is
am
why
a
you
singer,
don't-
I'm a dancer, and I am a superstar. You can ask my family, you can ask my friend, you can ask one of my therapists. I am...
One of them? How many therapists do you have?
I have two.
Oh, all right. Okay. What are you going to sing?
Gloria.
Okay.
Gloria. You're always on the run now, running after somebody. You're gonna get him somehow. I think you got to slow down before you start to blow it. I think you're headed for a breakdown, so be careful not to show it. You really don't remember. Was it something that he said, or the voices in your head calling Gloria? Gloria, don't you think you're falling? If everybody wants you, why isn't anybody calling? You don't have to answer, leave him hanging on the line. Hey, 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 calling Gloria, Gloria, how you gonna go down? Will you meet him on the main line, or will you catch him on the rebound? Will you marry for...
Okay.
Which brave American's gonna be the one to do it? You know what I mean?
I woke up after making that video and I see a lot of people being confused about what I'm talking about. I want to make it clear. I'm talking about what brave American is going to out Pizza the Hut. What did y'all think I was talking about? I'm talking about...
The total number of people who have watched Skibidi Toilet numbers about 100 billion. How many total possible Sigmas can watch Skibidi Toilet? That number is astronomically large. 10?
If you in a real and genuine way believe that voting is something that is an effective source of change...
If you're thinking of buying a smart bed in 2024, that is a
Baby, you can't read the...
Just another day at Costco.
This is mine. No, it's not. I had two hands on it. You only had one. I picked it up first. I saw you had one hand. I had two. This is 1 ounce bigger than the others. You're not getting it. I'm taking it. You're not getting it. Are you messing with me? Get out of my way.
NLG.
Wait, so did you really have straight A's?
Yeah, I did. All throughout high school. I think I graduated with like a 4.5 something.
How to upgrade your underwear game.
I shit my bed. This isn't like a joke or anything. I fully shit my bed. Like, bowels empty, shit the bed. Revision. Not my bed. The bed at the Airbnb.
Lion.
I will never love you how you want me to. I will never love you how you want me to. I will never love you how you want me to. Fed up with you. I am so fucking fed up with you. I cannot stand you. The way you act, the way you talk to me, the way you fucking treat me.
This one goes out to my ex. Because bitch, I know you're watching. And all those horrible things happening to you are karma. It's me. We broke up on a Tuesday.
And we're gonna drive it.
Britannia, Britannia rules the waves. Britons never, never, never shall be slaves.
The sun is actually good for you. That's why I'm against sunscreen.
Britannia, Britannia rules the waves. Britons never, never, never shall be slaves.
The sun is actually good for you.
News roundup from home and abroad. We start in the harbor at Haifa.
I think you should come work for me. I'm against this war. Yeah, dude, I'm against the war too. I fucking hate Bush. This isn't about being pro-war. This is about being pro-money.
You told me you guys were selling bed sheets.
Of course you can trust me.
Really? Because 5 minutes ago I didn't even know you were an arms dealer.
You guys came in $53 million lower than the nearest competition.
Sin pagar la renta vives en mí.
Beds are for losers. I prefer to sleep in my Beds are for.
So, today I'm going to be day drinking and smoking cigarettes in a public park at 2 p.m. in the afternoon, which I am quite excited to do. So, today I'm going to be day drinking.
Japan is changing history once again, and a lot of people are very upset, while a ton of people...
I know, you wanted me to stay, but I can't ignore the crazy visions of me in LA. I heard that there's a special place where boys and girls can all be queens every single day. I'm having wicked dreams of leaving Tennessee or Santa Monica, so I swear it's calling me. Won't make my mama proud, it's gonna cause a scene. She sees her baby girl, I know she's gonna scream, God, what have you done? You're a pink pony girl, and you dance at the club. Oh mama, I'm just having fun on the stage in my heels. It's where I belong, down at the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing down in West Hollywood. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. Pink Pony Club.
Feel like a femme queen. Feel like a femme queen. Feel like my paint, my makeup. Feel like a.
I am autism. I'm visible in your children, but if I can help it, I am invisible to you until it's too late. I know where you live, and guess what?
Chimney Char. Hello, good sir. You wouldn't happen to have a spare bicky, would ya? Some Great British biscuit for you, son. What a cock you are, sir. It's a wonderful day.
Chipper, what seems to be the matter with you?
Well, Skip, I haven't had a cuppa.
Of what?
A cuppa of tea. Oh, a cuppa of tea. A cuppa of tea.
A cuppa of tea. A cuppa of tea.
Chimney.
They gotta check in with the queen. I'm the alpha, the omega, everything in between.
Hello, we created Europapa. We worked our whole lives on this song. It means so much to me. And he made the beat, by the way, so that's very...
He made $500 on Fruit Loser made the beat, man. Don't forget it, man. Don't put some respect on his name.
Hello.
Spend the day with me in my Crocs.
Hey, Dwight.
Damn it, Jim! You cannot throw snowballs in here.
It's not a snowball, because it's only a dusting. Right?
Look at that. There's a pebble in there. You could have killed me. You apologize to me right now. You apologize right now. No. Then I challenge you to a snowball fight on the first real snow of winter.
You got it.
In the end, the greatest snowball isn't a snowball at all. It's fear.
Hey.
Spin. Keep going. You're almost done. You're almost done.
Not gonna believe it. What? Guess what I have sitting in my backyard? A trampoline? Better. A boat?
Better. Better. Well, what, Cartman? 33 aborted fetuses. Not gonna believe.
I don't care that you're doing curses on me.
Little puddle, you care so much, mud on your face and mud in your crevices.
To Apple, where once upon a time they used to gift us with wired headphones when we bought an iPhone. However, for the last few releases of the iPhone, we have had no gifts and no headphones and no headphone jack. Guess what? For the past 3 years, all the iPhones that have been released have been the exact same. They all look the same, but guess what? I will never use any other device other than an iPhone because I have been brainwashed, just like everyone here. Buy Apple always and never switch to Samsung, because Apple is GOAT. Who agrees with me? Do I have to stop filming? As you can see,
Roll down.
And if you're feeling anxious or depressed.
Hi, Mario.
I probably got asked 20 times.
I wish I was special.
Are you hiding a bitch in one of those tents?
I'm hiding 4 bitches. Why?
You're hiding.
I wish I could treat you better, and I can probably have been a better friend. Tell me, is it too late?
Next, we have the Sips. The
The rapture might be coming.
I never realized that I didn't have good parents until I had kids. I was like, fucking wait a minute. This is how you're supposed to feel about your kids. This is how you're supposed to, you know. It really hit me when I had my kids. And I think that really made my relationship even worse with my parents. I never realized that I didn't have good parents until I had kids. I was like, fucking wait a minute. This is how you're supposed to feel about your kids. This is how you're supposed to, you know. It really...
mirror on the wall. What the fuck?
Every single year, talking about the Holocaust was a huge focus of our education. Why didn't we learn about any of the other genocides? Why did we only learn about the Holocaust?
There's another aspect to how the Holocaust is taught in schools that I don't see talked about very often, and especially not on this app. For context, hi, I'm Abby. I'm a PhD researcher writing on authoritarianism with a specialization in China and East Asia. While I think the argument made in the video that I stitched makes a lot of sense, we need to remember that the entire universal human rights regime grew up out of the horrors of the Holocaust.
If you're the kind of person to secure your toothbrush in a Ziploc bag or a clump of tissues before throwing it in your travel bag,
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist in the context of all in which you live and what came before you. I don't know my name. You think
You need to yap to them that Phantom wants to eat Hank. No, you have to yap for me.
Bro, you want me to be the Rizzler? No, bro, I am not trying to be eaten. That's crazy.
Just call Skibidi.
You call Skibidi.
I can't. Phantom's already...
I wonder if Selena Gomez named Rare Beauty because she has that rare disease.
She was a She was a fairy. She was a fairy.
Next to be auctioned is Tiffany Wilson. Who wants to start the bidding?
$1,000.
$1,000. Does anyone wish to go higher?
Yeah, I got 2,000 right here. Ow! $3,000. $5,000.
Who said that?
Hey!
$5,000. To the dirty geezer in the back. I'm sure no one's gonna wish to go higher than that, so we can just be done with it now.
$10,000.
$20,000. $20,000. Going once, going twice.
$50,000.
I'm Slim Shady, yes, I'm the real Shady. Are you?
So I just wanted to show you guys what I got from Bespoke Toast.
Oh my god, you're from that show. What the fuck are you from? I don't know. Bye.
Happy 4th of July! Yes, happy birth of nation. Thank goodness no British. We're special and awesome. Let's explode things in the sky so people know. Yeah.
For $20 and a cigarette, I could convince Joe Biden that a Furby is a real living and breathing thing. And for another $20 and another cigarette, I could convince Donald Trump that Atlantis was real.
When I was at middle school, my teacher said to me, BCC, now when you leave the ranking you will be. Well, I looked her in the eye and I said, miss, I'm gonna fly. She laughed at me, bully star behind. Now I'll be flying about with Peter Pan. In a bit, I'm off to Neverland. I'm chilling with Captain Who. Do you know where the boo sitting next to think about with a bushy in me hand? Singing, hey, motherfucker, I'm the king in Neverland. I'ma take you on a journey on my magic carpet. This track's wicked and you know we should stop.
You can't use a simulation.
If I had to choose one candle to burn for the rest of my life, it would be this one. Yes.
Poison from the same vine. Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time. Hiding all of my sins from the daylight, running from the daylight, running from the daylight. Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time.
He personally signed the death warrant for tens of thousands of victims. He personally signed the death warrant for tens of thousands of victims. He personally signed the death warrant for tens of thousands of victims.
Yo, Amos, you want some Swedish fish?
What the fuck?
Now, this is epic.
Oh my gosh, my favorite one! Aquaman!
I never found you funny. I never found you entertaining. I never found you smart. I just found you annoying.
Since when do you drink coffee?
I didn't get any sleep last night.
Oh.
is Chaperone. I'm your favorite artist. I'm your dream girl's dream girl. And I'm gonna serve exactly what you are. Cut! We broke up on a Tuesday.
If your insurance is any one of these, you might be able.
I am an anarchist. I feel like I have not been very loud about this recently.
Yeah, normally about, I'm not.
Why do you think my brain is made for?
Hello, welcome in. I'll have you like that. And what's your name?
Tommy.
If I can have your name and why you ended up popping your balloon.
My name is Rizoma. The reason why I popped your balloon is because I just don't like how you dress as a 40-year-old man. You're not my little brother. I don't want you to dress like my little brother. It's weird to me. But you look good though. You know, I like the, little Texas thing you got on your hand. Are you from Texas or?
No, I'm a tourist.
Oh, good. Yeah, I don't like Taurus either. So.
I don't dress like this all the time. So. I do have suits and stuff,
Okay.
But whatever.
I'm just. All right, next.
Okay. So, welcome in.
How y'all doing?
Okay. What's your name?
My name is Ja.
What's your type of woman? What do you look for?
Honestly, it's mainly about the personality, right? That's what you can't replace.
All right. And I know you're a personality guy, but we all we gotta like what we're looking at. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, based off of looks, whose balloon are you going to pop?
Just based off looks, I can't ask no other questions.
First round, let's go based off of looks.
How many?
Let's start with one.
Okay.
All right. Okay. So why did you keep your balloon unpopped for Ja?
Well, Percy, I really like how he dresses. I don't like that the pants are a little see-through, but you have the idea, which I love. But other than that, I think you did good. So I didn't see a reason to pop you. I did have some personal questions, but you popped my balloon, so I'm cool.
Hello, welcome in.
In what literal way?
Now you're just showing off. Now you're just showing off. I can't believe my eyes.
Don't ass and hide the Bible if God watching. Sometimes you gotta pop out and show niggas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up the scope.
Wait.
There's no place on planet Earth where women are like, you know what? Barbara, grab the Uzi. We're gonna enslave these fucking assholes right now. It's never happens, never gonna.
I thought we were having an hour limit. How long that lasts, like one day?
It lasted like almost a week. It's a couple days. It's good.
Mm-hmm.
made aware of this, but 4 ballots where essentially they believe that someone has gone into polling booths pretending to be someone that they're not, and obviously they've managed to fill in a ballot paper, get it in the boxes and get it to this count. How that happens with the new voting ID rules, I'm not sure, but as I say, the police made their way down onto the
have a job. I mean, technically, I guess you could say I'm an entrepreneur and shit. I'm my own boss and shit, but yeah, Yodi, feel me? I'm not unemployed. I'm not employed. I'm just the original Fulcrum, you feel me? And that's why I don't delve too deep into, like, labels that humans classify themselves at. You could call me unemployed. You could call me this. You could call me that. At the end of the day, I'm just the original fucking Fulcrum. You feel me? Oreo spill. But Yodi family, look at my goddamn it paper plagiarism. Hold up. Let me show you guys under the light and shit. This bitch is smoking fire. This bitch is smoking insanely good, Yodi family. Real spill. Type 1 in chat if you guys are smoking along with me right now. And what are you guys smoking on right now? Right now I got a paper plagiarism, but what are you guys smoking on? Let me know in the chat right now. You guys fuck with my my beanies and shit, you feel me? A lot of people were asking me, Fulcrum, where did you get the hat? I mean, I fucking said in my last YouTube video, I threw the Instagram on the screen too, but my homie...
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Anyway, let's take a look at this shit hoarder.
Mm.
You ready?
Am I ready?
No one's ready.
Never?
I'm the only one I think who thinks this is hilarious.
Okay. How will we blur this out?
I think I'm just going to not show it because
was I
it's
just
known as like
Yeah,
the worst.
don't.
What's up? Hello?
Hello?
Do you hear the fireworks?
Yes. Also,
Nice.
what kind of maniacs are out there shooting off fireworks while it's like pouring and thundering?
I think it stopped raining, didn't it?
It was thundering like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, that's fair. These are when other people said. When Jerry gets on, we have to tell him that we need to go on the cruise ships. Fireworks, people. Off.
Yeah, I think it's
Nope,
raining
no more.
still. Yeah, also agreed.
Definitely.
Maniacs. Monsters, the lot of them.
It is, yeah. I don't know. You could you would have to pay me money to get me to. I'd be scared to use the fire.
Also, what time do they start today? It's been going since like 10, 11, something.
Blowing them off like.
Back.
Sarah Stewart, racing DP4. Oh.
Kick him.
The service is incredible.
Bro, what the f? You just cut my hair?
Bro, I didn't mean to cut your hair, bro.
What the f, bro? You want me to shave your bald head? The f is wrong with you?
Watch out! Watch out! Watch out! Watch out! Ah putain! Isabelle, je suis coincée dans le verre, viens m'aider!
Eh ben...
Mais viens m'aider, mais je suis coincée, bordel de merde! Mais
t'es con, ma
prends
pauvre.
ça! Mets-moi deux trucs là! Pour enlever!
Mais t'es con, quoi. Putain, mais t'es vraiment une couillasse, ma pauvre.
Mais reprends ça un peu là!
Mais mets la main dedans!
Oh!
Non, mais tu te fous de ma gueule en plus. Oh la couille.
J'avais partout! J'avais partout! Il n'y a pas que...
Hast du? Ja. Ist das los, ja? 3, die fliegt nach da, Alter. Ja, mach 3, 2, 1. Wow! Wow! Ist das doch die Alter?
Ready to Baba.
Nice.
What are you up to?
Watching YouTube.
No.
It's not TikTok. It's not TikTok.
Hits himself in the face. Oh, that's even better.
Forgot to put my wallet back. Throw of a lifetime.
Oh!
Throw of a lifetime.
Oh!
Mostra a pizza. Vou ensinar como colocar a pizza no forno. Bora.
Did you just... Where did all my eyelashes go? Luce, did you eat my eyelashes off? Un, deux, trois, go!
This is from 2016, and I know zero technical aspects about.
The following day. And you looked at the long shot of what we call Drowning Street, which obviously made us.
Hello there, Father. Hello, Colm. Out and about? I am. Same as yourself. Good, good. I hear you're a racist now, Father. What? How did you get interested in that type of thing? Who said I'm a racist? Everyone's saying it, Father. Should we all be racist now? What's the official line the church is taking on this? Oh, no. Only the farm takes up most of the day, and at night I just like a cup of tea. I mightn't be able to devote myself full-time to the old racism.
Good for you, Father.
What? Oh, Mrs. Carberry.
Good for you, Father. Well, someone had the guts to stand up to them at last. Coming over here, taking our jobs and our women, and acting like they own a second place. Well done, Father. Good for you. Good for you. I'd like a second. Second Greeks.
It isn't the Greeks, it's the Chinese he's after. I'm not after the Chinese.
I don't care who we get so long as I can have a go at the Greeks. They invented gayness.
Look, you're not having a go at anybody. I am not a racist, all right? God.
Friggin' Greeks.
How's Mary?
She's fine. She got that job after.
Great. Racist!
What's up, John?
How much?
Hello.
Hello? Hello? Is that the Yin dynasty family? Is that the Yin family? Yes, this is Sean Yin. Hello, it's Father Ted Crilly here. I think I owe you an apology. Right then, see you in a while. Aha, Dougal, that's everything cleared up. They're coming straight around. I'll just be very nice to them and people will stop saying that I'm a racist. It's great. Nothing could go wrong.
Fantastic. So the story is you're not a racist.
What? No, it's not a story. I'm not a racist.
Tea, everyone.
Every firework pops through the mic.
They're going crazy out there, Seth.
It's like a split. It's like I hear the bang, and then a split second later, I hear from your mic.
Oh.
Fireworks in San Francisco yet, John?
I hear you're a racist.
No, Mrs. Doyle, he's not a racist.
I am not a racist. Mrs. Doyle, we're going to have to do something for your back. You can't go on like this. I'm just going to try something.
No!
Don't worry, Mrs. Doyle.
Oh, no.
Just relax.
No. Oh, yes. That's much better.
Are you sure? You look...
Oh, yes. This is great. I'll be fine now, Father. No! Seriously, Father. I feel 20 years younger.
Ted, the Chinese are coming. All right, where are they? Oh, feck it. This big mark is still on the window. Never mind. Hello?
I don't know why. We have to talk to this fascist.
Come on now.
It may have just been...
Where are they going? I invite them round and they don't even let me tell them my side of the story.
Jurors for the O.J. Simpson case were asked to fill out a 75-page jury questionnaire this week. In the entire state of California, only one person got a perfect score. Xiao Ming Wu, who after the trial plans to attend Caltech. By the way, you can now purchase a bronze statue of the Juice for only $3,395. And for an even $5,000, you can buy one that Al Cowlings has kissed the ass of. O.J. Simpson's new fitness video was released this week, and hitting the shelves next week, Simpson's newest video, Dorf on Stocking.
Step 1. Conquer all of China from oppressive warlords. Step 2. Encourage education and increase the literacy rate from 20% to 70%. Step 3. Greatly improve women's rights in Chinese society. Step 4. Increase the life expectancy with improved health care for rural peasants. Step 5. Encourage people to voice their concerns about the government. Step 6. Imprison and murder 100,000 of your critics. Step 7. Send the bourgeois and landlords to Laogai camps. Step 8. Expand agricultural production by overworking collectivized farmers with faulty practices. Step 9. Expand steel production by taking laborers out of agriculture and into making useless pig iron. Step 10.
Terrifying moments for a woman who woke up to a strange man in bed with her. The woman screamed. Her brother rushed in to help and tried to fight the offender off. That break-in happened early this morning in the 500 block of Webster Drive in Huntsville. WFF 48's Elizabeth Gemma caught up with the victim. Elizabeth, emotions were running high.
And Mark, the woman, the victim, tells us that a man broke into her house and tried to rape her. Her brother went in and he tried to help her out, but the man got away, leaving behind, though, evidence of his visit. Kelly Dodson was asleep with her little girl inside their apartment on Webster Drive when
I was attacked by some idiot from out here in the projects.
Dodson says her attacker used a garbage can to climb onto the unit's ledge, open the upstairs window, and then he got in bed with her.
He tried to rape me. He tried to pull my clothes off.
Dodson struggled with her attacker, knocking over items in her bedroom. Antoine Dodson heard his sister scream and ran to help.
Well,
Obviously, we have a rapist in Lincoln Park. He's climbing in your windows. He's snatching your people up, trying to rape them. So y'all need to hide your kids, hide your wife, and hide your husband because they're raping everybody out here.
The attacker got loose and went out the upstairs window, but he did leave something behind.
We got your T-shirt. You done left fingerprints and all. You are so dumb. You are really dumb, for real.
A crime scene investigator photographed and dusted for prints on the lid of the garbage can and the window pane and ledge. Dodson says he's never seen the perp before, but sends this warning to whoever is responsible.
You don't have to come and confess that you did it. We're looking for you. We gonna find you. I'm letting you know now, so you can run and tell that, homeboy.
Now, if you have any information on this crime, you're urged to call Huntsville Police.
Ladies and gentlemen, today I stand before you with a heavy heart and a burdened conscience. The road that led us to this point has been long and arduous, filled with great challenges and immense sacrifices. We have fought a battle of ideologies, a war that pitted East against West, communism against democracy. And sadly today, I must deliver news that will shake the very foundations of our great nation. As President of the United States, it is my duty to act in the best interests of our people. It is my solemn responsibility to ensure that the future of our nation is safeguarded, even if the choices I make are difficult to accept. It is in this spirit that I address you today. The Cold War, as we know it, has come to an end. The Soviet Union has emerged, solidifying its grip on Eastern Europe and expanding its influence across the globe. The tide of history has turned against us, and we must face the reality that our long-held position as the world's superpower is no more. In the face of this sobering truth, I have made a decision that will forever alter the course of our nation's history. I have chosen to dissolve the United States of America. I understand the shock and disbelief that these words may elicit, but we must recognize that our beloved nation was built on the principles of freedom, liberty, and self-determination. And if we are no longer able to uphold these ideals, if we are unable to defend them against the rising tide of communism, then we must reevaluate our purpose as a nation. By dissolving the United States, we will create an opportunity for new beginnings. We will free ourselves from the burden of global responsibilities and the constant threat of nuclear annihilation. We will redefine our place in the world, focusing on rebuilding our economy, strengthening our communities, and rediscovering the core values that have made America great. This decision does not come without pain. It is a painful acknowledgement of our defeat, of the ideals we fought